Our story begins in an ordinary house where today they are celebrating the birthday of their beloved son. Parents and daughter congratulate their beloved John, who finally turns 18 today. He makes a wish and hopes that his life will finally change and he will achieve all his goals. Unfortunately, everything does not go according to plan, and something begins that no one could have predicted, a real disaster. At first, John doesn't understand anything at all. He only heard the explosion and tried to figure out what happened. Within seconds, the entire city was filled with flames, and in just one moment, more than 100 people died. The house in which the happy family lived began to collapse. The parents and sister fell to the ground from a great height. A huge monster appeared in front of them, emerging from the portal to destroy everything in its path. John was incredibly scared and was trying to figure out how he should proceed. Was this really the end? After that, he finally woke up. The young guy played video games all night again and now fell asleep during a school lecture. It was just a dream, but now he will have to listen to some unflattering remarks from his director. Today's lecture is very important, so John must observe the rules of decency and not be distracted from the topic of the lesson. Today, Director Yang talks about the era of the Earth Black. It all began in 2036, when a sudden space-time chaos occurred. The entire planet has turned into a game world filled with dangers and opportunities. Despite the appearance of monsters, humanity did not fall apart, because during the course of evolution, different classes of people with superpowers developed. After surviving the first years of the catastrophe, the great clans suppressed the monsters and established a new world order. Now every person wants strength to raise their own level, but John is not lucky at all. He is too weak to fight monsters. This guy is at a basic human level and cannot boast of any outstanding abilities. Because of this, he becomes a target for various bullying and unpleasant jokes. One of the local hooligans named Daniel constantly challenges him in order to have at least a little fun. John cannot defend himself against such hooligans. He has to endure constant beatings. He would love to beat up this creepy guy, but he's completely powerless against his skills. John is very lucky that he has a sister named Sandra. This girl is always ready to help him. She was much luckier. Sandra has incredible skills and has already become famous within the school. Everyone knows that she can challenge even dangerous monsters, so no one dares to fight her in a fair fight. If it weren't for Sandra, John would have been seriously beaten again and would have hardly made it home. This guy is a typical loser. It is still unclear how a person of his age can be so weak. In any case, bad days always end. John returned home to enjoy the congratulations of his family. Today he finally turned 18 years old. He dreams of changing his life and becoming much stronger. Only now did this guy realize that today he had already had a nightmare related to these events. He tried not to think about it and suggested that his family go to a nearby restaurant to have a little fun. Sandra supported her brother's choice, and within a few minutes the whole family was on the street. There was no sign of trouble, but sometimes disaster happens when no one expects it. An alien portal was opened right in the middle of the city that never ends well. From there appeared a huge monster, a terrible spider capable of crushing people like ordinary insects. The father of the family showed real courage and rushed into the attack in order to protect his family. Almost every person has some skills and has a chance to fight monsters. Unfortunately, this spider turned out to be incredibly strong, fast and agile, and the father had very little chance. He tried to fight, but against such an opponent, this man had no advantages. Mom realized that she needed to save her children. Even though she was powerless against the monster, she had to at least delay it a little. She ordered the children to run immediately, and a second later she was severely injured in a fight with the monster. The situation was getting worse with each passing minute. Sandra could no longer stand aside and also intervened in the battle. John was incredibly scared and knew he couldn't do anything, but his whole family was in danger. Now is the time to show courage and incredible bravery. Sandra was seriously injured, and the monster was ready to feast on her juicy and sweet meat. At the last moment, the birthday boy intervened in this battle, who clearly wanted to receive a completely different gift for his birthday. He sacrificed himself to protect his beloved sister. It was noble, but very sad. All his vital signs were lost, and there was practically no chance of survival. At that moment, a system window appeared in front of him, and then amazing things began to happen. The system automatically launched the Overlord account. Now John turns into the Emperor of the Red Flame. Sandra was incredibly scared and completely out of her mind. She tried in every way to avenge her brother. The young beauty prepared to strike, but she was forestalled by some very powerful warrior. This incredible warrior turned out to be her brother, who was not easy to recognize due to the external changes. Even John himself didn't understand what was happening. He acted on autopilot and attacked the monster without a shadow of a doubt. For the first time in his life, John felt incredible strength in his body. Now he must take advantage of his chance. A young warrior tries to challenge a huge titan in order to protect his family. They clashed in an amazing battle to determine the winner. Only one of them will be able to get out of here alive. Someone must be destroyed. The system notified that John's energy and health were at a minimum level, and the Red Flame Hurricane skill would be activated to save him. Within a second, this young guy received an injection of energy that began to tear him apart. He had never felt so powerful before. It seemed as if with one movement of his hand he could destroy an entire block. Red Flame Hurricane turned out to be a truly outstanding skill. It's even hard to describe this crazy fire element. The clairvoyant demonic spider was defeated. The warrior received experience and various artifacts as a reward. Now John doesn't care at all. His body couldn't take it anymore and he lost consciousness. Half of the earned experience points are automatically used to restore it, otherwise the user will die. John couldn't figure out where he was. Apparently it was the user interface, that is, the system window that opens for every player. The Emperor of the Red Flame appeared before him, and it was this warrior who was the source of John's strength. Now John is the owner of the Overlord account system, where a huge number of powerful characters are collected. If John constantly increases his level and earns points, he will be able to open additional skills and Overlord accounts. This will finally give him the opportunity to make incredible progress and become the strongest in the human world. This young guy has always had bad luck. Now he finally has a chance to change his destiny. This guy already feels the increased power with every cell of his body. His previous level has multiplied fourfold. Nothing has changed in the characteristics panel. All this is necessary so that John does not attract unnecessary attention. After that, he heard a familiar voice and turned around, hoping to see his family. A second later, the guy opened his eyes and realized he was in a local hospital. All his wounds healed automatically. The newly minted emperor feels better than ever. Almost immediately, his sister and mother ran up to him to tell him that everything was okay with them. It turned out that the hospital uses a high-level treatment method, and it costs a lot of money. The real problems now are with the father of the family. He is very seriously injured and requires expensive treatment. As soon as John heard these words, he immediately realized that he was now the support of the family and promised to definitely resolve the financial issue. He spoke to one of the doctors and found out that his father's treatment would cost more than $300,000. He asked to give him at least 1 hour to resolve this issue and find the money. After this, John immediately went outside and began to think about how he could get out of this situation. After defeating the monster, he received a rare demonic crystal. Such an artifact can be sold for good money. Now all that remains is to find a place to sell it. This place could be the black market, where you can trade regardless of your level. The black market is dominated by a few powerful groups, and there are a lot of dubious characters there. John put on his cloak and went in search of buyers, hoping that everything would be resolved very quickly. The black market guards thought he was some kind of pathetic slug and refused to let him into the main building. John tried to somehow persuade them to change their decision, but he looked like a spy, so no one listened to him. Soon the doors opened and a short old man appeared from there. They call him Elder Albert, and he doesn't mind if this guy can offer the necessary goods. Traders are always looking for an opportunity to make a little money, so they know not to close their doors to strangers. John immediately took off his hood and showed the artifact that he intended to sell today. A stone like this would clearly be of interest to Albert, who knows a thing or two about valuable items. Within seconds, John had permission to enter the main building of the black market, where all the speculation takes place. There are many people around, and among them, there are many influential people. John looked around and almost forgot the reason he came here. A young and weak player can quickly become an easy target for experienced bandits. He was very lucky that the elder asked his guards to protect John from unnecessary conflicts. Our hero found himself in Albert's room in order to begin official negotiations. The young Emperor of the Red Flame understands that he has a valuable artifact in his hands, and he is not going to let anyone deceive him. Albert is a very experienced and pragmatic merchant. He is going to cheat this guy and offers only 100,000 coins for the stone. John is not stupid at all. He understands that he can earn twice as much and is not going to play these childish games. The problem is that he is in enemy territory and his freedom is seriously limited here. Elder Albert is the boss of this territory, and he is not going to give John the opportunity to leave this place. The elder advises the guy to take the money and not complain about life. 100,000 is also a good price for a young player. At this tense moment, a large man, capable of dealing with 2 guards at once, entered the negotiation room. This man is the personal guard of the beautiful Margaret, who became interested in the offered artifact. Margaret became interested in this handsome guy and said that she was ready to pay more than 300,000 for his artifact. All participants in the negotiations were very surprised by such a proposal. It's immediately obvious that Margaret is not shy about spending a lot of money. She can afford it. Of course, John agreed. This amount would fully satisfy his needs and help cure his father. He wanted to understand why Margaret gave him such a chance, but it was clear that she was not interested in anything other than the crystal. Margaret is the daughter of the boss of the Han Group, an organization that has long been a rival to the Huang Group. John had a lot of questions. He was interested in this girl, but now he had better think about his family. I need to get back to the hospital quickly and pay for my father's treatment. Right at that moment, the hospital director ran into the ward and ordered that the poor worms be immediately thrown out of there. He doesn't like it when patients can't pay for treatment. In such moments, Director Felix can be reckless and too cruel. One of the doctors tried to calm the director down, but ended up being harshly punished in front of the patients. The director is not going to play games with them. He has very clear rules. Patients either pay or do not receive proper treatment. John was released in time and managed to return to the hospital right in the midst of this conflict. The young Red Flame Emperor ordered the director to stop immediately and take his hands off his family members. Anyone who dares to challenge his family will be instantly destroyed and torn to pieces. The director immediately felt an incredible fiery force. He had never encountered anything like it. This man immediately ran out into the corridor and started shouting for a fire extinguisher to be brought to him. John said that he had brought the required amount of money, and now his father could officially receive proper treatment. After this, the young emperor consoled his sister, who was upset because she had failed to protect her father. Now John will take on all the most difficult tasks, and Sandra will be able to feel more free. Financial issues will no longer be a problem for this family because the son has finally acquired incredible strength. The next day, the school began its annual school festival, which is called the Quest Race. This year, the prize will be very impressive, but it all depends on the students who will show progress in the dungeons. This time, the winner will receive more than $500,000, all thanks to the fact that the quest will be sponsored by the Khan clan. The beauty Margaret is already here. Even ordinary school children from the southern districts of the city know her. The winner will also get a chance to join the fighting squad of the Han clan. Such an offer could not fail to interest our main character. He is primarily interested in the cash prize, for which he will have to go into the shady forest, which will not be a quiet walk for anyone. There you will have to meet with shadow trees, that is, elite monsters of the 10th level. John feels that this is easy money for him. Such a quest is nothing more than a sweet bun that needs to be taken into his own hands. The school aims to give students real-life combat experience to better prepare them for adult life. During the competition, students accumulate points on their own, but for killing a shadow tree, the points will be divided among the group members. The team that gets the most points will share first place, but that's not all. The most interesting condition is that if the players defeat the other team, they will automatically receive their points. Of course, this is too cruel. There is no doubt that such rules will add spice to the quest. All the conditions have been announced. Now it's time to have fun and go to the Shadow Forest. After receiving the power, John gained enough confidence, but he does not want to go through the trials with the other participants. He approached his teacher and asked her to sign him up as a participant in the quest. Officially, he is only level 3, so even the teacher is afraid to let him take part in it. Hooligan Daniel turned his attention back to the Red Flame Emperor. He and his comrades want to beat this guy again in order to have some fun before the test. Lately, girls have been constantly saving John's life, and now teacher Milana has done it. Daniel was forced to retreat, and in the end, he promised that they would meet again in the dungeon, and then no one would protect John. The teacher agreed to enroll John in the competition, although she understood that he would hardly be able to compete with the others. No one even suspects that this guy has received incredible abilities and is now ready to surprise everyone. Margaret immediately noticed that there was a familiar guy among the participants today. She remembers that she bought an interesting artifact from John and will now keep a much closer eye on this character. With only level 3, he dared to come to the black market, and now he's going into the dark forest. This guy is really selfless. The time for testing has come, and very soon John finds himself in a dark forest, which is filled with troubles and threats. Here he will finally be able to show his abilities and test some skills. With the help of Hellfire, he cleared out the nearby monsters and gained easy experience points. Very soon he came across a huge web, in the center of which was a girl. In front of him is a real princess, a beauty named Jasmine. She will definitely have to be saved. It turns out that Jasmine knows that Sandra's older brother is standing in front of her. She knows that John has been unable to level up his entire life. She doesn't understand why this weakling came here. Did he really decide to die? Jasmine needs to calm down and look at this situation from a different perspective. Now it will become clear to her that in front of her are not words at all, but a person capable of serious actions. Now she is saved. John turned out to be much stronger than he seemed at first glance. They better not relax, because in this dark forest there is always the threat of being destroyed. The huge monster was nearby all this time and was waiting for the prey to come to its lair. John tried to save the young beauty and break the distance with the dangerous monster. He's not doing very well at this yet. It's immediately obvious that this guy hasn't yet mastered the skills of the Red Flame Emperor. This will take a lot of time, but now he doesn't have extra seconds. He needs to adapt very quickly. The web squeezed the two victims and forced John to get as close as possible to Jasmine. Such moments bring people closer, not only physically, but also spiritually, and this can be beneficial. Their hands were completely tied. No one canceled the possibility of helping themselves with their teeth. Within a few seconds, they were able to free themselves from the damned web and finally breathe a sigh of relief. Jasmine was very scared and kept repeating that it would be better for John to go home and not participate in this quest. She doesn't understand that this guy has received incredible abilities and now wants to catch up with all his rivals. We must not forget that the huge spider has not gone anywhere. All this time it was nearby and waiting for the opportunity to throw itself a party. The monster wanted to try some tasty meat, but as a result he ended up with some very hot spices for dinner. For many years John suffered humiliation and ridicule. Now he is ready to fully make up for everything that he lacked. He will never stop until he shows the world how good he is. Now everyone should respect him. The huge monster was torn into two parts with just one blow. It's hard to believe that a level 3 person could do this. He earned easy experience points and easily made Jasmine fall in love with him with his actions. Jasmine is a talented warrior, but even she has never encountered anything like this. Now you can calm down a little and take the items obtained from the destroyed monster. The Red Widow's poisonous fangs can be used as an additional weapon in future battles. John also received a Ring of Fortune. Now when used, all of his items can be improved with this artifact. Meanwhile, Jasmine didn't pay any attention to his conversations. It seemed like she had already lost her mind at the sight of this guy. At school, everyone called him a pathetic slug, but now he has clearly changed and become much stronger. At that moment, unexpected guests approached them, who noticed that Jasmine was still alive, and because of this began to insult her. They said that the Red Widow doesn't even want to eat her, which means that Jasmine is as much of a disgusting player as John. No one likes to be made fun of. Sometimes you just want to get a grenade launcher and destroy all your offenders in 1 second. After this, Brian's team started insulting John. They suggested that Jasmine give up this guy and join their team. Jasmine immediately began to defend her new hero. She is not going to betray the savior who pulled her from the embrace of death. Right at that moment, a terrible sound was heard that frightened absolutely all the players. It sounded like the roar of a demonic Tyrannosaurus. John laughed and advised Brian's team to run immediately. He is sure that these guys will not be able to stand against the monster because they are insanely weak. This almost started a conflict, but the players decided to calm down and save their forces for the battle with the monsters. John and Jasmine headed in a different direction to continue collecting experience points. Jasmine now wants to work with John in order to feel safe. This guy always has a plan. You just have to watch the bait, and then it will lead you to a big catch. Brian's team headed into the center of the forest, and within minutes encountered a huge Tyrannosaurus. Brian's team is ready to attack. These madmen think they can stop the monster. Brian is already imagining how he will enjoy life after he levels up and defeats the dinosaur. Within moments, the players began to attack the huge monster. The dinosaur was prepared for this plot twist and was ready to bite off their heads. This often happens in dungeons like this, with players overestimating their abilities too much. When they face real danger, they can't believe that the difference in their levels is so great. At such moments, players start to panic, call for help, and just cry, but it is very rare that someone helps them. Basically, they become dinner for monsters, after which their bodies disappear and no one can find them. Meanwhile, John and Jasmine were in the forest. They heard a frightened Brian calling for help. He tried in every way to avoid death and ran away from the dinosaur at the speed of light. Apparently, this guy is trying to do everything possible to set up other players and detain the monster. Stood in his way, he pushed the girl without a shadow of a doubt and hurt her once again. All this was done so that the monster would pay attention to her and be distracted from Brian. Only the scum of society used such tactics. Brian was pleased with himself. He felt that he had done what he had to and got rid of the weak participant in the quest. This guy has special skills that allow him to remain invisible and move through space. He thought he had set up his rivals and could now leave them alone with the monster, but that was not entirely true. All this time, John felt the energy of this guy and managed to grab him by the neck in time, although it seemed impossible. Brian had always remained invisible, but now he felt defenseless against this incredible power of the Red Flame Emperor. John is going to teach him a lesson, but only after he saves Jasmine from the clutches of a terrible monster. This time it took him no more than a few seconds to stop the dinosaur and save the beauty again. Seeing such skills, Brian immediately fell to his knees and began to ask for forgiveness for all his sins. It's too early to relax, only the first round was won. This is just the beginning. In reality, terrible people like Brian never change. They just try to lie in wait and deliver a critical blow. As soon as John and Jasmine turned their backs, Brian took out his hellish dagger and prepared to stab them in the back. A person who obtains the skills of the Flame Emperor becomes practically invulnerable. Now I have no doubts left. Now John's intuition is at an incredible level. He sensed danger even before Brian decided to strike. John now automatically receives all experience points and artifacts from a killed opponent. The system's defense mechanism has been activated. Brian has lost the duel and will now be automatically ejected from the dungeon. John has made great progress. Now he needs to come back to reality and remember who is behind him. The Emperor must activate all his strengths to stop this terrible titan. The dinosaur will pursue its prey to the last. It is ready to do everything possible to achieve success. With anyone else, he would have a good chance of winning, but it was too difficult to fight against a man with the power of an emperor. Step by step, John learns to combine skills and use the various techniques he has discovered in his new body. He also easily takes out equipment from his inventory and learns not only attack techniques, but also competent defensive actions. Jasmine was very surprised when she saw this guy's victory over the Hell Spider. Now she truly admires his abilities. She had never seen such a well-rounded player before. It was even strange to think that everyone considered him a pathetic slug. Step by step, John methodically destroyed his opponent's health and brought the sweet victory closer. It cannot be said that everything was perfect. He also had difficulties, and sometimes it was not at all sweet for him. Oddly enough, even in critical moments, he managed to turn the situation upside down and once again benefit from it. His blows to his opponent were merciless. The dinosaur had practically no chance to resist. Jasmine made no secret of her admiration. She used to go crazy over Ryan Gosling, but now she has a new idol. Jasmine decided to help and use the right spell to finally end this battle. The result was very unpredictable. The dinosaur was not destroyed. It turned into a small and cute demon. At first, John automatically perceived this as an unfinished battle and decided to destroy the monster while it was in a weak state. Jasmine immediately rushed to save this child and said that it was impossible to kill a defenseless animal. John ordered her to shut up immediately and explained that if the dinosaur was not destroyed, then in a few months it would definitely get hungry and eat them. Although it was quite cruel, one cannot help but note the fact that John acted very wisely. With one sure swing of his sword, he destroyed the monster and instantly felt a surge of energy. Jasmine instantly forgot about her pity for the dinosaur as soon as she saw how many experience points she received for destroying the monster. All experience points are divided into two parts because John and Jasmine became members of the same team. Now the Emperor wants to see how else he can spend experience points and whether it really affected his level increase. The system has detected a balance replenishment. John must continue to increase his level, and then he will be able to open access to other accounts. He will also gain access to the Red Flame Emperor's abilities and will be able to enhance his skills. In order to fight the boss of the Shadow Forest, you will have to spend a certain amount of points, for example, to unlock the Keen Eye. This kind of skill can really help. Now John has a competitive advantage over the rest of the quest participants. That wasn't all the good news. Jasmine asked him to take a closer look at what was happening right in front of them. By destroying the dinosaur, an important artifact was discovered. This unknown egg can be grown with experience points. If the players are too hungry, this egg can be eaten, but it is much better to wait for the creature that lives in this egg to mature. In this case, you can grow your own dinosaur and use it as a partner during battles. Jasmine apologized to John for constantly dragging him down and said that she really wanted to help him in critical situations. Perhaps all these words were said just to get a dinosaur egg, but John is not going to be led by beautiful phrases. Now he doesn't have time for this. He needs to continue to delve deeper into the dark forest and finally find the dungeon boss. Our main character didn't even suspect that the beautiful Margaret was closely watching him all this time. She was right, this guy is very talented. Now she wants to talk to Director Ian. Margaret started talking to the director about John. She wants to understand how this guy still remains at the 3rd level of skills. Director Yang said that no methods could help this young student become even a little stronger. Now it has become clear that John is disguising his skills. It only remains to unravel the reasons for his secrecy. The principal just found out that his worst student is in 3rd place in the rankings. It's hard to believe. Margaret funds these competitions, which means she can make her own rules and do whatever she wants. After seeing the Red Flame Emperor's skills, she suggested to the director to make the task more difficult for the players to make it more interesting to watch. The real world is much scarier than the 10th level dungeon, so students should be prepared for it. By this time, it was getting really hot in the dungeon because strange things started to happen. Daniel teamed up with his friends to kill other players and thereby get easy points and artifacts. It was clear from the very beginning that he was no better than Brian, and now there was no doubt about it. A few seconds later, the system notified the players about the rating update. Now earning points by killing other players will become much easier. No one could believe that John was in the top 3 teams anyway. He was now an obvious target for all the quest villains. Right now, Daniel's team is approaching our main character. Their meeting promises to be very tense. The leader of the group that was destroyed, the player Mario, tried to avoid the fate of his allies. He was running away from Daniel and his friends, at which point he almost became a victim of circumstances. Mario felt an incredible energy that surrounded him like hellfire. Soon he felt the approach of an unknown force, which belonged to an ordinary newcomer and his girlfriend. John knows he's a target for assassination now, so this guy wants to be proactive and take out all potential enemies. Mario knows that he is facing the biggest loser of the entire school, so he easily decided to challenge him. It was a big mistake, and after just a few seconds, the inexperienced warrior regretted it. John quickly absorbed all of his skills and points, and his team's rating increased again. Now he needs to be more careful, because it seems that Jasmine has completely lost her head and is not holding back her feelings. This is not the first time she imagines herself as the winner of the quest. All this can become a reality with the help of the Emperor. Right now there are only 3 teams left in the dungeon, and the portal clearing is nearing completion. John knows Daniel's character very well. There is no doubt that this guy is already trying to organize an attack on the rest of the raid participants. For now, it's best to ignore this. The main task remains to kill the dungeon boss. Shade trees are very well hidden in forests and are almost impossible to find without proper experience. It will be really difficult, but the reward is too high to refuse the difficult test. It was for this purpose that John activated the Keen Eye skill, which was purchased for 70,000 points. This technique illuminates the entire shadow forest and helps to find all living creatures that are on this perimeter. The Keen Eye did not disappoint its owner at all. Now he knows where to go to achieve the goal. John had an idea and ordered Jasmine to speed up and keep up. Meanwhile, the brother and his team tried to find the rest of the quest participants. They were already imagining how they would destroy John and take all his points, which would allow them to calmly take first place in the tournament. Soon they had problems. The system notified that the location of the Red Flame Emperor could not be tracked. Daniel gave the order to track down Jasmine, because her destruction would also give a large number of points. Jasmine didn't even have time to notice how quickly these dangerous players appeared next to her. They realize that they must kill the entire team, so they try in every way to find out where John is now. The beautiful girl resists to the end and is not going to tell where the captain of her team is. It soon turned out that it was all a trap, and now the lovers of easy work are forced to face a real monster. Daniel and his team constantly avoided battles with monsters and tried to attack weak hunters, thereby increasing their rating. Now they will finally face a serious test. In front of them is the final boss of the dungeon, the Shadow Tree. Until this moment, they thought the quest was too easy, but now they will pray and beg for mercy. The hunters quickly organized themselves and began to attack the monster. When death appears before their eyes, skills immediately improve. It must be admitted that the attacks of these warriors really work. The monster's health began to gradually decrease. Everyone knew what to do, and within seconds, the players were confident that they would be able to win. They rejoiced too prematurely. In the 10th level dungeon, it is impossible to defeat the boss without a bloody massacre. The Shadow Tree activated all of its skills, and now the players began to panic. None of them have encountered the Shade Tree yet, which is in its second phase. It looks truly terrifying. Not only did the Shadow Tree become much stronger, the monster also summoned allies from the forest to help it. Within moments, the players were completely surrounded. Their situation was not to be envied. Daniel thought that he had real professionals and great friends working alongside him, but at a critical moment, he realized that this was not the case. As soon as the opportunity arose, all his friends immediately left him and ran in different directions. Right at that moment, Jasmine was in mortal danger and hoped that her emperor would come to her aid. Everything was according to plan, so as soon as John waited for the right moment, he immediately came out of the shadows. Once again today, he saves a beautiful princess. It is impossible not to fall in love with this guy. Next to him, Jasmine feels like a fragile queen, although in reality she can be tough and uncompromising. Now they should take a little break from each other because the battle is not over yet. The real fun is just beginning. John must challenge the boss and his army, and not forget about a bully named Daniel. With his incredible skills, he plans to show everyone at the party that he can no longer be called a mere weakling. Daniel thought it would be an easy fight, but now he understands why John is so high in the rankings. The bully took out his axe and shield and prepared to inflict maximum damage on his opponent. Previously, he didn't even have to strain himself for this, but now these two characters have completely changed places. It feels like the Emperor is fighting some newbie who isn't even capable of landing any meaningful blows. John looks much more cheerful. If he continues in the same spirit, it will be difficult to hide his true level. Now it's time to deal with the monsters who have gathered to taste human flesh. Using a long-range attack, you can destroy all the monsters at once and get a solid boost in experience points. In addition to the monsters, the enemy players were also destroyed, as they were originally rivals. The Shadow Tree isn't going to give up without a fight. The boss just lost his army, and so he's taking their energy back. All this is necessary in order to fully assemble an incredibly powerful aura. This will allow you to evolve once again and turn into a real nightmare, which is called Shadow Mode. Now the boss is in the final stage of evolution. John must take this very seriously. The pull mode allows the boss to constantly change its location and attack from unexpected angles. We have already witnessed John demonstrate incredible intuition. Now he must once again show his best qualities. So far, it's hard for him to face such a threat. The boss's aura was too strong. One cannot ignore the fact that James still has not unlocked most of the Red Flame Emperor's skills. He has a long way to go in gradually improving his level before he can realize his full potential. Daniel was happy. He was waiting for this arrogant and self-confident guy to be torn apart by the dungeon boss. He doesn't understand that John is not going to give up at all because he hasn't used his hidden skills yet. After leveling up, the Emperor turned into an incredibly self-confident guy. Previously, he was afraid of every mosquito, but now, with the help of the Aura of Flame, he is ready to send the boss to meet the devil. It all ended as quickly and unexpectedly as possible. The system congratulates John on his victory over the boss of the Shadow Forest. This is his first kill of such a monster. The portal was automatically opened. Players can return to the outside world and forget about the danger for a while. Daniel still can't believe that this pathetic slug turned out to be so harsh and merciless. It's time to end the show. John is going to punish his offender, but Daniel asks for mercy. He promises to treat John like an older brother and obey all his orders without question. At this point, Daniel made the same mistake that Brian had made. He underestimated John too much. Everyone is used to the guy being too weak during his school days, so no one can believe that John should be taken as a serious threat. With the help of his speed, Daniel plans to return to the outside world and prepare a plan for revenge. He never realized that hellfire could reach any person even from a long distance. Just now, this arrogant bully was mercilessly destroyed. All his accumulated experience points and artifacts will go to John. In this miraculous way, the team of losers unexpectedly won the quest. Jasmine has never felt so happy. John is gradually starting to get used to her presence. After defeating the boss, the players received a reward. John had in his hands a precious stone, which is called the Heart of Nature. The real Emperor was not interested in such a trinket, so he decided to give it to Jasmine as a gift. After the act of a true gentleman, it was time to leave the dungeon, but as always, everything did not go according to plan. The dungeon began to collapse, and the system ordered the players to leave the area, which means that something went wrong in the outside world. The players sped up to run into the portal, at which point Jasmine fell and twisted her ankle. She asked her comrade to run away immediately and leave her here. John is not used to acting so meanly. He is ready to do everything possible to return to the outside world as soon as possible. With his strong arms, he threw Jasmine towards the portal so that she would quickly return home. Everything happened so quickly that John didn't have time to do the same. This doesn't mean she'll stay in the dungeon forever. This guy always has a backup plan. By defeating the dungeon boss, he received the Crystal of Return and can now return to the outside world at any time, even without the help of a portal. After activating the crystal, he found himself in a different place than where his journey in this competition began. For some reason, the portal was destroyed. This usually happens when there is an earthquake. Soon, John found Jasmine. The girl was very upset and cried because she almost caused the death of her hero. I had to calm her down a little and assure her that the Emperor had been in control of the situation all this time. Soon, loud footsteps were heard. A group of unknown characters was clearly approaching the young players. These were armed men in iron armor. They were sure that all schoolchildren should be in the gym. The situation quickly began to escalate. John realized that in front of him were representatives of the Black Tiger mercenary squad. When the world changed, this squad killed civilians in the safe zone. But why did the criminal group end up in this place? Perhaps the beautiful Margaret is involved in this case, but this theory still needs proof. The criminals saw that the weakling from the third level had a beautiful girlfriend and decided to take advantage of this. Even during the battle with the Hell Spider, Jasmine was not as scared as she was now. John asked her to calm down. When she was next to him, there was no need to be afraid of unexpected obstacles. The Black Tiger Squad took this as a threat and immediately began to attack the weak schoolboy. These guys are ready to cross the line and forget about all moral rules, just to have power in their hands. No one warned them that they were fighting the winner of the quest who single-handedly destroyed the boss at the third stage of evolution. Now it's too late to ask for mercy and call for help. It's all over for the bandits. These criminals began to beg John to stop and offer him money and all sorts of rewards. I had to set the squad leader on fire a little, so that they would understand that the Emperor of the Red Flame does not like to joke. It turned out that these criminals were hired by the Huang clan to kill the beautiful Margaret. Thus, the bandits gained access to the safe zone, as well as rare mana stones in order to kill the guards. The Han and Huang clans are constantly fighting each other, and this is constantly reported on TV. John decided to take pity on the last criminal because he had learned everything he wanted, and there was no longer any point in being insanely cruel. Now the entire school is surrounded by a magical barrier. It is almost impossible to get out of here and sell information to the Han clan. John must try to save everyone in need. He ordered Jasmine to find a safe place and hide. This guy is a very quick learner, and his skills make him an incredibly dangerous warrior that you don't want to mess with. He understands that the eldest daughter of the Khan clan cannot die, because it is Margaret who must give him the reward for winning the quest. In order to receive the reward, John must save her, and to do this he will have to strain every muscle in his body. All the warriors of the Black Tiger clan are very strong, so John can't use his keen eye yet, so Margaret has to wait a little while for his strength to recover. First, you need to figure out where all the hostages are being held. Then it will become much more comfortable to act. The bandits haven't had time to kill the teachers and students yet, but they could do so at any moment. A warrior named Brutus is the commander of the mercenaries and the most vile bandit of the entire team. He told Milana not to worry and said that she would have to try hard to earn the right to stay alive. This man knows no moral standards and has long since earned the right to the death penalty. Even Daniel doesn't consider himself such a terrible person. This bully felt an incredible thirst to restore justice. This kind of behavior could cost him his life. Now is not the time to act like a king. When Daniel fell to the ground, he saw that the mercenary captain had lost his knife and had completely forgotten about it. This is a good opportunity for him. He just needs to cut the ropes and free himself from injustice. Once this was done, it was time to strike the key blow and restore balance. It seemed like too simple a task, but in reality, everything is always much more complicated. Brutus was prepared for this turn of events. Blood was spilled, and the mockery finally ended. Only upon closer inspection can one notice that the blood does not belong to Daniel at all. Apparently, someone intervened in this process. The huge boar, who always loved to torment his opponents, was defeated by a skillful and precise blow. This blow was dealt by John. He watched everything that was happening and decided to intervene at the right moment. After that, it was time to deal with the rest of the mercenaries who were nearby. Daniel surprised with his behavior. Now John is ready to reconsider his attitude towards this guy and make him his younger brother. If in the past Daniel wanted to betray this guy, now he truly repents and tries to stand on the side of good. To do this, he must take a knife in his hands and deliver the final blow to the captain of the enemy group. As soon as this was done, he immediately raised his level and felt incredible grace. Now Daniel must forget about the path of a hooligan and turn into an honest man who helps people and always listens to John. It turned out that he was very pleased to hear words of gratitude, although before this guy only perceived the hatred of others. Now most of the hostages have been rescued, but this does not mean that the operation should be completed. John had accumulated enough energy to use his keen eye skill and finally find the missing Margaret. He immediately saw all the mercenaries who are in the school. Now he knows the exact location of each scoundrel. Daniel should take the teachers and the rest of the students and go to the warehouse. There are no mercenaries there, and it is a safe place. After that, John gave this guy the artifact he received after defeating the Hell Spider. Daniel has joined the light side. He must confirm his intentions with good deeds. He and the other students must avoid fighting, but if they do get trapped, each of them must make every effort to get out alive. Now John must focus on his next mission, which is to save the beautiful Margaret. He defeated the mercenary commander, but there is also a general here who is level 45, which is insanely high. This can't be done without additional support. Right now, John decided to spend points to increase the level of account connection. Within a second, his whole body felt incredible strength, and he leveled up once again. Now the Emperor's various talents are open to him. He just needs to choose what interests the player. He decided to use a defensive talent called Detonation, which helps improve his close combat technique. The Emperor already knows how to use this skill. Now he needs to find mercenaries and get down to business. Right now, mercenaries are talking about how the outer parts of the continent are still not safe at all. Horrible monsters are appearing everywhere, so most of the clans are trying to claim territories. The Huang and Han clans compete for such locations, because clearing the territory allows them to earn expensive resources. The mercenaries were too relaxed and thought they could feel safe. It was a big mistake. John waited for the perfect moment to attack and showed off the fire skills that had already become his trademark. His attack was so lightning fast that it was almost impossible to defend himself, and because of this noise, the deputy boss appeared on the battlefield. This large warrior is called Shotgun, and he loves to destroy small rats that stand in his way. John was prepared for this turn of events. He knew that he was heading towards a huge storm and prepared for it in advance. Now he should act according to the plan and activate all his defensive skills. Shotgun was used to taking out small people with his guns, but he had never encountered this level of protection. It seemed to him that in front of him was an ordinary guy who did not stand out in any way from all the other students. This is all because John is good at hiding his true skills and appears to be an ordinary person. The problems begin when he enters the fight, and his opponents begin to see how badly they are in. Shotgun began to lose control of the situation and decided to fry his opponent a little. To do this, he always carries bombs with him, which can increase his characteristics and set the enemy on fire. John was definitely not ready for this. He will have to change his strategy a little if he wants to win. Here you need to act much more straightforwardly, and when faced with brute force, you also need to show a steely character. With the help of the shield, the young player managed to get closer to his opponent, although during this time he received a lot of damage. To restore health, you can always use a potion that quickly increases the level of regeneration. John put so much pressure on his opponent that he made him look ridiculous from every angle. After that, all that remained was to deliver the final blow and finally end this stupid battle. The fat boar has been defeated and can now be turned into a wonderful appetizer for the school banquet. A large number of points were received for defeating a strong opponent, because Shotgun is the strongest person John has ever faced. He also received the keys to the dungeon. If he clears this place, he can earn a lot of money. John also opened the first treasure chest and became a pirate hungry for glory. This gives him the opportunity to purchase equipment, as well as get his hands on ancient magic crystals, which are worth at least 100,000. Such victories allow him to open new Overlord accounts. But first, he needs to turn the Red Emperor into a universal account for attack and defense. This will require a huge amount of experience points, but the results will be phenomenal. After some thought, John realized that it would be much more profitable to spend the accumulated points on activating another account. The system has no right to resist when a player makes an order and spends his points. He has just discovered Mad Max, a scientist from another world who has a talent for inventions that could destroy the galaxy. There are many secrets hidden in the mind of this character. This is a very extraordinary person who can be useful in a difficult situation. Mad Max does not have a fixed ability. His skills change depending on the chosen specialization. Now you can apply the skills of a master engineer. It's all really interesting. Step by step, John discovers new possibilities of the Emperor's system and becomes much stronger than his original form. An interdimensional artificial intelligence appeared next to him. This robot is called Waltz. He explained to John that the main feature of this account is madness. Now John will be much crazier than ever. With the current master engineer specialization, you can decompose and combine objects that are related to engineering. All this helps to create new and more powerful items. It is an insanely useful skill. At the current user level, you cannot modify high-level objects, so you need to increase your rank. John can freely switch between accounts except when he is in combat. Now the conversation should be over. We need to go to the restroom, where the representatives of the Black Tiger are based. It is here that they hold their main hostage, the beautiful Margaret, who is beginning to lose patience. She knows that her father will destroy anyone who tries to offend her even a little, but the Black Tiger is not going to listen to these tales. He is the boss of the entire organization. With the help of the tears of the Gorgon Medusa, this guy was able to stop Margaret's guards, who were high-ranking warriors. The Black Tiger has nothing to do with the clan war. He is just doing his job as a mercenary and nothing more. He received more than 50 million from the Huang clan. If Margaret is willing to double this offer, then he will gladly let her go. The beautiful Margaret does not play such games. She warned the Black Tiger that he would never get such money and would soon regret being born. Such words angered the dangerous mercenary. His task is to kill Margaret, and he is ready to do it right now. This will not be so easy to do because the beauty knows how to defend herself at the right moment with the help of an energy shield. In fact, this is not her skill at all. The energy shield was activated by a third party. He remembered that Margaret had helped him during his troubles on the black market. But even so, she would have to pay him again for saving him. This newcomer never ceases to amaze her. Now he has to fight the Black Tiger, but does John have enough strength? We've seen him level up and gain new abilities, but the Black Tiger is a true professional in the killing field. Margaret advises this handsome man to run away immediately and forget about the beautiful deeds that could cost him his life. Her energy barrier will soon be destroyed, so most likely both of them will not get out of here alive. Jonah decided to use some stealth tactics to amuse the local mercenaries. By that time, the Black Tiger already realized that he had encountered an unusual schoolboy. With the help of Mad Max's skills, John can change ordinary objects. Today he changed bombs. Instead of the usual explosion and fire wave, these bombs activate the web of a hell spider, an approach that can be called innovative. The attacks of such a powerful mercenary cannot be contained by such a web. Something more dangerous will have to be used. The Black Tiger broke free from the chains of hell and took out the sword that made him a legend. He began to attack John, who actively defended himself with the Emperor's shield. It turned out that even such defensive skills were not enough to repel the attack. The main character's health dropped to critical levels. This means that we need to abandon the idea of defense and finally go on the counterattack. With the right actions, you can make a Black Tiger suffer and beg for mercy. Margaret didn't believe they would get out of here alive, but now she's close to changing her mind. The end of the battle is rapidly approaching, with each participant in the battle constantly raising the stakes. The higher the skill level, the more uncompromising the battle becomes. Mad Max's skills have come into their own once again, as John has just created a new type of weapon that attacks the enemy non-stop. With this weapon, he plans to break through the Black Tiger's defenses and riddle his body with holes. If the opponents had been a weaker warrior, this plan would have been implemented long ago. The reality is that John is fighting a very dangerous bandit who has been through a lot of tough battles. During all this time, the Black Tiger learned to adapt to his opponents, so he was able to stop Mad Max's weapon. Only now will he understand that the weapon was a distraction, a simple bait that takes all the attention to itself. John chose the perfect moment to attack and finally delivered that crushing blow. He came close to completely killing his opponent, but his pressure was not enough. The Black Tiger felt like he was trapped in a cage, and at such moments he becomes especially dangerous. A seasoned mercenary injected himself with an evolution injection to change his form. It's hard to even describe what happened next. It all looked like some kind of unknown magic was being used. Until this point, John has been fighting a man. Now he will have to challenge a monster, the sight of which will make even the most fearless warrior in the world tremble. Oddly enough, the Red Flame Emperor was not nervous at all. Even now he remains calm. The insane cold-bloodedness is an indication that John understands how strong he is. Somehow, Margaret's guards managed to remove the stone's spell and are now back to life. In fact, it was John who helped them free themselves from the stone's shackles, back when he was eavesdropping on the conversation in the break room. He used his skills and freed these two high-ranking warriors. Now the Black Tiger must feel the triple power. It is unlikely that he will be able to survive in this hellish battle. Very little information is known about the guards, but just look at how they fight, and it immediately becomes clear that these guys are real professionals. With their blows, they knocked out the Black Tiger and smashed his body through several walls. John didn't even have to enter the battle. He just calmly watched and admired the techniques of these twins. Now Margaret is finally free. She didn't believe in this guy. Now she will have to take her words back. The Emperor reminded her that he had saved her for a reason. Margaret had to pay him a substantial reward, and also not forget about the gift for winning the quest. Now the Black Tiger will not cause any problems. He has returned to his original state and is calmly awaiting his fate. Margaret happily handed the guy over to John so that he could take his experience and equipment. The young Emperor is always happy to raise his level, especially if it requires practically nothing to be done. After killing the Black Tiger, Margaret offered her rescuer to join forces with the Han clan. Margaret asked the guards to leave the room and leave her alone with this handsome young man. With every minute of conversation, she becomes more and more interested in this guy. She sees in him an incredible thirst for development and making money. An experienced beauty knows how to quench this thirst, but to do this you will have to get closer. He demonstrated his decent fighting potential and earned the right to join the clan's reserve team. After the change in dimension, a new future has arrived, which is associated with the discovery and clearing of all kinds of dungeons. Clans fight for the future that is hidden in the dungeons. Team Han takes the leading position due to great strength and financial support. If John joins them, he will not only receive access to resources, but also high-priority access rights. He will receive a salary that he never even dreamed of. This will allow him to literally bathe in money. Margaret didn't just come to this school for no reason. She understands that the threat from monsters is constantly increasing. She needs to select the most talented warriors and join them to her clan in advance. If John joins her team, he will be able to leave the dangerous place and move to live in safe zones of the continent, which are only accessible to influential figures. John had never heard of such proposals, and he still cannot hide his surprise at what he just heard. He probably thinks first and foremost about his family members, who can be saved by moving. Margaret went on for a long time talking about the various benefits of cooperation. John will receive the latest equipment, and his family can always count on high-level medicine. Margaret really liked this guy, which is why she is so interested in his skills. John asked for some time to think about it and immediately received the beauty card. There are 20 million on this map, which is a gift for John for saving Margaret's life and an opportunity to relax a little. In a few days, Margaret will leave this territory, during which time John must make a decision. After this, he spoke to the director, who was shocked by what had happened. By that time, the director had already learned that John had not only won the competition, but had also saved all the hostages. He congratulated his student on his incredible progress and said that he now treated him completely differently. There will be a weekend in the next few days, so he can relax a bit and spend time with his family. Of course, after completing all the tests, John immediately went to the city's central hospital. There he was convinced that his father's treatment was going according to plan and that he was now feeling much better. By that time, Sandra had already learned that John had won the local competition and congratulated him on his rise in ranking. A few moments later, Dr. Christopher entered the room, bringing with him a very serious-looking person. Next to him is the chief physician of this hospital. Mr. Thompson is a very respected person throughout the city. He is known as an excellent specialist in the field of medicine. After examining the patient, the doctor was ready to leave, but was stopped by John, who wants to speed up his father's recovery. He is ready to buy any potions because he recently got access to a credit card with a large balance. Mr. Thompson immediately recognized the black card of the eldest daughter of the Han clan. He was surprised that such a card fell into the hands of an ordinary schoolboy. John didn't even have to explain anything. The doctor immediately changed his attitude towards him and his family. Thompson then ordered his assistant to immediately bring all available items that were in his hospital. Just like that, an event happened before our eyes that illustrates the influence of money on medical systems. With the help of finances, you can easily improve your health. Although if John did not have this money, his family would be forced to suffer. At the last moment, new problems arose. It turned out that all the antidotes that were in the storage facility had been stolen. As soon as the situation improves, everything immediately goes wrong, and this is far from the first time, probably. All this was done by the hands of the previous director, who was kicked out of the hospital with a scandal because of a fight with John. The head doctor immediately apologized to the family and said that he did not want this to happen. The Red Flame Emperor immediately began to inquire where he could buy a similar potion in order to cure his father. Most likely, the director will sell the potion on the black market, so John will have to visit this place again. The director's position at the hospital is now vacant. It would be nice if Christopher finally got a promotion. This guy has earned Thompson's trust, so he is now on probation as director. Christopher became a true friend of the family, as he always acted fairly and honestly towards all patients. Now John must go to the black market to get the necessary potion. Sandra is not going to let him go alone. The younger sister wants to go with her beloved brother. She is no longer little and has discovered her abilities for many years now. The parents were not against the children being united. Spending time together would be good for them. John took his high-balance black card and set off with his sister to find adventure. The black market area is always dangerous and never boring. Young people always attract a lot of attention because bandits consider them easy targets for their attacks. Sandra wanted to intervene and show her strength, but her older brother asked her to calm down and step aside. John doesn't want his little princess to get hurt, so he decides to resolve the conflict on his own. It is unlikely that his self-confidence will be enough to make these three hooligans go their separate ways. Rather, they will become even more angry. Sometimes abnormal events occur when a group of school children beat up experienced warriors. John was very surprised by what happened. He did nothing at all, and his opponent was knocked out cold. One might think that Sandra intervened in the matter, but this is not the case at all. She was next to her brother all this time. Some unknown guy destroyed the entire squad of bandits with a few successful moves. John and his sister immediately became interested in the person of this man and the motives for his actions. This man is not going to tell his real name. He has only one pseudonym. They call him Mr. Nobody. John didn't like this guy, although Sandra didn't hide her surprise in front of this handsome man's face. It must be admitted that he looks very confident and gives off an incredible aura. Sandra needs to calm down. She shows her emotions too much when she sees hot guys. She needs to be a little wiser. Mr. Nobody doesn't look like a bandit. He knows the area and offers to act as a guide to keep the young warriors safe. Of course, nothing is free, and such offers often end in serious problems. It turns out that Mr. Nobody is a graduate of the school where Sandra and John study. He just wants to help the younger students as an older friend. Finally, Sandra remembered who was in front of her, a school legend named Alejandro. He didn't expect that after so many years, rumors of his achievements would still be known. It's always nice to hear that you are remembered. John was in no hurry to praise this guy. He kept his composure and tried to consciously analyze the situation. Alejandro is very famous among women because of his beauty. At the end of his studies, he significantly raised his level and began to be called a genius. It was decided to trust this guy and follow him, although no one canceled the increased attention. Very soon, John learned that his new comrade was a member of the reserve team of the Huang clan. He immediately became interested in this information and called his little robot named Waltz to help. John asked Waltz to make him a system that could see through a person like an X-ray. Waltz immediately thought of something forbidden and warned his master that he was too young for such thoughts. I had to explain to this guy that John had completely different needs in mind. He wanted to know if the person was actually lying. All this is possible thanks to the reading of the heart rate and other biological characteristics. Waltz said it was possible, but some experiments needed to be done first. John decided to ask his sister who she thought was more handsome, him or Alejandro. Sandra immediately said that her brother is the most handsome in the world. Of course, this is a lie. In reality, she considers Alejandro much more attractive. This means that the lie detector is working. Now you can ask Alejandro pointed questions. John was trying to figure out if this guy knew about what happened at school. It turned out that Alejandro knew nothing at all. Val's confirmed that this man was not lying. In any case, we need to take a closer look at him. This guy clearly has some kind of secret. Within a few minutes, the young warriors approached the black market building. The local guards greeted Alejandro as their friend. They wished him luck and easily let him inside. After that, they looked closely at John and immediately changed their facial expressions. It seemed like a potential conflict was brewing, and Alejandro would be forced to intervene. In fact, everything went without his intervention. The guards began to smile and offered John cigarettes and some alcohol. Nobody expected this plot twist. Apparently, John is considered a very influential figure here, although he is just a schoolboy. Very quickly, John and his sister received a pass to the black auction building. All this became possible because rumors about this guy quickly spread throughout the area. Now everyone knows that John is friends with the beautiful Margaret, and no one crosses his path. Alejandro was now much more interested in this person and decided to keep a closer eye on John. A few moments later, the players found themselves in the main hall of the black market. There are, as always, a lot of people here. You need to be careful not to get into trouble. Alejandro said that he had a lot of things to do, and finally he decided to offer John full-fledged friendship. To do this, he sent an application to the system. John happily accepted the offer. After that, they went their separate ways and agreed to meet in a few days. John feels that Alejandro is a nice guy, but at the same time, there is no denying that this man has some secrets. A moment later, John noticed that someone was watching him closely. He turned his head and saw a beauty who was constantly looking in his direction. Her name is Jessica. She noticed this guy for a reason. Jessica even offered him a drink. John was a little confused by the close attention of such a beauty. Sandra intervened in the process and said that her brother was still just a child, although this was not at all true. It turned out that Jessica knew the guy's name. It seems that rumors about John even reached her. She is a representative of the Han clan and wants to help John feel comfortable. A second later, she took his hand and said that she would personally take him to the VIP apartments so that John would feel at home. Local men have been trying for years to get the minimal attention of this woman. Of course, they will envy this imposter. Sandra also feels uncomfortable that her brother is being picked on so brazenly. Be that as it may, but after a few moments, Jessica led them to the VIP guest room. Here, John can calmly choose the items he needs and buy everything he is interested in. He immediately found the potion for which he came to the black market. Just recently, Director Felix stole this potion from the hospital and put it up for auction. This seems rather strange, because the director could have continued to hold a high position, but for some reason decided to flee with the stolen goods. Now John will try to arrange a meeting with the director in order to personally buy the items. To do this, he asked Jessica to give him a little support. You need to interest Felix, and to do this, you will have to offer a higher price for the potion. Thanks to this, the director will immediately agree to a personal meeting where this scoundrel can be taught a lesson. The meeting was quickly arranged. Felix arrived at the black market in disguise. John was looking forward to this meeting and looked incredibly calm, like a boa constrictor. Felix immediately recognized this impudent guy but tried to control his emotions. John showed the black card of the beautiful Margaret as proof of his solvency. The former hospital director was surprised and realized that he was dealing with a very rich man. He immediately refused to lie, showed his true face, and said that he was ready to reconsider their relationship. All this was done only because John initially recognized him, but it seems that this is not a problem now. Within moments, Felix demonstrated the potion that had been stolen from the local hospital. Now the mind game begins. John will try to understand why the director stole the potion, because he held a serious position and could calmly continue to live a comfortable life. A huge number of questions rained down on Felix, and he felt incredibly uncomfortable. He was afraid that John might call the police, so he immediately tried to leave the black auction area. The guards immediately grabbed the bandit and demonstrated their strength to him. If he is a criminal, then no one will allow him to leave this area peacefully. Jessica realized that she needed to intervene in this conversation because she was the oldest one here. She represents the Han clan and therefore must conduct her own investigation. This will be possible thanks to her special eyes, into which artificial intelligence has been implanted. Within seconds, she realized that the potion actually belonged to the hospital and had been stolen without prior consent. The fat slug must understand that he cannot steal such items, and thereby take away the lives of ordinary people. He must pay dearly for his actions, so Jessica orders the guards to throw him to the monsters. At first, Felix begged her to change her mind, but Jessica was absolutely heartless. Within seconds, Felix started laughing and said that soon, the safe zone would be completely captured and wiped off the face of the earth. Only the government of the old god can save humanity. These were his last words. John immediately drew his attention to this. He was interested in the words of a simple god. He decided that only Jessica could answer such questions and tell what this fat boar meant. The representative of the Han clan immediately calmed the students and said that it was better to ignore these words. For many years now, there have been statements that safe zones will be destroyed. Until this point, nothing like this had happened. People had learned to fight monsters and build residential areas away from dangerous places. Now John finally got the potion, and he didn't even have to pay a big price for it. Jessica helped him get the antidote for free. Now she hopes he will thank her. She wants this handsome young man to satisfy all her hidden desires. If Sandra hadn't intervened in this conversation, we could have witnessed something very interesting. Unfortunately, the sister doesn't like the fact that her brother is being seduced, so she orders Jessica to settle down. The experienced woman tried to calm Sandra down and said that she was only offering John a few cocktails. Jessica is eager to get to know John better, and there's nothing wrong with that. John recalled that he had saved over 3 million thanks to helping Jessica, and he said that he planned to use the money to buy equipment for his younger sister. She can choose what interests her. The equipment will help her increase her rank and gain experience. At the same time, Jessica received a notification that a secret auction was beginning. In order to get to such an event, you need to be a VIP client of the Black Auction and make transactions for large sums. Since Jessica is a representative of a serious clan, she has free entry to the secret auction and can take an additional visitor with her. John received an invitation to go to such an auction and look at the most interesting items imaginable. He became interested in this opportunity and told his sister to stay in this room and continue choosing her equipment. It turns out that the secret auction is being held in the dungeon in order to be away from prying eyes and ears. A few moments later, the Red Flame Emperor found himself in an interesting place. There are many people gathered here trying to hide their identities, while the secret auction has officially opened. Valls noticed that he felt a familiar energy. There was no doubt that Alejandro was here. It's strange to see a person who is a clan member gaining access to such an event. It's very suspicious. There is no time to pay attention to this yet, because the auction offers the first artifact. A level 70 magic crystal can be a great support for any player. The auction participants began to compete for such an artifact, and the winner turned out to be very unexpected. Alejandro decided to buy the crystal and pay a lot of money for it. It turns out that he is not poor at all. Over the next half hour, many more items were played out. All of them had interesting characteristics, but John was in no hurry to fight for them. Jessica even tried to make a gift to her friend. John thanked her for her help, but said that he would personally buy the artifact when he had extra money. Soon the moment of truth arrived. Finally, an item appeared that could interest our main character, a drawing of a steel heart. John immediately realized that this was a great opportunity to improve Mad Max. Jessica said that such artifacts are of little interest to other users. All because of the very specific use of the item. This means that John should face no competition at all. He took part in the auction and very quickly offered several million for the item. Jessica was surprised by this guy's interests, because practically no one competes for such drawings. John didn't feel any competition and easily received the very item that would make him stronger. He was pleased to take part in the secret auction, especially knowing that the most serious representatives of the continent were gathered there. Now Mad Max's account will be much stronger. John will open up new possibilities. One of the new benefits will be the ability to activate your own robot. A few seconds later, he saw the prototype of this robot and was very surprised. Waltz looks extremely happy. This robot will be happy to cooperate with such a mechanized girl. After his success, John witnessed the raffle of many interesting items. Each subsequent lot cost more and more. People were ready to tear each other's throats to get their hands on the valuable artifact. Never before had John seen such interesting and expensive items. Jessica was right when she said that the secret auction was for the most interesting items. John was very lucky to be in this place, because here you can even buy a real robotic tank. The auction continued with more and more items coming into circulation. John was very surprised when he learned that there were artifacts that he had never heard of before. It's almost time to play for the final artifact, which will be featured in today's secret auction. Eddie's artifacts became the resurrection of detachable spirits, which has the mystical power to resurrect dead people. Even Jessica was surprised that such items were being raffled off today. She doesn't have enough money with her right now to take part in the auction. Walt said that at first, during the Dark Ages, people were unable to discover such resurrection skills. Such items are incredibly valuable and cost a lot of money. The Red Flame Emperor did not even suspect that besides people and monsters, there were other races, such as demons. He will need to delve much deeper into this mysterious world and find out everything that is unknown to him. At the beginning of the auction, we saw Alejandro acquire a crystal for himself for several million, but now he has gone completely crazy. More than 300 million were offered for the last item. Of course, no one could compete with it. John was surprised to see this man throwing money around, even though he was supposed to be an ordinary person from the Huang clan's reserve team. This guy is much more mysterious than he may seem. In the future, we need to take a closer look at him. The secret auction finally ended, and thanks to it, John learned a lot about the new world. During all this time, Sandra still had not chosen the right equipment for herself. John thanked Jessica for her help and said that he would definitely see her again. After that, he helped his sister choose equipment and bought everything she needed. Now it's time to take a little break and look at your inner capabilities thanks to the system. During this time, John has already opened 2 accounts and can now switch between characters. He bought the necessary items for Mad Max and thereby increased his abilities. He needs to continue progressing, earning points and coins in order to open new accounts and increase their overall level. Now it's time to deal with the robot that became available after the new update. John has to make his own transformer out of it. All of it is handcrafted. At first, the Emperor wanted to make himself a male robot, but little Waltz constantly reminded him that it would be better to make a female robot. His propaganda worked. John changed his initial opinion and began to form a beautiful assistant. Waltz was constantly giving him unnecessary advice. This robot is too interested in creating a beautiful girlfriend. John chose the right parameters and tried to make his own personal Snow Queen. Then unforeseen circumstances occurred, and the system notified the user that an internal error had occurred. After a few seconds, the error was corrected, but one should not think that all this was an ordinary accident. Strange things started happening just a few minutes later, when the robot was fully activated. Instead of the Snow Queen, John saw little Lila, who was different from the characteristics he had deliberately chosen. The little robot opened his eyes and looked at his creator, trying to understand what was going on. John was shocked by this beauty. Now he is the owner of this girl and can do with her whatever he wants. Within a few seconds, she was crawling over to hug him and thank him for existing. In fact, John is hugging the hellish devil and doesn't even suspect her true intentions. She is the most powerful robot in the entire M79 Nebula. Lilu has been waiting a long time for her revival. Waltz looked at this robot and did not understand why her aura showed an abnormal black color. Probably everything because she is a smart robot who will soon try to take over the whole world. Lilu plans to use her master and then escape and take control of the entire galaxy. John doesn't even suspect these problems and feels extremely relaxed when communicating with this beauty. Lilu seemed incredibly confident until John made her wash dishes at his house. It turned out that her consciousness was completely free, but her body unquestioningly obeyed the Emperor's orders. John ordered Lil to do all the housework and protect his loved ones from unexpected threats. Even if she doesn't like it, she remains a robot who will definitely obey John's orders. This is how this self-confident empress turned into a slave of a schoolboy from planet Earth. The next day, John went to school where an important event took place. The director gathered all the students to tell them how the previous competition ended. He paid special attention to John, who showed incredible courage, and not only won the competition, but also saved all the students from dangerous mercenaries. People still can't believe that John is such a talented guy. For many years, he was unable to progress and became the center of ridicule and name-calling. Daniel has gone over to the side of the Fire Emperor and now defends him and beats everyone who does not agree to accept John's greatness. Even despite everything that happened, people still treat him too superficially. The principal asked John to come up on stage and say a few words that would motivate the students. The emperor stated that he acted in accordance with moral standards and only wanted to do something good. As a gift, the school collected huge donations from patrons in order to thank its hero. John had never received such gifts before, although that was not all. The principal took out a very important artifact, which is a school relic. This item is called a map of the monuments of the old world. This map was created by a great graduate of the school, a treasure hunter named Charles. This hunter embodies the spirit of the school, always moving forward and exploring the unknown. Treasure hunters explore the wild dungeons and monuments of the old world, to then sell the coordinates to large guilds and factions. Charles is the greatest explorer of the Black Earth era. He selflessly pursued the goal of establishing the true map of the world. This hunter never craved money. He just wanted to draw a map of the dungeons and relics within a 2,000-kilometer radius of the safe zone with his own efforts. As a result, this man went too far and never returned, but his story became a legend. Charles never paid attention to the ridicule. He continued to look forward and pursue his goals. This man is a role model, an idol that modern school children are ready to follow. No matter how accurate the map of the area is, the director still wants John to accept this artifact as a gift. It's all because John has courage. He must live up to the director's expectations and surpass Charles. Soon the formal part of the school event ended with unforeseen circumstances. Quite unexpectedly, new problems appeared in the center of the school. A rift in the dungeon arose. Within a few seconds, dangerous monsters capable of easily tearing the students to pieces began to emerge from this rift. The first such monster was a level 15 wild boar. This guy is always looking for something to eat. One of the weak students found himself in a difficult situation. He was ready to become a boar's dinner, but help came from a completely unexpected side. John was prepared for any plot twist. He reacted in time and stopped the boar. Soon Daniel and Jasmine came to his aid. In difficult times, they were ready to lend a friendly shoulder. Now dangerous monsters have begun to emerge from the rift to fill the entire city. John is confident that Lilu will protect his family so he can focus on clearing the school grounds. In order to stop the monsters, you will have to try hard, especially considering the numerical advantage of the enemies. John and his team began to fight, each of them clearly understanding what needed to be done. It was nice to see Daniel in action. The guy was able to quickly switch to the light side. New cracks appeared on the street and everything around began to crumble due to the influence of monsters. John fought hard to once again prove his title as the Emperor of the Red Flame. He has already been recognized as a hero who must surpass the legendary Charles. Now John has no room for error. If he wants to achieve greatness, he must protect not only himself, but also all those who need his help. Now he'll have to work hard. This time John will have to face an abnormal number of monsters. There is no doubt that he is ready for this. Just now, with one movement of his sword, he cut off the arm of a huge wolf. John gradually improves his skills. First, he defeated a terrible spider, and only then went into the dungeon. Step by step, this guy is gaining incredible confidence and is progressing day by day. This allows him to surprise not only himself, but also everyone around him, who finally begin to believe in him. With the help of his friends, John is ready to do a lot. Even the most desperate warrior always needs the right support. Monsters are constantly appearing from the portal. Now the entire area of the city is filled with these hellish creatures. John isn't the only one trying to clear the area. Guys like Daniel are also willing to take charge. Doing dirty work is an important part of a player's life, which is why they earn so much. Daniel is progressing step by step, and together with his new boss, is rapidly improving his skills. When they work as a team, they look like real dreams. Team, it's always nice to watch. Now we can turn our attention to Jasmine, although she has often remained unnoticed lately. Before John awakened his powers, Jasmine was one of the most talented players in the school. Now her abilities have not gone anywhere, everything is just the opposite. Jasmine is progressing even more in order to reach the level of her partner. John activated his keen eye skill to find out where people who needed help were. He saw a map of the area and realized that most people had already been rescued, although there were still school children and teachers who were under threat. He ordered his partners to go to another part of the school and help the local students. Daniel and Jasmine didn't want to work as a duet, so I had to show them who was in charge and remind them that they had to obey the Emperor of the Red Flame. These two must find a connection with each other, because in the future, they will have to constantly work as a team. Daniel feels like he has already changed a lot thanks to working with John, even though they have only been working together for a short time. Either way, this guy feels that the Emperor is the right person to follow. John is trying to clear the area around the gym because most of the students and teachers are there now. He activated the system and asked to switch between accounts. Now he wants to get the power of the Emperor again. Its level in real life continues to rise slowly, but this is practically irrelevant because this level is falsified. In reality, John is much stronger than everyone else thinks, so he doesn't have to worry about the opinions of others. After defeating some monsters, he managed to increase the amount of experience points. Now these points can be integrated into his skills. It was decided to increase the offensive capabilities of the Red Flame Lord, because now the first thing to think about is attack, not defense. People who are unable to challenge the monsters are now gathered in one room in the hope of salvation. Not everyone is lucky enough to have incredible skills, so not everyone can cut off monsters' limbs so easily. Soon their shelter was destroyed. The slain monster broke through the wall with its huge body. This means that John managed to come to the rescue in time and clear the perimeter in front of the school territory. He said students and teachers could safely leave the classroom and head to the school shelter where they could safely wait out the storm. The area around is protected so no one will attack these defenseless people. John has already taken care of that. Now he has the opportunity to go to the school's secret room where collections of real relics are kept. It turned out that the door to this room was open, which meant that John was not the first one to come here during the storm. He was very surprised to see the huge number of precious artifacts that were behind these doors. He also couldn't help but notice the beauty who had turned her back to him and was in a vulnerable position. This girl's name is Maria. Judging by her reaction, you can immediately notice that she did not expect to see John here at all. The Emperor of the Red Flame was not at all taken aback, and even managed to joke a little about her frightened reaction. Maria is not the kind of girl you can joke around with the weather. She was nicknamed the Ice Queen because of her incredible abilities. She has long proven her talent and attracted the attention of serious clans. It is strange that she did not take part in the recent quest of the Dark Forest. Maria was unhappy that John saw what she was doing. She decided to attack him and destroy the witness of her crimes. The Ice Queen wanted to steal the local relics, but John calmly repelled her attack and said that he was not interested in all this at all. Now he's focused on saving people from real threats, like a giant mutant gorilla that just crashed through the wall of a secret room. Maria was not at all confused and immediately began to attack this huge monster with her ice powers. It seems that this girl overestimates her skills too much. She is still a schoolgirl and is not ready to challenge such powerful creatures. Her protective barrier couldn't withstand several attacks, leaving her in an extremely vulnerable position. A few more seconds and this beauty will turn into dinner for a huge mutant gorilla. John was very close all this time and intervened in this unpleasant situation in time. Recently, he has come to love rescuing beauties. He feels most confident in this role. All that remains is to ask Maria to be silent for a bit and entrust her fragile and tender body to a true professional in the field of murder. The huge King Kong already regretted that he had entered this territory and challenged ordinary schoolchildren. He thought that he could easily tear it apart, but he didn't even suspect that the Emperor of the Red Flame would rise before him. Now John has completely mastered this account and feels like a fish in water. His skills leave no room for doubt in this guy, which is probably why people around him begin to admire him. Mary was ashamed to be near her savior after he witnessed her crime. She decided to simply disappear, but in the end she promised to meet John again in the future. He doesn't care about this girl at all. He hasn't changed at all since the past. He's still interested in achievements and not everything else. Now he is in the room where all the school treasures are collected, and this cannot be ignored. You will have to take all these artifacts into your own hands and then hand them over to the director, if he asks for it, of course. Meanwhile, the school children gathered at the local shelter, and it must be admitted that they were well organized. After the recent events, the school has increased the security level of this shelter. Now they should feel quite comfortable. The director said that nothing bad would happen because the monsters on the streets were not strong enough to break through these walls. Jasmine and Daniel are already here. They helped everyone in need and directed them to this shelter. Jasmine is constantly worried about her emperor. She hopes that John will soon be there. Soon a loud sound was heard. Someone was clearly trying to break into the school shelter. Daniel was delighted and ran to open the doors. He was sure that the Emperor of the Red Flame had finally cleared the perimeter and came to his friends. It turned out that this was not the case at all. The concrete walls of the shelter could not withstand this onslaught and began to collapse like a house of cards. Daniel realized that something terrible was happening, and now he would have to use all his available skills. Right now in front of him is a huge demon that came out of the other world. Everyone around thought that the monsters on the street reached level 30 at most, but this guy was much stronger. That's why he was able to get inside. It doesn't mean that the local school children will happily kneel before him. Daniel showed that he was ready to take responsibility and challenge the monster, but his skills were not enough to stop such a titan. There is a real panic among the students and teachers. The problem is that there is nowhere to run from here. It is a closed space. The students immediately felt the demon's skills. It seemed to them that their heads were about to burst from overexertion. Jasmine also tried to somehow stabilize the situation. but even she was powerless against this terrible element. The school principal realized that he needed to join the fight. Now was not the time to think about his age. This man is a very talented warrior and is capable of demonstrating incredible potential. He was immediately seriously injured and realized that his song was coming to an end. Now all that remained was to choose how exactly to leave this mortal world. The director admits that he will pass away sooner than his friend Charles, but he fulfilled his destiny and passed on the map of the area to the next generation. Now young and talented John must use this card and continue the work of his ancestors. Director Ian did everything he had to. This legendary figure is now trying to sacrifice himself in order to save those around him. He already deserves applause. Unfortunately, John was late, but his arrival in any case gives these people hope. He just activated a special attack talent, the first form of Red Flame, which would last for more than 3 minutes. He immediately demonstrated what he was capable of and began to mercilessly attack his enemy. There are a huge number of students behind them who need a strong hero to protect them. It was not easy for him at all. The huge demon had already been through a large number of wars and knew how to act in such situations. Using his mental skills, he infected several students with zombie madness. These students immediately went crazy and began attacking not only John, but everyone else as well. The Red Flame Emperor was ruthless. He realized that these zombies were now an obstacle to victory, so they needed to be destroyed. Some might say he was too cruel and killed his comrades, but John couldn't do otherwise. The epidemic flared up like gasoline touched by a lit match. Everything happened as quickly as possible. At this point, John immediately received serious support. His team members felt additional energy after the arrival of their boss. Daniel and Sandra did everything they could to calm the zombies down and let their boss fight the demon in peace. It was necessary to activate a protective barrier in order to limit the space from the madmen. John was in control of the situation, but at times he felt it was getting too hot. I had to connect my new high-precision weapon in order to somehow delay the huge demon. At that moment, when the demon let down his guard and lost most of his health, John began to act much more actively. Together with his weapon, he managed to break through the opponent's protective shell and gain an advantage. Now he needs to land a critical hit that will finally put an end to this crazy battle. First, you need to activate all possible skills and protect all participants in this battle. Using the skills of the Red Flame Emperor, John was able to move to another space where no one but the monster would be harmed. The demon had never met such people who were able to activate such a technique at such an early age. In front of him is a schoolboy who doesn't like injustice, so there's nothing strange about it. John has shown incredible power and the potential to defeat the most powerful monsters in the world. He destroyed the demon just like that, just when his additional stats had run out of charges. As a result of defeating the monster, he received a large number of different artifacts and important items. It's worth remembering that while clearing the Shadow Forest dungeon, John received a dinosaur egg, which he still keeps in his inventory. Now this egg requires the consumption of important micronutrients, so a compromise has to be made. I already want to see as soon as possible what will hatch from this egg and how John will use this creature. After that, he returned to the real world to make sure that his comrades were okay. Jasmine had never been so happy to see this man. She was afraid that the battle could end very badly. This girl is sincerely worried, so you shouldn't be too harsh with her. Over time, she will understand that there is no need to worry about the Emperor of the Red Flame. Most of the students and teachers were saved, and they sincerely thanked their hero for coming to the rescue in time. It is also worth noting that the school principal is still alive, although he lost consciousness due to a huge imbalance in internal energy. He will have to undergo a full course of therapy, for which John must go to the black market and find a restoration potion. All of this is very important, but first you need to go home immediately and make sure that his family members are okay. He tried to contact his sister and ask her some questions regarding security. At the last moment, the connection was lost. John even thought that right at that moment, a monster could attack his family members. He immediately sped up and ran towards his house to make sure that this was not the case. What he saw a few minutes later shocked him and made his heart beat at an incredible speed. The house was absolutely completely destroyed. It looked like the same thing had happened that he had seen in his dream a few weeks ago. Soon John heard a cry for help. He saw a hunter who was close to becoming a victim of the monster. The Emperor of the Red Flame is used to coming to the rescue and saving people. Now in such moments, he acts automatically. The huntress was saved and even given the opportunity to drink her own potion to restore the lost balance of power. She said that most people have already been evacuated from the 9th zone, and they are all heading to the safer 8th zone. The monsters attacked without warning. No one expected such a strong attack that would affect all parts of the city. People are powerless in the face of disaster, so all they can do is flee to safer areas. Right now, another monster appeared next to the hunters, a gray leopard capable of tearing apart even the most dangerous warrior. John had not yet had time to prepare for battle, and at that moment, he was already betrayed by the man he had recently saved. The talented hunter just wanted to save her life and calmly go to a safe zone. She thought that it was possible to sacrifice one person to save her own life. It seemed to her that there was nothing wrong with that. Such situations always end very badly. After a few seconds, her heart will stop beating. John did not interfere with this process, and only when the huntress stopped resisting, he finally activated the skills to kill the beast. At the end, she apologized and said that she didn't mean to do that, but it's everyone's business. John has always understood that there are people who are willing to betray others for their own gain. This does not surprise him at all. Just before her death, the girl gave him a map of the safe zones in order to somehow atone for her guilt. John should immediately head to the nearest shelter and hope that's where all of his family members were sent. By that time, a large number of soldiers had gathered in the nearest safe zone, trying to protect the civilian population from the Titans from another world. There are experienced warriors here, such as guys like Captain Django, along with his partner named Sean. They never lose optimism and hope that they will be able to reach the 8th safe zone safely. All this time, they were waiting for their partner to return after clearing the area, but her phone stopped answering. She appears to have become a victim of circumstances, although she had always stood out for her cautious actions and prudence. They were a great team, but everything comes to an end sooner or later, and all you can do is accept it. There are many civilians near the soldiers. All these people are just trying to survive at any cost. Among the civilian population, you can notice a young family whom we have already become acquainted with a long time ago. Lilu does all the dirty work and carries a huge amount of her owner's things. She planned to take over this world, but as a result, her skills are suppressed and amazing things happen around her. Planet Earth has proven to be a difficult test, but Lilu still hopes to regain her power sooner or later. People tried to get to the safe zone and finally get rid of the thought of all this horror. At the moment when it seemed that the worst was already behind us, a new breakthrough in the dungeon occurred. A terrible monster appeared next to the soldiers, who did not come alone, but took several comrades with him. A mad massacre began for which no one was prepared. Now it will be difficult to reach the safe zone. Civilians began to panic. They realized that there were very few soldiers and they would not be able to protect them. The huge monsters felt that you were the masters of the situation and decided to take advantage of the moment. Sandra has long been waiting for the opportunity to demonstrate her skills, because before she was called a young genius. She is ready to close her family with her own hands and sacrifice herself to save her parents. Such self-sacrifice can be used as an example of ideal upbringing and excellent moral values. Sandra was ready to die and had already fully accepted her fate. Then she heard the sounds of a sword. Crazy Lilu is finally free from the grunt work and has the opportunity to have some fun. This robot guessed that on Earth everything happens differently. You need to constantly kill monsters, and only then your skills will gradually increase. A plan immediately arose in her head on how exactly to restore her former strength and take over planet Earth. To do this, she will have to mercilessly kill monsters and do everything possible to protect the members of the family with whom she now lives. The soldiers also did everything possible to protect civilians from this disaster. Captain Django found himself in a terrible situation, and thoughts of death began to creep into his head. His assistant Sean was too far away to help his captain at this critical moment. Django remembered the very events that made him reconsider his views on life. Because of the monsters, he lost his family while he was at work, which was a painful blow for him. Then he vowed to never stop and do everything possible to cleanse the planet of these creatures. Such memories give him additional strength in the most difficult and crucial moments. He managed to get out of this hellish meat grinder, but he did it not only with the help of his own skills. The captain was greatly helped by Lilu, who got into the swing of things and began to chop down all the monsters that came her way. This robot is not afraid of big challenges because even Donald Trump himself would envy her ambitions. If Lilu feels that she is facing a strong opponent, she simply activates her best weapon and starts shooting in all directions. If anyone thinks that this little girl can be defeated so easily, then they are making a big mistake. She managed to clear the entire perimeter. One could even say that she did all the dirty work instead of regular soldiers. Lilu is currently at the initial stage of her development after she was able to reincarnate. This means that she has too little energy reserves and cannot withstand such stress. The captain told the survivors that they needed to get away immediately and reach the safe zone as quickly as possible. Sandra is very afraid that her brother will not be able to find his family, but Django knows how to fix the situation. Within a few minutes, John found himself in this very safe zone where the terrible events had just taken place. He saw that there had been a brutal massacre here, and someone had left a message for him on the wall of the shelter. He immediately realized that his sister was caring about him and wrote that they were moving towards the 8th safe zone. Among the wounded soldiers, he found radios for communication, but was disappointed because the equipment was already out of order. Now he needs to go to the black market to fix the radios and also buy a potion for the school principal. The black market was also fun. Apparently, the local guards managed to stop the monsters and destroyed everyone who came to them without permission. Jessica was very close and met this young guy right at the entrance to the black market building. She said that nothing terrible had happened here. The local merchants were extremely mercantile creatures who did not care about murders and disasters. Such people are always ready to make deals, even if a nuclear war breaks out on the entire planet. John immediately said that he came here to ask for help and explained everything he needed. Jessica is always ready to help this guy, especially in those moments when his sister will not interfere with them. Now is not the time for such conversations. John asked to solve the issue with the radio, and within a few seconds he received a new device. He immediately contacted his family and found out what had happened and where they were now. Sandra told her brother absolutely everything that had happened and assured him that the situation was under control. John asked to give Lilu a mana crystal to eat so that she could regain her strength and continue to protect the family. He also used the map he had received recently and gave the coordinates for a quick entry into the safe zone. Captain Django was very surprised, but he had no choice but to listen to the advice of this young player. After this, John was ready to leave the black market, but near the exit, he saw a strange situation. Some horrible guys were harassing a girl who just wanted to ask for help for her family. The Red Flame Emperor immediately intervened in the conflict and said that he would not allow the little princess to be harmed. This beauty's name is Lisa, and John is ready to help her if she pays him more than 1,000,000 coins. She doesn't have such opportunities now, but if she finds her parents, she will be able to thank John for his help. To do this, he must protect her from local hooligans, monsters that are on the street, and also help find her parents. For John, this is not a problem at all. He doesn't even have to strain himself to destroy a few hooligans. In less than a minute, he dealt with everyone who tried to pester Lisa, and he didn't even have to strain himself to do so. This guy has learned how to professionally make women fall in love with him. He is not only handsome, but also incredibly effective. Lisa has worked hard and can now afford to pay a substantial reward to her savior. John is heading downtown, so if she wants, she can go with him, as can Jessica. There is no point in her staying in this dangerous place, because she needs to meet Margaret somehow anyway. The black market traders were surprised to see this schoolboy interacting with women. Within minutes, Lisa and Jessica had changed their clothes and were ready to travel through dangerous places. They quickly reached the city center and saw that some strange phenomenon was happening in the sky. This is clearly not a normal dungeon rift. There are evil forces at work here that John has never encountered before. Lisa has a very strange induction skill. She senses external energy, and now this force is causing her incredible pain. This means that something demonic is happening in the sky, and John really wants to figure it out. Beautiful women are not going to let him go into a dangerous place without their support. They offer to unite and act together. Before our eyes, another team of players was born. John, as always, united strong personalities around himself. They managed to get closer to the center of the energy barrier and see what was really going on here. Some unknown people activated a huge crystal that emitted incredible power. People in country suits are only at a basic level and should not be a serious problem. John and his allies tried to attack these strangers and stop the evil ritual. Even with the powerful attacks of the defense, the barrier was not broken through, although even the Red Flame Emperor tried to deliver his signature blow. John understands very well that he needs to think outside the box here. He needs to find a way to break down the barrier. To do this, he decided to combine several elements that were hidden in his inventory. To do this, you will have to use items that were taken from the school's secret storage. If the principal finds out about this, John will have serious problems with his grades. In any case, now it was necessary to act quickly. So he activated the necessary artifacts and organized a large-scale explosion. The dark energy barrier really couldn't withstand such tension and began to crumble like sand. All these strange people were experiencing incredible pain. They fell to the ground, screamed, and begged for mercy. Within a few seconds, an explosion occurred that completely destroyed the red crystal located in the center of the barrier. John managed to protect himself and his comrades with the help of the Emperor of the Red Flame's protective block. After the explosion, he woke up and realized that Lisa was sitting on his face, and this was not a dream at all. Due to the shockwave, the girls found themselves in a not very natural position, which turned out to be quite funny. Now it's time to look at these sectarians and interrogate them to the fullest extent of the law. He will try to find out why they tried to open this portal and what goals they are pursuing. These madmen are supporters of the government of the old god. John had already heard about this creature from the director of the hospital named Felix. John activated his mind control skills to force the insane to obey his commands. It actually worked. Within seconds, the man with tattoos on his body began to bow before his new god. The Old God Government is an underground religious organization whose main goal is to bring the ancient gods back to this world. The ancient gods must lead humanity to a new world, but to do so, they must sacrifice a huge number of civilians. Very little information is known about the ancient gods. They can be summoned using a red crystal, which is created from the blood of people and monsters. The madmen try to make the maximum number of sacrifices to their gods in order for a new era to come. Soon John lost control over the man, and the cultist activated self-destruct mode. If John had not protected the girls nearby in time, they would all have turned to ashes. He had to hug them at the very last moment and take the brunt of the blow on his back. Now they want to continue hugging. Margaret and Lisa have already forgotten about the main purpose of their research. John tried to examine the red crystal, but information about this artifact is completely hidden. He understands that he has witnessed something very important, and now he is obliged to intervene in this process and prevent other gods from seizing power over planet Earth. If you look high into the sky, you can see that the rift has not disappeared, which means that somewhere nearby there are more followers of the new god. That he was too deep in thought and completely forgot that he was in the center of the city, where there were a lot of monsters. The reaction failed the Emperor of the Red Flame for the first time. He was lucky that a friend was nearby. One of his comrades skillfully used the sword and cut the wolf into pieces. This man turned out to be Alejandro, who by a mysterious coincidence was very close. By that time, John and his friends learned that the cultists were using equipment purchased from the Juan group. It is in this group that Alejandro works, so his presence here is extremely suspicious. Jessica had never believed in coincidences in her life, so she decided to take decisive action. John was forced to intervene in the conflict and offer to talk calmly and sort out the situation. In fact, this is his cunning plan. He wants to relax Alejandro and then find out all his secrets. Jessica is willing to give in to this argument, but she still suspects the man from Huang's organization too much. Alejandro has the usual explanation for the situation. He was sent to the city center to evacuate civilians. After he finished his work, he saw a rift in the sky and ran towards the center of events. By this time, Lisa looked very scared. She was very tired and wanted to go home. I had to explain to her that now we need to start saving the city, and only then we can go in search of her parents. The hunters united to find the rest of the cultists and stop the attempt to invade this world. This was not difficult because Lisa has a great sense of energy and can do the work of the navigation system. This whole device was made by Juan's group. If Alejandro wants to show his loyalty, he must personally deal with this problem. He pretends that he's only a second-class citizen in this organization and does not know all the details. In any case, he knows the basic information. Juan's organization sells its developments to absolutely anyone who wants them. To prevent such developments from being used against the Huang organization, they insert special mechanisms into their inventions. Alejandro knows how to activate this mechanism and turn on the self-destruct mode. He did everything to show that he is an honest man who does not try to betray his friends. It's unlikely that this will affect Jessica that much. She will still be suspicious of this person. In any case, he raised the level of trust and did everything John asked of him. All that remains is to destroy the red crystals, which are filled with the blood of people and monsters, and still pose a threat. With one precise movement of his sword, John also made efforts to clear this location. Alejandro was incredibly surprised. He is a very talented warrior, but he did not notice his comrade's attack at all. Now he will have to be more careful with the Red Flame Emperor, because this is a man not to be trifled with. It seemed that everything would go according to plan, but sometimes events change at the last second. The cultists began to unite with the help of some unknown force. The same thing happened with the broken crystal. It is unlikely that this energy belongs to this world. Something similar can only be seen in other dimensions of the galaxy. John and his team are forced to face a demon from the other world. This demon cannot be compared to ordinary monsters. Monsters can be called animals that have gone through a stage of evolution and turned into titans. When it comes to demons, completely different laws operate here, which cannot be explained. We'll have to be patient and fight, and as the leader, John will have to take on most of the work. His comrades are in a vulnerable state, especially the girls who are not accustomed to taking part in such an uncompromising fight. The demon has excellent regeneration skills and also combines attack and defense well. This means that he is a very dangerous opponent who should not be underestimated, but at the same time he is not immortal at all. It will take a considerable amount of time to determine his strengths and weaknesses, as well as to find vulnerabilities in his defense. John and Alejandro tried their best to pierce this guy's skin. So far, all their attempts did not even leave a scratch on the demon. With the help of the induction skill, Lisa is finally ready to help. It seems that she has already found the demon's weak point. The main part of the magic and the demon comes from a large crystal that is located on the shoulders of the monster. It even looks more like a heart than a normal crystal. Waltz also intervened in the process. He conducted research and stated that with the help of previously obtained crystals, it is possible to invent a weapon that will defeat the demon. For this, John asked Jessica for a gun. She is a fan of firearms and always has a spare gun. Now it remains to activate the process of strengthening unification. The Wandering Wind will be connected with the magic blood crystal. The result was a bloody Wandering Wind. Its attack will be accompanied by sucking blood and piercing the enemy's armor at incredible speed. To begin with, the opponent must at least be distracted, because all this time, he has been stopping his forces and preparing for the second phase of the battle. The team of players united and began to attack the demon from different sides to throw him off his guard. John wants to be able to act more covertly, and Alejandro is ready to help him with this. At the beginning, he gave John the magic gloves, which would be able to increase the characteristics of the Red Flame Emperor. After this, Alejandro rushed towards the demon in order to help the girls in the distraction operation. John has gained room to maneuver, and now all he has to do is realize his hidden advantage. Now John looks like he turned into Iron Man and got part of his suit. This appearance may frighten an inexperienced opponent, but is unlikely to affect a demon from the other world. John landed a few attacks and damaged the demon's defense mechanism, but this was not enough for a complete victory. You will have to increase your speed and power and deliver a large number of blows without stopping. If you show courage and heroism, you can reach the very heart of this demon. There is no doubt that the Emperor is now fighting against the strongest opponent in his career. Each new challenge becomes more dangerous, but in such situations, John is never alone. His team members took on the defensive role in order to free up opportunities for attack. They will distract the monster and protect John, giving him the opportunity to calmly concentrate on attacking actions. When a team turns into one single mechanism, then victory becomes a matter of time. Today's situation is no exception. John felt exhausted and asked for help from Jessica, who always carries important potions with her. A potion like this could help him in the future. There was no point in putting off that benefit until tomorrow if there was a risk of dying today. John doesn't want to think ahead. He's interested in the current moment, which now forces him to act as effectively as possible. With an extra injection of energy, he felt every muscle in his body begin to burn like hellish lava. The Emperor could not contain his emotions and completely surrendered to the process. The demon had never faced such pressure before. All this time, the monster from the other world was trying to attack, but now it completely changed its strategy in favor of defense. Sooner or later, such tactics had to bear fruit. After numerous attacks, John finally broke through the monster's protective barrier. Now his attacks have begun to really hurt this titan from another galaxy. He needs to continue in the same spirit, and then victory will not be able to slip out of the Emperor's hands. Rather, John managed to rip out the demon's crystal heart and smash it with the help of a mechanical glove. The monster was completely neutralized and destroyed. John lost the rest of his strength and almost lost consciousness. Now he has lost absolutely all his energy. He will have to replenish his strength for several hours, during which time he will not be able to fight fully. John hopes that his friends will take care of him during this difficult time, but it seems that he overestimates his comrades. Alejandro raised his sword and walked towards John with a very mysterious face. It was very much like a challenge. Lisa and Jessica intervened in time and blocked the boss, who was immobilized with their bodies. The situation has become extremely tense. It seems that everything will explode if even one person makes one wrong move. It seemed that the battle was inevitable, but after a few moments, Alejandro thrust his sword into the ground. He pretended to be misunderstood and had no desire to start a conflict after defeating the demon. All this time, Jessica constantly did not trust this guy, and now her suspicions have increased several times. This young hunter did nothing that could be killed, but it is also impossible to turn a blind eye to this. Alejandro said he had no intention of attacking John, but if he had had such thoughts, two fragile girls would not have been able to stop him. The Red Flame Emperor pretended that nothing dangerous had happened and expressed complete trust and support to his ally. He believes that at the moment we need to unite and not try to create conflicts within the team. At that moment, Waltz appeared, who reported that dark energy had been noticed. Alejandro really had the intent to kill, but it was unclear who exactly was his target. This man becomes a big mystery that John will have to solve in the near future. Meanwhile, the girls began to rejoice. The sun shone again over the heads of the players because they managed to prevent the invasion of the ancient god. It is worth reminding them that now is not the time to celebrate. This is just a small victory. There is no doubt that the sectarians will regain their strength and try to change the world again. Now John is in a terrible state. He needs to wait for the energy to be restored and hope that his friends will help him get to the safe zone. Jessica planned to contact the beautiful Margaret. She was very surprised when she found out that her boss called John first. Now Jessica doesn't understand her emotions. She is either very jealous of John or jealous of him towards his boss. Margaret called this guy as soon as she had the chance, which shows that she is very interested in collaborating with the Emperor. Very quickly they learned how things were in different areas of the city and agreed to meet near the secret passage to the 8th safe zone. Alejandro told about the rumors that were spreading around the city. Everyone knows that John is in a very close relationship with Margaret. In fact, this is not true at all, although people like to imagine things that do not actually exist. A team of players united to go through the difficult path to the safe zone. Now the number of monsters has significantly decreased, so nothing should prevent them from arriving at the meeting place on time. Captain Django, his partner, and Emperor John's family have been here for a long time. They are the only representatives of the human race who managed to survive the attack on the District 9 shelter. The family is incredibly happy to meet their beloved John. At times it seemed to them that they would never meet again. Our hero's younger sister looked especially happy. Sometimes she worries about her brother's life more than about her own personal destiny. Now the worst is over, they are reunited and can safely cross the bridge and reach a safe area. Lilu pretends to love this family, but in reality she only wants to free herself from her weakness and take control of the planet. While her body absolutely does not obey her mind, she's forced to carry out absolutely all the orders that John gives. The beautiful Margaret also arrived at the meeting place along with her twin guards. She just reported that no one has the right to relax, because a terrible dragon called a Jiru has been spotted in the area. This monster is an incredibly strong level 90 creature. John has never encountered such a threat before. Margaret said that this was reliable information and that she had seen this terrible dragon with her own eyes. Jiru is an incredibly dangerous monster that nearly destroyed the defense of her 2 bodyguards. John decided to calm this beauty down and said that she needed to relax and he could help with that. In fact, the Emperor did not mean anything bad, but the people around him, as always, misunderstood everything. The Jiru dragon is one of the 28 most powerful monsters in the universe. This is classified information that only influential people know about. If John wants to challenge this monster, he needs to accumulate enough energy and level up. Now, in the area of the city where the dragon is located, representatives of Margaret's team are fighting. The strongest hunters on her team are there, who can keep the monster away from people. John is interested in becoming the very man who will defeat this terrible monster. He had just learned that the first one to defeat the monster would be given the opportunity to enter his personal vault and take all the accumulated rewards and artifacts. This will allow John to not only get valuable items, but also earn over 2 billion coins. He had never encountered such sums in his life. If this money appeared in his account, he would clearly lose his mind. John must show new skills if he wants to defeat this dragon. The previous techniques will not be enough. He will have to spend all the accumulated points in order to improve his connection with the Emperor or open a new account. During a short pause, Django and his assistant approached John to find out how he knew the location of the hidden entrance to the safe zone. John reported that this information was given to him by a huntress who was a member of their team. He hated to say it, but the girl had died in a battle with monsters. He decided to lie a little and said that in the last minutes of her life she protected him from a terrible leopard. John hopes that words like these will help leave good memories of this hunter among her friends. This is the least he can do. It would be wrong to tell everything that really happened. Meanwhile, John and his friends were approaching the 8th safe zone and had already seen the entrance to this place. Sandra was the first to run towards the unknown and almost became a victim of circumstances. Here, unknown hunters await her, who don't look like they want to make friends with anyone. John immediately stepped forward to protect his sister and all the other team members. In front of him is an unknown one-eyed pirate who is in no hurry to give his name. This man and his partners came here to make money from influential and rich people. His plan is quite simple. He will not let anyone into the safe zone until he receives a serious reward. All the people gathered here must leave him their money and equipment and only then enter the 8th zone. His team is very well trained, so he is so confident that he will remain unpunished. The guards of the beautiful Margaret decided to teach this guy a lesson and show him who is the boss here. Everyone around was very surprised when they saw that the one-eyed pirate easily defended himself from the twins' simultaneous attack. Very quickly, these guys were defeated, although before they seemed absolutely invincible. Other members of the Emperor's team also wanted to intervene, but quickly changed their attitude towards the situation. Now they are in a clearly losing position, so it is better for them to calm down and not get nervous. John had only recently earned some money, and now he would have to lose even the little money he had. All this is necessary in order to get to the safe zone, because now John has no other choice. He thought of challenging this pirate, but his energy has not recovered and he is now in a vulnerable state. Margaret has a huge amount of money. She decided to pay the required amount in order to get rid of the problems. The pirate was very pleased with how events were unfolding. Everything was going exactly as he had planned. Having received a solid reward, he took his sleeping friend and said goodbye to the gathering of losers. At that very moment, he finally said his name. His name is the Grey Wolf Ray. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding aura immediately changed along with Alejandro's facial expression. Finally, Ray said that he is not afraid of revenge, and that his enemies can always find him and his team. At that moment, there was a burst of energy that almost killed the Grey Wolf. The frightened pirate turned around and tried to figure out who exactly dared to challenge him. This man turned out to be Alejandro, who changed his appearance before our eyes, turned into a wolverine and said that he had been waiting for this meeting for 5 years. Finally, everyone realized that all this time Alejandro had been hiding his true form and power. This guy has been pretending for a long time and has finally shown his true talents. The Grey Wolf ordered all his assistants to open immediate fire on the target and destroy the enemy. The result was loud explosions that rushed towards the mysterious warrior named Alejandro. There was a very bright explosion that should have destroyed all of the player's protective equipment. When the smoke cleared, it became clear that the man remained safe and sound, even despite the fierce resistance. Today he's taking revenge for his sister, whose name is Anna, who used to collaborate with the Grey Wolf. She was on the same crew with this terrible pirate, but then, according to rumors, she stole the money earned by all the crew members and disappeared without a trace. Never in his life will Alejandro believe that his sister could do such a thing. He knows very well that she's not that kind of person. For many years, he waited to meet the Grey Wolf in order to take revenge on him for the impudent lies he spread about his sister. Alejandro is not just an experienced hunter. He is actually much bigger and stronger than one might think. This man sold his soul to the devil long ago and has now acquired incredible power capable of crushing anyone who stands in his way. Ray is not going to give up without a fight. This old pirate knows how to fight because he has been through a huge number of hellish battles. His mechanical armor is ready to fight the demon. The Grey Wolf will rely on his experience. Alejandro has youth and a desire for revenge on his side. All we can do is watch this battle and wait for the end of the battle. John and his comrades have protected themselves with a barrier to avoid being harmed. They are not going to take part in this. The demon was seriously injured during the battle, but it is unlikely that this will stop him on his way to his goal. Alejandro completely immobilized his opponent and made him look like a helpless invalid. Now he orders the Grey Wolf to tell the truth that he wanted to hear from the very beginning. In fact, the situation is completely different. It was the Grey Wolf who stole all the equipment and earnings of the team and spread rumors that Anna did it. After that, she was banished to Sunset Canyon, and no one ever heard anything about her again. Most likely, Anna is still in Sunset Canyon, but it doesn't matter now, because the Grey Wolf ended his miserable existence. He was crushed like a worm. John and all his friends look scared. They are not stupid at all and understand who Alejandro really is. This man sold his soul to the devil in order to gain incredible power and find his sister. In the past, he was actually willing to kill John because he envied his powers and large family. Alejandro wants to leave this territory and go in search of his sister. Sandra cannot believe his betrayal and wants to pierce his heart with her arrow. At the last moment, John intervened in this situation and asked his sister to calm down. In fact, he would have done the same thing if his family had found itself in a terrible situation. Alejandro helped open portals to the ancient gods all over the world. In return, he received demonic power to save his sister. It was a fair deal. There is no point in sorting things out now. They will meet again in the future, and then everything will be completely different. Now you can safely head to the safe zone, which is very close. To begin with, John suggests taking the equipment and gear from all the dead warriors that belong to the Grey Wolf's team. This will allow them all to level up and earn a lot of points and coins. John and all his friends felt an incredible boost of energy that would allow them to fight new monsters. At the entrance to the 8th safe zone, many soldiers have gathered and are performing their duties. They are not going to let anyone into this territory. Refugees from the 9th zone have no right to get here. John is the companion of the beautiful Margaret, so his entire team ended up here as an exception to the rule. John had long since gotten used to what was happening. There was inequality all over the world, and it was like that even before the changes happened. Soon planes appeared carrying representatives of the elite team of the Han clan, are gathered here, forced to perform their duties and protect Margaret. The beauty said that she wanted to protect not only herself, but also her friends. The squad leader, Silver Bullet Melanie, announced that an emergency regime had now been declared, and Margaret must obey her orders. Father and the young master are very worried about Margaret, so they sent an elite protection squad here. Unfortunately, Margaret can do nothing. She is forced to submit and cannot protect John and his entire family. The Red Flame Emperor has been in much worse situations, so he knows what to do. John remembered that Margaret had proposed to him to join the Khan clan. Now he intends to agree to these conditions and join the clan. This will mean that his entire family is now under the protection of the clan. John is willing to do this only on his own terms. He must be given the right to organize his own team to protect the beautiful Margaret. Everyone was shocked by such actions, but they understood that this guy knew what he was doing. He plans to organize the Emperor's team and take into it all the close friends with whom he has already collaborated. Margaret has no reason to refuse this guy because he can provide her with full protection. Margaret began to talk about all the nuances that concern the teams that work for the clan. Teams are constantly trying to complete important tasks in order to receive solid rewards and precious artifacts. There are also downsides to this job because you have to compete with each other and go into serious confrontation. John has no doubt that he will not have any problems because he and his team are ready to defeat anyone who tries to take the reward from them. Of course, for such cooperation and full protection of Margaret, he is going to receive a very serious salary because this guy loves money. First, John wants to defeat that very dragon that has been talked about so much. This will allow him to reach an incredible level and no longer be afraid of anyone. The parents are very worried about their son, but they cannot block his path of development. Right now, the best representatives of the clan are hunting for the dragon fat, so we can expect wild competition. Lisa looks a little upset. Even though she found her family, she doesn't know where to go, because in the 8th zone, they have no home or finances. John is always ready to lend a helping hand and offer cooperation. If they work together, then Lisa will be able to fully provide for her parents. This is a great opportunity for her, although Sandra will definitely be jealous of her brother with any beautiful woman. Captain Django and his assistant Sean have been living in the 8th zone for a long time. They plan to go home quietly. The Emperor is happy when he sees that everyone has their own clear plan. Now they can think about their personal future. John is forced to leave his family. He hopes that Lilu will be a wonderful protector. Finally, the beautiful Margaret and Jessica promise to support him before the dangerous mission. They transferred some money and various artifacts to his account that might be needed in the battle with the boss. John went to the 9th zone, which is now filled with dangerous monsters. First, he logged into the system to look at his potential for evolution. He has several options, but the most interesting option is to pay millions of experience points to unlock all the Overlord's abilities. He currently lacks balance, so he will have to work to make up for the shortfall. He also managed to contact his friends who are at school to find out how they are doing. The students and teachers are fine, but the principal has fallen into a coma due to lack of energy and urgently needs to drink a recovery potion. Now the Emperor has a perfect plan in his head. He will give the potion to the director, then destroy the monsters to earn the required number of points. After this, he will have the opportunity to increase his abilities and finally challenge the main boss, the Dragon Fat. The Red Flame Emperor went to his school to carry out the first part of the plan. He met with the director and gave him the potion so that Mr. Yang could finally feel healthy. I had to tell the director that some artifacts from the secret room were used to fight monsters. The director took it absolutely normally. He was only angry that he was too old to help John fight the monsters. This man used to be a very dangerous player, but now his glory days are long gone. John said goodbye to his friends and went to carry out the second part of the plan. He plans to destroy monsters that stand in his way. All this is necessary in order to increase the number of experience points. With the help of destroyed monsters, you will finally be able to increase your connection with the master and unlock new abilities. It'll take a little sweat, but when you're choosing the player path, it's something you get used to. John began to destroy every monster that challenged him, and he did it with the utmost efficiency. The monsters from the portals were shocked by the strength of this schoolboy. Until this moment, it seemed to them that they would not even feel resistance. The number of monsters in the area was too great, so John came up with an interesting plan to clear the area. He started shouting loudly and calling all the monsters to open hunting season on him. Within a few minutes, this guy was running away from a whole crowd of monsters who were trying to catch up with him and rip his head off. When the monsters thought they were already very close to this guy, a little magic happened. The Emperor activated a protective barrier that trapped all the monsters in one large prison. After that, he calmly activated the machine gun mode and began shooting the monsters from a long distance. It was too cruel in execution, but creatures that try to destroy the world and all its inhabitants deserve cruel punishment. There's no point in trying those who already deserve to die. We need to act exactly as John does. By defeating the monsters, he earned several 100,000 experience points and made up for the deficit. An important artifact was also obtained, which may play a role in this story in the future. John was completely relaxed and didn't think about anything. At that moment, armed soldiers approached him. This squad of peacekeepers is led by Captain Jason. He advises John to tell who he is, otherwise everything will end sadly. The Red Flame Emperor immediately stated that he was not going to fight. He was just an ordinary student who was a little lost. Captain Jason immediately ordered his assistant to analyze this guy because he looks too suspicious. There are a huge number of monster corpses around John. Now the Emperor must explain what happened here. The captain is not going to play childish games. Even when he talks to a student, he remains tough and uncompromising. While John does not lose his composure and calmly answers questions, he stated that he was passing by and saw the corpses of monsters and decided to examine them. Then he began to ask many questions and tried to find out who was in front of him. The captain reported that they were a team of peacekeepers approaching the city center for a major battle. The peacekeepers have long been rivals with the Khan clan and hate the memory of these warriors. Jason speaks especially badly of Melanie, who is a powerful warrior and goes by the alias Silver Bullet. John said that he was an ordinary student and wanted to learn much more about the rivalry between the clans. Jason did not tolerate such impudence and with one movement of his blade cut off John's head. There is no need to worry. All this was nothing more than a copy of our main character. The Emperor used the puppet to always stay safe. Now it's time to fight. John had no intention of attacking the peacekeepers, but if they themselves choose the path of war, then he accepts the challenge. Captain Jason immediately ordered all his warriors to immediately attack this impudent student. John will have to spend his energy reserves in order to repel all of their numerous attacks. After that, he will definitely have the opportunity to counterattack and make his opponents know what vendetta is. The Red Flame Emperor acted very calmly, as if he had already been through thousands of similar battles. Opponents who tried to attack him from behind had no chance to reach the heart of our main hero. Like a hurricane, John swept away everything in his path, but it was never enough for him. He felt he needed more options, and so he called on Waltz for help. The artificial intelligence suggested that he use another artifact that had been nearby all this time. John decided not to put off such items for the future, because he always lives only in the present moment. He just activated Macon's coffin armor and turned into an Iron Man with incredible attack speed. Now he will act much more vigorously, and no one will be able to stop him. John began to destroy all his opponents as if he was fighting with ordinary children. These rivals turned out to be girls dressed in robot gear. John never considered himself a gentleman, so he doesn't care who exactly he fights with. He's ready to crush absolutely everyone. It took less than a few minutes for the peacekeeping force to be mercilessly routed by a single student. All this time, the captain was nearby and did not even enter the battle. He was like a sneaky skunk waiting for the perfect moment to attack. Jason soon saw that John had calmly destroyed his squad and was now enjoying the glory, like Thanos who snapped his fingers and reset the universe. Although this warrior fights on the side of the peacekeepers, in reality his soul has long since rotted. Women in robot costumes are his personal slaves, whom he can force to do his bidding. He forces them to go to certain death. Such actions are not committed even by monsters from the dungeon. If this man thinks that he can remain unpunished, then this is not so at all. The hour of reckoning is approaching. John connected his maximum speed and managed to strike before Jason activated the shield. He tore off the captain's arm and made him suffer incredible pain and severe bleeding. The Red Flame Emperor didn't stop there and continued to beat up this heartless bully. He intends to dominate and humiliate everyone who considers himself the conqueror of the earth. Before killing this guy, John wants to know absolutely all available information about the cleanup of the 9th District. Fearing death, Jason began to tell that the main boss of the dungeon was in the center of the area. There are many high-level monsters around this dragon that protect their master. The Peacekeeper's goal is to suppress the monsters so that Han's squad can enter and fight the Jiru. At first glance, this plan seems really good, but it is not so at all. The Peacekeepers have long hated the Han clan, so they made this plan to get revenge for years of humiliation. Jason and his team plan to do everything possible to ensure that the elite team of the Han clan ceases to exist. As soon as the team enters the center of the area, the Peacekeepers will immediately attract the strongest monsters there and force them to destroy the representatives of Team Han. John received all the information he was interested in and now does not intend to continue this absurd conversation. He realized that he was dealing with a person who was rotten from the inside, and there was no point in leaving Jason alive. He brutally destroyed this guy and took all his money along with his equipment and experience. Now John has earned enough experience points to open the system and see how he can improve his stats. Waltz is always ready to help in difficult moments and explain what needs to be done next. To begin with, he decided to tell his master that John had discovered the skill of the god of luck, and now luck would follow him at every step. Now John is ready to break free from the shackles and discover opportunities he never dreamed of before. The Emperor seemed to be about to gain incredible skills, but the system encountered an error again. This has happened before, and now we are seeing a repetition of the current situation. All this could end very sadly. Already now John cannot move and is completely losing control of the situation. He felt like he was turning into a monster, with no control over his own mind and actions. Quite unexpectedly, the black energy began to retreat at the last moment when his heart was almost completely filled with darkness. Waltz doesn't know how to explain all this. The system itself has eliminated the errors, and now everything is under control. Most likely, the events that took place were related to the Shadow King, a symbol of the power of fallen blood, who came from the depths of centuries and destroyed thousands of worlds. The Shadow King had long been waiting to meet John and hoped that this guy would be able to become worthy of the crown of darkness. In order to completely conquer this account, you will have to spend a lot of points on increased synchronization. Now, the synchronization is at a minimum level. If this level is not increased, then John risks losing his mind and submitting to the Shadow King. In any case, this account will give him great opportunities. All that remains is to resolve the issue of control. Waltz offers several options at once to make John feel more comfortable. The Emperor must either find enough money or a large amount of experience points. Only then can the synchronization be increased. John is extremely upset because he had long dreamed of opening such an account, and as a result, he found out that he cannot control it. You'll have to be patient and go looking for monsters to level up again. Over time, you come to understand that this is a vicious circle. You need to constantly hunt to open new accounts that will allow you to hunt twice as fast. If John wants to become strong enough to protect his family during the disaster, he has no choice but to accept the rules of the game. He saw that there were many monster corpses on the sports ground. All of them were destroyed by a man with a large black shield. This man turned out to be Fat Jack, a funny guy who seems very friendly towards John. John decided to take a closer look at this guy and not rush to conclusions. He has already gotten used to the fact that in the modern world you can't trust anyone, even a funny fat guy who is a fan of juicy pizza. Jack ignored the excessive caution and invited John to become friends. He is a relic hunter and lives as a hermit with his friends. Each of his team members is around level 50, which allows them to be dangerous, but at the same time not to risk their lives unnecessarily. The fat man seems like a very funny guy. Now let's see how he will act when a huge monster attacks him. It seemed like this guy might be scared, but in reality, everything turned out to be much more interesting. In just a second, Jack turned into a mad killer and tore the huge monster apart. After that, he returned to his friendly form of a cheerful and funny guy. It is unknown what is going on in this man's head, but John must be very careful when communicating with him. The Red Flame Emperor agreed to take a walk with Jack and meet his friends. They went together to the Relic Hunters' base where all the representatives of this team were now gathered. Here John met the most interesting hunters he had ever met. Everyone immediately realized that John was clearly hiding his level, because a level 6 student could not have survived in such dire circumstances. Captain Michael, who is called Blue Sky, was especially interested in the person of the Emperor and offered him cooperation. John can always join a team of relic hunters and earn easy money together, but to do so he must reveal his intentions. Our hero felt that he had nothing to hide. He honestly admitted that he was looking for a meeting with Giroux in order to destroy him. Statements like these make me smile. It feels like this schoolboy has completely lost his mind. Our hero's words attracted the attention of Barak, who is the enemy of the captain of the Blue Sky. He said that he was not going to turn a blind eye to past grievances and wanted to resolve all problems here and now. Even between relic hunters, battles break out, and now is precisely that moment. The situation began to get out of control, and at that very moment, a beauty fell from the sky to the ground. Melanie appeared completely unannounced and immediately smiled when she saw this cheeky boy in front of her. She didn't expect to meet him so quickly. Apparently it's fate, and she too can't resist his beauty. All the relic hunters gathered here were shocked. No one understood how this schoolboy managed to win the favor of Lady Melanie. John doesn't just talk to her like old friends. He even puts his arm around her waist and acts like she's his girlfriend. They better calm down, because John has long since earned the right to respect. Now even Silver Bullet doesn't hide his affection for this guy, although they only met recently. Just learned that Melanie's team is going to head to the center of the area to fight the main boss. Even her best assistant arrived here, a warrior whose name is even scary to pronounce. Because he is known for his cruelty, his name is Borg. The silver bullet reminded her that she had no time at all now, and it was time for her to go on an adventure. As John walked past her assistant, he sensed that this guy was not going to put up with someone disrespecting his boss. Borg warned that if John grabbed Melanie by the waist again, it would not end well. When Melanie left, John's new friends immediately started asking him a lot of questions about how he achieved such privileges. The fat man even wants to smell his hands, which hugged Lady Melanie, because she is considered the ideal of beauty. This guy has caught the attention of relic hunters, and now they want to collaborate with him. John remembered that he needs funding, and now wants to offer his new friends the opportunity to earn money. He said that he was ready to accept an investment of $10 million from them, and was ready to pay much more as a reward. Michael and his team immediately explained that they did not have such large sums of money at their disposal, although they would like to earn money. John decided to interest these guys even more, and said that he was ready to pay $100 million as a reward after some time. No one is going to refuse such an offer, but relic hunters are really poor people. They are not ready to make such investments, but they can show you a place where you can find such funds. John was interested in this proposal and said that he would be happy to go and look for money. A few minutes later, they found Barack and his team of rabid dogs fighting the monsters. These guys are also relic hunters and are never above doing the dirty work. Today was a really bad day for them because it was open hunting season for them. John decided to help his friends and gave them the opportunity to use high-tech weapons. A few seconds later, the mad dogs were no longer thinking about monsters, but were reacting to a completely different threat. Explosions started from all sides. It was almost impossible to protect against them. It was terrible and very unexpected. The monsters also did not understand what was happening and thought that people had started a war with each other, and that they needed to know how to take advantage of this. They were ready to attack the mad dogs, but at that moment a protective barrier was activated, which divided the site into two separate territories. Barack sensed danger approaching, turned around and saw armed men approaching him. He soon recognized the relic hunters. In front of him was the Blue Sky team, along with their new partner named John. The Emperor of the Red Flame learned that Barack had substantial savings that he could easily take into his own hands. He did everything possible to restrict the passage and turn the team of mad dogs into his personal prisoners. Now these guys don't know what to do. They look scared and very angry. John said that they would not leave here until they paid him everything they had. Otherwise, he would simply forget about them and let a bunch of monsters into the barrier. Barack immediately felt that he was faced with problems that he could not deal with. The mad dog asked for the opportunity to negotiate. Of course, he doesn't want to share the money he earned through hard work, but at the same time, he doesn't want to die. Fat Jack wanted to intervene and tell the guy what would happen if he refused to cooperate. But John decided to make a little demonstration. He opened a small space in the portal so that one of the monsters could grab a member of the Mad Dog's team and tear him apart. Now Barack must understand that John is not joking at all. He better tell him where all his money is hidden. Every second of delay could cost him his life, and now is not the time to bargain. Now John feels like he's the master of the situation. The fate of these guys depends on his will. He tries to lure out the maximum amount of coins in order to finance the improvement of his characteristics. There are still monsters on the other side that haven't been destroyed yet. This is a good opportunity to earn some easy experience points. The Mad Dogs team was the first to enter this territory, but now they are forced to make do with the bare minimum. Guys like Jack are happy to destroy monsters to earn money for more French fries. Meanwhile, John realized that there was no point in playing games anymore. It was time to get money at any cost. He realizes that the waiting technique didn't help. Now he will use force to get what he needs. Barack thought he would be patient and get away with it, but now he has to understand that life is not that simple. Barack quickly decided to take matters into his own hands and escape before it was too late. He thought he could easily take advantage of the speed and underestimated the speed of his opponents. Now he changed his rhetoric and said that he would never tell where he was hiding the money. If they decided to kill him, then no one would get his savings. The assistant urged his boss to change the strategy because if John and his friends did not get the money, they would kill the entire team of mad dogs. The Red Flame Emperor knows that he must constantly combine methods to fight monsters. He uses the same approach in negotiations, constantly changing tactics, combining force and negotiations. Mad Dog began to lose his mind and laugh loudly. He said that he was ready to die if only John and the Blue Sky team did not get anything. His partner had a completely different opinion. He said that he would tell them where the money was hidden just so that they would let him go. You can call it betrayal, but in reality, it is just a thirst for life and the understanding that money is worth nothing. Barack went mad and decided to get rid of his friend with a sharp sword, forgetting about everything they had gone through together. True friends never turn away from each other. Only jackals do that. ready to betray their comrade in difficult times. Jack stopped the battle. Meanwhile, John realized that they no longer needed Barack. This man did everything possible to make everyone around him despise him, and by these actions, he signed his own death warrant. The captain of the Blue Sky decided to fulfill the will of fate on his own. He swung and cut his eternal enemy into two parts. His blow was very strong. John should remember that it is better not to joke with this guy. With people like Michael, you need to fight on the same side. After defeating the Mad Dogs, the Blue Sky gained access to a large number of artifacts collected from all corners of the earth. Michael thanked his new partner and said that he really enjoyed collaborating with John. The Emperor of the Red Flame also noted that these guys are a real team who always support each other and are ready to help in difficult times. This is the kind of team that every player would ideally like, and John feels incredibly comfortable with them. Now they have received information about where the treasures of the Mad Dogs are. They need to go to the secret place and take everything into their own hands. There were no monsters around anymore. Thanks to the cleanups, the 9th District became a little calmer. It took less than half an hour for the Blue Sky team to reach their destination. They discovered that the doors were already open and that there was an unknown creature inside the treasury. After a little research, they noticed that in front of them was a green goblin who is known for his greed and elusiveness. Now we need to calm down and make a plan, because the goblin only seems like an easy target at first glance. Fat Jack is already dreaming of huge earnings and cannot contain his emotions, although now is not the time to lose his head. John asked his friends to calm down and calm the fat man down, because otherwise they would scare the goblin. Michael knows a little information about such creatures. He knows that goblins are much more cunning than they seem. These creatures have a nose for money and treasure. They are not very strong opponents, but they are almost impossible to catch. Also, don't forget about the benefits. If you do manage to catch the green goblin, he may have the keys to his personal treasury. There will be absolutely all the jewels that were earned by the green goblin throughout his life, that is, a huge amount of money. This is why the plan to catch the goblin must be very careful, because the prize is incredibly large. The Blue Sky team began to plan their next steps. They must do everything to drive the goblin into a confined space. John said he had a few ideas and they should trust his intuition. There is no noise allowed now, so if any of the team members raises their voice, their mouth must be shut immediately. Any mistake could cost the operation aborted, and then you can forget about all these incredible riches. The goblin doesn't suspect anything yet. He calmly counts his rewards and doesn't get tense. Within a few seconds, he saw several shadows behind him. The players had been waiting for the right moment for a long time. Now it was time to act. The goblin has incredible speed. No one even understood how this guy quickly broke the distance. Waltz warned his master that he needed to act with the utmost seriousness, but John was too naive. The Emperor is lucky that he is not alone and has friends who will help him bring this special operation to an end. Now we need to do everything we can to catch the goblin and restrict his ability to move. Wild Boar Jack is ready to die just for the chance to earn huge amounts of money. He already imagines how many burgers and nuggets he will be able to buy, but for now his dreams remain just a part of his imagination. In order to make your dreams come true, you will have to try very hard. You can't do without luck. Sometimes it felt like the goblin was making fun of these guys and didn't notice their attempts at all. He was always one step ahead and it seemed that no one could stop him. John decided to use the magical properties of his skills and drive the goblin into a protective barrier. Such a barrier will not be able to hold this gopher for long, but even a few seconds will be enough to get closer. Once the protective barrier was destroyed, the goblin looked up and saw that he was completely surrounded. Any other monster would accept defeat, but this green guy never gives up, which is why he is considered a legendary fugitive. You'll have to be patient and continue the chase until the very end. By that time, all the players had managed to warm up and become excited about the idea of earning big money. True relic hunters are always hungry for money and wealth, so they lose their minds when the big fish approaches. Sometimes this becomes a big problem because their minds become clouded by greed and they cannot act consciously. Even at moments when the prey is almost in their hands, something happens that completely changes the strategy. Even the team captain couldn't catch the goblin, so is their entire plan doomed to failure? Only John can change the situation for the better, and now he has a great opportunity. A portal has opened behind this guy, and a goblin is trying to escape through it, but John doesn't seem to react to it in any way. He remains calm and easily allows the goblin to run past his hands and feet. The rest of the team is shocked. They do not understand why John acts this way, because their original plan was to catch the goblin. Then everyone noticed that the green monster stopped and looked carefully at John's feet. He couldn't resist the urge to look at this mysterious magazine with a beautiful cover. It turned out that this magazine is for adults. What the goblin had long dreamed of finally came true. He saw the forbidden fruit. It was at that very moment that John was able to calmly activate the level 60 trap and catch that green slime. John had long since realized that he needed to be smart if he wanted to catch an unusual target. You could run around and use force all the time, but it was much better to turn on your brain and do everything as needed. Now it's time to destroy the goblin, and Michael, as captain of the Blue Sky team, wants to take on this task. Fat Jack, Bespectacled Alex, and Bully Paul were not against giving up the role of killer to the captain. Michael delivered a crushing blow that should have left not a single drop of blood on the monster. Only now did the goblin finally realize that his own greed had destroyed him when he could have limited himself to gold and not paid attention to adult magazines. The monster was automatically destroyed. The players received a lot of coins, important artifacts, and keys to the goblin's treasury. Soon they heard strange sounds and became seriously afraid for their lives. There is a big boss somewhere nearby that can attack unprepared players at any moment. The Red Flame Emperor must make a choice. He either fights the monster or goes in search of treasure. The right decision was obvious. Of course, you need to make a choice in favor of gold and jewelry. To do this, all that remains is to activate the magic key, which will open a portal to the unknown. The Blue Sky team has an opportunity to become much richer. Michael warned that there might be dangerous monsters in this portal that it would be better not to mess with. But that didn't stop anyone. Players are ready to finally reach their goal, because treasure hunters never refuse the main prize. Together with John, they confidently entered the dungeon and found themselves in a dark, mysterious space. At first, they decided to take a safe position to look around and make a cleanup plan. They are very lucky that there are no terrible monsters here, although goblins can also be a problem. These green creatures don't have any special attacking skills, but they have a fairly high level and are good at working in a team. Fat Jack went crazy when he saw the gold. He said that he would tear apart anyone who tried to take his gold coins. For the sake of his dream and French fries, he is ready to show his maximum abilities. Goblins are no less greedy creatures and rise to the challenge. They thought that only the fat man would be their opponent. These naive slugs were not prepared for the attack from the right flank. The Blue Sky always acts like a fog. Players disperse in different directions and attack from unexpected angles. John has already managed to pay attention to their technique and now wants to learn these mystical attacks. He took his position and decided that the best attack would be to activate the machine gun from a long distance. After that, it might be a good idea to turn up the heat a bit and grill up some green slugs for dinner. Previously, team members spent much more time clearing the area than they do now. They are pleased to know that their new companion has made their lives much easier with his incredible skills. The territory was completely cleared. The treasure is now in the hands of players from planet Earth. They received a huge number of artifacts, an additional tens of millions of gold coins. John looks pleased because he has solved his main financial problem, but his thirst is not yet fully quenched. He saw a huge chest, which is the main treasure of this place. It would be stupid to pass by this prize. Treasure and relic hunters are no less greedy than the Emperor of the Red Flame. They all agreed that getting the chest would be the perfect end of the day, but it was better not to rush. You need to wait for the right moment and see how dangerous this chest can be. To do this, the team captain threw a dead goblin towards the chest, and a second later, everyone saw that the main prize was not at all what it seemed at first glance. In front of us is a chest of nightmares. This monster has almost reached level 90, although in the dungeon its power is not felt as strongly as on planet Earth. Fighting him would be a big mistake. The team captain immediately realized that they would not be able to get the main prize. The players are ready to go home. They have had a great hunt and are happy with their prizes. Only John looked mysterious. It was clear that this guy was clearly excited about something. By this time, Michael had already suggested splitting the money, and all team members agreed that John had made the greatest contribution to the victory. They decided to give him half of all the coins they earned, which means John will receive more than 70 million. He's pleasantly surprised by the cooperation with these guys. Instead of planning to kill him and take all the money for themselves, they calmly gave him half and recognized his merits. John really enjoys collaborating with them, but that doesn't mean he'll just turn around and leave the main treasure untouched. This guy is in no hurry to go home. His ambitions have always stood out from the general population. Now we have received another confirmation of the magnitude of this personality. The players just received a message that John is leaving the team. All this was done in order to act independently. He does not want to put anyone in danger. Apparently, this guy didn't understand that the Blue Sky never abandons its friends. They won't go home and will stay close. True friends are always ready to help in difficult times. But John asked them not to interfere and give him room to maneuver. It's not just that he earned a lot of money. Now he has the opportunity to finally activate the power of the Shadow King. He had previously read the terms of the power's use, 1,000,000 coins would give him a second of control over the Shadow King. Now John is ready to sacrifice 10 million in order to gain the right to possess incredible power for 10 seconds. Members were shocked when the Shadow King revealed his true form. Unlike previous accounts, the Shadow King completely changes the appearance of our hero. In less than a second, John transformed into a terrible creature that destroyed hundreds of planets and constellations. All this is necessary in order to challenge the huge monster hiding under the chest. The Shadow King is not afraid of mortal wounds. His powers are limitless, and that is why he is so good. Now he has less than 10 seconds to use his skills, otherwise he will turn into a corpse. Every other account gives completely different skills, but the Shadow King is different from everything that came before. Not only can he not be afraid of mortal wounds, but he can also call upon bloody monsters for help. The huge chest began to sink in blood. It was swallowed up and completely destroyed. Watching this from the outside was truly magnificent. It's even scary to imagine what will happen if John begins to completely control this power. He has already turned into a real demon, but not for long. As soon as the 10 seconds were up, our hero immediately returned to his true form and found himself in his original state. Using such skills takes away all his soul and energy. Now he can hardly walk. John doesn't pay any attention to this nonsense because he has received a huge number of artifacts and 200 million coins. His partners had never seen anything like it, and now they admire this character even more. Bespectacled Alex has been studying magic for a long time and knows how to help in a situation of reduced energy. John's inner soul and energy were restored through a very precise spell. Now they can relax and calmly return to their planet to plan their next steps. Before that, John would like to talk about the blueprint he received by defeating the final monster. Michael studied this drawing and told everything he knew about such artifacts. In simple terms, for defeating the monster, John received the opportunity to open his own dungeon. It is completely unknown what exactly his world will be like, because there are always two sides to the coin. John may get a paradise like the Maldives or something horrible called Zombieland. In any case, John will be able to build his own city there and recruit the residents he likes. This will allow him to build a safe zone that will obey his laws. To activate this blueprint, you need to have incredible skills, which are rare these days. No one around him realizes that John has a Mad Max account that can use blueprints. He doesn't want to think about it now, but he will definitely return to this idea in the future. Now he would like to thank his friends and give them the artifacts for defeating the monster. With his actions, the Emperor earned even more trust and support from his new friends. Very soon they returned to the outside world and smelled the sweet smell of freedom. Everyone wants to know what he plans to do next, and does he have a clear plan of action? John said he wanted to go meet his boss in the center of the district, but he didn't want to put his friends in danger. Over all this time, the Blue Sky team members have grown too fond of this guy, and now they refuse to work without him. They will have to unite and work as a team, even if John wanted to be a loner. Their union is becoming more and more successful, and it would be strange to break off friendly relations at the most interesting moments. Now you need to find out where the main monsters are. This can be done using the Keen Eye skill. Very quickly, the Emperor determined the location of the main boss, Melanie's team, and the Peacekeepers' squads. There is no need to rush. First, these guys need to lose their energy reserves, and only then can they go out on the main stage. A few minutes before this conversation, important events related to the world boss were already taking place in the center of the 9th District. There are many high-level players gathered here who obey Melanie's silver bullet. They are all ready to fight a huge monster that is trying to take over the whole world. The battle promises to be extremely intriguing, since neither side of the conflict wants to give in. Players began to feel incredible pressure that they had never experienced before. They tried to unite and act as a full team, but the terrible dragon was too strong. He dealt incredible magical blows that were very difficult to defend against. His power amazed the imagination. I had to attack from different angles and constantly make the monster feel uncomfortable. Very soon he summoned an army of monsters to his aid, who were ready to do anything for their boss. Peacekeeping teams also take part in this battle. They also did not expect it to be so hot. There were too many monsters around, and soon the players began to realize that they could not cope with such pressure. Soon an unfamiliar voice was heard, which belonged to a young player who decided to challenge his destiny. Experienced warriors decided that he was an enemy and began to attack him. John was ready to repel any attack. During this time, he achieved unprecedented progress and now reached a completely new level. Silver Bullet noticed that John had appeared on the battlefield. She ordered her assistants to ignore him and focus on fighting the monsters. Her condition was getting worse every minute due to the severe pressure from the monsters. Now John is ready to fix it. He said that the peacekeeping squad wanted to do everything possible to kill Melanie and her entire team, so he came to help. To John anyway, everyone thinks that an ordinary schoolboy cannot be useful in such harsh conditions. Soon John decided to change his attitude towards this situation. He realized that he would not be able to cooperate with Melanie and her team. If they don't appreciate his support, then let them try to kill this hellish monster from another world on their own. Meanwhile, the monsters kept growing in number, and it seemed like they were multiplying at an incredible rate. The captain of the peacekeepers ordered his men not to save their strength, although most of his team had already lost almost all of their energy. The team of relic hunters watched this battle calmly and were in no hurry to intervene. Very soon, the situation became so critical that the Imperial military detachment intervened. This squad is led by a legendary warrior known as Poison Tooth, but they are not here to help the peacekeepers. The Imperial squad is interested in the main monster and the Silver Bullet team. They are not interested in anything else. The Imperial squad wants to destroy not only the main boss, but also the Silver Bullet squad, so they will focus on their main task. Meanwhile, with every minute of the battle, the boss becomes stronger and stronger, and the players feel as weakened as possible. The monsters continue their pressure from all sides and cause experienced warriors to panic. Melanie also begins to panic. John was right, and there really is a conspiracy against her team. Now she doesn't have time to think about this situation because the boss keeps putting pressure on her. It must not be forgotten that the Silver Bullet team is the elite team of the Han clan. Here are gathered the best representatives of martial arts who are not afraid of monsters from the dungeon. With the help of their incredible skills, they are able to find unconventional ways to win. The team is very well selected. All the players have different skills and complement each other perfectly. They also have a strong and influential leader for whom every team member is ready to give their own life. The peacekeepers could not withstand this pressure. It became clear from the very beginning that they were not up to this level of fighting. Meanwhile, the Emperor's squad decided to make their move and finally show their true nature. Now, Melanie's team members fight not only against monsters, but also against other players who were sent to destroy them. Poison Tooth and his assistants have a clear direction and are ready to return home only after completing the task. Having fully figured out the plans of her rivals, Melanie decided to take a desperate step in order to become stronger. She took out the Heavenly Demon Crystal and absorbed its power in hopes of gaining incredible skills. After this, amazing things began to happen to her, turning Melanie into a killing machine. Now she has raised her level and gained demon status for a whole minute. It seems like her skills will be enhanced for a short period of time, but the reality always drags on much longer. At first, the Imperial detachment thought that a minute was too little to defeat them, but it turned out to be enough. The leader of the Imperial squad began to panic and realized that he had underestimated his opponent too much. He decided to retreat and return to this task a little later. It seemed like the Silver Bullet team could finally breathe a sigh of relief, but that's not the case. The monsters that were on the battlefield have not gone anywhere, and until they are destroyed, the players will not be able to feel safe. With such a strong leader, there is always a chance to get out of trouble, although it will not be easy at all. The world boss has shown incredible rage. He no longer wants to play childish games and wants to destroy everyone in his path. It seemed that Melanie would definitely not be able to withstand such an onslaught, because her skills began to weaken. The Silver Bullet prepared for death, but at the last moment she was saved by a handsome young man. John has done the impossible again. With each appearance, he makes Melanie respect him more and more. Now this guy must activate his skills and help a team of experienced warriors stop the monsters. Until this moment, Melanie was sure that in front of her was a schoolboy with a little talent. But now she realized that John was a real man with great influence. The team of relic hunters also came out of the shadows to help their new friend. They are all ready to unite and fight together against a terrible monster capable of taking over the whole world. John decided to immediately demonstrate the maximum of his capabilities, and for this he did not even mind spending a huge amount of coins. The Shadow King's skills must come in handy in such a dire situation, otherwise the dragon will not be destroyed. John has once again turned into the terrible monster that destroyed countless worlds in the past. He felt that this was not enough to defeat the boss, so he decided to undergo another transformation. Within a few seconds, John had transformed into a huge dragon, no less powerful than his opponent. Jiro thought he was the strongest monster in the galaxy. Now he realized that this was not true at all. He may not even hope that he will be able to avoid punishment for all his past sins. The Emperor of the Red Flame will not forgive anyone for the attack on the 9th District, where his beloved home was located. Giroud seemed like a terrible and invincible monster until he met the Lord of Shadows. Now this world boss seems like a small beast that has been cornered. It is unlikely that he will come out of this battle alive. Everyone who watched this battle experienced different emotions, depending on how well they knew John. Team Blue Sky was happy for their friend, while Team Silver Bullet was trying to figure out what was going on. In any case, it becomes clear that John has incredible skills and can no longer be ignored. Even the captain of the Peacekeepers could not believe his own eyes. He had never seen such grandeur. The world boss tried in every way to avoid death, and had long since realized that it was time to retreat. John had no intention of giving him a chance to escape his punishment. Otherwise, all his efforts would be pointless. He spent a huge amount of points to activate the Shadow Lord mode, and now he must definitely see it through to the end. Just a few minutes ago, everyone was sure that it would be impossible to defeat the world boss, but now this guy is really one step away from death. The Shadow Lord in Dragon mode looks incredibly powerful. It's even scary to look at him. He has fulfilled his main mission and can now calmly return to his true form. It all looked extremely impressive. Fat Jack and Bully Paul were delighted. In 1 minute of battle, John spent 60 million coins, and along with the additional dragon skill, another 100 million were debited from his account. He can afford such expenses based on the coins he earns from the Goblin Vault, although it still causes him great pain. John is now feeling depressed and very tired and needs time to recharge his batteries. A few seconds later, the members of the Silver Bullet team approached him, probably all of them wanting an explanation, although it would be better if they thanked him for his help. John beat the boss, which means he has the right to receive the main prize, and Melanie will not object. He is the first man she has ever made a mistake about, and now admits her mistake, although her team members have never seen her treat another warrior with such respect. Borg was very unhappy with what was happening, because from the very beginning, he hated John and everything connected with him. This guy tried his best to show his leader that John can't be trusted, but Melanie is always confident in her actions. She ordered the assistant to shut up and accept the fact that, thanks to John, they were still alive. Meanwhile, the talented schoolboy pretended that this was something ordinary for him, and that he had not done anything supernatural. Silver Bullet hopes that they will be able to work together again in the future. She even hugged him after everything that happened, probably because she understood how much John helped her team. Today, John saved her life, so Melanie is ready to thank him and do absolutely anything. The Red Flame Emperor will definitely take advantage of this in the future, but now it's time to say goodbye. They did a great job and can now go their separate ways for a while. John and his entire team are happy with what happened. They will remember today for the rest of their lives. Now John can focus on creating his own world thanks to Mad Max's skills. He has a blueprint that will give him great opportunities, as well as the skills to realize his potential. For defeating the boss, various precious artifacts were received. Of all the treasures, the key to the land of the red-tailed dragon stood out in particular. According to available information, these lands contain items that are much more valuable than the treasures of the Green Goblins. In such a dungeon, you can expect a huge amount of resources and earn at least 2 billion coins. When his friends heard about the potential earnings, they felt happier than ever. They had never heard of such money, and we had to calm these madmen down and ask them to keep themselves under control. It's obvious that the world boss was defeated thanks to John's skills, but nevertheless he still wants to share the earnings with his friends. He transferred more than 100 million coins to their balance in order to thank his friends for their support. He is not going to be greedy and wants to show them that he is ready to thank each of his friends for treating him with respect from the very beginning. Now it's time to ask the Relic Hunters for help because these guys can be useful. The Red Blood Emperor wishes to know information about places outside the safety zone. There are many monsters and dungeons there. John wants to improve his understanding of this area. John suggested that his friends develop and become stronger. These guys had never thought about this before. They were only interested in money. With John's support, they have the opportunity to reach new heights, and they are ready to take advantage of it. Now he officially joins the Blue Sky Squad, and together they will continue to fight and increase their glory in the future. Now John has to sort out his personal problems for a while, but then they will definitely meet. Each of his friends will miss John and hope that together they will clear more than one dungeon. Now our main character's family is in the 8th District. John wants to visit his relatives as soon as possible. The Han Corporation's headquarters is located in the 8th District Safe Zone, a very luxurious building with a beautiful view. Now the beautiful Margaret enjoys comfort and delicious coffee in the company of her guards. This is where John's family has been living lately, and now the Emperor has also arrived in this luxurious home. He is pleased to know that Margaret is helping him and his family in difficult times, and their relationship is truly becoming stronger. Sandra was surprised to learn that her older brother had defeated the world boss. It seemed like this guy had truly become a living legend. He also boasted about the trophy he had obtained and said that he now had access to the boss's lands. Judging by Margaret's reaction, it immediately becomes clear that this woman has heard a lot about this artifact. John reported that there are many other teams against the Khan Corporation who want to destroy their competitor. Margaret is confident that her father's clan will continue to develop and will be able to overcome any trials of fate. Now, John is worried about the mechanism of profit distribution of the world boss, because he has already joined the Khan team. In fact, it has not been officially registered yet, so the clan does not intend to take its profits. All the money would go to the red-blooded emperor and his entire family, and Sandra was especially happy about this. John is also happy, but he still understands that he himself agreed to join the Khan clan, so he will voluntarily share half of the profits. He has several reasons to do this. Firstly, he must not be greedy, and also he must not forget to follow strict rules. His imperial troop is now part of the Han clan, so he will care about his status and prestige. John had several options for distributing profits, and he chose the most profitable one. He wants to clear the boss's dungeon on his own, gain additional experience, and then share the profits with the Han clan. This option is much riskier, but as we already know, John loves risk. The conversation was almost over. Margaret also said that if John and his family wanted to move to another safer area, they could calmly ask her about it. Finally, she decided to give John a card that would allow him to move freely in any of the 9 districts. Only the most influential people can get such privileges. It is a really useful thing. John is now incredibly happy because his entire family is together, and no one needs treatment. Everything is going perfectly, but you can't relax. You need to continue to improve your level to ensure safety for many years to come. Now we need to pave our way into the future. And to do this, we will have to suffer and work a lot. The Red Flame Emperor plans to build his impregnable fortress so that his family can have a peaceful future. He ordered his assistant to get the blueprints of the fortress and conduct an analysis to understand how difficult it would be to organize the ideal future. Very soon, Waltz finally got the information he needed, but it was not as sweet as it seemed at first glance. To build a fortress, you need a dungeon of at least level 40, and this is only the first problem. The cost of full-scale construction will be incredibly high. It will cost more than 5 billion. John was not at all prepared to hear such a sum. It seemed to him that he was simply being robbed. In addition to the necessary funds, you will need to obtain special materials and items in large quantities, which will also not be easy at all. To build, you will have to use your engineer skills to create a large number of engineering robots that will create the fortress. John began to think about handing over control of the robots to his assistant Lilu, who could take on most of the work. In any case, building a fortress will be very problematic. Because of this, you will have to wait and not increase the connection with other accounts in the system. Now the fortress is a priority. John must forget about fighting invincible monsters. Sometimes you need to be able to relax and play in the pool with your sister and the little robot. John happily accepts the challenge of a water fight, as he hasn't felt relaxed in a long time. Now Sandra and Lilu will experience the power of the Red Flame Emperor. They will regret it very much. Now we need to take a break from water games and listen to a very serious conversation that will take place in the main department of the Khan Corporation. There is a tense atmosphere in the office of the Deputy President today. Melanie apologizes. She didn't know that the peacekeepers and other clans would betray them at the most crucial moment, and that's why the boss battle was lost. She is ready to suffer the punishment she deserves, because she understands her strengths and weaknesses perfectly well. The Deputy President is merciless today, calling the Silver Bullet a loser and giving it hard blows to the stomach. The Deputy President is the young and ambitious Donald, who is very unhappy with Melanie's actions today. He's not going to forgive her for such gross mistakes, because he got her out of the trash heap and spent a lot of money on her upbringing. At that moment, a male voice was heard asking the gentleman to calm down. Donald didn't like such expressions. He doesn't like it when someone interrupts his speech. The commander of the main detachment of the Han clan, the best fighter of this corporation, the player Steven, does not want his partner to get hurt. Donald is Margaret's brother and already knows that his sister has recruited a boy named John into her clan team. And it was this schoolboy who defeated the world boss. He can't believe his sister's challenging him with some pathetic level 6 rookie. Most likely the schoolboy is hiding his true strength, because otherwise he would not have been able to defeat the boss. Melanie told what happened during the battle and surprised everyone with stories about the Emperor of the Red Flame. Donald is very unhappy that the Silver Bullet did not bring John to him. It is immediately obvious that it is losing its grip. This woman used to be much more prepared, but now she's turning into a wimp. Now Donald wants John to be on his side. If he refuses to cooperate, then he must be destroyed. This is exactly the order Melanie received, but she understands that she will not be able to defeat John because this guy is much stronger than he seems. He might even be stronger than the Han clan commander, although it's very hard to believe right now. Steven hopes that John will work with them as a team, But if he fails to recruit him, he's ready to kill this schoolboy himself. John's actions have caused a whole wave of consequences, and now everything is becoming too complicated. The arrogant commander became interested in the schoolboy, and now Melanie doesn't know whose side to take. The next day, a general meeting was held at the school in the 9th district. It seems that all the monsters have been cleared out, and now the students can finally relax. Jasmine and Daniel did a great job yesterday. They just found out that their boss single-handedly destroyed a huge dragon. Soon the school children saw some kind of burst of incredible energy high in the sky. They were prepared for a rift to appear from the dungeon, but it turned out to be just a spectacular appearance of a new superstar. Daniel had never been so happy to see his boss. Their relationship had changed a lot lately. The teachers are also pleased to welcome the school's best student, thanks to whom they are still alive. The Khan Corporation promised to send its people to the school to try to restore the destruction. Jonah saved all the students and teachers again, but this time the principal doesn't have a worthy reward for this guy. John doesn't think he deserves gifts, he's just doing what he has to do. That's how he was raised. From a total loser, he turned into a person who is adored by absolutely every student. An amazing transformation. John sensed danger and ordered his assistants to flee immediately. He understands that he's becoming an idol for school children and does not want to waste time on this. Now they will go beyond the safe zone and head to a special area of the wilds to clear a level 40 dungeon. The main gate of the 9th zone suffered serious damage and is now undergoing restoration work. This is a very dangerous facility, which ordinary school children are not allowed to enter without a special pass. One of the guards almost killed John and his entire team, but the problem was solved very quickly. It must not be forgotten that John received a card from the beautiful Margaret. With this special black card, he gains access to all safe zones on the continent. Security boss knows what this means, so he orders his assistant to immediately apologize to the young men. Very quickly, the Emperor's team gained access to the exit from the safe zone, and now new adventures await them. As soon as John and his friends left the safe zone, the leader of the guard immediately called someone and reported what had happened. A high reward was posted on John's head yesterday, and it looks like a deadly race is about to begin. The Red Flame Emperor was not even aware of the danger and calmly walked around the outskirts of the wild zone. Together with their friends, they have gone this far for the first time and are now happy to begin exploring this territory. Now they have almost reached their destination, and now they can plan their further actions. Ahead of them, there is a meeting with dangerous monsters. This will be a great opportunity to polish their skills to perfection. Very soon, a car appeared in front of the Emperor's team, in which there was a very interesting character. It turned out that John had agreed with the fat man to meet at this very place to conduct a raid together. Jack was very surprised when he saw Jasmine. He really liked her, although this does not happen very often. This guy used to be a fan of Melanie, but now he's decided to switch to more affordable options. Within seconds, they were sitting in the car and approaching the dungeon that they would have to clear out. John talked about how he was starting to distrust the dungeon key, and it seemed to him that something strange might happen. In his hands, he holds a special map, which a true relic hunter could not help but notice. Jack started asking a lot of questions, and learned that this map was drawn by a legendary treasure hunter named Charles. The car stopped immediately, and Jack's face instantly changed. At first, he couldn't believe that John was telling the truth. Then he decided to continue his journey and tell everything step by step, because the story is not as simple as it seems. In fact, the real goal of the Blue Sky team is to search for the truth of the world, which is why they constantly explore various ruins. Every sane person should ask himself about the origin of the Black Era. Some people even claim that now everyone around is in virtual reality. It is just a game in which the fate and thoughts of each person are controlled by artificial intelligence. These are very old versions, and now they are hardly talked about anymore. After all these years, people have finally gotten used to the new life. The Blue Sky team wants to get to the bottom of the truth and find all the answers to the questions that interest them. According to rumors, the legendary relic hunter Charles was very close to unraveling the truth, but he has been missing for many years, and no one knows where he is. If the map was indeed drawn by Charles, then there is clearly some secret hidden in it, but it will not be easy to find. There has long been a legend among relic hunters that whoever finds the truth of the world will be able to reboot reality and become a king. Daniel and Jasmine immediately began to imagine ideal scenarios for the future if they were to find the truth of the world. Each of them wants to realize all their hidden talents and dreams that were previously impossible. John had to calm these guys down and tell them that now was not the time for such thoughts. In any case, Jack is sure that the solution is not as far away as it seems. Only the last step remains to be taken. The school principal probably knows a lot more information about Charles, so it will be necessary to ask him a few questions. The conversation was very long, and it turned out that the car with the players had already approached the dungeon. John is ready to go in and clear out the dungeon, but first he needs to destroy the tails. All this time he felt that there were people behind them who had been watching them from the very beginning of the journey. Jack quickly responded to his friend's request and activated the hell bomb. This guy always carries something explosive with him. Sometimes it's a bomb, and sometimes it's Mentos and Coca-Cola. The bomb was not enough to penetrate the armored vehicle. All these people came here with bad intentions. They will clearly try to capture John. He doesn't intend to waste his time on stupid talk. This guy only understands the language of force. The commander of the guards, Mr. George, immediately changed his expression and said that he did not want any conflicts at all. He pretended that he and his teammates had simply come to help the inexperienced players. John knows perfectly well that this is all just a conspiracy, but now he's trying to be practical. The Emperor understands that these people can help him achieve his goals, and they are too weak to stop him. John decided to show the key to the dungeon and tell why they came here. Together with their team, they plan to clear the dungeon in order to gain experience. The team of guards came here to earn easy money. They plan to play the role of assistants and then take possession of the main prize. At least 5 people are needed to enter the dungeon, so John is not against starting the cleanup with the guards. If they try to stab him in the back, he will be ready for it, and they will regret it very quickly. Soon a portal was activated that would take players to a level 40 dungeon. As soon as John found himself in this beautiful place, he immediately ordered his assistant Waltz to analyze the dungeon. He learned that a fortress could be built here, but the level of the structure would be too weak, and this did not suit him. This means that the dungeon is only suitable for clearing and practicing skills, but not for building a fortress. Soon, huge monsters appeared in the sky, approaching at incredible speed. The dragons began to attack the guards instead of feasting on the school children's meat. Oddly enough, the guards united very quickly and acted as a real team. They didn't complain or blame John for what happened. They just did their job of clearing the area. It won't be easy for them now because the number of dragons in the surrounding area is too great. You'll have to try hard to clear the perimeter and stay alive after meeting these hellish creatures. John and his friends don't feel threatened at all, especially considering that Fat Jack is always nearby and ready to help. The situation was completely under control until the system sent an urgent message. John just learned that the egg in the vault has begun to show activity, probably due to the appearance of dragons. The mystical egg is constantly in an unstable state. You will have to activate some artifacts to calm the egg. Soon the egg finally calmed down. With the help of the dragon heart, you can try to force this creature to finally hatch. Strange things started to happen, and John thought that this process would be more stable. A few seconds later, he saw a large dragon-like creature in front of him. It looked like it had just gotten its own battle pet. This little dragon is called the Red Comet and will now serve John in all situations. The captain of the guards could not believe his eyes. George had never seen anything like this before. He and his assistants thought that an unknown monster was trying to attack John. These guys are interested in keeping the 6th-level student alive because without him, they won't be able to get the main rewards of the dungeon. The guards started to protect this guy and attack the Red Comet, but the dragon didn't like it at all. This little beast almost destroyed everyone around. The boss had to calm his pet down. Soon a very loud sound was heard, reminiscent of the roar of an awakened dragon, but few people paid attention to it. George suggested that they split up to speed up the search and then meet again near the main tree. By that time, the captain of the guard had already realized that the schoolboy was hiding his level and could be really very dangerous. It was better to split up and watch him from the side. The Red Flame Emperor has always been interested in improving his team to better understand the wild zones. Jack told him that to do this, he would have to follow the example of large corporations and use various intelligence methods. Big plans have good funding to solve all their problems. They use various tricks and divide their teams into many parts. Thus they form the intelligence department, the survival department, the Sicario department, and the secret team. There are many dungeons that are very interesting and dangerous. Jasmine can't wait to explore as many of these places as possible. Someone should tell her to dream less and pay more attention to what's happening around her. Because of her frivolity, she almost became a victim of the dragon. Jasmine was very lucky that Rocky was nearby. This is the name the dragon received from his new owner. Now it will be easier to contact him. A large-scale battle between dragons is always fascinating and makes you reconsider your attitude to battles. Rocky is now just a small pet who finds it difficult to fight with big dragons. The Emperor's team wanted to intervene in the battle, but John asked them to stop and not move. He wants to give his little pet the opportunity to prove himself and become stronger. With Rocky recognizing John as his master, the Emperor has now discovered new skills within himself. He begins to understand the language of dragons and hear absolutely everything they say. Also, whenever Rocky wins, John will automatically receive experience points and gold coins. All this time, the Red Comet was very hungry and dreamed of tasting something very tasty. He decided to roast his opponent and have a barbecue to get some energy. The entire Imperial team instantly received experience points and felt their level increase. All this happens automatically due to the fact that Rocky achieved a confident victory. A few seconds later, the incredibly delicious smell of barbecue began to waft in. The little dragon had already managed to cook fried meat and even invited his friends to experience this incredible taste. For them, this is a small victory, because now their team has not only a real killer but also an excellent cook. Meanwhile, the team of guards smelled a very delicious smell coming from the depths of the forest. George was very excited. A lot of time had passed and his mistress still had not arrived at the meeting place. He understands that he and his assistants will not be able to detain John, and he needs the support of the lady. Misha is a level 85 hunter, and right now she is ready to open the hunting season. Now the Imperial team is not straining at all and is calmly moving deeper into the forest. The Red Comet takes care of all the dirty work, which helps the dragon grow and develop its skills. Also, with the help of his victories, all team members become stronger, without even risking their own lives. Jonah doesn't like that these lazy people completely forget how to use a sword. At a critical moment, this can play a cruel joke against them. Soon the fat man announced that a great idea had come into his head. Connected with making money, John immediately prepared to listen to the proposal. In the wild ruins, competitions of the strongest pets are held from time to time. The champion receives a huge prize. The ruins attract people from all over the world. With the help of the Red Comet, you can make big money here. John is interested in this opportunity. He must expand his knowledge and spend more time outside the safe zone. All this time, the Emperor's team was being watched by an unknown guest who remained unnoticed. Judging by her appearance, she is a girl who hides her level and skills, and it is not yet known whether she is an enemy or a friend. Soon she decided to attack John and fired a poisoned arrow at him, but the Emperor managed to react. If the mysterious stranger wants to kill this guy, then she needs to find some other way. Usually there are no people in dungeons with monsters. Perhaps the relationship with the Emperor provoked this meeting. The stranger may be part of an Aborigine village. Such people can be even more dangerous than monsters. The natives have the ability to become immortal and remain forever young no matter what. This is not very good because it makes them victims of research. They are constantly being caught and sold for big money. Judging by the ammunition in the figure, right now John was attacked by a high-quality product that sooner or later will be stolen from this dungeon. John said that he was the boss here and ordered everyone to be silent immediately. He doesn't care who is in front of him, NPC Aborigines or some forest sages. In any case, he is ready to destroy everyone who gets in his way. The display of force was enough to provoke the strangers to flee. The natives thought they could easily leave the place, but they soon came across a team of guards. The Amazon does not understand what happened to this world. It used to be very peaceful here, but now unknown hunters are invading it. Together with her pet, she decided to accept the challenge and start a battle with the guards. It immediately became clear that this girl has incredible skills and knows how to protect herself from any enemies. In some situations, martial arts cannot help their owner. Right now, this is exactly the situation. The Amazon can do nothing against the fire weapon of the hunter Misha. This hunter has a very high level and skills that can defeat any native. The Amazon ordered her pet little Bao not to worry and to run away quickly so as not to become another victim of the hunters. At first, it seemed that the Amazon was an ordinary spoiled child of rich people, but now it is clear that she is a very talented girl with the power of a dragon. In any case, Misha came here to lure John, and if he refuses to cooperate, he will have to be killed. Meanwhile, the Emperor does not expect any blows in the back and calmly conducts research into the forest. Bao just came running to him, wanting to do everything possible to save his mistress. He said that the Amazon had been captured, and now she could become a victim, so she needed help. If John agrees to cooperate, Bao will give him a high-quality crystal, which may turn out to be a real relic. This beast has a whole mine with such crystals. He is ready to give everything he has just to save his mistress. John said he wasn't going to trust the stranger until he saw his real face. Bao decided to take the initial step and demonstrate all his acting talents. This was enough to win Jasmine's heart. It was already a small victory. Everyone who saw those cat eyes immediately fell in love with Bao and prepared to help him. Even John couldn't resist coming up and petting the little cat. Now he too had changed his attitude. He launched the all-seeing eye system to analyze the situation in the forest. John suggests not to waste energy and wait until the guards themselves come to their trail, and only then do everything to free the Amazon. Meanwhile, Misha clears the area and warms up before the upcoming battle. She is confident that she can defeat anyone who stands in her way. And because of this confidence, she completely forgets about caution. Due to her carelessness, she almost became fried bacon on Rocky's grill. All this time, John watched her actions and calmly analyzed the characteristics of his rival. Misha activated all available stealth skills, but it did not help to remain unnoticed. This means that John is really good. Misha decided to use her feminine skills. She doesn't understand that it doesn't work against the real devil. John wants to know what corporation she works for and why she ended up in the same dungeon with him. Misha said that she is a hunter of the Huang team. She's a member of a mercenary squad and came here to recruit people to her organization. Of course, John resolutely refuses. He has long since chosen whose side he will fight the monsters on. Apparently, such a dangerous girl does not tolerate refusals and is already ready to make a big hole in the schoolboy's head. She gave him one last chance to change his mind, otherwise John would be forced to say goodbye to life. After the Red Blood Emperor refused again, a shot was fired that pierced his head. In fact, John had once again used up another puppet card, which allows him to create a double. He had already pulled a similar trick on the previous stranger, and now he did it even more effectively. It turned out that Misha was also using a puppet card of an even higher level. She's a much more prepared warrior than it seemed at first glance. Apparently, John underestimated her. Misha is a very hot thing. It's better not to joke with girls like that. John was not prepared for such a turn of events. He would have become a victim of the shot if not for the red comet. The little dragon took the full brunt of the blow and instantly dropped his health to its minimum. The Emperor had to react very quickly in order to activate the protective barrier and protect himself from the attacks. The Emperor's team began to panic. They would not forgive themselves if they failed to protect the little dragon. John quickly gave Rocky a magic potion to bring the little monster back to life. Within a few seconds, the red comet was ready to take revenge for the previous injury. Meanwhile, Misha acted like a real assassin. Her skills are impossible not to admire. John was prepared for such a firefight and immediately activated his high-level automatic weapon. He's not going to play games. If someone wants to kill him, he's always ready to accept this challenge. Misha was sure that her fire bullet would punch a big hole in this guy's heart. She was warned that he was very dangerous, but in reality, John turned out to be even stronger. This guy acted ahead of the curve and turned out to be much faster than his experienced and dangerous opponent. He delivered very accurate blows, and Misha somehow miraculously still remained alive. This couldn't last forever. The pressure of the Red Blood Emperor always brings the water to a boil. Something terrible was bound to happen to this huntress sooner or later, so her death came as no surprise. All this became possible thanks to the automatic weapon that was behind Misha. The drone struck accurately and surprised not only the huntress, but also the Emperor's entire team who were watching this battle. Even Bao couldn't believe that this schoolboy was so strong, and he seemed like a simple fool who had gone too far. Previously, John greatly underestimated his opponents and almost lost members of his team due to his carelessness. He can't repeat such mistakes anymore and must become much stronger. Bao is ready to help him with this. It turns out that Bao is an ally of the Amazon, but does not consider her his owner. After what he saw during the battle, he now wants John to be his master, as strange as it may sound. A few seconds later, Fat Jack noticed that strange things were happening in the tall tree. He asked his comrades to get ready, because right now they were looking at huge snakes capable of tearing an unprepared person into several small pieces. The monsters are unhappy that the lower creatures dared to appear in their home and disturb their sleep. Bao reported that in this location, such a monster is the strongest and most evil creature that can be found here. It's like a quest where you have to defeat the final boss, which is exactly the challenge John was expecting when he entered this dungeon. This forest used to be very peaceful until Naga appeared and captured the ancient tree, along with all the inhabitants of the forest. Many monsters have become more cruel and bloodthirsty. Constant wars have begun, which have lasted for many years in a row. There is some hidden connection between the monsters and the boss. In any case, they need to be destroyed so that no more problems arise. Daniel and Jasmine constantly watch their boss single-handedly destroy monsters, but they also want to be useful. They are no longer satisfied with free experience and levels. They are hungry for real battles. I had to explain to these guys that saving lives always comes first. Sometimes you just need to stand aside, and sometimes you need to take part in the battle. Now, the most interesting part of the cleanup begins, so it will be a lot of fun. John felt an incredible flow of mana heading his way, at which point Rocky intervened. This can't be done without the improved form of the Red Flame Emperor. John has long wanted to activate this ability. All this time, the big boss thought he was the boss here, but his best times are long behind him. John immediately showed his strength and began to quickly lower the opponent's level, along with his health stats. The boss realized that he was facing too strong a monster and decided to flee immediately. Just like that, John and his team won a confident victory without even spending a drop of blood. Now it's time to free the Amazon who is being held captive by the leader of the Guardian team. She is still alive, but if she is not helped, all this could end very badly. Misha forbade George to look under the girl's mask, but the man could not resist the temptation to see her beautiful face. At that moment, he heard that there was some unknown creature behind him and immediately turned around. It turned out that it was just a dinosaur that was very easy to drive away. George was sure that this would be the end of his problems, but the dinosaur immediately called his brothers and sisters for help. George quickly regretted not taking his safety seriously, as his situation quickly deteriorated. This guy was a good warrior, but now he has become a fine meal for many monsters. Now the Amazon's problems begin. If she's not saved urgently, she will also turn into a snack. Thanks to his keen eye skill, John knew where the Amazon was and hurried to save her. Bao felt incredible stress and constantly asked John to hurry to save his owner. It turned out that she did not need to be saved, and she managed to get out of the hellish situation herself, although it seemed absolutely impossible. Now the Amazon does not remember anything and does not even understand how she ended up in this strange place after the battle with people. She tried to escape from this space and immediately ran into a huge monster that thirsted for her blood. It turned out that the Amazon's name was Chili, and this was not the first time that she had to be saved by other members of her clan. Now she no longer has the opportunity to escape. Vival orders her not to go anywhere and to stay with him for the rest of her life. They are the only representatives of their kind, and now they must create a child. Chili hates this guy. He disgusts her. She's not going to bear him children. 1,000 years have passed, and her primitive thinking has not changed. Together, they have gained incredible power. But Vival wants more. He longs to obtain the incredible power of an ancient tree, which will increase his might. The people who invaded this territory confirmed his suspicions. The New World exists and can be reached through spatial gates. Some unknown force is preventing this guy from reaching the outside world, so he needs the power of Chili. All this time, John was nearby and listening to this interesting conversation. Now it was time to intervene. He believes that he is looking at an ordinary NPC who needs to be destroyed if they create a problem. Defeating Vival won't be easy at all. This guy is clearly very strong thanks to the skills he acquired on this land. He also knows how to conquer monsters, who obey his orders and do whatever he needs. John wanted to ride his little monster too, but it would look too ridiculous and funny. You will have to act a little differently and enlist the help of your allies, who have long wanted to take part in the battle. Fat Jack is not afraid of anyone. Even when he sees a huge monster in front of him, he immediately imagines what a delicious steak will come out of this animal. All he has to do is launch a nuclear strike and protect himself from the effects of the explosion. His comrades immediately help Jack increase his health and restore his lost characteristics. So far, their opponent has proven to be too strong and powerful to be defeated with their first attack. You will have to increase your aspirations and come from the other side, trying to surprise your opponent. Daniel also took part in the battle and demonstrated why he is a worthy member of the Emperor's team. This does not mean that he is a perfect warrior who can defeat everyone. This guy still has to go through his own personal path of evolution. John is not taking part in the battle yet and is trying to get to know the Amazon who previously considered him her enemy. Now she has changed her attitude and wants to thank this man for his help. John is not averse to taking the opportunity and asks to tell him about the great tree and the three-headed dragon, which was considered the boss here. By that time, even Jasmine had taken part in the battle, and she had made significant improvements until recently. Previously, she did not want to work together with Daniel, but now they have become almost best friends. Their union resulted in the huge monster being left without a head. It was a delicate work of two swordmasters. It was not easy for Vival to believe that his servant had been destroyed, and now he would have to fight the people on his own. He used to think he was the strongest character in this small world, but now that's no longer the case. At the same time, Chili learned that John and his friends had attacked the huge boss located on the main tree of the forest. She was shocked and tried to explain to this guy that Naga is a very rare and precious creature that is forbidden to kill. All three multicolored heads of the monster have their own personal characteristics: strength, destiny, and intelligence. Thousands of years ago, this creature settled in a great tree, its blood and the tree's roots eventually merging into one. If the blood of this monster is spilled on the roots of the tree, the result may be fruits that will give power to the three heads and their owner. If the dragon's blood is not yet dried, then you need to quickly go and collect it and not miss this opportunity. John apologized, but there was nothing left of the dragon. He burned the severed red head because John did not know the full importance of this creature. The Amazon began to insult the Emperor and call him a stupid fool who had ruined everything. John blamed Bao for all the troubles, because this little cat should have warned him about the importance of the dragon. The fat man reassured his friend and said that there was no point in worrying about past mistakes. Meanwhile, Weevil was constantly losing his characteristics and was already twice as weak as at the beginning of the battle. He began to panic and called on his entire family to help him out in this difficult situation. A huge number of monsters immediately appeared on the horizon. It looks like Daniel and Jasmine opened Pandora's box. He was ready to organize a real hell here, but John did not appreciate such a scale and intervened with the help of his firepower. The Emperor of the Red Flame quickly showed who was in charge here. Weevil was forced to flee and hoped that the fruits of the great tree would help him regain his strength. Monsters from all sides still came to the rescue and tried to kill the people who came into this world without an invitation. John had no doubts about his skills at all. After defeating the world bosses, he became much stronger. Now ordinary monsters do not scare him. He carried out a total cleansing here and freed the inhabitants of the forest from evil and terrible creatures. This gave him a huge amount of experience points, gold coins, and various artifacts. He also received a book of dragon taming skills and will now help Rocky reach a new level. The little dragon has turned into a real Godzilla. Now you can definitely ride him. John and his friends climbed on top of this red guy and felt like Formula One pilots. Meanwhile, the huge Naga dragon was still hiding near the base of the great tree. The dragon was frightened and did not understand what to do next, because the people of the other world turned out to be too strong. The dragon lost one of its heads and with it its incredible strength. At that moment, the dragon heard a familiar voice, and Weevil appeared in the cave along with his assistants. He accused the monster that Naga was too weak a piece of trash that couldn't even clear the dungeon of unexpected guests. He wanted to challenge the dragon, but at that moment he saw that the huge monster was already without one of its heads. For over 1,000 years, Weevil has been waiting for the opportunity to go out into the outside world, and now some schoolboy has appeared who has ruined all his plans. A conflict immediately began because Weevil promised to protect the dragon, but did not fulfill his duty. Naga was ready to activate all his skills and show this guy how weak he was. Then before the battle had even begun, the monster became surprised, frightened, and ran away. Weevil didn't understand what was happening and thought that he had scared the dragon so much with his sword. In fact, the monster was not afraid of this guy, but of the huge monster with people who were behind him. John with his friends is now ready to take over this territory and conquer all its inhabitants. Weevil hates this guy. All his life he raised a dragon to get the opportunity to get out to the outside world. But now his plans are ruined. Of course, John didn't know that he was destroying someone's destiny. It was all nothing more than an accident. In any case, the denouement we have been waiting for so long must now happen. A jungle savage will definitely do everything possible to take revenge on his enemy. John felt that something strange was happening. An incredible aura took over the entire space in the cave. Weevil has already absorbed the powers of the great tree and is now preparing to grow to colossal proportions. There was an explosion that collapsed the entire cave, leaving most of the warriors inside. Soon another explosion was heard. The stones crumbled into small pieces and formed an exit from the enclosed space. John chose an extraordinary way to get out into the fresh air. This guy never ceases to amaze. He saw that Naga was ready to help him, and now he changed his attitude towards this monster. He is not going to kill him. At the same time, they still have dirty work to do. If Naga wants to live, then first they need to destroy Weevil. This guy has almost reached infinite health, and now he feels invincible. Weevil has transformed into a giant titan and no longer intends to obey the orders of pathetic slugs. This guy makes another mistake that people who fight John make. He underestimates the average schoolboy. This guy has long mastered the skills of the Red Flame Emperor, so he has incredible power in his hands. John can control a massive creature that can destroy even the largest titan. Of course, this requires spending a lot of coins, but sometimes it's worth it. It was a pleasure to watch the overconfident savage crushed like a worm. All this was made possible by a skill called Fire Demon Control. Everyone around was delighted and did not hide their pleasure in watching this battle from the front row. If Weevil thought that this was the end, then it was a big mistake, because only now John prepared the final blow. All of this guy's characteristics have been erased from the face of the earth. He will no longer be a problem for the inhabitants of this forest. John once again demonstrated his incredible level and capabilities. Never before have the inhabitants of this forest witnessed something so amazing. As agreed earlier, John is not going to kill the dragon boss. He is ready to take him to an interesting place. A few minutes later, the hunters and the dragon found themselves near the legendary altar of fate. Nobody knows who created this place, but truly amazing things happen here. John didn't understand what was happening, but already in his head, there was the realization that he could make crazy money. Naga poured blood onto the altar, and a few seconds later, the legendary fruits appeared there. John tried with all his might to tear this tightly off, but he couldn't do it. Perhaps it's too early to do this. Originally, the 3 fruits were intended for Chili and Weevil. Only they can get these fruits. John was immediately interested in this information and asked the Amazon to help him get his hands on these fruits. Chili is ready to meet him halfway, but in return she wants John to fulfill one of her important conditions. He feels that this girl has a pure soul and character, so he does not expect anything bad from her. A few seconds later, Chili used her skills to cause a reaction at the root of the great tree. Flowers immediately began to bloom. It is very similar to the magical ritual of ancient tribes. After that, it was time to take off the masks and show your true beauty. This beauty can really be considered a super bomb. Everyone was surprised by her facial features. The fat man did not hide his admiration at all. Chili cut a hole in her hand to water the flowers with her own blood. The magical ritual accelerated, and none of the spectators could take their eyes off what was happening. Very soon the Amazon received the 2 remaining fruits of the tree. Now she has in her hands the resurrection potion and the divine potion. With this potion, John will be able to activate some of Mad Max's skills and create his own world. Chili happily fulfilled her conditions and now wants John to do what he promised. Her request will be quite simple. She feels that she must continue her line and wants to have a child with John. Nobody expected such a plot twist. It was completely unconventional, but very funny. Of course, the Emperor of the Red Flame is not ready for such actions, although he has already promised to help. The Amazon was very upset and began to cry like a little girl who had been betrayed by her parents. All members of the Imperial team expect John to take decisive action. They are even ready to give him some advice on how to have a child. The Emperor asked them to be quiet and explained to Chili that it was not customary for people to have children so quickly, but he would definitely help her meet the right person in the outside world. By that time, the time spent on this earth had already begun to end. It was time to move on. After his death, Vival left behind evidence of incredible power and energy. What remained after him was the Ether of Life, a divine resurrection potion that gives incredible power. Other artifacts were also obtained that increased the characteristics of all team members. After that, he reminded Bao of their agreement, and they decided to go in search of crystals. This little cat actually promised to give his savior everything he had. It turned out that he is the owner of a cave with crystals that is worth a lot of money. Instead of collecting all these crystals himself, John plans to take robots from the outside world to do all the dirty work for him. The little cat will stay here to guard the crystals and wait for the return of his master. He will be able to enjoy life in peace and spend some time away from his annoying girlfriend, who will be heading out into the outside world. After some time, the Emperor's team finally emerged from the dungeon and found themselves at home. The Amazon must get used to the new world and find a person here with whom she can start a family. It's probably best for them not to relax too early, because there are some unknown people approaching. The commander of the Radiance War Squad, Hunter, had already learned that the Huang clan had offered a reward for these players. That's why Hunter came here to get an easy reward. John realized that Misha was also from this clan, so Hunter was also their enemy. There are several more groups approaching right now, all interested in capturing John and getting the reward for him. The mercenaries of the Squad of Radiance are ready to pounce on their victims right now in order to become a little richer. John and his friends are always ready for battle. They have already forgotten the last time they were surprised by troubles. Now their team has become even more united and strong, and they also have another warrior. John went to check the area and learned that the mercenaries were expecting reinforcements soon. Because John killed Mish, the mercenaries increased the reward on his head and now want revenge. He still doesn't fully understand why everyone around him is hunting him, but right now it doesn't matter much. Now we need to defend ourselves from attack and only then try to understand what is going on here. From the first seconds of the battle, the Amazon demonstrated why she is considered so dangerous. Chili has incredible skills and can make even the bravest pirate suffer. By that time, a squad of rattlesnakes arrived on the scene, along with a captain named Idol. Also here right now is Jesus, who is the leader of the Rock Squad. All these Scythians are going to start a massacre. They are all quite high level, so John even thinks about retreating. A conflict begins between the mercenaries. Everyone wants to make a profit, but no one wants to share. John doesn't know how high the reward for his head was, but seeing that the mercenaries decided to unite, he realized that he was a very important person. John apologized for interrupting the warriors' discussion, but he had one question that was of great interest to him. He wants to know if all these mercenaries will be able to survive the robbery he is about to arrange. Of course, the words of the schoolboy caused a storm of emotions and loud laughter, which did not stop for several minutes. The mercenaries probably don't understand who they're up against. They're facing a man who can summon a demon. He had just used his precious artifact to summon a terrible creature to his aid. He decided not to run from the battle and to risk challenging his destiny. Now all these desperate bandits will look at this guy differently. There is no doubt that fear will appear in their eyes. Most of the mercenaries immediately fell to their knees and began to pray to their gods to survive this hellish battle. John summoned an ancient god to his aid and made the girls experience incredible horror. The ancient god can suck souls out of the bodies of ordinary people, frankly speaking. It's even creepy to watch. Jasmine pretended that she was not scared at all, but when she saw this process, she immediately pressed herself closer to the boss. The huge demon absorbed all these souls and became much stronger. Then his task was completed. He calmly left this world, leaving behind a wasteland and destruction. This was the first time John had ever used a skill like this, and now he was scared to even think about repeating this trick again. In any case, he gained incredible experience and a large amount of gold along with artifacts. Then a fat man approached him in order to understand how exactly his friend summoned a demon from another world. John said that he used the crystal of the ancient god organization. He received this crystal in the previous battles of the 9th zone. Jack had heard something like this before, but he didn't say that there were too many followers of the ancient god now. In any case, these followers will still make themselves known, but for now we can relax for a while. Currently, players have no means of transport to get home, but with the help of artificial intelligence, this can be fixed. Waltz always comes to the rescue at the right moment. Today he again knows how to help his master. All the broken cars that were in this desert were turned into a huge vehicle called the Wasteland Crusher. Now the Emperor's entire team is ready to go home in peace and not be afraid that mercenaries will attack them. By evening, John was in the safe zone and enjoying the calm atmosphere. He doesn't forget that there is still a price on his head, so he needs to continue to develop his skills and strengthen his team. First, he wants to take revenge on the Huang clan, who sent a large number of mercenaries after him. He can't turn a blind eye to the fact that he is being treated so frivolously. It's time to strike back. After defeating the mercenaries, John was left with their beacon. He decided to hack the system to find out more information. To do this, he used the special skills of the engineering master and entered the Huang organization system. The Emperor walked in here as if he were a hunter, all thanks to the pass he found on the body of a dead mercenary. He found himself in a place with very high security, where the best mercenaries of the clan were gathered. He was very surprised when he saw that a girl he knew was on the list of targets here. John immediately recognized Maria, whom he had encountered during the school disaster. All this time, John uses Hunter's device, and everyone sees him in this form. That's why a girl named Molly approached him and started accusing him of never showing up to meet her. That he pretended not to remember their last conversation and asked her to remind him of what he had to do. Last week, Hunter ordered some elixir scrolls. Molly managed to get him the goods. John immediately pretended to remember what they had talked about and said that he was waiting for the money to arrive in his account in order to pay. Hunter immediately paid $1 million and attracted the attention of all the surrounding mercenaries, who knew that this old man had always been poor. After this, Molly said goodbye to her friend and left him her new address in case Hunter wanted to meet her again. Hunter turned out to be a mid-level potion maker, a profession that is in high demand. There isn't much useful information in the mercenary corps, so John went in search of more interesting information. There he did not get access to log in and therefore decided to activate the Mad Max account, which can help with such problems. Mad Max can create potions, and that's what John wants to focus on in the near future. He returned home and saw that his loved ones were sleeping soundly and not worrying about anything. It's always nice to see them doing well, and John has also earned the opportunity to get some rest. The next day, he immediately set off to hold an important meeting. He saw an announcement that superstar Nancy was coming to town and giving her own concert. For some reason, this information surprised the red-blooded emperor very much. He doesn't understand why such a popular girl comes to such a quiet place. John immediately remembered his sister, who always told him that she was a fan of this superstar. Soon Jessica came to meet him and was surprised that this guy was a fan of modern singers. He made a deal with Jessica that she would take him to the black market and help him buy what he needed. Jessica becomes even more impressed with the guy after he gives gifts to mercenaries working for Han's competitors. He has become very strong and powerful, and Jessica hopes that in the future she will be close to this alpha male. While walking, John wanted to know where the first black market area was. This place is located right in a 7-star hotel. Even Jessica can't just get in there without prior registration. In the future, John will be able to earn enough money to open all doors without any effort. Yesterday, he asked his girlfriend to get him ingredients and blueprints for alchemy and engineering. It wasn't easy. Jessica was very tired because she had worked all night and now she wanted to sleep. Meanwhile, John could look around. He paid a lot for all these ingredients, but there is definitely logic to it. He is Mad Max, the greatest alchemist of modern times, so all his wishes come true. Within a few minutes, he had prepared the potion and then waited for Jessica to finally wake up. In just a few hours, He managed to earn over 200 million selling the potion he had just invented. That's what talent can do. Now Jessica understood why he asked to get all these ingredients. He has not only to fight, but also to create something magical. After a short rest, they went to the auction site, where many people had gathered today. John tried to find familiar faces here, and he succeeded very quickly. Old man Albert has been here all this time with his guards. They crossed paths in the past when the old man wanted to deceive a young schoolboy. John didn't pay much attention to all the items on offer. He was waiting for the final lot. As soon as people saw the gift of the god of love, they immediately prepared to begin a serious fight for it. Various representatives of different classes began to offer large sums of money, but John decided that he would get this potion at any cost. He offered more than 2 million and created a real stir around his person. Jessica thought that John had problems with his male health and said that she would definitely help him with this. And for this, there was no need to buy any potion. The Emperor explained that he was fine and that he just wanted to make fun of old Albert. A serious struggle began between them to get this potion. It was interesting to watch. John ended up bidding over 20 million and became the winner of the final prize. Albert ordered him never to show his face again or he would make him suffer. Now John is not at all the weak boy he was in the past, so he does not have to be afraid of any old people. After the auction ended, a disappointed Albert got into his car and drove home. He was thinking about how much this schoolboy had angered him. Right at that moment, John decided to remind him of himself again. He had not forgotten the old man's actions, and so he returned to make him pay for his past mistakes. Serious shooting began in the car. Albert's guards tried to kill John. As a result, the Red Flame Emperor was not harmed at all, which cannot be said about his rivals. He grabbed the old man and made it clear to him that no guards would protect him anymore. Albert realized that he was in danger of death and tried to buy off his enemy. He offered him secret recipes of the world of alchemy. Before that, they went to Albert's home, although it was a long journey. Very soon, John gained access to a huge library of knowledge and began to absorb all this information like a sponge. All this information did not interest our hero. He decided that Albert could help him in a completely different way. John is willing to pay the old man to help remove John from the wanted list, although Albert says it is impossible. For this, John is even ready to tell the old man about the incredible secrets of alchemy. For many years now, Albert has been at one stage of development and one can only dream of learning something new. With John's help, he will have this opportunity, but to do so, he will have to fulfill his request. They made a deal very quickly. Albert changed his attitude when he saw the potion with the knowledge of the master alchemist. At first, he did not feel any changes, but then he experienced himself as a man who was born again. This feeling was impossible to describe in words, although it seemed that this old man had mixed up the pills and taken illegal substances. After this, he began to bow before John and admitted that this schoolboy was the king of knowledge. He wants to work with John and is willing to help him deal with the Huang clan. Albert spent many years trying to achieve maximum skill, but he failed. Now he finally has the opportunity to solve all his problems and is ready to do anything for this. Very soon their conversation ended on a pleasant note. John returned home having received everything he needed. Now he has a powerful ally who can help solve some problems. Albert even paid over 100 million for help in alchemy. This money can be used to develop the skills of Mad Max. After a hard day, John finally deserved some rest and got ready for bed. As soon as he closed his eyes, he found himself in an unknown place reminiscent of hell. Ancient gods appeared before him, legends about whom he had been hearing for several weeks in a row. For some reason, these gods decided to capture John and leave this chosen guy in their world. They don't realize that there are a lot of people trying to get the Red Flame Emperor, but so far, no one has managed to do it. When it seemed that John would definitely not get out of here, one of the ancient gods came to his aid. For some reason, the Kraken betrayed his friends and now sided with the Lord of the Red Flame. A terrible struggle began between the ancient gods in this hellish world. The Kraken was in serious trouble because he was fighting alone against a whole galaxy of gods. Soon his condition began to deteriorate, and he approached some unknown portal. The Kraken pushed its master into this portal. At that moment, John was sure that he had been betrayed. A second later, his eyes opened and he realized that it had all been just a dream that was finally over. When he woke up, he saw traces of beatings and realized that he had not dreamed it. He really had called the Kraken for help with the help of the red crystal. John decided to log in and have some fun before heading out on another mission. He decided to find out all the available information about the Kraken because now this monster is his slave. There is no information available in the system about creatures from another world. For this, you need to unlock the account of the all-knowing ruler. But this costs too many coins. For now, John can't afford it, so he has to get all the available information on his own. He needs to go to the monastery of the ancient god, only there are people who can answer all his questions. Early in the morning, John felt sleep-deprived but still planned to be active. He saw that his sister and Chili were looking especially dressed up in honor of today's events. Sandra said that her favorite singer would be performing today, and John would definitely have to join them. Of course, he was not delighted with such a proposal, but he could not refuse his beloved sister. Very soon, they found themselves in the central square of the 8th district, where half the city had gathered. John saw that there was a huge line to get tickets. A few minutes later, Jessica, who is also a fan of the singer Nancy, approached him. She reported that representatives of the Han clan have VIP access and do not have to wait in line to receive tickets. For John and his allies, this was great news that they could not ignore. At such a large-scale event, you need to stick together, because absolutely anything can happen. John, his sister, and the Amazon entered the portal to find themselves at the singer's performance. Very quickly, they found themselves in a secret place called a virtual reality performance space. It was here that John first saw how much the devoted fans loved their goddess. At first, it seemed to him that this was some kind of madness, but very soon he would change his attitude towards what was happening. When the concert began, John and all the other participants fell into an unknown black hole. The chaos left John too far away from his sister and Chili, but he didn't think it was a problem. Now all of our hero's attention is focused on this beauty named Nancy. She turned out to be much more talented and exciting than he could have ever thought. And right now, the Emperor is almost becoming her fan. He saw that there was a serious struggle among all the visitors to take first place in likes. In order to gain likes, you need to destroy meteors and various obstacles. John quickly understood the conditions and decided to use his skills to rise to the top spot. Just a few minutes ago, he didn't care about this performance, but now he's doing everything possible to make the singer notice him. He actually managed to catch Nancy's attention, and she gave him an air kiss that increases his stats. This girl not only sings beautifully, but is also a real actress, which is also important. The location where Nancy is constantly changing, fans also constantly change the location following their idol. They had to face monsters and various opponents in order to fight and earn likes. John has been trying to beat out all of his competitors, and now he is completely focused on taking first place. The Red Flame Emperor did what he wanted, even though he was at the very bottom of the overall rankings at the beginning. Thanks to his victory in the ranking, he got the opportunity to take part in the final round of the concert. His victory disappointed absolutely all the other participants. These people had been preparing for the concert for a long time, but were unable to compete with an unknown newcomer. Very soon, the location of the performance changed, as did the format of the pop star's performance. By winning the competition, John will have the opportunity to perform with Nancy in the final round of the concert. He had never imagined himself as a musician before, but now he felt great. Now it's clear what Nancy's fans were fighting for. Winning the likes contest is more than just meeting a pop star. John got the opportunity to sing with her on the same stage. Such emotions will clearly be remembered for the rest of his life. Our main character tried to improvise, and he really succeeded. No one even felt that this guy was not a singer at all. At this rate, John will also be able to become a famous personality with his own army of fans. His joint performance with Nancy received a huge number of likes and attracted everyone's attention. The concert ended very quickly. Nancy was glad to meet this guy and said that he had a great future. There is a hologram in front of John, but the consciousness of this girl is actually present in this body. He was happy to try himself in a new role and is now even thinking about starting a career as a singer after he finishes destroying monsters. People were very happy, but then everyone noticed that the system was starting to fail. There was a loud explosion that injured a large number of fans. Some people were even less lucky. They were destroyed. A massive panic began, and fans quickly realized that these were not special effects at all, but harsh reality. An unknown man appeared in a strange mask and told all the people gathered that they should prepare for death. This confident guy's name is Daze, and he doesn't seem to be afraid of the people who have gathered around him. He feels extremely relaxed and constantly repeats some strange stories. After a few seconds, John realized that in front of him was another follower of the ancient gods. These guys are always doing something bad. It's time to punish Daze and show him that he doesn't matter here. The hunters who had gathered here to compete for the pop star's attention quickly got their bearings and struck a powerful blow. They began to mock the madman's body, thereby showing him that he had wrongly interfered with their concert. It seemed like Daze should be crying and suffering, but in reality he just laughed and constantly repeated stupid things related to the ancient gods. He said that this world had long deserved to be cleansed and would soon definitely get a chance to be reborn. A second later, another Daze appeared in the sky, absolutely exactly the same as the one before his death. He was reborn and regained all his characteristics, and then continued to propagate the ancient gods. This time he did not wait for the moment when he would be attacked and began to act preemptively. Within seconds, most of the hunters were destroyed. They began to degenerate into monsters and completely lose their minds. It was more like a zombie invasion. Everyone who gets bitten by these monsters also gets infected with the disease. Nancy suggested that John run away immediately and escape from this horror. He stated that he could not do this because he did not come here alone and had to find his close friends. The search will not be so easy because the monsters are constantly attacking and doing everything possible to hinder the players. John quickly showed that he had not forgotten how to use a sword and cut the huge zombie into several pieces. In his arms, even the most important princess in the world can feel at ease, so Nancy has no reason to worry about her safety. John realized that they wouldn't be able to break through the monsters if they just tried to find Sandra and Chili on foot. The Red Flame Emperor called himself to help Rocky and felt much more confident. Days continued to do incredible things and change the entire virtual world around him. People tried to save themselves, but it was almost impossible to escape from the monsters. This psychopath has completely taken over the surrounding reality. The situation is out of control. There is also chaos in the area of control over concerts and performances today. Madmen who preach the ancient gods have taken over the territory and are trying to hack the system. Finner does everything possible to ensure that Days gains complete control over virtual reality. By that time, a security team had arrived at the concert venue. They were here with the drones, but now these drones are turned against their creators. All this became possible thanks to the sectarians from the Church of the Ancient Gods. They were the ones who hacked the system and gave Days the opportunity to conquer this world. Sandra was in the center of events, but she did not lose control and remained calm. She tried to fight and destroy monsters in order to protect herself and the people around her. The huge two-legged crocodile thought that this girl would now become a wonderful snack for him. The reality turned out to be much worse than he would have liked, because the crocodile himself turned out to be a snack for a more dangerous monster. The elder brother saved his beloved sister from danger. Now all that remains is to find Chili. Only John thinks about how to save people. His sister is now busy thinking about her idol. She has dreamed of meeting Nancy all her life, and now she has the opportunity. John was forced to yell at these two crazy women and remind them of what was going on around them. They have no right to waste a minute because the Amazon could be in mortal danger. It quickly became clear that John was indeed right. Chile was in the hands of a madman. He senses the scent of incredible power from her and understands why the Amazon appears to be a special person. Very soon, Days plans to summon the ancient gods here in order to completely conquer this terrible world that needs a reboot. Oddly enough, he also senses the energy of the ancient gods from the man in front of him. John is in no hurry to tell this guy that he is the Lord of the Kraken. Days decided to challenge him and fight like real men. This guy's punches have incredible power due to the fact that he controls the virtual world. In reality, John would win easily, but now he feels like he's not strong enough. Days easily controls reality and can change everything around him at will. Killing him under these conditions will be almost impossible, but this does not mean that John should give up. Once upon a time, Days was a psychologist and tried to help people, but he was unable to help himself when his beloved woman died before his eyes. After these terrible events, Days was never the same again. He realized that the world needed a reboot and believed in the ancient gods who were ready to change the surrounding reality. Now he has climbed into the heads of ordinary people in order to force them to accept the new faith. Most of Nancy's regular fans were easily swayed by this crazy man. His skills are truly respectable. Mental control is a very rare and influential skill in today's world. For a second, even John felt weak and bowed his knees before the enemy. Days was sure that this guy couldn't withstand the illusion of the 105th level. After John knelt down, it seemed that nothing and no one could stop the cultists. In reality, it was just a ploy to distract Days and relax his important moment. The Red Flame Emperor began to deliver powerful blows and instantly lowered all of the opponent's stats. He used magical artifacts to cause serious harm to the god of this world. Days doesn't seem as self-confident as before. Now he feels his own weakness. This guy thinks that an ancient god is about to come and save him from defeat. He began to perform a ritual and summon a terrible kraken into this world in order to cleanse the world of evil. He also tried to stop John so that this guy wouldn't interfere with him. Now the Emperor realizes that behind him there are people who have lost control of their minds. He can't call the Kraken for help, because then these people will suffer. John decided to run in the other direction to find a safer place for a large-scale battle. Soon he found himself in ideal conditions for battle and finally stopped to accept the terms of the game. With one movement of his hand, John activated the portal, which should open the doors for the Kraken. This terrifying monster has existed for hundreds of thousands of years and is not just a legend from ancient mythology. Days couldn't believe his own eyes. The God he had believed in for so long had finally come. All this time it seemed to him that God would definitely be on his side, But everything turned out completely differently. John is a close friend of the Kraken and makes him do what he wants. If Days wants to survive, he must stop the process of catastrophe in this world, but it seems impossible. It turned out that now no one can leave this world. The portal is available only to the first 5 people. The Emperor cannot afford to escape with his close friends and leave the rest of the people to die in these terrible conditions. John must find some way out of this situation. People are panicking and trying to get home, but none of the available portals are working anymore. Now all hopes are pinned on the Emperor of the Red Flame. He must come up with something again. In the main section, which is responsible for everything that happens in this world, everything also did not go according to plan. A second before the program was successfully activated, a system error occurred. Fëanor tried to do everything possible to return his friend Days to the real world, but the mercenary captain ordered him to leave this place immediately due to danger. John had a lot of thoughts in his head. He was not panicking, and he clearly saw the whole picture. Meanwhile, Nancy began to seem to disappear from this world. It was unknown what awaited her, a return to reality or death. John took this beauty by the hand and said that they had to dance the last dance. Nancy was absolutely convinced that her life was about to end, but John said that he had found a way out of the situation. Somehow he managed to fix the portal and now opened the way for people to return to the real world. Now John does not reveal his secrets and does not tell how exactly he managed to do it, but his optimism is immediately evident. The portal was indeed open, and people immediately believed that they would finally be able to return home. After John called the Kraken for help, he lost a lot of energy and now doesn't feel very well. He needs to stay strong, and to do that he'll have to spend some points to restore his energy. His loved ones need his support, so he must be as focused as possible on current problems. Using his skills, John transferred a small amount of energy to his team members so that they would be ready for teleportation. Then the portal was activated, and all the people who had gathered again found themselves in a completely different location. Nobody understood what was happening. It felt like the concert was continuing, and we could finally relax. Nancy even managed to sing while teleporting. Apparently, performing on stage became part of her image. A few minutes later, people found themselves in the outside world and could not believe their own eyes. They were almost destroyed, but a mysterious guy who took first place in the likes rating somehow miraculously saved them. Days also returned to the real world and immediately tried to disappear from the sight of law enforcement. He didn't succeed. John noticed this guy in time and ordered to seize him before he caused even more trouble. Nancy is not feeling her best right now. She needs rest and full recovery. The company that organizes the concerts must review its security system. Most likely there was a rat in their corporation that helped the sect of ancient gods create all this chaos. When it was all over, John met Jessica, who had also escaped from these hellish conditions. She immediately thanked him for his help and said that he had once again saved a large number of lives. Jessica also shared some interesting news. The Emperor's team was officially registered with the Han organization. In just a few days, a new quest will start in the Colosseum location. The Emperor's team has registered to participate. This all seems rather strange. John and his team had to take part in this. Is someone trying to create new problems for them? The Colosseum is a very dangerous location where monsters have incredible potential. Either way, this is a great opportunity to earn a high reward and level up all your team members. John agreed to participate, which made Sandra and Chili very happy, as they also want to take part. Sandra has long wanted to become stronger and prove to her brother that she can also do something good for the world around her. The Red Flame Emperor is willing to take her with him, but to do so, she will have to level up over the next few days. All this will be possible thanks to the use of mana crystals that are located in the Amazon dungeon. Such crystals help awaken players to increase their level and all other characteristics. Now in the dungeon there is a huge number of crystals that were found in new caves. With the help of robots and dragons, it was possible to significantly increase the reserves of these magic crystals. Very soon John brought the whole batch home in order to earn good money on this and increase the characteristics of his family. Sandra is already trying to become stronger with the help of the influence of crystals on her body. The eldest son also wanted his parents to improve their performance, but they are no longer young, so their training should be easier. Sandra has shown incredible progress in a short period of time, and now she is confident in her abilities. John also noticed Lila, who had been acting like a crazy monster lately. Then she turns into a small and fragile girl and pretends that everything is fine with her. John made all his close people happy and said that he was taking them into the Emperor's team to participate in the Colosseum quest. Lilu was very happy. She decided that during the quest, John would lose his vigilance, and with the help of increased skills, she would finally be able to destroy him. A few hours later, it was evening. John was ready to rest, but he could not fall asleep for a long time. He asked his system to get him information about the quest, and all the tasks that await his team. In the past, players have gone to the Colosseum to scout the area and fight monsters. There, they faced serious threats and were almost destroyed by the initial army of monsters. Thanks to the drone, the players were able to get information about the boss and learned that this guy is incredibly strong. The task of the quest will not only be to clear the dungeon. First, you need to establish a base that will extract minerals to maintain the strength of the squads. John starts to get nervous because he has taken too many unprepared players with him. He will have to think not only about himself, but also about all the team members. A little later, a mysterious stranger contacted him and suggested meeting him tomorrow in the Central Park. John recognized the man's voice and quickly agreed to the mysterious meeting. As a result, it became clear that the mysterious stranger was Melanie, who disguised herself and finally showed her face. John was very happy to meet this girl. Until that moment, he had only seen her in a mask and during battle. They started talking about Khan's organization and how John had somehow been added to the list of quest participants, although that could be a problem. The clan is now led by young representatives, a brother and sister, who are constantly competing with each other. Now, Margaret has a lot of influence. Most people support her, but this does not mean that she has conquered the entire organization. Her brother Donald wants to take power into his own hands and therefore constantly competes with his sister. Melanie asks John to be very careful and not to get involved in the internal struggle of the clan, otherwise he could be destroyed. This guy needs to show his true strength and make people respect him because there have been too many rumors about him lately. Melanie wants him to succeed, even though she knows that if she doesn't recruit John to Donald's team, she'll be in trouble. She started from the bottom, living in garbage dumps and eating the worst food she could find. One day, she and her friends were in an area where there was a fight between different clans. It was then that she first met Donald, this brave boy, who was then only 6 years old. Even then, Donald had incredible skills and fought against armed enemies. Seeing how hard it was for him, Melanie decided to intervene in the battle and was seriously injured as a result. When she finally opened her eyes, she saw that she was in a hospital and receiving the best medical care. Donald was standing nearby with his younger sister and talking about wanting to take Melanie onto his team. Since then, he has invested a lot of effort and money into her, taught her martial arts, and brought out her full potential. Now she is obliged to submit to his will because she feels that without Donald, she would still be living in a garbage dump. Quite unexpectedly, a hunter named Andrew, a representative of the Khan organization, the Art of War team, intervened in this conversation. Usually Andrew protects his friend Melanie. Today he followed her and wanted to find out who she was secretly meeting with. He knows perfectly well who John is. Now absolutely all representatives of the Khan organization are talking about this guy. Andrew suggests a little boxing. He has long wanted to see how good John is at fighting skills. It cannot be said that they are fighting to kill each other, but there is definitely a feeling of hatred in this battle. The Red Flame Emperor demonstrated his best skills and showed that he deserves respect. Then Melanie intervened in the battle and ordered the boys to finally stop because they were all on the same side. Andrew found out what he wanted. He tested John's skills, and now he can be sure that Melanie is in good hands. Tomorrow they will definitely meet during a raid and will fight together against terrible monsters. Finally, Andrew even said that Melanie had been given the task of recruiting John to her team, and if the task failed, she would have additional problems. John was very surprised. At that moment, he realized that this girl could be trusted, because during all this time, she never once persuaded him to join her team. The next day, John finished preparing for the quest and replenishing the inventory of his team members. He had to call Margaret and ask her for help. She had to get him some materials from the black market. Margaret is glad that John is not going on the quest alone. Now she will be calm that nothing will happen to him. In any case, a trip to the Colosseum promises to be extremely intense and interesting. Absolutely anything can happen. Very soon, the entire team of the Han organization gathered in front of the dungeon portal to test their skills. Today, not only Sandra, Chili, and Lilu will be participating in the Emperor's team, Daniel will join them, along with Jasmine. They are all very excited about the challenge, but they better be careful because there are too many real monsters around. John met with his friends and even with Andrew, who was very glad to see him. He soon set his sights on the most powerful warrior in the Han organization, Mr. Stephen. John dared to approach this guy and shake his hand, which immediately surprised all the surrounding players. Stephen usually never shook hands with anyone, but for the sake of the young emperor, he made an exception. John immediately felt as if he had been scanned by a scanner. It was immediately obvious that there was increased interest in this guy. There are a lot of people here who want to test John and are not very friendly towards him. Luciano is very unhappy that a newbie is taking part in this raid. He will keep a very close eye on this schoolboy. Soon it was time to enter the portal and finally meet the unknown monsters. When the players found themselves in the dungeon, they saw that the base had been attacked. Here they were supposed to be met by other representatives of the clan, but this did not happen due to the attack of monsters. The raid doesn't start according to plan. John immediately has doubts. This time he needs to be as focused as possible. The Emperor's Guild has been tasked with guarding a mining machine. In order to rebuild the base, a lot of materials will be required, so the task is quite clear. Right now, everyone is very unhappy with how bad the rare earth mining machine looks. Old Man Lander was surprised that the Emperor's team did not understand anything about this quest. He immediately decided to tell them all the terms and conditions so that these guys would finally receive all the available information. In simple terms, the strength and rating of a team depends on the production of mana crystals. As long as the crystal mining machine is in a terrible state, you can't count on serious rewards and progress. John immediately became interested in the issue and said that he knew how to help correct the situation. At first, he seemed like an ordinary madman who didn't understand anything, but then the situation changed. With the help of his red crystals, he decided to upgrade the material extraction machine. Within a few seconds, a miracle happened. A huge robot was created that would change the situation. This robot will be controlled by Lilu, who is also an alien killing machine. She immediately set to work and began mining a huge amount of rare earth mana crystals. The representatives of the Grey Wolf Guild could not believe their eyes. Today, they are forced to work together under the Emperor's command. They thought they were working with newbies, but in reality, it was not like that at all. Now Old Man Lander considers John his savior and is ready to do whatever he asks. The monitoring department just learned that the Emperor's team is no longer in last place in the rankings. Their level was minimal, but now everything has changed, and now John and his friends are at the top of the list. Experienced craftsman Nick realizes that John most likely has the same skills as he does. That is, he is a master of engineering. Very soon, John decided to take a little break and go on reconnaissance to get the necessary information. He ordered his assistant to stay here and not go anywhere. Someone must always monitor the extraction of materials. John decided to explore the distant expanses and learned that there was another base here. After he got closer and looked around more carefully, it became clear that this was the base of the Huang clan. It's all quite strange. In one dungeon, there are 2 clan bases, which are the most powerful organizations on the continent. There were several guards there who were actively talking to each other. John activated ghost mode and decided to listen to their conversation. He learned that this base had recently been attacked by terrible monsters, and now the organization had decided to change its strategy. They planned to wait for the perfect moment for the Han clan to collect enough crystals and then attack and rob their competitors. The guards also kept repeating that they were very afraid of the anger of the terrible creature, so they had to act very carefully. John decided to activate his penetrating gaze skill in order to find that very powerful creature. He saw that there was a creature on the territory that was stronger than the legendary player Steven. The Emperor began to become noticeably nervous. He had never been wounded with such force, so he needed to be careful. He was very surprised when he learned that this incredibly strong creature was an ordinary beauty named Betty. This girl is so strong that she noticed that some unknown guy was watching her and decided to teach his keen eye a lesson. With her incredible power, she attacked the all-seeing eye and caused John to lose this ability for a while. Because of this, he lost a lot of energy and now has to lie low for a while. After analyzing the situation, the Red Flame Emperor realized that there were too many strong individuals participating in this quest. It's not just for nothing that Steven and Betty are taking part in this. It means that something very serious is hidden in these lands. John must find out the whole truth. By then, his assistant was having problems with the inspecting director, a man named Long. Long is unhappy that the team's main representative is not monitoring the extraction of materials, and he demands serious sanctions. John returned in time and said that he had stomach problems and needed to step aside for a while. The director was in a very bad mood and said that he still demands a fine and serious sanctions. John tried to understand why there was a hidden struggle against him, because he had done nothing wrong and was just trying to play a fair game. An experienced master, Nick, joined the conversation and asked the director to transfer the situation under his personal control. Mr. Long was clearly unhappy with what had happened, but he was not competent enough to argue with the nickname. The experienced engineering master became interested in John and offered to have a short conversation with him. He said that he had been following this guy for a long time and had analyzed his strengths and weaknesses. Master Nick realized that John was a skilled engineering master, his skills long beyond imagination. John pretended that all this was just a hobby, and he did not consider himself a real genius in this art. Master Nick didn't just call him to give him his thoughts. He wants John to give up his Emperor's command and join his personal team of engineers. John explained that for him, Engineering is nothing more than a hobby, and he does not want to commit himself to this field for the rest of his life. He wants to be free and fight monsters, even though he is called to join the team of a real master. Nick took the refusal calmly and finally told John that he should be very careful, because this quest is a serious test for every participant in the events. The Red Flame Emperor was ready to return to his missions, but at that moment the alarm was activated and an alarm sounded. Captain Stephen has come on the line and clearly has some bad news to tell the engineering master. Stephen said that right now he sees a huge swarm of insect monsters approaching their base. The elite squad of the Han organization cannot return to the base in time. They are too far away and need at least 4 hours to return. They even think about staying in this location and fighting monsters without leaving their home. A real panic began in the control room. The workers quickly realized that the base was in danger, and they were in danger of death. Some people even started to panic and try to return to the outside world because the army of insects would be impossible to stop. Master Nick was against panic. He quickly showed what would happen to people who lost their minds. The master said that they all must unite around a common goal and act as a single mechanism. They will have to defend their base from enemy attack. If they are lucky enough to restore all processes, they will be able to survive. It was clear that the experienced master was noticeably nervous, but he was trying to control his emotions and encourage everyone else. He couldn't keep his stone face when John told him that Juan's clan would soon stab them in the back. John learned this information at the enemy base, so the situation is actually even more critical than it seems at first glance. The portal is on recharge, so none of the participants in this quest can leave the territory right now. Of course, they all risk dying, but everyone should have understood that by entering this portal, they are taking a risk. Master Nick quickly pulled himself together and ordered everyone around him to do the same. Otherwise, they would be torn apart. Their situation seems hopeless, but the master sees a reason why they should not lose hope and believe in their success. This reason lies in a young schoolboy who has the skill of engineering and can increase the chances of survival. Nick asks John to get to the front of the base and build a weapon that will attack the insects. We need to delay the monsters as much as possible so that the rest of the staff can do their job on time. The master has complete trust in this young man and hopes that with his skills, they will be able to get out of here alive. The crew members are not so enthusiastic, but they must trust their senior commander because their fate is now in the hands of the Red Flame Emperor. John's entire team is very worried about their leader and hopes that everything will go as it should. In any case, they are ready to fight monsters and do everything possible to help their boss at this critical moment. John realized that he couldn't cope alone, so he called for help from a robot from another world. This canyon is ideal for defense because here people will be protected from all sides. It was thanks to this strategy that the 300 Spartans were able to fight the Persian army. Lilu must go ahead and place explosive spiders along the path the insect army will take. John asked to leave one bomb for him because he wants to give these monsters a little surprise. Explosive spiders have quite a strong power. With the help of such bombs, it will be possible to hold back the onslaught of enemies for some time. First, you need to build a resource transfer device so that the main base can receive useful materials. You also need to build a defensive wall, but one wall won't be able to hold back an entire army of insects. John used his engineering skills to create quality products. Now he has the opportunity to create not only defensive structures, but also attack weapons. This required the expenditure of a large amount of base resources and the creation of panic among the command center staff. Master Nick understands that John is doing everything he can to protect the territory. He trusts this guy no matter what. Very soon, John actually created a rather serious defense complex capable of fighting off enemy attacks. In just half an hour, the insects will be very close, which means that the red comet should appear on the stage. With the help of the accumulated points, he can direct his influence as a master to this dragon. Thanks to this, Rocky became much stronger and more dangerous. He turned into a robot dragon that cannot be stopped. After this, John turned his attention to Leela and said that he also wanted to make her a little stronger. She pretended to be very interested in this, although in fact she considers herself to be incredibly powerful and influential. Lilu is the mechanical queen of machines, and in her full form, she has incredible potential. Her skills are far from perfect right now, so she has to thank John for trying to help her. With the help of Mad Max's technique, John was able to transform this girl and make her much more dangerous. Now it's time to become stronger on his own. John can no longer waste his energy on increasing the skills of his comrades. To do this, he will need to spend a huge amount of resources, but otherwise this whole strategy will not make sense. The command post learned that John was using up the last of the base's resources, and panic among the regular staff increased significantly. At first they thought that the end of the world would come, but then they saw what the Red Flame Emperor had spent almost all the available crystals for. He has become a nanorobot that cannot be compared to anything humans have ever created. It is the absolute pinnacle of technology. John was pleased with his work and thanked Waltz for helping to organize the process. John quickly gained access to the robot center and took control of it personally. Already now a huge number of monsters are approaching him, and he needs to quickly learn how to control this huge machine. John had been warned about the huge number of insects, but until now he had not paid much attention to these rumors. At the very moment when he prepared for battle, something similar to a massive earthquake occurred. Daniel encouraged the girls and said that now they should trust their commander and hope that everything will end in their favor. John will try to buy as much time as possible for the home base's defense to be fully formed. He plans to wait until the monsters get as close to him as possible and then set off the fireworks. There was not much time left to wait. The monsters wanted to destroy this guy so much that they ran at incredible speed. The first echelon of insects was instantly destroyed. A hail of blows, bombs, and missiles rained down on them. This is exactly the kind of rock and roll that needed to be staged to stop time and stop the competition. John did not stop and did everything possible to fry the maximum number of these monsters. The engineering master and his staff watched this battle and prayed. John threw a nuclear party, and his actions further angered all the monsters that were directed towards him. People begin to have hopes for success, but the test seems too easy. It doesn't happen that way. Just now, the system finally finished counting the number of beetle army. This army has increased tenfold in the last few hours. Master Nick immediately became upset. Up until this point, he had tried to encourage all his employees, but now it would be very difficult to do so. Gradually, Nick began to lose faith in the success of the operation. Now he's not sure that John will be able to stop all these monsters. Our main character looks very tense. He just realized how bad a situation he found himself in. Luckily, he is not alone at all. Next to him is the terrible dragon Rocky, along with the Queen of the Terminators. Together, they are ready to challenge their destiny and do everything possible to make a global revolution. A fierce massacre began, which is difficult to even describe. The number of destroyed monsters was impossible to count. Each member of this team acted to the best of their ability. Lilu and Rocky were not inferior to their boss in strength and the number of enemies destroyed. They did everything possible to ensure that John received full support and felt as confident as possible. It was fun to watch, especially the actions of the Terminator Queen, who finally got her freedom and the right to destroy everything in her path. John ordered his assistants to step aside immediately because he wants to organize a global explosion. It is unknown how he obtained this nuclear bomb, but his attack was so large-scale that the number of monsters immediately decreased. Less than half an hour after the battle began, the army of monsters was reduced by half, and this was only the beginning. John is not going to stop there. He's ready to jump into the very center of events and cut everything around like a butcher. All the expedition members were shocked by his actions. It seemed that John was ready to sacrifice himself to save everyone else. All members of his team were extremely tense and scared. They had never encountered such obstacles before. Many warriors realized that they could no longer sit back and watch as one of them was left to be torn apart by monsters. It's time to join the fight and help John get out of this apocalypse alive. For some reason, the gates did not open. Behind all this stood Master Nick, who continued to smoothly assess the situation and understand what needed to be done. Nick is not going to help John now because if he opens the gates and sends all the warriors there, he will increase the chances of defeat. The Red Flame Emperor must deal with the monsters with the help of his two assistants. Now they are in a critical situation, and it is becoming clear that the number of monsters is starting to play a decisive role. John feels that his killing machine is seriously damaged and his energy reserves are at their lowest. The defensive redoubts are almost completely destroyed. The monsters have made their way to the base. Of course, John remembers that he still has an ace up his sleeve, but will he have enough energy reserves to summon the Shadow King? Soon he felt an incredible cold and could not understand where the ice and snow came from on the battlefield. Could it be that another powerful member of the human race has intervened in this battle? Betty is an incredibly powerful warrior. She has been in the shadows for a long time, but now it is time to come into the light. The Huang clan was supposed to attack their enemies and stab him in the back, but that hasn't happened yet. Betty acknowledges John's courage and is pleased to know that this guy has enough fighting spirit to risk his own life. That's why she intervened in the battle and began to destroy the monsters with her ice skills. The ice-breathing technique allows an experienced sorceress to perform miracles on this bloody battlefield. The army of insects is 4 times smaller than their initial state, and serious panic begins among the monsters. John couldn't believe that someone had such large-scale skills. Until that moment, he considered himself the strongest representative of the players in this location. The monsters tried to escape and were seriously panicked at the sight of the Ice Queen, but they had no chance of escape. At the center of events was still Lilu, who was now at serious risk of losing her head. If it weren't for the timely help of the Red Flame Emperor, the Terminator Queen would have been destroyed. Betty became even more interested in this guy because he did the impossible and survived her attack. He decided to thank this girl for saving his life, although he understood that Betty was an incredibly dangerous woman. The Ice Queen asked John to calm down and postpone his words of gratitude until later. It's best to focus on the battlefield now, because the Insect King has finally emerged from the underground labyrinth. Betty probably came here to destroy the monsters and also do everything possible to destroy the base of the Khan organization. In fact, this is not true at all. The Ice Queen said that she is not interested in the feud between the clans. She is only following the orders of her boss. Now she feels that John is too weak to fight her, but sooner or later the moment will come when their paths will cross again. Recently, John has met 3 girls with the same last name, Shu, which seems rather strange. Perhaps they are all connected in some way, but for now, it is better to ignore this and focus on the battle with the monster. Now the number of insect army has significantly decreased, so they will not be able to reach the base. Crystal mining has been stopped, and there's no longer any connection with the base, so we need to restore the connection. John transferred some of his energy to Leela so that she would go to the base and tell what was happening here. She was very surprised when she saw that John was sacrificing his energy for her recovery. With Rocky's help, this guy plans to challenge the boss, although it seems very crazy. John has to stop the boss and hold him off for as long as possible because the people at the base are counting on him alone. Some employees have already mentally said goodbye to John and accepted his death as inevitable. So far, no one can establish contact with him, and everyone understands that John could die at any moment in this hellish battle. Meanwhile, Lilu tried to break away from the monsters, although she wasn't very successful. She decided to use her skills to show these ruthless worms that they meant nothing here. By killing monsters, she gained additional experience points and became much stronger. Now everything was going according to her plan, and she felt extremely confident. This continued until an elite warrior appeared on the battlefield. With one blow, he took a large amount of health from his opponent and made her suffer. All this time, Lilu wanted to destroy John and take over this world, but now she prays that the boss will come to her aid and save her from certain death. Now the Red Flame Emperor cannot be distracted because he has a meeting with the insect boss. The king also has his own personal support. He has a special elite squad where there are 3 brothers from the sanctuary. All this time, John has been planning to activate the Shadow King's skills, but he is haunted by the enormous cost of this technique. For now, he's trying to resist with his own skills, even though it's incredibly difficult. You need to stay focused and never lose faith in your own success. The situation became so critical that John decided to invent a new weapon using Mad Max's skills. Mrs. Margaret gave him important materials. Now these items can be used to make something special. Waltz is ready to use the materials and create a weapon, but it will take him some time. John is having a hard time being surrounded by elite monsters, and the situation is getting worse with every second. He thought that he would now turn into food for these insects, but his assistant finally invented what was needed. Now John has access to a special weapon. Because of its enormous power, no one could handle such a blaster before. Now you can relax a little and forget about martial arts techniques. Now the main thing is the accuracy of shooting, which will allow John to destroy all his competitors. 3 brothers from the sanctuary were destroyed in just a few shots. The weapon really works. Waltz knew he was creating something divine, but even he didn't think the weapon would be so powerful. Now it's time to fight the main boss, who can no longer rely on the help of the elite squad. At this point, John has already lost most of his stats and blaster ammo, and he can't fight at full strength. John asked his assistant to arrange additional opportunities for him. This can only be done with the help of the Weapon Master skills, which cost over 600,000 coins. John used these skills and called in the Space Marines, who are proficient in all types of weapons and martial arts, to help. Space Marine is a close friend of Mad Max, together with whom they destroyed a huge number of enemies. John feels absolutely amazing and is ready to increase the number of his victims today. Now he doesn't care about the lowered characteristics because his skills have reached a completely new level of evolution. All this time, the Abyssal Mammoth considered himself an invincible villain. Now he will understand that he is an ordinary toy in the hands of a real monster. With all its might, this hellish worm tried to resist and inflict serious injuries on John. Within a few minutes, almost all of his health was destroyed and he no longer felt like the king of the jungle. John has run out of time to use his powerful Terminator skills. Now he must once again rely on his own strength and try to finish off this huge monster. During the flight, he noticed Leela on the ground, who was unconscious and almost turned into prey for the monsters. The Emperor of Red Flame immediately took this little beauty into his arms in order to save her from inevitable death. Sometimes she wonders how this man with such a sweet smile can suddenly turn into a real monster. Just make this guy a little angry and he completely loses control of his emotions. In any case, Lilu is happy that he was nearby. She wanted to destroy him, but it seems that her motives are gradually starting to change. Meanwhile, new information came in and headquarters learned that John had indeed managed to survive the battle. Master Nick said that now is not the time to be frivolous. We must remain cool-headed and fully restore the base. The explosive bugs are still a problem. The army of monsters still threatens all members of the human race. Player Feng took his entire squad and decided to go clearing the area to at least warm up a little. The other representatives of the raid did the same. Everyone wants to take part in this meat grinder. Even the girls do not hide their desire to help John and do everything possible to bring him closer to the moment of victory. Now, the number of monsters is significantly less than at the very beginning, so the risk is completely justified. All that remains is to control your emotions and never relax during the battle. Something can always happen that will change the course of the fight, so concentration comes first. An elite golden monster has just appeared in front of the players, which is a threat to each of them. Daniel has wanted to show his best abilities for a long time, and now he has such an opportunity. He quickly got sweaty and warmed up. Now this guy can direct his wild temper in the right direction. The elite monster turned out to be stronger than Daniel and began to close the distance very quickly. At that moment, the young player remembered his boss and thought that he would never reach such a level. He had already managed to say goodbye to life, but at some point he felt that quite unexpectedly, another player decided to help him. This warrior turned out to be Feng, who was initially skeptical of the Emperor's command, but now changed his attitude. Together with his warriors, he challenged the elite worm and began to attack him from different sides. This guy is truly admirable. His filigree sword technique is reminiscent of the ancient art of Shaolin. It's important to remember that the battle takes place in a dungeon, which means that the kill and achievement rankings are still active, and teams are fighting to get to the top. The monsters are becoming fewer and fewer with each passing minute, although the central base is also receiving serious damage. Master Nick constantly reminds his employees that they cannot relax even for 1 second. He hasn't seen John yet, so there's a chance that this guy is dead and his body will have to be taken from the battlefield. In fact, our main character is still alive. He is trying to escape from this crazy mammoth who is the boss of the monsters. John not only manages to be faster than the boss, he also manages to carry a small robot in his arms. The Red Flame Emperor handed over Lilu to his comrades in time and felt relieved. Friends are very happy to see him, because not long ago there was a time when they already had doubts about the boss. Now John is freed from unnecessary shackles and can calmly fight the mad mammoth. This will not be a simple battle at all. Now it is much more important to look at the location where you need to direct the boss monster. The Emperor is leading a huge monster, and right now they are heading towards the central base of the Huang clan. I would like to quickly see the surprise of the Huang clan representatives when they see this small gift. The representatives of the Huang clan's main team gathered together to discuss the situation. Their leader is a hunter named Kira. She is very unhappy that Betty has disappeared again and did not listen to her advice. Her assistant Hadi reported that Betty most likely went to fight the monsters alone. But why? In any case, Juan's squad is already ready to attack their competitors. They are ready to start the battle right now. Professional hunters prepared to advance onto the battlefield, but were forced to stop. They just found out that a huge boss is heading towards their base, and now they themselves need to think about defending the territory. That's how quickly they lost control of the situation, although it seemed that everything was going according to plan. John brought a huge monster right to the gates of the Huang base. Now these guys are in serious trouble. The Red Flame Emperor is going to enjoy what is going to happen in this territory. He did everything possible to take revenge on his competitors and strike first. With Betty now absent from their base, the Huang clan is in a very uncomfortable position. All this time, the abyssal mammoth was seriously injured and lost a large number of its characteristics, but it is still extremely dangerous. This monster is capable of causing problems even with minimal health, which is why it is a boss. Judging by what's happening now, John has decided to intervene and activate the Shadow King's skill. Everything around began to be covered in blood. The battlefield changed its color. It was terrifying to watch. The bloody monsters rushed towards the boss in order to absorb all his powers. All the players who were on the periphery stopped and silently watched this terrible act. John chose a very correct strategy. He weakened his competitors and at the same time gave them the opportunity to practically kill the boss. At the very last moment, he intervened to personally kill the huge abyssal mammoth and take the main prize of the dungeon into his own hands. This strategy shows how smart our main character is. He just completely absorbed the mammoth and took all its powers for himself. He constantly combined skills and changed his strategy, which eventually led him to victory. The battle took no more than half a minute in total and cost 30 million coins. He feels great. His surrounding aura presses on all participants of the battle. After he exhausted his energy reserves and separated from the Shadow King, his powers immediately dropped to a critical level. Now the opponents are not ready to launch a second attack, so you can calmly enjoy the artifacts you have earned and count your profits. He did everything he could to leave the Huang clan with nothing and also save the Han organization. Of course, many players risked their own lives to ensure that this plan was realized, but John made the greatest contribution to this victory. After restoring his energy, he immediately returned to his base to greet his friends. They had all been very worried during his absence, and now they did not hide their emotions. Daniel did a great job during the boss's absence. The only male on the team showed himself to be a true leader and earned praise. John will hear many more words of gratitude in the next few minutes. Right now, everyone is praising his skills. Master Nick is now this guy's debtor, but that doesn't mean the master will refuse to share the profit for defeating the boss. They are all a big team, so every member of the organization wants to get some coins into their account, especially Director Long. This greedy fat man is always ready to change his attitude towards the person on whom his income depends. They better keep quiet because they have received an urgent video call from a squad leader who is on the front lines. Master Nick reported what had happened and stated that without John, the base would have been completely destroyed. This news made Andrew very happy, although Stephen did not show any emotion. He said that after the destruction of the beetles, new difficulties arose that were much more difficult than the previous problems. On the outskirts of the Lost Temple, absolutely all the bugs in the area were cleared out. The elite team had one last projectile left. They decided to strike, but the result did not change. The damage was neutralized again and the gate was restored. It feels like the temple is a living being and has an incredibly high level of protection and ability to recover. Now the elite squad is constantly defending itself from attacks by various terrible creatures. They ask to send more powerful weapons to the front lines to break into the Lost Temple. Master Nick is happy to help, but the base barely survived the battle, and they don't have the resources for such a mission right now. Stephen only thinks about the result. If he doesn't get the weapon, then all responsibility will fall on the base. The group's chief engineer must do everything possible to achieve results. Otherwise, serious consequences await him. Nick plans to try to speed up resource gathering and build as many weapons as possible using his skills. Even at the most critical moment, he is ready to find a way to achieve a result. John said he had a crazy plan and greatly surprised his older friend. From the very beginning, Stephen was well aware that he was giving Nick an impossible task. He did it to test the guy who was called a crazy talent. When Stephen shook John's hand, he felt an incredible power, against which he was just a small grain of sand in the universe. This guy really earned his respect, and now John can once again prove his talent. Andrew is haunted by a woman who witnesses their actions. She constantly watches them from a distance and provokes them with her sharp jokes. The captain asks his assistant to calm down and not pay attention to her. Now they must fulfill their main mission, and only then think about everything else, because that is what professionals do. Either way, they'll have to fight her, but right now Betty isn't a threat, just watching their actions. Reports have just come in that a large group of unidentified objects is approaching the elite squad. If you look closely, you can recognize a young guy who flies on his angel wings and is not afraid to attract the attention of monsters. Behind him is a huge army of robots. It's hard to even count all these machines. Even now, John is incredibly surprising the representatives of the elite squad. It looks like he is going to build a new base right on the site of the insect temple. This guy has always stood out for his extraordinary abilities, but this is too much. He made a crazy decision and does not hide how pleased he is with his skills. With these actions, he solved almost all the problems of the clan. Lilu immediately appeared next to her boss and said that she had discovered a huge number of crystals and magical veins in this area. John is not going to waste any time and is going to get to work right away. Mr. Nick supports his younger comrade and orders his employees to begin creating defensive structures and building a base. The young emperor assured the senior hunter that everything would go according to plan and nothing terrible would happen. After this, John went to reconnoiter and analyze those very gates that do not let through a single bomb. He was warned not to come near here, but John didn't listen to anyone and risked his own life. This guy found himself in the center of hellfire. Monsters were attacking him from all sides, but he didn't even flinch. From the very beginning, John guessed that in front of him was a temple, which is a living creature, although it is difficult to name the type of this monster. He ordered his assistant to create underground detectors to locate the underground part of the temple. During all this time, The assistant had already managed to discover that this dungeon was suitable for developing a fortress with the maximum rating. John has been looking for a place like this for a long time. It is here that he can finally build his own base. This place has too many advantages to begin with. It has a large area. Also, one cannot ignore the stable climate and moderate temperatures, together with the presence of a large number of minerals. There are only a few downsides, a huge number of horrible bugs, and a problem with gaining control over this dungeon. The Emperor has long been accustomed to difficulties, so he is not at all afraid of shortcomings. He will do everything to get this dungeon under his personal control. The system began to analyze the underground territory and reported all the information to the boss. The Lost Temple is a giant beast with a huge red substance in its center. Now that players finally realize that they'll have to enter the body of a bug to fight a huge boss, it makes them feel sick. First, you need to break the connection between the temple and the energy core. Otherwise, the temple will constantly restore its strength. It is because of the existence of the energy core that the dungeon's rating is so high. Stephen was immediately interested in this information and asked all available engineers to try to break the connection between the temple and the core. Nick said he couldn't do it because he was running out of resources, and John said pretty much the same thing. He is not going to act on someone else's orders. The Emperor chooses covert tactics. He will do whatever he needs to, but he will not inform every member of the expedition about it. The core is the most important source of energy for a high-ranking fortress, so it is best not to destroy the core. John is already planning to break through the temple's defensive line, although this will require creating something very powerful. This guy makes the seasoned engineering master look like a newbie, and he happily admits it. John also noticed that all this time he was being watched by one interesting individual, with whom he would have to fight in the future. John ordered his assistants to continue construction while he dealt with the hidden threat. He was warned that he could not cope with this woman, but John did not pay attention to all these statements. Betty has been bored on this icy mountain for a long time. Now she is most interested in the method that John will choose to break through the temple gates. This girl is getting away with too much. We need to tell her that her organization's base has been seriously damaged. All this time she was very far away and did not know that the huge boss had destroyed most of Huang's structures. She immediately realized that a schoolboy with incredible skills was involved and threatened him with death. John said that she should calm down and not rush to conclusions. He had nothing to do with it. If John is found guilty of what happened, then Betty will definitely cut off his head. No one wants to get beaten up by a level 149 woman because they might not survive that kind of battle. For now, we need to continue to solve current problems and ignore hidden threats. John told his comrades that he had dealt with Betty. She would not bother them anymore. This guy was a natural actor. He pretended to have saved his team once again, and by that time, the construction process had ended. Of course, this is not enough. We will have to add a huge strongman who can deliver the final blow. John is ready to give the main order and see what happens as a result of the attack on the monster temple. Stephen pretended not to notice the guy, but in reality, he was surprised that John was so good. He gave permission to attack and prepared to watch how powerful a weapon the Red Flame Emperor had created. Absolutely all the created weapons began to fire simultaneously. This sound was heard even in another part of the dungeon. At this point, it became clear that the temple was beginning to absorb the energy core due to the threat of death. The monsters have been preparing for a long time. Now with the help of the energy core, they can strike back. John angered these guys, and now he has to take full responsibility on his shoulders. For now, he is not nervous. In order to continue the attack, he will take all the blows in response. This guy has long since ceased to be afraid of critical situations, especially when he uses the skills of the Red Flame Emperor. With these skills, he repelled all the monsters' attacks and prepared to continue implementing his plan. He wants to make a maximum attack on the gates of the Lost Temple and see what happens. Everyone around was surprised by the strength of this guy. Now everyone who hated him is happy that he is on the same side of the barricades with them. If he were an enemy of the Han clan, it would end very badly for everyone on this team. The most powerful salvo from all guns was activated. The system notified that the base's energy was catastrophically insufficient. The young warrior ordered not to stop under any circumstances and to continue the pressure. It was only a matter of time before the defense was broken through. All that was needed was to wait a little. Immediately after the gate was destroyed, some strange flash of light appeared. The clan representatives realized that they were under a very powerful attack, and Stephen activated a protective barrier. As soon as the light burst out of the gate, the hellish meat grinder was torn into several pieces. John has just accumulated enough energy. He still understands that there is a huge difference between him and Stephen. He was very lucky that they were not openly feuding. Otherwise, the situation would have been very unpleasant. Stephen ordered his elite warriors to prepare. The temple gates were destroyed. It was time to go inside. John was ordered to stay behind and rest for a while, probably afraid that he would take the boss away from them and take all the reward into his own hands. To begin, the elite squad will have to pass through a wave of high-level monsters. All these guys were angry because their temple was attacked. They are ready to crush people, as if they were bugs that no one invited here. It will be interesting to watch this. Now it's time to see why this squad led by Steven is elite. The warriors here went through a huge number of tests before becoming members of this team. Each of them proved their skills and demonstrated their genius in the most brutal conditions. The versatility of each team member is immediately apparent. All of this is done so that together they create a special team. With an experienced and strong leader, the team gains a powerful backbone that cannot be broken in two. They complement each other perfectly, use different skills, and thus become very dangerous in any situation. That's why this squad is called elite. Now, there is no doubt that it's better not to joke with these guys. Steven always stood out from the crowd of hunters, watching him fight. It is impossible not to be amazed at his calmness. He is not nervous or tense at all. It seems that killing monsters is no more difficult for him than breathing. For the young Emperor's team, this is a great opportunity to watch the professionals and learn something. John and his friends are going to kill the monsters outside the temple to clear the area of unnecessary witnesses. Their plans were interrupted by a sudden earthquake, and the sensors detected a huge creature approaching at high speed. A few seconds later, a desert demon crawled out of the ground. Apparently, this guy crawled here from Dune. Panic broke out among the ordinary soldiers and employees, and we had to immediately calm these weaklings down. The desert demon immediately felt the incredible power of the structures that were built by the masters of engineering. Master Nick ordered all high-level players to go with him to the front lines. They must support the elite squad that is currently in the middle courtyard of the temple. They've just destroyed a huge monster that was in their way, but that's just the beginning of the party. Even the most experienced warriors began to run when they saw the desert demon, although these guys were considered some of the best fighters. An entire squad left the battlefield, even though the desert demon hadn't even shown its full potential yet. This does not mean that everyone around will start to panic. Feng and his people do not lose concentration and remain calm no matter what. Until his last breath, he will fight and defend the base. This guy is a real professional. John organized his team and asked them to retreat a little because the boss was too strong. The Red Flame Emperor is willing to take on the bulk of the work so as not to risk his loved ones. In front of him is a wild monster who actually came here to take the energy core. As soon as John understood this information, a winning strategy immediately appeared in his head. There is no need to interfere with the fight between the monster and the temple. In this case, the desert demon will not attack people. Now, the temple is fighting against the desert demon. All participants in these events want to get their hands on the energy core. Mr. Nick ordered all the employees to follow him and not to panic under any circumstances. While he was giving his motivational speech, the situation around him began to escalate to the limit. John realized that he could not sit idly by and said that he would take control of the situation himself. He ordered his assistant Lilu to gather all the mining machines in one place. He would get the boss out and then arrange a surprise for him. This huge monster has a big body but too small a brain, so we need to take advantage of its naivety. Very quickly, Lilu managed to collect absolutely all the weapons that the boss asked for. Now John asked her to connect with all the mining tools and create new, more powerful armor using special skills. The Terminator Queen can't believe that John discovered her true power. Does he also know that she wanted to kill him? But why is he so gentle towards her then? The special thing about her skills is that she becomes stronger with the help of additional machines. He already saved this girl's life, so she is ready to thank him by doing whatever he needs. All the cars around began to fly into the air and begin the transformation process. Lilu is trying to create her own Optimus Prime, or something similar to him. In any case, it was interesting to watch the creation of such a robot. The Red Lotus armor was created by merging the city of mining tools in just a few minutes. By that time, the Furious Strangler had lost a huge amount of energy and returned to replenish his strength. It was attached to a large robot to form a titanic weapon. Now let's see if the desert demon can withstand such serious pressure. Such a powerful attack forces you to spend a large amount of resources. The energy will last for a maximum of 2 minutes. This time should be enough to decide the outcome of the fight and do everything that needs to be done. The desert demon has absorbed a large amount of mana crystals and has now become much stronger. He can even dodge the Transformers' attacks. John was immediately furious when he found out about this. All these mana crystals were supposed to go to him, so he doesn't want anyone to steal his money, because that's the Emperor's biggest weakness. The desert demon absorbed the crystals and strengthened his body, becoming much more dangerous. John already has experience fighting similar monsters that absorb crystals for their own power. He knows how to act in such situations and how to find his opponent's weak spot. You need to constantly apply pressure with absolute force and force the monster to spend energy on defense. Sooner or later, the boss will not be able to keep up this pace and his body will start to fail. The desert demon has experienced extreme pressure and shock and is no longer able to continue fighting fully. This slippery slug decided to run away and hide from the constant pressure of the transformers. In just a few seconds, he was underground. Now this guy is not a big problem. John received a large number of artifacts for his success in this battle. He will be able to transfer all of these items to his team members. Some unknown substance was also discovered. At first glance, it is not even clear what it is. Inside this shell was a level 110 armored baby. It looks very cute. Only Lilu did not appreciate the appearance of this baby. Apparently, she is skeptical about new pets. It turned out that in front of John was a great prince of beetles who had very high self-esteem. As silly as it may sound, biological analysis did indeed confirm that the baby was a prince. It is unclear how this guy ended up in the stomach of a giant worm. If John had not beaten the desert demon, the prince would not have been able to free himself. When the little armored bug found out that John had saved his life, he immediately changed his attitude towards the guy. He was originally a member of a royal family that lived in a lost temple, but then his father was brutally murdered, and everything went downhill. The prince's uncle seized power and destroyed all the dissatisfied. The prince had to somehow save himself, so he created a cocoon. Sooner or later, he would have exhausted all his energy and died in the belly of the desert demon. That's why he's so glad that John was able to save him. Now he asks this guy to defeat the current king of the bugs and bring justice to their clan. If John can help this guy, he will become the new king of the bugs, although that doesn't sound very impressive. In any case, the Emperor of the Red Flame has already saved people many times. He is not against trying to save the bugs. The prince had just left the royal seal on his hand so that John would have access to the royal throne. Now John can become king and take over the world, which is probably what he always wanted. It's worth taking a break and seeing what's going on at the gates of the temple's inner courtyard. The elite squad faced an incredible threat, and many warriors were seriously injured. With the help of healing techniques, they regained their health, but it will take time. Steven said that they cannot stop there. The team is missing one person, and he is ready to take John into the team. Just like that, the Red Flame Emperor unexpectedly received an invitation to join the elite squad of the Han clan. Everyone around was very surprised because such offers do not come to ordinary school children. John never liked the guy, but now they're on the same team, and he wants to try to save him. Even the best healers failed to accomplish this mission, but it is worth remembering that John always considered himself special. With the help of the product, he plans to do the impossible and restore the hunter's serious injuries. John created a beautiful drink that can restore even a mortally wounded warrior's health. Now John feels he has earned the right to call on the Emperor's team members for the mission. He was warned that serious challenges await them, but John has a clear plan of action and is not afraid of obstacles. Steven allowed the Emperor's team members to be taken along. He doesn't care how many people die because he is only interested in the result. He usually doesn't pay attention to such requests, but once again he makes concessions to the young player. It looks strange. Very soon in the depths of the Lost Temple, fun and an all-out battle with monsters began. John and his team work great and destroy all the monsters that come their way. They have received complete freedom and can now act as they see fit. The Prince of Beetles sensed an ominous aura and warned that deep within the temple, there was an energy of despair and anger. Much of this aura comes from the current Beetle King, although the temple was once filled with pure and sacred energy. The people lived very happily and enjoyed life, but after the uncle seized power, everything changed. The energy turned into something sinister. The beetles became infected with this energy and turned into sinister monsters that were ready to kill each other. The energy core is actually the heart of the beetles. It is the source of the temple's power and the energy of the whole world. If the beetles' hearts are not cleansed, they will become completely polluted and the world will be plunged into complete chaos. This dungeon is perfect for creating an emperor's fortress. We need to clear this place immediately so as not to lose the opportunity to build our own home here. To do this, you will have to deal with local monsters that constantly create problems. Now John will have a choice. In the Furrier, he will find 2 roads, one of which will lead to the Hall of the King and his guards. Another road will lead to the Incubator, which is used to increase the hatching rate of eggs and improve the combat capability of the army. Now it is clear why the previous battle with the bugs was so difficult, and the army of opponents was so large. If you tell the commander the truth, he will go fight the Bug King instead of going to the Incubator and saving the people. John must make his own choices and maintain control over his emotions. When the players stopped and saw two paths in front of them, John said that his intuition told him to go left. Most of the players were ready to trust him because he had already demonstrated his genius. The captain decided to make a different decision and go in a different direction. They chose different roads. He ordered his men not to lag behind under any circumstances and to continue to obey his orders. Within a few seconds, they found themselves in the beetle incubator. That is, in the very place where John wanted to go from the very beginning. He pretended to be very surprised, although he knew from the very beginning that this would happen and consciously planned his actions. He understood that the captain would definitely not agree with his decision to go to the left, so he provoked Stephen with his actions. Now we need to destroy all these eggs that are here and not let the army replenish its ranks. Stephen quickly guessed that John had planned everything carefully. The captain always stood out for his clear mind. Of course, he pretends not to understand anything. We have two actors in front of us who don't want to reveal their cards. There is no doubt that sooner or later they will collide with each other, and then we will witness a fiery battle. First, they both have to go through Diana, who is unhappy that unexpected guests have decided to destroy her nest. Among all the guests, she singled out Stephen and offered him to become her own pet, who would receive incredible power. He replied that he was not interested in spiders at all, which upset the queen greatly. Diana is not going to tolerate such humiliation. She is at home and is ready to make a complete break here. It's time to end this stupid talk and finally fight the incubator queen. We must immediately destroy everything inside this place and put an end to the endless rebirth of monsters. The spider queen has a very high level, but her stats quickly drop to 0. Lately, Stephen has felt like he's getting a lot stronger and still doesn't understand how it works. He started feeling much better after the young emperor joined the team. Could it be related? The little prince of bugs asked John to spare Diana's life because she was a close friend of his mother. It will be difficult to convince all team members of this, especially given the aggression of this queen. Until this moment, she seemed like a beautiful woman, but now she has turned into a full-fledged monster. The surrounding aura quickly changed, and all participants in the battle felt fear and horror. Most of them were unable to withstand the deadly pressure aura and fell to their knees in front of the boss. Even Captain Stephen lost his vigilance and felt an incredible weakness in his body. He prepared to parry the fatal blow and was very surprised to see his real enemy. Right now there is a copy of himself in front of him in the form of a monster. It's very strange. John sees the same thing. Now he thinks that there are too many toxins around that make him see an illusion. John gladly accepts this challenge. He has been looking for a worthy opponent for a long time and is not against fighting with himself. The Red Flame Emperor had better take this task seriously because he cannot look at his opponent too lightly. John is fighting a copy of himself that has the skills of a monster, which should already make our hero tense up a little. If he is too relaxed and not focused, it will lead to sad consequences. From the very first seconds of the battle, it became clear that the opponent was really good at copying John's skills. Between exchanges of blows, they even managed to joke and motivate each other to fight more aggressively. The terrible monster began to provoke even the little prince and remind him how pathetic he looked now. At this moment, his mother is imprisoned and will soon be completely destroyed by the current king. John will do everything possible to help the little prince save his mother. To do this, you will have to use experience points and increase your level because the opponent turned out to be quite strong. This battle cannot be won by free improvisation. It requires a clear plan for victory. John plans to discover the attributes of darkness and finally use his new skills. He was very lucky to have accumulated enough points up to this point. Now the Red Flame Emperor is turning to the dark side. After switching to the dark side, the flame attribute turns into a more powerful dark attribute, giving the owner new opportunities. Not only is the black flame more powerful, but it can also be materialized, giving John more attack methods and completely new offensive capabilities. The underground monster had been mocking his rival all this time, but now he doesn't find it funny. The pathetic copy is forced to lose the last reserves of its energy and prepare for an inglorious death. With all her might, the Spider Queen tries to stop John in every way possible. She still wants to escape and take her small army with her to a safer place. The Dark Flame Emperor is not going to give her such an opportunity. Queen Diana must be destroyed immediately. She realized that she was fighting too strong a monster and bowed her head before the Lord. If she is given the opportunity to continue her existence, she's ready to tell all available information. At first, it seemed like she was speaking very sincerely, but then it became clear that this woman never changes. She always remains a rotten messenger of the devil from the inside, who does not deserve the right to exist. Using his new skills, John calmly repelled her attack and sent Diana to a resort in hell. The Prince of Bugs is too naive. If he wants to become a full-fledged king in the future, he must become much wiser. For defeating the monster, John received various artifacts that could be used or sold on the black market. He also received the essence of Zerg, which is a kind of rare organ that will only develop inside the body of a truly strong bug. Such an artifact is a powerful source of energy. The Prince of Bugs is ready to buy this item at any cost. John doesn't want to make money off his friend. He plans to help him collect all 3 Zerg entities to restore the prince's full power. After Diana was destroyed, absolutely all members of the elite team emerged from the terrible illusion. They immediately realized that John was the first to break out of the illusion and destroy the Spider Queen. Initially, Stephen was also confident that he could defeat his clone, but he overestimated his capabilities. Stephen decided to be grateful. He told John that in the past he also received the Zerg essence for defeating monsters. The captain gave this artifact to John to somehow thank him for saving his life. Now the young emperor has 2 Zerg entities in his hands. He just needs to defeat one more monster and take the missing fragment. The next boss will be the young prince's former teacher, although that sounds pretty funny. It turns out that beetles also have a learning system, although it previously seemed that they were 2 stupid creatures. The teacher is a professional swordsman and a legendary lone swordmaster. John is intrigued by the prospect of fighting a lone blade master, but he doesn't realize that it could be dangerous. The prince assures his comrade that the master is much stronger than John, thanks to his incredible skill. The master is an exception to the rule. He is a professional in his field, so it is better not to deal with him. Even before the prince was born, an unknown person invaded this world. Bugs began to hunt this guy, but with the help of his ball-handling technique, he came out of it dry every time. The beetles constantly pressured the master and eventually managed to win. The former king decided not to kill this man and asked him to teach the future prince the art of the sword. Beetles and humans are completely different creatures that have different lifespans, so the legendary master decided to use the beetle's heart to change his form. Then the uncle decided to stage a coup d'etat. He seized the throne and with the help of toxins took over the consciousness of the swordmaster. John was very surprised to hear this story. This swordmaster filled him with a famous villain named Alejandro. If John succeeds in killing the current king, the swordmaster will be able to free himself from the toxins. All this time, John felt like he was the only one who could talk to monsters and various animals thanks to his special skills. He just found out that the team captain is also capable of this, and he doesn't like that the little Prince of Bugs dictates his terms. Stephen wants the prince to take him to the king immediately, otherwise he will kill him along with John. No one even understood how this conflict happened. Instead of fighting monsters, players start fighting each other. Everyone around was surprised and shocked, but only John did not lose his composure. The little prince decided to calm the situation and said that he would do everything the captain asked him to do. Instead of worrying about himself, he decided to protect John, and this act did not go unnoticed by the emperor. The team members asked their comrade to calm down and not to conflict with the captain in the near future. Now they must complete the main task, and only then think about how to resolve internal conflicts. Stephen has always been mission-oriented, but now he's acting too weird. Apparently, Stephen was interested in meeting the swordmaster, and now wants to meet to test the strength of this warrior. Very soon, the squad approached a place where the chaotic energy of swords and absolute dead silence could be felt. This is where the swordmaster is, who was an ordinary man and turned into a bug-like creature. The Beetle Prince was glad to see his master, although he understood that most likely the swordmaster was arriving under the rule of the current king. In fact, it was the swordmaster who killed his father, so their relationship cannot be the same. Stephen can't wait any longer. He came here to test the swordmaster, and he wants to do it right now. This guy has always been extremely confident in his skills, and today, nothing has changed. The swordmaster hasn't fought anyone for a long time, but that doesn't mean he's lost his grip. This warrior wants to fight the legend and show him the powers of the current generation. The swordmaster had not met a worthy opponent for many years, and now he finally felt a pleasant thrill. Everyone around immediately tensed up and realized that something terrible was about to happen, and they needed to be prepared for it. The swordmaster gives up his weapon. Now he can suppress the toxins in his body and wants to help the prince avenge his father. This is the old master's last will. He understands that he has sinned against the prince, even though he was under the influence of toxins. The little prince is a very kind creature like his father. He needs to kill the master, otherwise he will not be able to take revenge on his uncle. Sooner or later, the little heir must act like a real man. This is the only way to realize his potential. Before the prince sets out to kill his master, John wants to ask the old man one last question. He asked him to tell about the past time and how exactly he got here because it was incredibly interesting. It happened more than 1,000 years ago. The master met the enemies who killed his family and was left alone with his enemy at the decisive moment of the battle. He finally got his long-awaited revenge. A second later, lightning struck his shoulder and he instantly lost consciousness. When the master woke up, he discovered that he had entered an unknown world, where there were many terrible bugs everywhere. It's like time travel. The onset of the Black Era can also be called global time travel. All this leads to endless chaos in the universe. It only remains to understand whether such movements are random or whether this is the work of some person. It's very hard to believe that this man went back in time more than 1,000 years ago and turned into a beetle, but it's true. Within a second, all the people gathered there heard a voice coming from a bunch of bugs in the air. This voice ordered the Swordmaster to immediately destroy all invaders and unexpected guests of the temple. With the last of his strength, the Swordmaster tried to resist this voice, but the toxins in his head were stronger. Over all this time, he has learned to activate mental clarity for short periods, although it is impossible to maintain this skill permanently. During the transformation process, the ether of the bugs is activated in his body. This is the only thing he can give to his student after everything that happened. The little prince took this last gift, and at that moment there were tears in his eyes. After this, the master said that he could no longer accompany his disciple and ordered all people to flee from there immediately. He can no longer control the poison in his head and is now turning into a real monster. The battle we've been waiting for so long begins, and Steven will finally feel the power of the legendary master from the past. The team captain always follows the raid rules. Today, he is ready to break the rules in order to test himself in a battle with such a strong opponent. He ordered his assistants to retreat immediately and give him the opportunity to demonstrate his highest level. Steven gave up his principles for the first time. Apparently, this guy loves competition. Everyone around witnessed a legendary battle about which they will create legends. Green ether is the third part of the Zerg essence. The prince must absorb this energy and return to his original form. As soon as John heard that this little worm refused to do this, he threatened him with a terrible death. These words were enough for the Prince of Beetles to change his attitude towards the current situation. He finally absorbed all 3 artifacts and began the process of transforming into his true form. Meanwhile, Steven was having a hard time fighting a real martial arts professor. John decided not to stand aside and stand up for the captain at a critical moment in the battle. Before that, he activated the Dark Flame skills, showing Steven that he could also be useful. John has been saving up energy for a long time. Of course, he is not going to miss the opportunity to arrange a brutal massacre. Steven must save his strength for the fight with the real boss, John, who wants to challenge the Master of the Sword. Apparently, a serious conflict is brewing here, which will end with a large number of severed body parts. The Swordmaster was sure that he was fighting a man who had overestimated his abilities. John is indeed insanely self-confident, but he can afford it thanks to his skills as the Shadow Flame Emperor. He may indeed lack experience, but that doesn't mean his skills are inferior to those of a Swordmaster. If we evaluate fencing separately, then of course John is weaker than his opponent today. It's important to remember that during a battle, it is not only fencing skills that play a key role. During a mortal battle, strength, speed, agility, and well-timed attacks are important. Also, very often, strategists forget about the most important principle of such battles. In head-on battles, the initiative will always belong to the side that is most willing to win. John is a young and hungry lion who wants to reach the top, which is why he has an advantage over his opponent today. Before him is a true master, but this master is too old. He has already achieved his greatness. He has nothing more to strive for. Thanks to his thirst for victory, John has already managed to relatively lower the Blade Master's health. Each participant in the battle tries to be helpful, especially an Amazon named Chili. The team captain has long noticed that when representatives of the Emperor's team fight with him, he feels better. All this time it seemed to him that this effect came from John. But now the captain realized that this was not at all the case, and the Amazon was to blame for everything. It's because of this woman that he increases his characteristics and feels as strong as possible. It will be interesting to watch the developments between these two characters, but for now, we need to take a break. John tries his best to suppress the Blade Master's defense, but it is not easy at all. The Master constantly tries to poison his opponents and win due to his experience. He openly challenges not only John but also the team captain in order to defeat everyone around him. The legendary Master seemed to have found a second wind and thanks to this felt much better. All this time, the prince was waiting for his rebirth. Finally, he discovered his true form and became a full-fledged warrior named Juice. The Red Flame Emperor has finally received support and is now confident that the battle will reach a new level. Juice had been accumulating his energy for a long time. Now he received all the will and strength that the Master gave him. It's time to destroy the one who killed his father and make his way to a full place. The prince is no longer going to be weak and defenseless. He is ready to take a huge step forward. To do this, he will have to kill his master, who taught him all the fencing techniques. Now the master's awareness is in the possession of the prince's uncle, the current king of this kingdom. This means that with one swing of the sword, the prince can kill two birds with one stone and restore justice. It won't be easy for him, but at times like these, he must remember that he is fighting to save his mother. The situation is heating up to the limit. Even a squad of elite warriors does not know how to get out of this hellish battle. They find themselves surrounded by a powerful force and now have to come up with a plan to win. All of John's attributes are weakened, but his props are not damaged, so he plans to use shield grenades to stall time. Energy shields can also help the prince act more aggressively. Now he fights against his uncle and does so together with the spirit of the legendary teacher. The true master of the sword always taught him to act justly and bring goodness to this world. Sometimes, in order to cleanse the world of evil, one has to kill. But this does not mean that the student is making a mistake. Juice did everything possible to ensure that the legendary master was pleased with his student. The body of the beetle was destroyed. This means that the soul of the master returned to its previous state. He is again a man, whose name is Gunnar. The Prince of Beetles immediately rushed to embrace his teacher and calmly see him off to heaven. All that remains is to bury this master and finally let him feel true peace. Even Captain Stephen decided to console the prince and say a few warm words of support. Then they will continue to go together. The captain will help the prince to take revenge. This means that the team feels unity again. Upon seeing the Red Flame Emperor's sister, Juice immediately knelt down and began kissing her hands in respect. This guy is too brave to enter Sandra's personal space. He needs to be reminded that he's just a bug. At this moment, John felt that Betty had burst into this temple with an incredible thirst for murder. They must be careful. We must hurry and collect the trophies before she gets here, because otherwise there will be no way to avoid a brutal massacre. The team captain said that all the trophies belong to John and his team. He only needs a piece of the dark table. Previously, the Sansi Dream Demon also lost one fragment. Apparently, this is the captain's true goal. Now you need to hurry and head to the final boss before new problems arise. John felt an incredible aura of murder that was directed towards him. He was lucky that his friends reflected this blow. The Ice Queen has finally come here to take part in the party. She is not interested in the boss or the quest at all. She came here for one purpose, to take revenge on the man who dared to deceive her. John said that they were involved in the destruction of the Huan base. It turned out to be a lie, and now Betty is thirsty for revenge. She's going to bring an ice age here and kill anyone who tries to stop her. John approached the ice goddess and said that this feud only concerns the two of them, and there is no need to involve everyone else in it. She didn't even have time to feel how quickly he approached her. This guy managed to surprise her even before the moment of battle. John explained his actions and said that he was forced to do exactly that, because otherwise his base would have been destroyed. He also said that he had already met 3 girls with a similar surname and thought that there was some kind of connection between them. As soon as this phrase was said, the Ice Queen immediately changed her expression. It became clear that John had hit the mark and was right about his guesses. Speaking of Maria, John studied with her in the same school and recently learned that she is the main target of the Huang clan. The Ice Queen said that now she wants revenge and does not want to change the subject of the conversation. She suggests that they defeat the final boss together and then settle their personal grievances. Due to her high level, this woman is too arrogant. Her behavior angers all members of the elite squad. The Red Flame Emperor stated that he wanted to defeat the arrogant girl first and then meet the boss. Everyone around him thought that John was a madman who had just signed his death warrant. He fights against an incredibly strong woman who is on level 149. John had never faced a challenge like this before, but that doesn't mean he doesn't know what to do. He decided to use the skills of the Shadow Flame Emperor and even the odds in this duel. It was clear that his skills surprised his opponent, and Betty stopped looking so self-confident. All this time, she thought she was invincible, but now she also has to show all her abilities. A magnificent battle is brewing, which will clearly be remembered by all the assembled spectators. A battle of this level is beyond the capabilities of an elite squad. It will be difficult for them to intervene and help their friend. John will have to find the key to victory on his own, otherwise there won't be a wet spot left of him. Friends can only hope that this guy will be able to get out of a critical situation again. Just when it seemed like the battle was just gaining momentum, the Ice Queen suddenly stopped. She said that today was not the time to shed blood. She understood that John really was stronger than she thought at first glance, and she recognized his skills. She attacked because she didn't want to be deceived by the cunning and weak clown. But after seeing his strength, she realized that there was no point in being enemies anymore. John realized that this girl really wasn't as bad as she seemed. It was much better to be friends than to be rivals. They said goodbye and went their separate ways, although there is no doubt that their paths will cross again more than once. Most likely, Uncle just changed the structure of the passage to the temple. This could end in big problems. The elite warriors of the Beetle King are ready to test the strength of unexpected guests. At the beginning, everyone around was tense and prepared for a tough battle that would result in a sea of bloodshed. Only after a few seconds did everyone realize that they could relax because these warriors bowed their heads before the prince. These beetles received an order from the emperor. They must lead the guests to the king. Waltz analyzed their heartbeat and said that they were not lying. In any case, a prominent team must get to the king's temple, so they must go in that direction. Very soon, they finally arrived at the main palace of this large temple. In front of them is Oswald, who is the current king of the bugs. Juice thanked his friends who accompanied him, but asked them not to interfere and to let him avenge his father and mother on his own. He must correct all his past mistakes and destroy everyone who tries to stop him. After evolution, this guy gained incredible strength. Now even the king feels anxious before meeting his nephew. It is worth remembering that the king received the power of the beetle heart and became very powerful. He said that he was forced to kill the previous king in order to lead his people to prosperity. We need to abandon outdated ideologies, even if there are those who disagree with them. Oswald believes that there is no place for weak and limited bugs without abilities. Only the strong and powerful should remain. The prince was not going to listen to all this nonsense and continued to thirst for sweet revenge. In response, he saw his uncle smile. Oswald laughed and said that he wanted to tell his nephew a very exciting story. Once upon a time, there lived a young Zerg. He was a member of the royal family, but he inherited outstanding abilities. Compared to his brother, he was insignificant, but he did not pay attention to this and constantly studied various oddities. Zerg often traveled to conduct risky research in the most inaccessible places. He increasingly noticed how cramped, narrow, and deceitful this world was, and it seemed rather strange to him. For many years, he conducted independent research, until the day came when a swordsman suddenly appeared in this world. Young Zerg no longer doubted that the world he was in was just a small space, beyond which a full-fledged universe existed. Compared to humans, beetles are a much more advanced race, so it is unfair to be confined in this space. The young beast tried to convince his brother to activate the beetle's heart and use that energy to break through the cosmic barrier and conquer the outside world, but his brother would not listen. After all these rejections, the young Zerg could only look over and over again at the ancient history of the Zerg, until he discovered something strange. The royal family constantly passes on to the next generation an interesting artifact that is inextricably linked to the space barrier. Young Zerg grew up to become a king, and he had to kill his brother in order to carry out his plans. He's no longer going to turn a blind eye to all this nonsense. The bugs must break out of this space and take over the whole world. Juice couldn't listen to all this nonsense any longer. He picked up his teacher's sword and prepared to fight. Oswald tried to convince everyone that he was right until the very end, but when he realized that no one would listen to him, he decided to act differently. Now he is trying to convince players that they can gain great power if they switch to his side. They will be able to unite with the bugs and live a long life, just like the Swordmaster. Oswald very subtly and accurately presses on human nature. It is immediately obvious that he is an excellent psychologist. If people help him break through the human world, he will help them change bodies and live much longer. Even Betty was interested in such proposals. She had always dreamed of living for 1,000 years. Stephen was also interested. He even decided to take a few steps forward and seemed to agree to all of Oswald's proposals. John must intervene immediately and prevent a catastrophe from happening. He greatly underestimated the team captain who began to destroy the bugs. He's not going to agree to these vile conditions and is ready to challenge the king. In this case, Oswald is ready to call on his main bodyguard to help him. This bug's name is Themis. She has a level of 130 and is ready to kill anyone who wants to challenge the king. The most interesting thing in this story is that Themis is the mother of the little Zerg prince. Themis's body no longer obeys her consciousness. She ordered her son to retreat immediately. Themis cannot control her body, but her mind remains completely free from the king's poison. Meanwhile, the team captain continued to fight and destroy Oswald's best guards. By that time, Themis had already activated most of her skills and was ready for battle. Juice feels that it is time to show his strength and character. Too much depends on his actions. The mother ordered her son to run away immediately. She cannot control her body and risks killing her own child. The prince is not going to listen to her orders. He is old enough to take control of the situation. All this time, Oswald enjoys the battle and has no doubt about his ultimate victory. In order to win this battle, you need to find Oswald's real body, because now he is only in the outer shell. To solve this problem, John must activate the all-seeing eye, and Juice must detain Themis. It is not at all easy for him to cope with this task, because his mother knows how to use magical hypnosis. A second later, The prince found himself in the secret kingdom of the Blood Followers and realized that he was in big trouble. For some reason, John also ended up in this place. He is next to a mother and son who are trying to decide who is stronger. Must have all happened because of the blood contract that Juice activated on his comrade's hand. In this space, Themis can be free and is not obliged to obey the king's orders. She dragged her son and John into this space for a reason. She probably has some kind of plan. It turned out that the mysterious artifact of the royal family had been in the possession of Themis all this time. She hid it so that Oswald would not gain complete power over the kingdom. This artifact must be protected at all costs. If it falls into the wrong hands, the universe could collapse. Themis handed over the artifact and can now die with dignity. But she had better not rush to conclusions. John came up with a plan to avoid eternal separation and a bad ending to the family story. The poisons Oswald left behind are completely impossible to cure, but it looks like John knows an interesting way to get rid of the problems. By the way, it is not at all necessary to forcibly remove the poison. You can allow the toxins to disappear in a more natural way. With the help of a blueprint for a secret medicine, the body goes into a state of fake death for a whole day, after which it is resurrected. John has the materials to make a similar medicine, so he suggests that they unite and not give up without a fight. After this conversation, all participants in the events immediately return to the Temple of Beetles. Here they continue to play their role and pretend to fight each other in a mortal battle. Oswald enjoys the moment and remains confident because he has the situation under his control. Everyone around is putting pressure on John and asking him to intervene in this situation and prevent a bloodbath between mother and son. Only the attentive Betty noticed that a second ago John had secretly handed over an unknown object to the young prince. The Ice Queen prepared to watch the events closely. She realized that something very interesting was about to happen. In order to trick his uncle, Juice must use all his power and extract the bug essence from his mother. It will definitely be very painful, but only in this case will it be possible to implement your plan in practice. Everything happened exactly as it should. Oswald believed that the prince killed his mother, although in reality, it was just an acting trick using a resurrection potion. Everything is going exactly as John planned. Now all that remains is to implement the rest of the plan. The mother lost all her characteristics and began to say goodbye to her son in front of everyone. These actors play their roles too well. Because of them, everyone who's not familiar with this plan is already crying and not hiding their emotions. Oswald did not expect that the young prince would be so cruel and kill his mother. The king's guards were destroyed along with the incubator. Even if Oswald breaks through the barrier to the outside world, he will not be able to defeat people with his current abilities. It is worth remembering that the temple is located inside a huge beetle. It is a big trap that can destroy anyone. Betty couldn't stand by any longer. She realized that she needed to get out of here immediately before it was too late. This escape method is too simple and crude, which is probably why no one wants to mess with Betty. Players were given the opportunity to escape from the stomach of a huge beetle without being digested by poisonous acid. First, you need to leave and protect yourself from Oswald, and then think about how to defeat this king. The current situation is not developing as John planned. He needs to lure Oswald out. Outside the temple, many people have gathered, worried about what is happening inside. Here are gathered two large organizations that have long been competing with each other. Team Juan is led by a hunter named Kira, who hopes that inside the temple, Betty will finally die and no longer cause problems for the main team. During this conversation, an unexpected incident occurred. The earth began to move apart in different directions. The temple begins to collapse, which means that something extraordinary is happening inside. Soon everyone finally realized that absolutely all participants in the main quest had left the temple alive. They warned all their partners that the main tests were yet to come and the warriors must prepare. The dungeon begins to come to life, and now all these people who were constantly fighting with each other will have to unite in the face of a common enemy. The ancient Zerg spirit has finally risen. Its level is unknown, but its power can be felt even at great distances. The Red Flame Emperor's bad feeling came true. He knew that this would end in something extremely unpleasant. The portal back to the outside world is still not ready, and this boss is not at all one that will be easy to defeat. The Beetle Prince will try to delay the boss and buy some time. He gives John the artifact in case of his death, so that the man will become the king of this kingdom for the first time. The prince wants to show his strength and fearlessness, but instead he should be more prudent and not risk his life unnecessarily. Meanwhile, the elite hunters of the Han clan had already begun to fight the boss and try to detain him. The final boss of an unknown level is beyond their capabilities. They will have to unite and act as a single mechanism. Everyone around is hoping for help from the Red Flame Emperor, because only he can do something. John, along with his comrades, ordered the rest of the clan to speed up the process of restoring the portal, while at the same time he would fight the boss. The Zerg Prince is now with him, along with the captain of the elite squad, Han. This team can make the boss have a hard time, especially if John activates the Shadow Flame Emperor skill. Captain Steven is also ready to show off the hidden tricks he has been preparing for the toughest challenge. He spent a lot of strength to injure the boss. Even that was not enough to kill the opponent. The huge Zerg spirit is so strong that defeating it will be extremely difficult. Here we must hope for help from Betty, who did not leave with her cowardly team, but stayed here to fight the boss. She is more interested in fighting powerful monsters than anything else, so she didn't even consider escaping from this hell. The Ice Queen wants to taste this bug and show him her true power. With the help of magical freezing, Betty managed to stop the huge monster for some time, although she spent most of her energy to do so. The ancient god of the Zerg still managed to break through the icy shackles and break free. The sealing only worked for a short time. The Ice Queen underestimated her enemy. It seems that the boss has an incredibly high level. John is forced to ask his comrades for money in order to improve his current skills. If they lend him gold coins, they will soon be glad to see what he is really capable of. Although John is a rather greedy person, he always pays back his debts, so his friends don't have to worry. Barbara transferred more than 200 million coins to him. Steven did the same and made his friend extremely happy. Now John can take advantage of his opportunities and show the maximum of his skills. He has to fight the ancient god of the Zerg. His level is unknown. That's why this monster is so dangerous. You can't do without the Shadow King's skill here. This is the only way to challenge such a powerful mutant. It's worth remembering that John can automatically call upon such skills to help. He uses the extra coins only to protect his mind from the influence of the Shadow King. All his friends were very surprised when they saw what their partner had turned into. John calmly took all the blows from the boss and was in no hurry to lose his mind due to anger. Immediately obvious that with the help of these skills, this guy can calmly control his inner emotions. The Shadow King does not allow a person to have a very interesting set of qualities that cannot be discovered by the average player. The huge boss considered himself an invincible monster. Today, for the first time in his life, he encountered a serious obstacle on his way. Until now, all living beings have fled and saved themselves from the forces of the Zerg god, but today will force him to reconsider his views. He had already lost 90% of his vitality and almost his entire mana supply. It was very interesting to watch John fight against this powerful titan. At this point, the system informed the Emperor that, in order to ensure the safety of consciousness, it was no longer possible to continue to maintain the special form of the Shadow King. If forced to continue, John risks entering a state of overfusion and his consciousness being absorbed by the legendary vampire. John had already reached 10% confusion. He stopped moving and gave the bug boss some extra motivation. After this, the battle continued, but the confusion was constantly increasing and creating additional risks for our protagonist. The god of beetles never stopped rejoicing and constantly repeated that he would definitely finish off his opponent. John was in limbo and had no idea that he was gradually losing control of the situation. Right at that moment, a desert demon intervened in their battle, deciding to attack the Zerg god. We become witnesses of an incredible battle between the titans of the Dungeon of Bugs. The end of the battle was approaching very quickly. Everyone around felt an irresistible desire to fall to their knees and freeze in one place. A portal has just been opened. There is no way the boss can be allowed to go to the human world and cause a bloody massacre there. A red chromosphere appeared in the giant's chest, after which the huge monster lost the ability to move freely. He thought he had won this battle, but now it becomes clear that he underestimated the Shadow King. The skill of random blood consumption has been activated. This state is activated on the verge of death and confusion. The confusion index has reached its maximum values. The process of brain restructuring has begun, and John's consciousness will be forcibly changed in the near future. Due to the Master's over-integration, he is now drawn into the Shadow King's spiritual world and can only leave after completing the corresponding task. The initial level of the challenges is quite easy, but John cannot use absolutely all of his accounts. He only has access to Mad Max with his alchemy skills, which means John is currently only at level 13. He needs to take control of this situation because he is not in a place to relax right now. His task is quite simple. John must survive this night and survive at any cost until dawn. This won't be easy at all because right now he's being challenged by a huge werewolf. The new moon-crazed wolf is level 25 and has an overwhelming desire to kill. John can't use other accounts, but he has a lot of props that he can use at any time, such as a high-level grenade. By that time, the werewolf was already prepared to attack this man and taste how delicious his body was. John immediately activated the shield grenade and did not wait for the critical moment. Also, the force of mourners came to his aid. The engineering fire support of the machine gun turret is always ready to help its owner. With the help of endless ammunition, the Mad Wolf of the New Moon was quickly destroyed. Jin received additional experience points and gold coins, and he immediately felt much better. Now, based on the available drawings and materials, Waltz will create high-level medicines with a complete nutritional mixture for his master. All this will help the Emperor of the Red Flame to restore energy and become much stronger, but there is no guarantee that this will help defeat a guy named Laguna. Apparently, this guy is not in the mood to fight John. He suggests that he come to a safer place and talk a little. John decided to trust this guy and follow him, but his intuition immediately helped him determine what kind of person was in front of him. In front of him is the true essence of the Shadow King. This conversation promises to be extremely exciting. This is how the Shadow King looks before he wakes up. It's strange to see how welcoming he is today. Waltz determined that Laguna was not lying at all and was not going to set a trap for the unexpected guest. In the world of supervillains, dangers lurk everywhere, so John must be careful in this guy's camp. The monsters around are very afraid of fire, so at night Laguna does not sleep and lights a fire to protect herself from the monsters. A small town suffers from mutations, and the source of everything is the plague. Infected people have no way to be cured. They either die or turn into monsters. The events that took place in the city spread throughout the country. If this continues, the entire country will soon perish. John is not sure that he can use the abilities of a master alchemist to create a cure for this disease. To do this, it will be necessary to determine the source of the problem and create a huge amount of medicine in order to cure absolutely all residents. Besides, John doesn't forget about the huge debt he owes to his friends. He hasn't experienced such stress for a long time. He tried to change his train of thought and realized that by saving the entire country, he could get a huge reward and make a lot of money. Now it would be better for him to complete the task of this quest and quickly leave this place. For this, he will have to help Laguna. This guy is now an intern in the Hunter's Order, and today he was given the task of finding the missing Dr. Victor. The doctor was researching the plague. Yesterday, he disappeared in the countryside, and today his daughter entrusted this case to the Order of Hunters. Dr. Victor is a very good man who helped in Laguna. For finding him, you can get a solid reward. John is ready to accept the challenge and help the future Shadow King complete his mission. He just opened the main mission with his handshake. John must help Laguna become a full-fledged Shadow King. This means that John must turn this sunny boy with a beautiful smile into a real monster. The flow of time in the two worlds is independent of each other. When John returns to his world, who will be at the moment when he lost control of consciousness. First, John wants to learn about the work of a hunter in this world, to understand how exactly Laguna makes money. After the invasion of monsters into this world, armies were powerless. So people with amazing abilities united to protect ordinary people. These people do not have a fixed salary. They earn money through completed missions, and thanks to this, they do not live poorly at all. Compared to John, these guys earn pennies, but that doesn't mean John isn't interested. They soon approached the depths of the dark forest where Dr. Victor had last been seen. Here they met a team of hunters who also carry out missions for the Order. They started making fun of Laguna and his partner because they thought the guy was a loser. Laguna is no longer going to tolerate all these jokes at his expense. He is already tired of harassment and disrespect. The hunter is not going to waste his time on him. They came here to take away his mission. Everyone knows that Laguna has been wanting to level up for a long time. If they take the reward for this mission from him, they will confirm that this guy is a loser. It was clear that Laguna was very upset. He had no horses, and because of this, his speed of movement was extremely slow. In fact, he has a tough character, but for some reason, he is not respected within the Order. John doesn't want this guy's dream to die here and now. He's ready to lend him a helping hand and change his destiny. Thanks to these small details, there have been changes in the progression of the main quest. The road to the Emperor of Shadows continues. The partners nevertheless decided to continue searching for Dr. Victor in the hope of doing it faster than their competitors. They heard strange sounds and screams and realized that something interesting was about to happen. Very soon they met a level 45 Grave Guardian. This monster looks really creepy. The captain of the hunting team turned into a victim and asked for help to avoid death. Laguna was immediately ready to come to the rescue, but John asked him to calm down and not risk his life without a preliminary plan. The monster is a much stronger opponent, so it would be foolish to just go into open battle. If John lets this guy die, the mission will fail. He will return to the real world and lose his Shadow Emperor account. This must not be allowed to happen under any circumstances, but events are getting out of control too quickly. At first, John managed to stop Laguna, but as soon as this guy saw that people were in danger, he immediately forgot about caution. Under no circumstances should we allow him to die, although it is very pleasant to watch this fearless man fight. The huge monster began to attack the little man with its poisonous slime. The characteristics of the future Shadow King immediately decreased, and he found himself in a difficult situation. John cannot stand aside. He activated divine artifacts in order to correct the situation. The monster immediately began to feel much more vulnerable and less confident. After this, John threw a high-level shield bomb at him and ordered his comrade to run away immediately. During their escape, they saw Dr. Victor in front of them, who had been hiding under their feet the whole time. It looks like this old man is pretty good at surviving in the wild. Now he should get the nickname Chameleon. The doctor said that the monster was originally a cemetery caretaker, but after being infected with the plague, he changed. Normal physical attacks can't kill this ghost monster, meaning we need to try a different approach. John decided to use a health potion and dealt a crushing blow to his opponent. Dr. Victor had never met a level 13 person who possessed such a powerful magic potion. In fact, the Red Flame Emperor has a supply of such a potion and can deal additional blows. Soon the grave guard was completely destroyed, and all the souls that were in his body were finally free. John did a great job and said he was happy to continue helping Laguna. For killing the boss, John received points and coins, as well as the monster's heart, which is called pathological tissue. John said that he came from a completely different world and used artifacts obtained in previous battles. In this world, no one had heard of such skills and artifacts. Laguna and Dr. Victor were very interested. Dr. Victor was also interested in pathological tissue. He came here to find something similar. Such an artifact can only be obtained from a dead body, and it was for this item that the doctor risked his life in the cemetery. Perhaps this artifact can help John and his friends solve the mystery of the origin of the plague. The Red Flame Emperor calmly gave his prize to the doctor because he is not greedy at all. After that, it was time to talk about the order of hunters that Laguna belongs to. The future Emperor of Darkness must change his attitude towards these people and no longer consider them real heroes. At first glance, it seems that the hunters are protecting people, but in reality, they are just a gang of hooligans who want to earn a little money. A true hunter must strive to help people and do truly good deeds, and this is the lifestyle that interests Laguna. First, you need to leave this place and only then think about how to change the world for the better. During all this time, the doctor has not been able to understand the problems of the plague. He does not have enough money for research materials. The only thing he knows is that the disease is associated with blood poisoning. Further checks need to be carried out. So far, everything points to a mysterious organization called the Secret Blood Society. These people worship the mystical blood of an ancient god. They are so elusive that they cannot be caught and no one has ever seen them. Previously, representatives of this organization traveled to different villages and cities to heal people with the mystical blood of the ancient god. After treatment, most people were healed and felt strong, but there were also those who developed mental illnesses. So far, all this is just rumors. Now the doctor plans to go in search of this organization to find out what they really are. John became interested in the ancient gods because he had encountered them during the battles in his world. Dr. Victor informed our protagonist that the members of the mythical blood organization worship a special being. His name is Dark Blood Masterbird. It is likely that this god will be an important turning point in Laguna's transformation into the Shadow King. In order to quickly complete the mission, you need to find the Dark Blood Master as quickly as possible and facilitate the meeting with Laguna. To begin with, this small team came to the Order of Hunters in order to have a little rest. This place is like a black market, only the infrastructure is much more primitive. Margot was very happy to see her father. She is Dr. Victor's favorite daughter. Finally, he came back alive and she saw that nothing bad had happened to him. After this, Margot thanked Laguna for her help and also noticed and met a very nice guy who was on her father's team. Margot finds Laguna more attractive, but John's powerful aura has intrigued her greatly, and now it will be difficult for her to make a choice. The doctor now plans to return home and get a good rest before continuing the examination. Meanwhile, Laguna wants to get a reward for the completed mission. People around you are surprised that he came back alive. Apparently no one respects this guy at all. He reported that the captain of the orders team, along with his assistants, were killed while carrying out this task. Everyone around began to think that Laguna had set up the captain and arranged his death for the purpose of gaining profit. A serious conflict was approaching. The experienced master Sarian, together with the sorceress Christina, were obliged to intervene. They congratulated Laguna on completing the task and said that from today on he officially became a full member of the order. John just witnessed the ritual of blessing an artifact. It was interesting to watch. The progress of the current mission immediately increased, which means that John is moving in the right direction. After this, the experienced sorceress Christina passed by John and came as close as possible to this guy. The Emperor of the Red Flame immediately tensed up. Did another beauty really like him? Christina is a person who is very sensitive to smells. She smells a scent from John that she has never encountered before. This smell is completely unfamiliar to her. It is like a distant and deep feeling of the unknown. Laguna decided to intervene in the conversation and said that this foreigner was his friend and had a very kind heart. The experienced master said goodbye to the young hunters and said that they would meet again in the future. John is already 10% complete with the mission. He needs to speed up if he wants to get home faster. Today, Laguna officially became a hunter, so this bar will be partying until the early morning. The young warrior must finally experience all the delights of adult life and not deny you anything. Meanwhile, John was planning his next steps and decided to try to find out more information about the plague tomorrow. He wants to save the inhabitants of this country and earn as much money as possible, and at the same time help his friend Laguna. Soon new people started showing up at the bar, having heard rumors that you could get a free drink there that day. John pays for drinks for absolutely everyone who wants them because he wants to cheer up his friend and celebrate his success. It's really fun to watch. These guys not only know how to fight monsters, but also have a great time. Only John looks a little tense because he understands that all this will come at a high price. Closer to the morning, John learned about the difference in exchange between the currencies of this world and her own planet. It turned out that the 500 coins he spent at the bar would turn into 500,000 in his world. John is not going to rush into joining the Hunter's Order, but he will still help his friend. They are happy to spend time together. It has been a long time since the Emperor of the Red Flame met someone so positive and kind. It's hard to even believe that this man will turn into the Vampire King. Sometimes John's trials become too crazy. Right now they are on their way to meet the doctor who invited them to his home yesterday. It turned out that Dr. Victor lives in a very nice house. It is immediately obvious that this researcher earns a good income. After arriving, the doctor began to conduct examinations. However, he did not make any progress. He did not sleep all night and looks a little tense. Margaret was too eager to please the boy, so her father ordered her to go into the kitchen and make breakfast. Without additional materials and advanced training, the doctor cannot conduct a full-fledged study. He hopes that John will be able to correct his mistakes and get closer to solving the mystery of the terrible disease. Victor also invited his friends from the Pharmaceutical Association here. He hopes that they will also be useful. Jose, who has important knowledge in the field of medicine, came here. In a conversation with Laguna, John learned a lot about the realities of the modern world. After the plague swept across the country, pharmacists face problems and now have a lack of knowledge and skills. If John applied his skills in this world, he would be able to earn a lot of money and influence. These thoughts immediately filled his mind. The second mission has just been automatically launched. John must try to cure people of the plague. The secondary mission does not affect his return to his world, but can be useful for the Emperor's progress. During the conversation, a strange explosion occurred. It is immediately obvious that these pharmacists are just pathetic losers. The remedy that Master Jose prepared was unable to dissolve the pathological tissue. We will have to call the chairman of the community. John said that it is not necessary to call a guru because he can also be helpful in this difficult matter. Dr. Victor immediately introduced his friends to this young guy who is a talented pharmacist. At first, everyone around laughed at John and thought that he would not be able to help experienced craftsmen. To complete such a task, you need to have qualifications and experience, all of which the young guy lacks. John said that he didn't care about the doubts of others. If he was paid well, he could even invent a potion for immortality. Master Jose hates greedy people. But if John can still complete the analysis of the Platonic fabric, he will make a great contribution to the development of plague research. For this, a young pharmacist can receive more than 10,000 gold coins, that is 10 years' salary of senior masters. One could only dream of such conditions. John happily agreed and began preparing for the research. This guy is ready to show a master class to local scientists and prove that age is not an obstacle to success. John has long wanted to demonstrate his alchemy skills. For this, he uses the Mad Max account. Everyone watched very carefully how this guy copes with the task. John pleasantly surprised with his speed. Master Jose doubted the effectiveness of his potion, but still decided to check what this self-confident worm from another world had created. Everyone was shocked when the monster's heart turned into liquid, although nothing could affect this tissue before. Within seconds, the heart had transformed into a bat made of a bloody substance. Laguna reacted quickly, took out his sword, and showed why he can proudly be called a hunter. After this, the bat immediately turned into a liquid substance, like the venom symbiote. Dr. Victor ordered everyone to stand still and not approach the dangerous liquid. It seems that the rumors were true. The plague is indeed connected to the dark organization that was mentioned earlier. Now John must immediately go in search of the secret blood society and find out more information about Bird. He finally revealed information about two ancient gods. But there is still too much work to do because there are actually many more gods. Everyone around was shocked by the pharmaceutical skills of this young guy. John earned the respect of experienced craftsmen. He said that he is not interested in fame. He is only interested in money, so he wants to get his reward. Being a pharmacist is a very high-paying profession, which means that John will always be interested in this job. Jose invites him to join the Royal Pharmaceutical Association. Such offers are only given to a select few. Jose realizes that it is not very convenient to talk here. He invites John and his friends to go to his private office. Victor can't go with them because he still has things to do at the research center. This means that John and Laguna will go together to meet with an experienced scientist. Even the regular department surprised them with its large size. It was immediately clear that pharmacists earn big money. Within minutes, John was in Jose's office talking to him about the benefits of the job. The master wants John to become his assistant and help him become the new president of the Pharmaceutical Association, which is quite unexpected. The Red Flame Emperor received a very lucrative offer. He began to doubt that it was true because the conditions were too tempting. He wants to understand the true goal of Jose, who on the one hand wants to make money and on the other hand wants to be the president of the association. Jose believes that money and status should be separated from each other. The Pharmaceutical Association is now in decline and almost destroyed. He wants to forget about profit and really try to help the country avoid a cataclysm. When his mother was dying, he promised her that he would always fight for justice and the honor of the country. With John's skills and the power of the master, an incredible connection can be created that will help cure the world of the epidemic. It's not easy to refuse such an offer, especially when Waltz is sure that this man is not lying. After some thought, John decided to agree to these conditions. He wants to earn money and save people at the same time. This guy immediately received an advance and felt how quickly his mood improved. Now we need to prepare all the necessary materials. John can find everything he needs in the research center. Now, in parallel with helping his friend, he will be doing research and trying to eradicate the disease. John and his friend plan to go in search of food and take a little rest. Everything immediately went wrong because they met mysterious people who hide their level and names. These unknown creatures began to attack the young warriors even without prior acquaintance. Had to activate the shield boundary in order to protect against the first attacks. John acted quickly and confidently, but even his skills were not enough to hold off these powerful creatures for long. After the main task was completed by 10%, the system reported that the owner would return to the real world. He opened his eyes and saw that he was indeed with his friends who were trying to understand in surprise who Laguna was. Time in this world had hardly changed. John was unconscious for only a few seconds. This means that while he is in this world, he has time to come up with a solution to the problem that arose in a parallel reality. Every week, John will change his position and be torn between worlds. Just recently, John defeated a huge boss with the help of the Vampire King's skills, and his strength attracted Betty's attention. She had previously underestimated this guy, but now she realized that he was a real priceless diamond in front of her. Finally, the Ice Queen reminded this guy that he must return her money, otherwise he will regret being born. After defeating the boss, you can calmly collect your equipment and count the points and coins you earned. This time he got incredible items and artifacts, and along with them the key to the dungeon and the legendary poison recipe. When combined with Oswald's helmet, the poison's power will increase, turning John into a poison master who can poison any creature. Now he does not hide his pleasure from his own greatness and does not even realize that now he looks incredibly sinister. A few seconds later, it turned out that John and Stephen wanted the same thing. They needed the key to the dungeon. Each of them has their own reasons. Stephen is ready to share the key only if John joins his squad and turns into Donald's assistant. If John refuses, he will immediately become an enemy of this corporation. And if he agrees, he will betray his friend Margaret. He asked to give him time to think, because he understands that he cannot stand against strong representatives, because now the skills of powerful accounts are not available to him. After that, it's time to talk to Juice. He should know more information about the dungeon key. He said that the key should belong to John, because only this guy has the right to be the king of the bugs. Stephen agrees with this logic, but he also states that the rules of operation of all worlds have changed significantly. The universe is going through hard times now. Everything is too confusing, and a collapse could happen at any moment. Stephen went to look for his friends in order to contact his boss and report on the mission. He promised to inform the boss that John also helped the team achieve success in this dungeon. After spending a lot of time with this guy, Stephen realized that this man had a good heart, although not the most pleasant character. John and Juice were planning to bury the legendary Swordmaster together, but at that moment their plans came to an end. The desert demon appeared without warning and said that he was ready to be the Red Flame Emperor's loyal servant. John tried to convince the demon to serve juice, but these persuasions did not work at all. As a sign of respect, the desert demon gave the young warrior a high-level magic crystal that was imbued with the power of the priests of Mother Earth. Various artifacts were also discovered along with gold coins. John was pleasantly surprised and after that calmly went to arrange the funeral of the swordmaster. He promised Juice that he would be by his side in this difficult moment, and now he kept his word. The legendary master was buried in a very beautiful place where he will now finally find peace. After that, the friends went to the house of the legendary master to find something here. Here they opened the master's secret box, and there was a scroll with an inscription in human handwriting on it. On this scroll, it was written that the weapon of the beetles is a stone that stabilizes this world, but the artifact is not unique, because in another world, there is the same thing. Once upon a time, the master was the commander of the Imperial Guard and was close to the secrets of the great state. One day, a famous thief broke into the Imperial Palace and stole a treasure box. The master returned the box and saw something interesting. In front of him was the very artifact that the Zerg King later showed him. This means that there are two identical tariff worlds. The master began his investigations and asked the Zerg King to let him study the world of beetles. He also observed Oswald's experiments and came to the conclusion that the artifact was a dimension stone that supported life throughout the world. If the artifact is damaged, the entire world will be destroyed, but with the help of this stone, the master can return to the human world. He decided to turn into a beetle in order to live a longer life and unravel all the secrets of the artifact. If all this is true, then this theory may have a connection with the legendary treasure hunter's hypothesis about the world being rebooted. Now, the current king of bugs must protect the artifact with all his might. From now on, Juice must hold the stability of this world in his hands, as well as keep an eye on his mother, who will soon wake up. The friends decided to take a walk along the lake and began to talk about how they might never meet again. John plans to unravel the secrets of his world, then he will have the opportunity to visit the bugs again. Less than an hour later, his mother finally woke up from a long sleep induced by the magic potion. After losing the Zerg essence, her stats are at their lowest, but her health will be restored soon. Their world has finally restored its harmony, and now Juice can calmly lead his people to prosperity. Themis wants her son to pass on his power to the incredible hero who helped them destroy evil. John can use the Zerg essence that was taken from Themis during the battle. With the help of this stone, he will receive 1,000-year-old magical power, which is hard to refuse. John thanked his friends for the opportunity and absorbed the incredible power. He had never experienced such emotions before. It all felt as if he was being torn apart from the inside. After that, he automatically entered the system space, all due to receiving powerful magical power. A special account that does not belong to the Shadow King was automatically activated. To unlock skills, you don't need money or experience points. You just need to enter the required magic power. The young emperor was very surprised because he had just opened a female account for the first time. In front of him are twin witches. They know how to control light and darkness. Because of the internal conflict between them, there was a split into two personalities. During previous transformations, when John activated the account, he immediately changed his appearance. This means that this time nothing will change and he will have a set of women's clothing. To use the account, you need to directly apply magical power or spend energy on calling a witch in human form. The system reported that for this, it would not be necessary to start women's clothing, although John had already resigned himself to this task and was even a little happy. He thanked his friends for giving him the opportunity to discover new skills. Now he can stop lingering in this dungeon and finally set off in search of solving the mystery of his world. They will definitely meet again in the future, but now John must return home. All members of his family, together with his friends, had been waiting for the return of their beloved emperor for a long time. The parents were happy to see that their son was okay and was not injured during the raid. A little later, they went outside to celebrate his return and have a great time. The girls were swimming in the pool, and the guys were having a great time drinking delicious cocktails. Even Margaret decided to contact her friend and make sure he was okay. John knows that the key to the dungeon went to the corporation because Steven took the artifact with him. He wants to ask Margaret to help him get this key back into his hands, although he understands that it will not be easy. Tomorrow they will have to meet. Margaret does not promise anything, but she will try to help. The next day, John has to meet with the board of directors, which is a big event for him. If he wants to get his hands on the key to the dungeon, he must convince these people to trust him with this artifact. The CEO of the Con Corporation, Mr. Maximus, is very pleased that his squad has achieved success in the dungeon and defeated their competitors. He expressed great gratitude to all participants in the battle and promised to organize a substantial reward for them. It turned out that the Red Flame Emperor's team was to receive a much more substantial reward. The CEO decided that this was the right thing to do, and Captain Stephen did not object. Now John felt it was time to say a few words and thank the corporation for the opportunities provided. If there are still people here who doubt his achievements, he may destroy the Huang Company to prove his commitment. Everyone around was very surprised when this young guy allowed himself to make such statements. John was given the hint that he was just a naive boy who had not yet proven his true skills in real combat. There is a long-standing feud between the two clans, which concerns military and financial aspects. One young warrior cannot solve a long-standing problem, although there are people who believe in John's skills. Donald tried to put pressure on this guy in every possible way, but Margaret stood up for her friend. She cannot agree with her brother because she knows that John is an incredibly talented person who has shown his potential many times. He faced incredible monsters and never backed down, even when it seemed like he had no chance of winning. Margaret proposes a bet to her brother. She wants to place a bet on a dark horse named John. The father watches this mental battle calmly. He looks thoughtful and very serious. This man is willing to give John a chance to prove himself. But the Emperor of the Red Flame must understand that all the consequences will fall on his shoulders. If he truly defeats the Huang clan, he will receive the key to the dungeon. But if he fails, his family's life and Margaret's life will be affected. After these words, Maximus calmly turned around and said that he would eagerly await the outcome of this fascinating story. Within 10 days, John will definitely beat the competition and give his boss good news. Donald believes that in 10 days, John will turn into cannon fodder and will be destroyed in front of the whole family. The Emperor of the Red Flame must hurry, because very soon he will return to the world of shadows. This guy doesn't have a specific plan right now, but he really hates the Huang clan and his hatred has grown stronger during the conflicts in the dungeon. He understands that his strongest opponent will be Betty, and he is confident that he will not lose to her in a real battle. He also wants to repay Margaret with kindness. He is not going to help her fight for the family throne, but he remembers that she did a lot of good for him. Nobody wants to accompany this crazy guy. Everyone around thinks that he's a madman who will soon be destroyed. Feng has no intention of letting his mistress down. Despite the general chaos, he plans to stay by John and Margaret's side. Master Nick will do the same, although up until this point he has always remained neutral. He has no intention of engaging in a power struggle against Donald, but feels he must support John, to whom he owes his life. This means that the young emperor has enough support to carry out his plan. The 8th district is much safer than our hero's previous house. He had the opportunity to think a little and develop a strategy for further action. Soon John noticed that he was being followed by 3 strangers in black hoods. John reacted in time and showed these guys his incredible close combat technique. One of the attackers is the captain of the Huang clan's assassination squad, and he challenges John directly. The Emperor of the Red Flame is ready to accept this challenge and begin the feud against his enemies here and now. John has already managed to raise his level a long time ago, and now he doesn't even feel the level of his opponents. He has raised his cultivation skills and now looks like a crazy madman capable of changing the world order. The assassin captain tried to activate his mind control skill and forced John to follow his orders. His plan didn't work, and he was soon completely destroyed without ever completing his mission. He came to kill John on the orders of his captain. We've already met this woman before. Her name is Kira. After John solved all his problems, he went to Old Man Albert's laboratory. Here he learned that a large reward had been placed on his head after Kira's failure in the Beetle Dungeon. Albert advised his friend to come up with a plan, because going straight ahead would clearly not work. First, John wants to know what's going on at the center of Juan's organization. He wants to understand all their secrets. There is a crisis of division in this organization now. This is the ideal moment to deal a fatal blow. The organization is divided into 3 groups: the assassination team, the economic activity team, and the trade team. Fusion and Friedrich are 2 brothers who hate each other and run the economics and trading teams. Kira's group is caught between 2 brothers. They are all uncomfortable, and they have long had time to quarrel with each other. John must leave for the mission immediately and not waste a minute. First, he wants to find out where Kira is and personally challenge the commander of the mercenary squad. For Albert, this mission seemed like suicide because Kira's private villa is guarded by professional killers. This girl constantly thinks about the Emperor of the Red Flame and has long dreamed of killing him. She was very surprised when she found out that all this time John was nearby and watching her naked body. Kira is not at all shy about showing this side of herself. She is a very self-confident girl. Now she plans to use her love power skills and force John to submit to her will. She really likes this mysterious and interesting guy, but this whole mirage is only needed to cut off his head. John knew perfectly well what was happening and calmly repelled this rat attack. Just recently, he added an incredible poison to Kira's bath, so all she can do is prepare to die. Killing her directly would be too wasteful. After all, he wants to destroy the entire organization, and to do that he needs help. Kira is ready to give this handsome man her device for access to the organization's main office. After this, the poison continued to act and the girl lost consciousness, but this does not mean that she died. John added only a small amount of poison so Kira should wake up after a long sleep, but still remain under his control. With the help of scanning, John easily passed through the security system. The artificial intelligence mistook him for Kira. He decided to request the maximum amount of information to find out everything about the company. In order to destroy this organization, it is necessary to strike an economic blow and then go down the military path. Kira's powers can be used to give the wrong target to her assassination squad and create internal strife. All matters must be done in the shortest possible time so that John can calmly return to the shadow world. John just received secret information that the Huang clan is gathering its army to attack the Han clan. The offensive will begin in less than a week. John must outsmart these worms and take countermeasures in time. First, by contacting Margaret. He told her everything he knew and made his friend happy with his active actions. Margaret is afraid that if she tells her father about the coming storm, no one will believe her. It should also be remembered that the general population will suffer great harm if a war occurs between the two groups. A reckless war will definitely affect ordinary people, and we certainly don't want to allow that to happen. John must find hidden resources within himself to weaken the enemy's forces as much as possible and reduce the scale of the war to a minimum. He must also keep his family away from the company in order to keep his parents safe. On the second day, John went outside the safe zone. He did not go there alone, but with his family, who needed to be protected. Once the war starts, the city will be unsafe, so parents should stay away from the center of events. Everyone around wanted to stay with John and help him through this difficult moment, but this guy is used to doing his tasks alone. Even Lilu tries to go with him. It is immediately obvious that this robot has long since changed his original intentions. John asks his loved ones to unite and wait for his return. He will definitely get the key to the dungeon, build his base there, and his family will no longer be in danger. He is also looking forward to meeting other members of his team here, whom he hasn't seen for a long time. The Blue Sky team is happy to see their comrade. They will look after his family members. Everything is going according to plan. Now John can stop worrying about his loved ones and focus on the mission. There is a tense atmosphere in Team Huang's observation room today due to the boss's presence. Mr. Fusion is acting as chairman of the board and would like to know the current situation. The system has just detected a large amount of negative information that is harmful to the corporation. There are too many lies about the Huang clan on the internet. The staff must get to work immediately. Fusion isn't going to be afraid of rumors. It just needs to find the source of the news and kill the person behind it. A loss-making financial report suddenly leaked online, meaning even Fusion is losing its cool. The situation got out of control very quickly. False information can really destroy a large corporation. Fusion just received an urgent call from his brother, who is also the corporation's deputy. Friedrich does not understand what is happening and begins to accuse his brother of negligence in his work. He had just been informed that the problem was not only economic, but also in the military industry. Their warehouse was recently attacked, and it created chaos that is difficult to stop. Friedrich cannot believe that all this is really happening, because the location of the weapons arsenal was very carefully hidden. He is sure that somewhere here there is a rat that is leaking information. The boss gave the order to destroy the man who broke into the warehouse and not leave a single piece of him. John calmly endured all these attacks and arranged a full-fledged New Year's fireworks display in the warehouse. All this was made possible by using the Twin Witches account. Their abilities are truly unique. In just the first half of the day, he not only dealt his enemies a colossal economic blow, but also destroyed half of their military industry. A legendary magical barrier has appeared above the 8th district, which cannot be simply taken and attacked without a clear strategy. The Han organization took the initiative and expanded the barrier to avoid attack, but Huang's headquarters is in the same area, and this creates a problem. The war between the clans is already beginning. Huang acts very quickly and decided to take a desperate step. This means that the time has come to end this eternal feud. By that time, the Huang clan's mercenaries had already managed to attack the black market controlled by the Han organization. This was done by the commander of a mercenary army. He is called the Joker because of his strange hairstyle and constant laughter. Here you can meet people who are close friends of John. They are now in mortal danger, but they are in no hurry to give up without a fight. These horrible perverts attacked the women and began to tear things off their bodies. It was all very rude and cruel. Jessica couldn't do anything about it because she didn't have enough support. A few seconds later, there was a huge explosion that killed most of the mercenaries. John hates it when his close friends are offended, and he punishes such actions very severely. The mercenaries immediately started attacking this guy, but they didn't have enough skills to break through the fire barrier. The girls were happy to see that their savior had finally come to their aid. Now they didn't have to worry about anything. John decided to teach these men a lesson and make them suffer the most severe pain in the galaxy. Now they will no longer be able to approach women and try to do anything. Their best days are in the past. The Joker fell to his knees and began to beg for mercy. Apparently he does not understand that in front of him is a real devil. John has not spared his enemies for a long time. There are creatures in this world that do not deserve a second chance. The girls were saved and immediately rushed to hug their superhero. The Emperor arrived on time. He freed absolutely all the hostages and told them that they could now fear nothing. Almost every girl who was just saved fell in love with the Red Flame Emperor. Now they will all fight to become his future wife. A very serious competition is looming. The situation on the battlefield is changing rapidly. We need to react immediately to avoid being destroyed by the Huang clan. Jessica will contact the management. Meanwhile, her friend will try to break through the barrier and go straight to Huang's headquarters. His actions disappointed the rescued girls, who expected that they would all go for a little swim in the pool together. Right now, John can't think about entertainment. Too much depends on his actions, so he needs to concentrate. The enemies have already begun a full-fledged offensive. With the help of poison, John controls Kira's mind, which means that he has two main enemies left, Fusion and Friedrich. Using his skills, John plans to scan the entire safe zone. So far, the scale of the war is not as great as it might seem at first glance. The all-seeing eye reported that Fusion and Friedrich are somewhere far from this area, in which case the help of artificial intelligence is needed. John has long been interested in one mysterious person. Now he can afford to be distracted to meet this girl. The Yuan bank robbery has taken place. The blue-haired beauty once again shows off her curvaceous figure. John used to go to the same school with her. Maria was always special. Now nothing has changed. She's already tired of seeing this guy constantly stalking her. Now she doesn't even pay attention to him. She also has Ice Queen skills. This girl is too much like Betty, especially considering they have the same last name. John said that he was going to destroy Frederick. This information interested Maria. She will be happy to help complete this task because now their goals intersect. She knows where to find this guy. John must trust this thief and go with her to the 4th safe zone. This is where the secret command post of the Huang organization is located. This office was just destroyed. So far, Jonah has not been able to find his target, but this does not mean that he will stop searching. Maria invites him to go to another mysterious place, although she promised herself never to return there. It is unknown what kind of insults this woman has suffered, but now she is next to a strong man who will not let her be offended. Together they can challenge strong enemies because their skills are incredibly good. When John and Maria arrived at that mysterious place, they saw various elements in front of them. They have to fight with robot girls. They are called Terminators. Here you can find Friedrich, who is happy to see Maria for the first time in a long time, on whom he had previously conducted experiments. It turns out that this girl was also part of the Terminators but somehow managed to escape. The inner slave nature has not yet changed, so the Ice Princess feels pain when she approaches this man. John doesn't like it when girls are made to cry. His protective instinct kicks in. If he wants to destroy Friedrich, he'll have to deal with all these Terminators first. It seemed to him that Maria was on the same side with him, but she would have to try to control her mind. For now, she is on the side of good and fights alongside the Emperor. This girl has shown incredible talent. Now it is clear why she is considered special. All this time, she hid a powerful technique that she obtained through experiments using the Ice Queen's DNA. Maria not only has an independent consciousness, but also the ability to autonomously renew herself, which means that she is not human at all. Now John realized that Maria and Betty had something in common. It seemed like they shared DNA. Friedrich knew that his situation could quickly deteriorate, so he ordered the Terminators to unite. By that time, Maria had already managed to spend a large amount of her internal energy. She must fall into the arms of the Red Flame Emperor and relax completely. Now she better get some rest. She doesn't have to worry because John will do all the dirty work. He's not at all afraid of serious problems and happily accepts challenges anywhere in the world. The Terminators thought that by uniting they would create an incredible force. This was a big mistake. John easily tore the Transformer apart and made Friedrich look stupid. All this was made possible by engineering skills. But will they be enough when Friedrich shows his power? This guy is level 140. He turned into a Transformer killer and got ready for battle. In response, he saw only a smile on the face of the arrogant schoolboy. It seemed that John was not afraid of him at all. A hellish battle began. The Emperor had not experienced such emotions for a long time. He always enjoyed fighting bosses. Now he has the opportunity to do so in a real-world setting. Friedrich did everything possible to surprise this schoolboy, but he was doomed to failure. John has been through some hellish battles, and now it will be difficult to surprise him with some ordinary guns. Friedrich must prepare something more interesting if he wants to get out of this building alive. All this time, John had been cultivating a high level of energy in order to deliver critical hits. A few seconds later, he created a fiery meteorite that was heading towards the Terminator. The leader of the organization's military industry, Juan, felt helpless for the first time in a long time. His stats started to drop rapidly, and now he doesn't have much health left. All this became possible because John called upon a light witch named Afri to help him. The witch is happy that she was able to be useful to her master. She just got access to continue the battle. This strong woman is ready to demonstrate why her boss should seriously count on her skills. Within a few seconds, Friedrich was almost completely destroyed by magical attacks. There's not a single living spot left on his armor, but he's not going to give up that quickly. Even though his vital statistics are currently at their lowest, this guy has an ace up his sleeve. He pressed the button, and Maria immediately turned into a terrible Terminator, a level 160th killer. Now the battle between the two superwomen will begin, but John asked the witch not to harm her friend. He ordered her not to kill Mary under any circumstances, even if the end of the world happened. Friedrich had installed a mind control mechanism on Maria in advance. This worm turned out to be too smart. John realized that he couldn't show weakness, so he ordered the light witch to show strength. This force was enough to force Friedrich to retreat. The pathetic worm tried to escape and used the rescue device for micro-teleportation. He doesn't realize that at the last moment he was marked by the witch's magic and will never be able to hide again. First, John ordered that Maria be neutralized and that he be given the opportunity to realize his ass. Soon the Ice Princess was left without powers, and John connected the account of Mad Max. One touch of the legendary engineer was enough to free the beauty's mind. Now Waltz must take on the process of restoring her health. Within a few minutes she felt great and did not hide her warm emotions towards her savior. Today he saved her from certain death. After that, it is impossible not to fall in love with this hero. This is not the first time that John has felt the loving glances of beautiful women. He has gotten used to it lately. For the first time in her life, Maria has gained complete freedom. Now she is ready to follow John to completely eliminate the Juan company. First, John asked her to restore her health, and only then think about a full-fledged battle. The Red Flame Emperor promised to wait for her return. Did this guy really fall in love? After all these events, it was time to move to the command post of the military department of the Huang Corporation. John found a secret tunnel here that would be a good idea to explore right now. There are a huge number of female Terminators here who were created for mass murder. In the hands of the right person, all these women can become a treasure that serves the forces of good. If you look closely, you can see that all these robots are copies of the Ice Princess. They just opened their eyes and rushed towards John. It seems the Emperor is in mortal danger. After a few seconds, it became clear that nothing terrible would happen, because all these Terminators adore this handsome guy. They call him their boss and bow their knees before his authority. John has truly won their mechanical hearts, and now he has his own army of robots that can activate a combat form. They can go to the battlefield together and finally fight independent enemies. John can't put off important events any longer. It's time to stretch his bones a little. Here John met his old friends, Captain Django and his assistant Sean. He asked these guys not to interfere with him doing his job, in which case no one would get hurt. Everyone around was ready to destroy John, but Captain Django ordered the people not to interfere and to let this guy go ahead. He ordered to report to the boss about what was happening here and ask for reinforcements. John thought that everything was going according to his plan, and his comrades would not interfere with the destruction of the protective barrier. At this point, Sean lost his head and decided to strike a vile blow in the back. All this was not at all accidental, although of course the Emperor of the Red Flame managed to defend himself from this blow. Django could not understand why his comrade decided to attack John and disobey his order. Sean immediately remembered the past events and said that it was this man who killed their friend in the 9th safe zone. One of the surviving people met with Sean and told him what really happened there. John said that this girl died trying to protect him, but in reality she was killed by a monster, and John calmly watched it. Sean loved this woman. He still can't accept the fact that she is no longer in this world. John admitted that everything was really not as he said, but that does not mean that he is a killer. The young emperor did not kill anyone. He just did not stop the monster who was trying to destroy the traitor. Sean will have a hard time coming to terms with the fact that the woman he loved turned out to be a rotten pig. He tried to strike again, but was stopped in time by secret skills. Now John does not have time for these stupid showdowns. He must solve more global problems. Wounded Sean still wasn't going to retreat. He decided to drink a special potion to double his level. After this, he turned into a terrible leopard. Attentive viewers will remember that it was the leopard that destroyed his mistress. In this guise, he is ready to challenge the Red Flame Emperor, but even this is too naive. John has already met much more dangerous opponents. For him, the leopard is nothing more than a house cat. The love story ended with a very sad ending. Finally, the lovers will meet each other in heaven. Captain Django had just lost his second ally, and he blamed himself for not having had time to intervene. Not everyone has the courage to endure despair. Sometimes life turns out to be much more painful than death. In such moments, it is difficult not to remember Alejandro. Django may hate the guy, but John offers him to stay on the same side and fight against the forces of evil. The captain is ready to follow this man in order to eradicate his weaknesses and abandon stupidity. Right at that moment, a magic circle appeared in the sky, from which monsters rained down onto the ground. Apparently, one of the organization's managers betrayed the people and sent the monsters to the safe zone. We need to change the plan immediately in order to close the magic circle and destroy the portal first. At the headquarters of the Khan organization, they already know about everything that is happening. This news did not please anyone. Both organizations are in a difficult situation and now must forget about their enmity with each other for a while. The situation is heating up very quickly because a world boss has already appeared in the safe zone. He allowed all living monsters to kill people who are in this zone and leave no one alive. This boss belongs to the 28 constellations, and John had a hard time with the previous monster. It's impossible to cope here without the Shadow King account, but this account should be inaccessible. We'll have to call on the biotech army of female Terminators for help. All of them must finally leave the laboratory and begin to fulfill their intended purpose. A war between robots and monsters has begun in the sky, while people remain on the sidelines and observe the events. When the war started, John sent his friends to different locations. Now it's time to unite his team. He explained to his comrades that due to Raul's betrayal, a cataclysm had occurred in the safe zone, and now they needed to react immediately. John gave a task to each of his team members and asked them to do everything possible to stabilize the situation in the different areas of the safe zones. Now he must go on his own to clear the area and challenge the boss. This won't be easy at all because in order to get to the main monster, you'll have to get through his guards. During all this time, the Red Flame Emperor has made great progress and can afford such battles. He decided to use the Shadow Flame skills to increase his stats. His most powerful blow took only 1% of the world boss's health, which is negligible. John will have to use his full potential to impose full-fledged competition. It feels like we are now watching a battle between a matador and a bull in a Spanish bullfight. John sent his powerful version to fight the monster while he watched these events from the sidelines. He realized that he had to use the secret artifact that the Beetle Prince had given him. This artifact will allow the army of beetles to enter the human world and help him fight monsters. This doesn't mean that Juice will appear here with his mother, but the terrible bugs will definitely come to the rescue. This kind of support is vitally needed now, so that we can buy some time and test Raul's secret weapon. The Raul Corporation has an underground base where a huge robot called the Dragon Hunter was created. This is the company's secret weapon. We need to scan this guy's skills immediately. Waltz launched a special operation for an intensive reorganization and decomposition of the robot. All this had to be done in order to turn the Dragon Slayer into a blood-red mirage. Now John has the opportunity to fight again with the help of his iron friend. The legendary return of the Transformer has taken place. The huge and terrible boss could not understand who dared to challenge him so self-confidently. This monster was used to destroying everyone with just one look filled with horror. But today it didn't work. Optimus Prime challenged him in such an open manner that it was impossible not to admire this Transformer. John attacked the monster from different sides and made him experience hellish pain throughout his body. During all this time, a third of the ammunition was lost, but the boss still remains too strong and powerful. Of course, John managed to wound this guy, but the dragon still does not stop and continues to move forward. There are more and more doubts that the huge Transformer will be able to withstand this insane pressure. The blood-red mirage begins to lose not only energy, but also its strength reserve. John is incredibly angry that Raul's organization changed all his plans. He was not prepared to fight the monsters. The Raul organization has always been in the shadow of two large corporations. Now they have decided to come into the light and use their accumulated knowledge to overthrow their competitors. Because of this, monsters were able to come into the human world and cause chaos here. The Raul organization wanted to destroy the Huang and Han clans, and then, with the help of their robot, defeat the boss and take control of the entire territory of the Earth. This plan was not bad at all, but no one takes into account that a young schoolboy might be strong enough to swing the pendulum in his favor. John just finished strengthening the main city wall to keep the monsters out. He thought he would find the strength to continue the battle, but he had just learned that another portal with an army of monsters had appeared in the second safe zone. All this news makes the Red Flame Emperor go crazy with the amount of problems. By that time, the Blood-Red Mirage had almost completely exhausted all its internal reserves. The Transformer was torn into two pieces, and only at the last moment John managed to escape death. In the sky, he saw the sun and the moon at the same time. He had already heard what happens when such a phenomenon occurs. This should allow him to summon two witches to the battlefield at the same time. He understands that now he needs the support of beings more powerful than himself. This is the only way he can defeat the huge monster that is trying to absorb the entire world around him. After a few minutes, the Witch of Light and the Witch of Darkness finally came to the aid of their master. Instead of starting a fight, they started arguing with each other again. These girls cannot be changed. John ordered them to come to their senses and unite in order to stop the forces of evil. With the help of their attacks, they managed to stop the dragon from another reality for a while. Because of this, the world boss had to activate the Bloody Berserker skill. Now almost no attacks will work on him. John was prepared for this turn of events and decided to use the power of two witches. In order not to destroy the entire safe zone, he pulled the world boss into a completely different space. The Red Flame Emperor had done something similar in previous battles, and now he decided to use his experience at a critical moment. John had never felt so powerful, strong, and ruthless. All this became possible thanks to the support of the Witch Sisters, who possessed the skills of magical enhancement. John's blows were so powerful that the battle with the boss lasted no more than 20 minutes. After a confident victory, he returned to Earth and felt that he had used up most of his energy. He is currently in a state of magic prohibition and will not be able to call upon the Witch Sisters for help in the next few days. After defeating the boss, John quickly collected the spoils of war and was pleased with today's catch. The system reported that there are many high-level monsters near the portal, but there are many people who are ready to challenge them. John ordered to focus on reducing the number of monsters. In the meantime, he could work on the portal. The Emperor decided to change his account in order to take advantage of his new skills. He currently has a ban on using magic, but this ban only applies to the Witch's account. He started attacking the portal with his incredible skills and saw a strange silhouette. John just realized that the Demon King was in front of him. This terrible monster is level 300. The Red Flame Emperor had never encountered such a powerful being before. Under no circumstances should this terrible monster be allowed to exit the portal. Terminator girls must fulfill their duties and stop all the monsters around the perimeter. John hasn't felt such helplessness and fear coming from the depths of his soul for a long time. He is more scared than when meeting the ancient gods. He's not sure if the silhouette he saw is the Demon King, but if it is, it's a disaster. The monsters constantly tried to attack John from behind, but he quickly repelled these attacks. Now he has no choice. He must close the portal in any case and not allow the safe zone to be destroyed. There is also currently a fierce battle going on near the entrance to the Academy's underground safe zone. The principal, along with the teacher and two students, fight against the local monsters. They have all raised their level in recent times, but that doesn't mean they will be able to avoid the cruel blows of fate. John knew his friends were in danger, so he went to help them immediately after defeating the boss. He said that he had just seen a level 300 boss with his own eyes, and this story almost drove Daniel and Jasmine crazy. The director realized that it was time for a serious conversation. He ordered the student to follow him to the underground secret library. The school's students never even knew that such a source of knowledge was located here. The director began to talk about how the level of the Demon King is difficult to calculate, because the strength of creatures from another galaxy may differ from the real Earth. The highest level known to mankind is the 5 heroes who saved mankind from fire and water more than 150 years ago. They were at the 500th level. Now it is clear why these 5 heroes were able to stop the terrible cataclysm. After defeating the monsters, 5 global safe zones were established. To create safe zones in addition to material resources, there is another important factor: liquid magic crystal. This crystal was found by heroes. It was studied for hundreds of years, but until now, no one knows the true power of this artifact. In no case should monsters be allowed to take possession of such power. Perhaps it is because of this crystal that monsters constantly attack the Earth. Now we need to continue clearing the safe zone. All these things can only be thought about after the critical situation has been resolved. The Han clan headquarters just learned that the disaster was stopped with the help of a single person. The losses among the population were not as terrible as expected. Now we can breathe a sigh of relief. The head of the corporation was happy and told his daughter that she was right about John. This guy actually made things right when it seemed completely impossible. These guys better not relax, because the Raoul and Juan clan have united about 2,000 people to attack the competitor. Margaret warned that this could happen, but no one listened to her. Now the situation is close to critical, and all that remains is to ask John to help the clan avoid destruction. Margaret needs to take control of the situation. This will help her gain more influence in the company. She will have to take the deadly road and go to negotiations in order to correct the situation. If Margaret can stabilize the situation, her father will be proud of her. Donald knows his influence is slipping through his fingers, but he can't do anything about it. Meanwhile, the Terminator girls continue to protect monsters on the streets of the safe zone. There are still many mutants here that need to be destroyed so that people feel safe. John also does not stand aside and personally oversees this entire process, like a retired king. A very angry man just left Safe Zone 9. Friedrich can't believe that John single-handedly destroyed the world boss. He thought that this guy was just a schoolboy who was not capable of anything. Friedrich plans to hide, wait for John to kill his brother, and then strike back. But once again, things don't go according to his plan. Maria did not forget past grievances and decided to teach her main enemy a lesson. She managed to stop Friedrich's car. Now she can start testing his health. This man doesn't have to worry. She's not going to kill him too quickly. It's going to be a slow and painful process. Until this moment, Friedrich was sure that he controlled her mind. Now he's completely defenseless. This man should have died during the battle against John, but he only bought himself a few hours of life. There is always a price to pay for past mistakes. No one can escape punishment. Maria looked ruthless and pitiless, and it must be honestly admitted that these qualities suit her very well. Thanks to the victory over a strong enemy, she received the key to the secret treasury. Maria wants to give this item to her close friend who saved her from death. Now in the first district in the front square of the Han Corporation, many military personnel have gathered. They are all professional warriors who have united to destroy the Khan organization. Before the battle begins, negotiations must be held. Fearless Margaret is ready to do this. She came to talk with Raoul and Mr. Fusion Juan. Margaret showed incredible courage and reminded her enemies of her mother. She wants to get straight to the point and listen to the terms that Mr. Huang Fusion will announce. The head of the clan wants to take almost all the safe areas for himself and share them with his accomplice, Raoul. He is willing to leave the Khan organization alive, but they must give up all their spheres of influence. Of course, such a proposal sounds very strict. She is ready to talk with the Wan clan, but she is not interested in Raoul and his organization. She considers this man too weak to put forward conditions. He is just a slug who is not capable of anything. She had to explain that Raoul's conditions had to be met, or else war would start. Margaret agreed to these terms, but then began to play tricks. She suggested that the Wan organization take control of all safe zones and not share with Raoul. Fusion is interested in such an offer, but he will never fall for all these provocations. Within seconds, his assistant told him urgent news. After this, Mr. Huang's face changed and he experienced a painful shock throughout his body. He learned that his younger brother had just died. They had agreed to rule the southwestern region together, but Frederick did not keep his word. Now Juan can stop worrying and finally breathe easy. He changed his mind and now wants not only to take all the safe zones, but also to destroy the competitors. Donald reported to his sister that according to the latest information, Friedrich was killed by Maria, who is the friend of the Emperor of the Red Flame. Now the time-wasting tactic won't work anymore. It's better to return to headquarters and prepare for war. Competitors have assembled a large army that will be very difficult to stop. Raoul thought that he was also a serious threat to all parties in the conflict. In reality, he is just a small pawn that no one cares about. There have always been two big organizations in this world. Now Fusion will do everything possible to take world domination. He killed his ally and said that he wanted to cleanse the continent of unnecessary organizations. Today should be the day of the Han clan's death, as well as the day of the full revival of Huang Industries. He ordered his men to attack immediately and destroy all enemies. Stephen and Andrew are ready to show what the squad's elite warriors are capable of. Even the Silver Bullet, which we had already forgotten about over the past few weeks, has arrived here. After Raoul's death, his organization did not disappear. Now these people were faced with a choice. For them, the choice was obvious. The entire army decided to join the Fusion in order to ascend to the throne. Now these elite warriors also join the battle and fight against the Han clan. Things are not easy for Stephen and his team. The tension is growing with every minute. It's always a pleasure to watch battles between true martial arts masters. You can even meet the captain of the Imperial team here, which once again emphasizes the importance of this battle. Stephen is surrounded by enemies, and to get out of here alive, he will have to demonstrate his best. He has already shown on numerous occasions why he is the leader of the Khan armed team. Now he will either become a living legend or die in this fiery battle. Silver Bullet also did not stand aside and demonstrated all its talents. Melanie always stood out from the crowd in a positive way. She has not been compared to girls for a long time. because she is in no way inferior even to the strongest men of this world. She has a very important task, to protect her boss Margaret and make sure that nothing happens to her. During the battle against the strongest warriors of the Raoul clan, completing this task will not be easy at all. Melanie is already experiencing incredible pain, although the battle began only a few minutes ago. She must throw Margaret away from danger and protect her with her own body. To do this, she will need the physical ability of a demon. For a whole minute, the silver bullet will increase all its characteristics and demonstrate everything it is capable of. With each passing minute, the battle gained momentum, and more victims of this battle were appearing around. Melanie lost most of her energy and was left with almost no health. The captain of the first team of the Raoul Corporation, Andres, was feeling much better and was still alive. He admitted that his opponent was incredibly strong, but at the same time said that he deserved to win. If you look closely, you can see an obvious picture on the battlefield that the Han clan will not like. Almost all the warriors who belong to this team are now running out of energy reserves. They are left without power and are unable to suppress this incredible storm that has attacked them. Mr. Juan offered them to surrender and join his team. Maximus, along with his children, decided to stop the battle. He no longer wants victims and is trying in every way to delay the moment of full capitulation. Half an hour ago, a serious conversation took place between family members in the office of the Han clan leader. Margaret understood that their rival would not stop until he exterminated their entire family along with the team. She really wants to sacrifice herself in order to buy time and allow the army to reach full combat readiness. Even the brother tried to stop his sister, but Margaret was sure that this was the only way to avoid total destruction. Perhaps this was the first time she saw Donald like this. Before, he seemed to her like an insensitive person who hated her. Now it became clear that this was not so. The brother and sister hugged each other tightly for the first time in a long time. That's how much this big problem affected them. After this, the father joined the family hug and said that it was his fault that he had brought the company to this state. He suggested that they advance to meet the enemy and hold an additional round of negotiations. Mr. Huang refuses to cooperate. He wants to be the only one who owns the absolute entire territory of the safe zones. Right now, his army is much larger than the Han clan's army, so he can afford to speak from a position of strength. It seems that the negotiations have failed, and now we are facing the final battle in which there will be many deaths. Melanie took off her mask for the first time in a long time and said that she would be happy to die with her beloved beauty Margaret. They were ready to fight for the last time despite being surrounded by countless enemies. A second later, an unknown object appeared in the sky, which destroyed most of the Huang warriors. This was the guy who always comes in at the last minute and completely turns the situation upside down. He finally came to help his friends do everything possible to win this war. Juan is not at all afraid of such a challenge. He thinks that victory is already in his pocket and he has nothing to worry about. Apparently, this guy overestimates his capabilities, and that's a big mistake. John has incredible potential, and he didn't come alone. There's a squad of Terminators nearby. All this gave additional motivation to all members of the Khan organization. These people got a breath of fresh air, and now even Mr. Huang will have to fight in this massacre. John is the one who can turn the tide of the fight. He clearly has a divine talent. One blow from him was enough to cause serious injuries to the leader of the enemy group. All that remained was to deliver the final blow, and there were no problems with that. Melanie hugged her friend for the first time in a long time and told him how much she missed him. Mr. Huang was dead. There was no need to fight anymore, and so Maximus suggested that all the warriors stop. They can switch to his side and get excellent terms of cooperation instead of being left with nothing. John did a great job and earned the respect of everyone around him. Even Donald bowed to him and acknowledged the skills of the Red Flame Emperor. Stephen was a man of few words and did not show unnecessary emotion, but even he said that without John, this victory would not have happened. Once again, the Emperor found himself in the spotlight. Thanks to his skills, the Han clan not only got rid of competitors, but also gained influence in all safe zones. He also gained the attention of beautiful women who gradually began to compete for his love. After these hellish events, a day passed. The city calmed down and accepted the end of the war. Now the Khan Corporation is looked at differently. John acquired a great squad of Terminators, and with the help of the Waltz modification, this squad became even better and more dangerous. The Khan Corporation still can't believe that they have gained such incredible power. This victory was achieved thanks to John's skills, so he became a hero who earned the trust of absolutely all members of the organization. Now he is thinking about starting to build his own safe zone and finally developing his territory. All construction processes will be handled by a squad of beautiful Terminators who adore their master. During this time, John accumulated a huge amount of experience points and managed to increase the Fire Emperor's account. This account has reached level 200, but compared to future enemies, this power does not seem limitless. The upper limit of this account is level 1000. It will take a very long time to reach such progress. Before building his personal security zone, John decided to study the map given to him by the school principal. A legendary treasure hunter named Charles has drawn all the details to look out for here. Right at that moment, John received a call from the director. Such conversations are always very useful. The principal called his student to meet at school tomorrow to have a serious talk. He feels that some things need to be passed on to the younger generation because that's what his friend Charles would have done. There is no more than a week left until the forced summoning of the Shadow King. Time flies very quickly. The next day, John was accepted into high school as a global superstar. He paid no attention and hurried to the director, who suggested that he leave the Southwest Security Zone and go somewhere further. John demonstrated incredible strength and convinced the director that he should not linger in this humble place. A free person must acquire new opportunities for development. This will only be possible through serious trials of fate. The principal challenges his student to change the world with his talents. Once John becomes much stronger, he will be able to protect his family, but by that time the whole world will be in mortal danger. Monsters are constantly evolving, so the school principal offers his student to reboot this world. There is no confirmed data yet that this is possible, but Charles once said that he sees such prospects. After this, the director took out a black fragment that had fallen from the previous dungeon, which the legendary Charles had brought to him. This is what Charles found somewhere in the ruins. They say that after touching the artifact, something incredible happened. The hunter indicated that his soul had left his body and was traveling through different worlds, but the power of the artifact was disappearing, and Charles could do nothing about it. Charles was convinced that the current era of black is just one of the bad endings of many parallel universes. The hunter no longer yearned for the safe zone. He handed the shard to his friend and headed out into the wasteland. Before leaving the safe zone, he said that he does not think about time, and until his last breath, he will try to find a way to change the world. Since then, the director has never seen his friend again. He does not have the skills and energy to continue Charles' path, so he offers this opportunity to John. Now, this young guy is not strong enough to save the common people. He needs to become stronger, protect his family, and only then he will be able to try to change the whole world. The director has hopes for this guy and believes that in the future, this man will lead the Earth to a new era. Mr. Nick took the engineering drawings of the enemy clans and learned a lot of good things from this. He invited John to meet at the research center to discuss these findings. Among these drawings, there's clearly something very valuable. Nick is a great person who can be trusted. John told him what his plans were and how exactly he wanted to build the garrison, and his experienced comrade offered his help. John already has money and plans for construction. Now he asks Nick to find some resources and materials. He can already start doing construction, but now he thinks more about his friend, whom he already misses. The Red Flame Emperor thinks about the king of the Lost Temple in the dungeon. He had not seen just for a long time who had built a new temple for his entire large family. Many Zerg representatives are unhappy that John has been given the right to build on their territory. They believe that people will ruin everything, and the beetles will have to fight again for the right to stay alive. However, Juice is still sure that John should become the king of this world, and he will not allow anyone to prevent this plan from coming true. Very soon a portal was opened, from which John appeared along with his army of Terminators. The prince was glad to see his friend and immediately informed him that he would help organize the best conditions for construction. John quickly learned how things were here and realized that he had not taken into account the views of the native people. He immediately announced that he had no evil intentions and wanted to build a house for his family. The beetles, who were skeptical about him, were pleased. Only one of them remained opposed to this whole idea and defended his rights. The new king ordered that he be put in prison and that this miserable worm should never be released again. This horrible bug continues to believe that people will definitely take over this territory, and Juice will regret it. By that time, robots had begun research work on the ruins of the Lost Temple. After the research was completed, construction began. First, it was necessary to build the foundation and frame of the garrison. Human technology is truly amazing, and it can speed up the process significantly. Places special emphasis on building a defensive firepower system, all of which is necessary to repel a possible dimensional invasion. After talking with the director, he began to look at the earthly era differently. Black chaos will intensify because the universe intersects with each other. New materials and resources will be delivered soon, and all that is needed to start is laying the foundation. John just received an unexpected call from an old man named Albert. The wise man said that events were taking a bad turn, He came to the desert to find a man who had been missing for more than 30 years. Kira was supposed to be under the control of the Fire Emperor, but now she is in the desert and doing strange tasks. This woman took the drug of false death and found herself in a state of false death. It helped to isolate herself from communication with the outside world, and now John's orders do not affect her. To get rid of internal poisons, she constantly changes her blood. All this will help her significantly reduce John's control. The Emperor really underestimated this woman. She is very cunning, smart, and cruel. It was necessary to kill this girl from the very beginning and forget about potential problems. In the future, John should not make such mistakes. Margaret contacted him a little later and scheduled a meeting near the Central Safe Zone Hotel that evening. When John came to this hotel, he was greeted as if he were a member of the imperial family. Margaret had long wanted to meet and talk to him without prying eyes and ears, and she even reserved an entire floor for this. John found himself in such a beautiful place for the first time. The life of rich people is truly fascinating and attracts unnecessary attention. Margaret did all this just to repay him for the help he constantly provides to her and her family. The Red Flame Emperor enjoys delicious food and does not hide his true pleasure. Now that he has reached the top in terms of ability, finances, and status, Margaret wants to know what his future goals are. John plans to prepare for a meeting with a terrible level 300 monster. For this, he will have to go a long way. Margaret wants to be around him all the time and support this guy. She probably feels something more than friendly love for him. During this conversation, John told his friend that Kira had run away and was trying to find the main owner of the company, Juan, in the desert. Mr. Bridges is the father of 2 sons who ran the organization and was known as a raging bull. He was always obsessed with leveling up, so 3 decades ago, he forgot about the corporation and went into the desert alone. There has been no information about him for a long time. Kira joined the corporation after the violent bull had already left the company, so it is unknown what kind of relationship they have. When Bridges disappeared, he was at level 100, but if this guy is alive, he's much stronger now. Most likely, the violent bull will return and try to avenge his children and return the greatness of the organization. Now John must be doubly attentive. Probably, during all this time, the violent god has achieved unprecedented progress, and now it will be very difficult to fight with him. Some accounts are currently unavailable. John can only rely on the Red Flame Emperor. You need to constantly train and improve your level, because your opponent is not interested in power and money at all. Bridges created his company to make it easier for him to gather various resources and allow his martial art to continue to move forward. Perhaps he will give up on returning altogether and continue his lonely training in the desert. John also said that he wanted to explore more advanced dungeons and leave the safe zones for a while. At first, Margaret was very upset, but then she said that she would still constantly support her hero. It was time to say goodbye. John promised to come back and definitely visit his close friend, who had helped him many times. Too much has happened lately. We need to get back into the system and develop a strategy. The Shadow King and the Twin Witches are still unusable, and John will soon have to return to the parallel reality to help Laguna. He spent most of his experience points to level up the Flame Emperor. After that, he started leveling up Mad Max, and also didn't forget about upgrading another account, which was a friend of the Mad Engineer. During all this time, John has accumulated enough points, so he can allow you to open another account. The Ant Pilot has just been discovered. When the whole world is invaded by alien forces, this fighter can fight against spaceships alone. After solving all his problems, John decided to contact a real beauty named Melanie. At this moment, Silver Bullet was taking a bath and was not ready to receive this unexpected call. She felt a little shy and immediately hid under the water, but John had already managed to see everything he needed to. He said that tomorrow he was going to challenge the dungeon and wanted the Mellow not to join him. She immediately agreed to all the conditions and forgot about shyness. This woman is too hot. The next morning, John met his school friends and told them that they would have an interesting task. They were ready to go and test their destiny when a Silver Bullet joined them. No one expected that the boss would already get close to the first beauty of the Han team. It is immediately obvious that this guy has taken pickup lessons. The Emperor's team went to the ruins of the Weathering, where a special testing ground is located. The testing ground is divided into many floors that need to be cleared in order to raise your level. Monsters constantly become stronger with each higher floor, allowing you to progress and earn points along with attributes and gold coins. Players can receive various rewards for successfully completing the mission. Under no circumstances should you die before reaching the end, because in this case, the player will return to the first floor. Death at the testing ground is not real, so you can take risks and do absolutely whatever you want. Daniel decided to be the first to try himself in this hellish battle. Now he will confront a wild boar and a goblin. This guy has already reached a sufficient level to not feel such resistance. It will be much more difficult for him when the monsters become higher level. All this is just the beginning. After that, the team very quickly passed each next floor and demonstrated a high level of coherence. So far, the monsters haven't posed a serious threat, so the hunters haven't even broken a sweat during the battles. Gradually, things became more difficult for them, and then the more experienced team members came to the fore. Melanie was brilliant and showed her highest level. It is always a pleasure to watch her in action. She had just easily destroyed 3 Cyclops brothers and didn't even feel any serious resistance. Silver Bullet has lost some energy, so she wants to hug John to make up for the loss. The battles were constantly getting tougher, which is what the players came here for. Complex challenges force warriors to become more advanced and improve their technical components. It had to happen sooner or later. The Emperor's team faced a level 100 monster. Now the jokes were over. Even John will have to strain himself and activate the skills of the Shadow Flame Emperor, because every mistake can cost him his life. After defeating the monster, the main reward was received. Everyone was eagerly waiting for the opening of the chest. Inside were many magical artifacts that would make the hunters even more dangerous in future battles. Using his engineering skills, John decided to create a demonic sword of the Black Warrior. He gave this artifact to his girlfriend so that she could feel an incredible surge of energy. Now they have 2 options. They can continue clearing the landfill, although they have already earned enough points. They can also directly absorb the items they receive and significantly increase their progress right now. It was decided to continue clearing and proceed as in previous circles. This team is always a pleasure to watch. Even Jasmine, who used to be a weak girl, has now turned into a scarlet witch. Sooner or later, such actions inevitably end. It's time to leave the dungeon and rest. Continuously destroying monsters takes a lot of energy. This is the price for leveling up. Even a silver bullet can't fully restore its energy. Too many monsters killed, too few minutes of rest. John decided to cheer up his team a little. He called Bao so that this little guy would cook them a delicious dinner. This little cat has been stuck in his crystal cave for a very long time, but now his owner has finally pulled him out into a more interesting world. Melanie wanted to cook food for her hero herself. She doubts that the cat can do it better than she can. Still, we shouldn't forget that he has fluffy paws, which means that preparing food is not his concern. As a result, both chefs decided to surprise John, but oddly enough, it was the cat who prepared a real delicacy, and the silver bullet made a terrible mistake. She had to eat everything she cooked on her own, and it didn't bring her any pleasure. After the meal, John received information from Fat Jack, who told him terrible news. He said that they were suddenly attacked, and during the fierce battle, the entire crew suffered. It is with the Blue Sky team that our main character's family is now, which is why this is so important. The connection was unexpectedly interrupted, which means that Fat Jack is unable to protect his friend's family, and the situation needs to be quickly saved. Initially, John had planned completely different things, but uncertainty always makes its own adjustments. He prepared to activate the Shadow Flame mode and go to save his family. At the last moment, Melanie stopped the Emperor and asked him to calm down. First, he had to listen to her. Fat Jack said that they were attacked by the organization of the Torn Dawn. Melanie should have heard something similar. She said that it was a small group of thugs that lived in the wilderness and attacked weak travelers. Silver Bullet knows her way around the wilderness so she can go with John and help him in this difficult task. Due to a mutation that occurred a long time ago, the earth became lifeless, and people were forced to move to safe zones. People in the wild are divided into 2 types: the inhabitants of settlements or poor tribes, starving and living in terrible conditions. There are also teams of mercenaries. These are criminals and relic hunters. There are many such teams in the wild. There is also interference in the wild because there is an unknown energy that interferes with communication. The connection can only be restored when you are near specific base stations. Otherwise, it is impossible to contact anyone. It is very dangerous in the wild at night. There is extremely poor visibility and a high density of monsters. Fog appears randomly. It is called the Earth's problem. Once a person enters the thick fog, he must follow strange rules. Otherwise, he will be destroyed. The Holy Team said they wouldn't leave one behind, but Daniel stood up for his captain and said this mission required speed and efficiency. That is why it is worth letting the Flame Emperor go on this difficult mission on his own. Friends supported Daniel, but at the same time promised themselves to become stronger so that next time they would not leave the boss alone. John very quickly found himself in the center of the desert, and a large number of monsters immediately formed around him. All these monsters came here to destroy people and enjoy a delicious dinner. Among the large number of dead bodies, John noticed a man who was still alive. Taking a closer look, John realized that there was a girl in front of him. Her name was Caroline, and she was a member of the Horizon team. The beauty thanked John for saving her and immediately received a portion of the magic potion from him. Very quickly, she felt much better and told them that at nightfall they were attacked by a huge monster. Such incidents often happen in the wild, but for some reason Carolina feels too bad. She started acting very strange and kept telling John not to get too close to her, probably due to the concussion. During the battles with the monsters, 5 people suddenly appeared. The commander called them the Dawn Revealing Team. The commander tried to discuss cooperation with them, but apparently everything did not go according to plan. With Sandra and her parents also there, Caroline apologizes for their failure to protect the Emperor's family. She quickly loses consciousness and remembers nothing at all. John's family members ran in the other direction. Perhaps they were still alive and waiting for help. John immediately went to search and even forgot that he was abandoning the girl to her fate. At that moment, a huge monster attacked him. Carolina took out a knife and repelled the attack. Although they were together for a very short time, Carolina is already happy that she met this guy who saved her from exhaustion. After that, she felt some strange pain in her stomach and was torn into many pieces. John washed himself with the girl's blood and tried to understand what was going on. Right now, there is a rare elite monster in front of him, and it is called Dark Touch. In the wild, human life has no meaning, and John is disappointed that he was unable to save Caroline. He quickly took revenge for that girl and promised himself that he would never lose concentration again. Now he must go in search of his family and explore the nearby forest area. Most likely, Fat Jack is with his family, but it is too dangerous to search in the middle of the forest at night. John remembered meeting a girl in a strange costume. She left him her address, which is in the wild. He decided to go to the area to find her and ask for help. Here he was met by Gates with machine guns, and he immediately decided to show that he was not going to fight with anyone. People in the wild are very cruel and do not have any serious moral ideals. John said that he is an engineer and can fix anything that is broken in this area. He just wants to be useful. The guards did not know what to do by that time when the city chief's daughter, Mirka, learned that an unexpected guest had arrived. She was informed that John was offering help, and his support would indeed be needed to repair the energy pump. Very quickly, John solved all the problems, and now all these people can finally take a sip of fresh water. For now, Mirka is skeptical about John, but for his help, she gives him the opportunity to stay in this zone. He said he had come here to look for Molly, who had previously written him her address. It turned out that this girl had gone out to collect herbs 3 days ago and had not returned yet, something that usually never happened. Mirka decided to show her guest how the wild zone lives and what is going on here. At first, she decided to go in search of her father to introduce John to the owner of this territory. Mr. Gilbert is currently having a meeting. He is unhappy that his daughter is kicking doors again. She needs to be taught good manners a long time ago. Now the father and all his friends are discussing the problems with the water pump. They are trying to figure out where to look for a mid-level engineer. The daughter told her dad that an unexpected guest had arrived and had already fixed the problem. The boss wanted to thank the guy, but John confidently stated that he was not interested in money and that he was here for a completely different reason. He wants to know information about the Dawn clan. It will be much better than money and artifacts. John stayed alone with the city boss to have a serious talk and try to solve his problem. Gilbert said that many years ago he was also a member of the group Dawn, but now all that is in the past. John immediately became interested and asked this experienced man to tell him the whole truth about this organization. All this happened more than 2 decades ago. Now Gilbert has no relationship with these crazy guys. Once upon a time, Dawn was one of the 5 strongest factions in the wild, and they even tried to attack the safe zone. Just when they were about to realize their dreams, a man named Charles appeared. He single-handedly entered their base and destroyed the entire organization. After this, Dawn lost its viability. The organization fell apart into small groups and lost its power. There is a small group of followers of this clan today, but it is nothing more than a shadow of the past. These guys can turn into monsters. For this, you need to drink a special potion. But the ingredients are very difficult to find in the desert. Gilbert realized that John came here specifically for Molly, but recently this girl went for a magic herb in order to save a local villager. She still hasn't returned. Molly is the only pharmacist in town. She has a strange personality and often takes on unknown assignments to earn money. At the same time, she is a very kind girl who helps people in need for free. John suggested that Molly might have been kidnapped by the Dawn organization, since everyone needs experienced pharmacists. The conversation soon ended. John agreed to stay here for the night in order to continue the search tomorrow. Mirka promised to show John the place where he would sleep. The father told his daughter that he had checked this guy out, and they could begin implementing the plan codenamed Family. The girl started yelling at her father and said that she had only known this guy for a few hours. It was too early to think about marriage. There were only 2 days left before the King of Days was to be forcibly summoned into the world. So the next morning, John knew he had to hurry. He was shown the local walls, which could no longer withstand the pressure of the monsters from outside. John quickly activated his robots and said that he would help fix the problem. Very quickly, he strengthened the barrier and made all the inhabitants of this zone respect him as if he were considered the king of the world. From now on, the Emperor of the Red Flame can consider this city his home and always feel support here. Right at that moment, a car filled with very serious people drove up to the city gates. There were many wounded hunters there, and Molly the pharmacist was with them. Judging by her appearance, one can say that she failed the task and is not feeling her best right now. Molly's eyes filled with tears, and she decided not to talk to anyone and to go straight to her home to be alone. Now she has a grandmother at home who is sick with a very serious illness. It was for her sake that Molly went to the forest of magical herbs. The girl failed the task and now does not hide her sadness, because she understands that it will be very difficult to help her grandmother. At that moment, John entered the room and said that he would try to find the necessary medications to save this adult woman. He is confident that he has the power to conquer his grandmother's fate and do everything possible to ensure that she continues to live a happy life. Molly revealed exactly what ingredients she was missing. She fought the monsters, but was too weak to succeed and reach the desired territory. John said that all the necessary ingredients were already in his internal storage. Molly did not hide her surprise. She couldn't believe that a situation that was supposed to end in disaster had just changed for the better. The girl immediately began to bow to her hero and promised to help with all his problems. John was about to leave the room, but he heard his grandmother's voice, who said that she felt a strange smell from him, which reminded her of another world. He thought that all this was nonsense because of a serious illness. In the future, John would remember this moment and understand how wrong he was. A few hours later, Mirka was trying to understand why her friend wasn't starting work, even though she had all the necessary herbs. The Red Flame Emperor's guess turned out to be correct. Little Molly does not have the necessary skill level to create the necessary potion. Lately, she has been constantly plagued by failures, so she needs support. John said he had pharmaceutical skills and could once again help make the right potion with all the right ingredients. Very quickly, he fulfilled his promise and with his skills made the girls open their mouths in surprise. Now it became clear to everyone that the mysterious newcomer to the city was not an ordinary person at all, which is always intriguing. Just a few minutes later, the sick grandmother drank some of the potion and immediately felt a surge of energy. Molly did not hide her happiness. Just recently, she was crying because of sadness, and now tears of joy appeared in her eyes. It's hard not to admire this guy wherever you go. His skills help him capture the hearts of amazing beauties. Grandma immediately felt better and decided to stand up to say a few important words. She asked the girls to come out and give her the opportunity to talk to John alone. Despite the fact that my grandmother was born more than a century ago, she is still afraid of death and wants to live as long as possible. With the help of her pharmaceutical skills, she was able to prolong her existence and create her own personal path to longevity. In all these years, she had only met one person as talented as the Red Flame Emperor. This man is young Charles, whom the grandmother met many years ago and still cannot forget. In his younger years, Charles was very impulsive and always did some unpredictable things. It was then that he single-handedly destroyed the exploding dawn. The legendary hunter received many wounds, and his grandmother helped him recover and restore his health. After a short conversation, she decided to give John a gift for what he had done before her. The magic drawing should be useful to the young pharmacist. In front of John is a divine-level blueprint. With this information, he can create a potion that many only dream of. This potion will be very difficult to prepare, but if John succeeds, he will definitely be incredibly happy. This woman probably had a lot of secrets. Now was not the time to ask unnecessary questions. So John thanked his grandmother for her help, said goodbye, and gave her the opportunity to rest. After this, he turned to Molly and said that he needed to talk to her because she had experience in the wild. Within a few minutes, the fiery emperor already knew that this girl had indeed received an assignment from the Dawn organization. She didn't prepare potions for these horrible creatures to turn them into monsters, because Molly was well-mannered. At the same time, she knows that such a potion could have been made by a wild tumor, an experienced sorceress with incredible skills. The Poison Society organization is made up of thugs, and they only accept high-level pharmacists into their ranks. The organization's goal is to transform all people in the world into other creatures. They often conduct experiments with monsters and various poisons. The leader of this group is a woman called the Master Pharmacist. John is very interested in using the poison community to find out information about the Dawn organization. Molly feels guilty towards this guy. She said that she should help him and ran out of the house in an unknown direction. John caught up with the girl and told her that they should go on a mission together in order to feel safe. Gilbert and his daughter helped gather provisions and all the necessary materials for a successful exploration of the wilderness. They wished their friends good luck and told them not to risk their lives under any circumstances and to be more careful during the night. Very soon, John and Molly arrived at the place where the armed fighters were located. They were lucky to quickly get a pass inside. This means that Molly is on good terms with the local boss, otherwise no one would have let them through. John was very surprised when he first found himself in this place. He did not expect it to be so beautiful here. Soon, a very arrogant guy appeared, who immediately turned to Molly and said that he was already tired of waiting to meet her. This guy's name is Madik. He's on level 100 and hopes to marry this beauty. John immediately smiled when he heard these words. Molly began to get angry and said that she came here for a completely different reason. She is not going to marry this stupid worm. The girl has already repeated more than once that she is not interested in this. Apparently, Madik perceives blows to his face as a touch of love. Love makes stupid creatures out of people. Molly said that she was looking for more information about the Poison Society and the Dawn organization. Madik knows about the recent incident. He knows that the Horizon team was destroyed. The surviving people were kidnapped and are now in mortal danger. John realized that among the kidnapped people there were members of his family and friends. Could it be that the Dawn organization is behind all this? The Red Flame Emperor can no longer stand aside when his family is having a conversation. He decided to intervene and directly find out everything he needs. Madik replied that he would tell all the available information only if Molly agreed to marry him. John said that he was not going to persuade anyone. He had many ways to make any person say whatever he needed. A few seconds later, the local boss called for help from his guards, who were very seriously armed and ready to carry out any of his orders. Molly said that she knows what it feels like to lose family, so she wants to thank John for his help and do whatever is needed for him. The Emperor is against this marriage. He does not want a beautiful and intelligent girl to marry this fool. The boss ordered his warriors to immediately attack John and then grabbed his beloved and pressed her to himself. The Flame Emperor had been holding back his emotions for a long time. Now there was no longer any need for it. He could show who he really was. These guys probably live so far from the safe zone that they haven't heard of a man who single-handedly destroys world bosses. John is an exception to the rule. He can't even be called an elite fighter. He is much more than elite level. Now his skills have reached another level of progress, and no one will be able to stop him with some pathetic tricks. Madik began to panic. He does not want to part with his beloved at all, so he is ready to go to extreme measures for this. He just drank a potion that turned him into a golden lion. He thinks that will be enough to challenge John. Even a 30% level increase wasn't enough to stop the Mad Emperor. The little kitten quickly realized that he was not the king of beasts at all. Molly finally got the chance to teach this guy a lesson and show him that she doesn't love him at all. Now it's time to have a serious talk. John wants to know absolutely everything that interests him about the enemy clans. The Dawn organization is just a tool in the hands of others. The people on this team are just following the orders of a man called Achilles. This name is known to every inhabitant of the wild nature. Here, almost no one would dare to challenge Achilles. Recent events involved the murder of some very serious thugs from the Wild Zone. They were all busy organizing Juan to kill a nasty man named John. The Red Flame Emperor defeated all of these guys. He used a special technique that caught Achilles' interest. John used the ancient god called the Kraken. Of course, such skills could not help but attract unnecessary attention. It can be said that Achilles is also a follower of the ancient gods. But since he is an atheist and despises faith, he only needs the power of evil beings. With the help of an ancient power, he wants to become the most powerful person in the Wild Zone. This will help him convert all the thugs to his side. The Dawn Corporation does everything under Achilles' orders, but they messed with the wrong man because John won't forgive them even for a mistake. Just now he couldn't control his emotions because he remembered that his family was in danger because of his enemies. Basically, the thugs never leave anyone alive, but this time they captured the family of the Red Flame Emperor, so they want to set a trap for John. Achilles has tens of thousands of men at his disposal. He is hiding in a fortress that is located in the east. It will not be easy to get there. Achilles is so powerful that he doesn't respect big corporations and safe zones. He takes big money from these people for travel through wild territories and earns a solid capital due to this. Madik promised to help lure out the right people. John is ready to sponsor any plans in order to achieve his goal. Now you need to increase your level so that you feel much more confident during the battle with Achilles. There are various potions in the boss room that will help John replenish his energy and increase his attack level. John has already made friends with this lion and agreed on cooperation. He will buy potions from him, and Madik will facilitate the special operation rescue. After receiving a large amount of energy, John sat down to talk to Molly. He told her his whole backstory, how he first met her and what happened before he went looking for her. Now she understands this guy much more and knows what goals he is pursuing. Their conversation was interrupted by Albert contacting John and informing him that Kira would be attacking Bridges very soon. After that, the connection was immediately lost. Sometimes, at the most crucial moment, events occur that destroy the entire picture of the world. It's not hard to guess what happened. John finally returned to the world of shadows in order to continue his mission here. John had just activated the potion he had bought from the lion and began to attack the enemies that had attacked them. After this, he grabbed his friend by the hand and ordered him to run immediately and under no circumstances to turn around. Unknown creatures attacked them without any warning. The situation is very mysterious and extremely interesting. Most likely these are cultists who are trying to kill Laguna. John has become a victim of circumstances. Soon the cultists finally stopped moving. The future Shadow King did not understand what was happening. John explained that these guys had fallen into his signature trap, which was set using toxins and poisons. He left a few drops of these terrible liquids here, and as soon as the cultists stepped on the poison, the toxins immediately entered their blood. It turns out that all these potions make enemies fall into a state of witchcraft and fall in love with their closest friends. It was very unpleasant to watch. It was even hard to believe that the fiery emperor made these potions with his own hands. A few seconds later, John decided to finish off his rivals in order to no longer witness these terrible scenarios. Thanks to the victory, Laguna received a level increase, as well as a key to the canal of the city of Linwei. In the future, this may play an important role in his story. Linwei City is the second largest city in this country. Now it has become a dead city due to the large accumulation of plague. The king ordered that all entry and exit from the city be blocked so that the monsters could not spread the disease. John saw that the mission's progress was growing, which meant that he was moving in the right direction and should continue moving towards the city of Linwei, where the solution to the plague might be located. His intuition tells him that in this city, he will meet huge, high-level monsters, and it will not be easy to defeat them. To tear such monsters apart, you will have to make your friends stronger with the help of a secret artifact. Laguna has never heard of magic crystals before. I wonder what will happen to him when he finally tries to absorb this power. He tried his best to do everything that John asked him to do, but it must be admitted that from the very beginning, this process went in the wrong direction. No matter how hard he tries, he can't get his power to resonate with the power of the magic crystal. It seems that crystals are incompatible with this world. Here you need to raise your level only by completing tasks and passing difficult tests. John is forced to speed up the process in order to quickly complete the quest and return to his reality. As soon as he told his friend that he would have to work twice as hard, Laguna agreed and immediately went to bed. This guy doesn't understand what hard work is. He'll have to change his attitude if he wants to become a high-level hunter. A little later, they returned to the local bar to receive a new assignment. The hunters thought that John and Laguna would offer them a drink again, but today they have completely different plans. You need to do everything possible to raise the level of the lagoon, and to do this, you will have to take on the most important and difficult challenges. The hunters wished these friends good luck, but few of them believed that John and Laguna would actually cope with this task. Some people in the dark squares noticed that these newcomers had taken on a serious task. They decided to follow John to the very end. The quest is called the Moon Monastery. Participants will have to destroy 15 monsters, save the Patriarch and his followers. This will help to get the Book of Blood. Laguna is not a coward, but he is still too weak to take on such difficult tasks. He does not yet feel experienced or confident. John said that for this he had prepared a simple task. They would act gradually and would definitely succeed. First, you need to kill the simplest monsters, which should not pose any serious problems. John asked his friend to trust his strategy and not to be afraid of a large number of zombies. The future Shadow King entered the battlefield and immediately began to demonstrate his best skills. He attracted the attention of the monsters, but even after stabbing one of the zombies in the head, this elite monster did not die at all. Within a second, he realized that Laguna was a sweet bun that needed to be torn to pieces immediately. It was a great moment to strike first and secure a first confident victory. Such actions could not fail to attract other zombies. It seems that very soon there will be insane fun here. After a small cleanup, John and his friend continued their search for the Patriarch and his followers. Sometimes John realizes that he needs to use additional skills to speed up the mission and not waste extra time. Looking at this guy, I want to say that he should become the future Shadow King. On the upper tier, many followers of a terrible religion were seen who were planning to sacrifice human life to the dark forces. Everything that happens here looks incredibly strange and creepy. The ominous aura can be felt even at the smell level. It is here that the very book of blood is located. When looking at it, you feel a sense of oppression, as if you are next to an ancient god. Progress immediately increased, giving a hint that John was moving in the right direction. The Lunar Patriarch began to give all sorts of motivational speeches and raise the morale of his followers. Ahead is a man who wants to cure his wife and son from illness. For this, he is ready to give everything he has. His prayers have been answered. His family will receive everything possible to extract, but in return, the man must give a lot. Various secrets were revealed to him. The only problem was that he turned into a walking corpse. There must be many such victims today. People are constantly being changed, and time after time, all the juices are sucked out of them. The current victim constantly repeated that people should not believe the devil. The sinister ritual has never saved anyone and will not save anyone. He understands that the Patriarch only wants to use human blood and flesh to make his blood god descend into this world. John learned that such sects exist all over the world, but he doesn't understand why the mission clearly states that the Patriarch and his followers must be saved. By that time, the cultists had already managed to capture Laguna. Sometimes this guy can be too careless. John ordered him to hide and not go anywhere. Unfortunately, this guy is too naive and unprepared. Laguna decided to pretend that he believed in this church and had high convictions. He asked for the opportunity to join the temple. This plan worked. The Patriarch ordered him to be released. Laguna is smart enough to stay alive even without John's support. He asked the Patriarch to tell him the whole truth about the church. And in response, he heard that the current church would soon surpass the scale of the mysterious blood. The Patriarch talked about a higher power. It was all very mysterious, but incredibly interesting. At the beginning, Laguna was promised freedom, but this guy has not been untied yet. It seems that something strange is brewing here. John could no longer stand aside. If for some reason his comrade died, he would never be able to use the Shadow King's skill again. At that moment, all the sectarians were surprised not at all by John's appearance, but by the fact that the terrible monster did not touch Laguna, but on the contrary showed care and love for him. The Patriarch had never seen anything like this happen, and it was immediately obvious that he was a special person. The Divine Hand always thirsts for blood, but this time the Divine Hand only embraces its new victim. No one believes that a man of unknown origin can be the son of fate. Everyone around thinks that Laguna is so insignificant that even the Divine Hand does not want to eat him. The cultists decided to kill this guy, and it was at this moment that John sped up and began to act as openly as possible. He brought with him many poisons from another world. Thanks to these attributes, he can feel more confident. The poisonous kisses quickly began to work. The sectarians did not expect that their bodies could behave so pervertedly. John used various poisons, all of which worked much better than classic combat attacks. The sectarians quickly scattered in different directions and allowed people to feel more free. Now John has to add some fire and make these guys suffer and burn in hell while they're still alive. John has fully revealed his divine skills. In such conditions, he feels like a fish in water. The Patriarch left him alive and allowed him to come closer, not so that he could save people. There is another reason for his actions. The soul of such a serious sinner as John is ideal for sacrifice, which is why the Patriarch is in no hurry to kill him. He wants to solve all the problems with Laguna, and only then switch to the fiery emperor and feed his bloody hand with flesh. John insulted the higher power several times and said that he did not respect the old man. The Patriarch immediately became furious. It's funny to see how the higher power is stuck to Laguna and is trying to hug him as tightly as possible. It doesn't look like black magic at all. The Patriarch could no longer listen to all this nonsense. He realized that it was time to awaken his true power. It all started with simple scratches on the face, but then this prank has long since gotten out of control. A few seconds later, the Patriarch turned into a terrible monster boss who wants to destroy the sinful soul of the fiery emperor with his own hands. The Divine Punisher is indeed very dangerous. Now John is fighting something completely different from an ordinary cultist. With the help of the energy shield, he was able to protect himself from the blow. The elixir of defense works exactly as it should. Right now, John's main goal is to land accurate blows on his opponent. The gradual damage should sooner or later weaken the Punisher's defense and open up opportunities for maneuvering. It soon became clear that most poisons had no effect on this guy. He had developed a very strong immune system. Laguna still can't get out of these hellish tentacles, although he really wants to help his friend. John only has physical damage poison left. He hopes that it will be enough to delay the opponent. He already admits that the enemy has turned out to be very strong and extremely difficult to stop. Missed hits constantly take away a large part of energy and health. If the battle continues at the same pace, the Divine Punisher will definitely achieve victory. You will have to do everything possible to free your friend and unite to fight evil. At the same time, the Divine Punisher did not waste a minute of precious time and absorbed the bodies of his followers. Thanks to this, he became stronger and regained most of his vital resources. He decided to use the divine fire of karma to cleanse all the evil deeds in this building. Laguna saw his friend losing most of his vitality and couldn't stand still. He very quickly cut all the shackles and came to the aid of his comrade at the most critical moment of the battle. This moment could be a turning point because amazing things started to happen. The divine hand, which had been on the same side with the patriarch all this time, suddenly began to attack its priest. The divine Punisher very quickly lost his vitality and turned into his own shadow. The Son of Destiny was offered to unite with the shadow of the constellations to become a Shadow King who rules the world. The patriarch never doubted the higher power. He always trusted it and did everything possible to be an honest follower. Now he felt abandoned to his fate. For hunters, this is a good opportunity to escape danger. They approached the Book of Blood in order to fulfill the raid's purpose and take this book into their own hands. The book immediately began to react to the approach of Lagoon. The Son of Fate appeared and received the opportunity to enter a special space. This force is called the Shadow of the Constellations. Many tens of thousands of years have passed since the shadow of the constellations fell on the earth, and all this time waited for the Son of Fate. Laguna didn't understand anything at all, but he had better calm down, because he was the man chosen by fate, who was worthy of becoming the embodiment of death. To do this, he only needs to accept the seal and receive the ability and higher powers that will turn him into the most powerful being in the world. If for some reason Laguna refuses this power, she will be instantly destroyed. This guy has always been afraid of turning into a person who follows the lead of evil forces, so he cannot agree to these vile conditions. Then the monstrous force turned its attention to John. No one could get here except the Son of Fate. John came here to ask questions and understand the capabilities of the Shadow Lord. When light appeared, it could not reach all parts of the galaxy, so there were places where it was dark. These places began to be called the shadows of the constellations. Thus, the infinite light gave birth to infinite darkness, and over the long years, the power of darkness acquired its own consciousness. It all started on the day when a spatial rift suddenly opened, and the Lord of Destruction descended from it. The battle lasted for countless years. Over time, the dark force suffered heavy losses. The darkness was defeated and scattered throughout the universe. The Shadow Force was hardly able to descend into this world and fall asleep for many years. All its energy is now in the book, which is waiting for the Son of Fate. The Lord of Destruction is the main god of the galaxy. He was badly injured and split into 13 pieces that turned into the ancient gods. This means that the ancient gods are just fragments. They are small parts of a huge and powerful being. The power of darkness lost the ability to draw energy from the stars. The Shadow Lord needed another force to maintain his consciousness, so he began to suck the strength from the sectarians. To restore the connection with the stars, you need to restore the fragments of consciousness, after which you will not be able to rely on such matter as blood. At this moment, the pulling force of the constellations will immediately unite and nothing will be able to stop it. Laguna can get all this power into her own hands and become one of the most powerful beings in the galaxy. He always motivated himself to become a hunter and make Lady Christina love him. He never thought about being a Shadow Lord. Laguna must learn to control this power. He wants to act according to John's advice. It was the Red Flame Emperor who told his friend to accept this offer. John just wants to complete his mission and return to the real world. But is he doing the right thing? Laguna has begun the process of becoming a Shadow King. It won't be easy at all and will take some time. Half an hour later, the friends returned to the world, where the Patriarch was trying to escape from the sectarians who were attacking him. It turned out that they were all acting under the orders of the Shadow King, who had finally gained power. Very quickly, the Patriarch was destroyed, and Laguna began to get used to his new image. While his level has not yet reached the highest values, a long path of development and evolution opens before him. Now his body can't withstand such stress. He needs to rest a little. The mission is not yet completely complete. Perhaps there is a way to change fate and turn an unhappy ending into something good. John sensed the presence of an unknown entity here. The spirit knows that John smells like an ancient god. The spirit knows the secrets of the constellations, but he still cannot understand what kind of person is in front of him. John said that he wanted to help his friend become the king of this world, and at the same time achieve his own goals. In front of him is the Lord of Shadows. He wants to ask him a few questions to see the full picture. The ultimate goal of this entity is revenge, as well as the restoration of its true power by absorbing the ancient gods. After connecting with him, Laguna will begin to experience bloodthirstiness and an endless thirst for blood. Thanks to the blood, Laguna will become stronger, and he will be interested in more than just the blood of ordinary people. After that, the shadow spirit left, by which time Laguna had finally woken up and felt much better. He feels the power filling his veins. His physical condition is improving with every minute. Now they can go to the city of Linwai. At this moment, they met the very people who had been following their movements all this time. In front of them are representatives of the headquarters of the Order of Hunters. They want to understand what is happening here. John and Laguna were immediately made aware that they would never leave this area without an explanation. Perhaps these guys are too self-confident. They make the classic mistake of opponents of the Fiery Emperor. During all this time, John has become much calmer. Sometimes, because of his calmness, he even misses serious blows of fate. Such attacks cannot make our protagonist surrender. On the contrary, he feels an additional surge of energy and prepares for battle. Now these guys from the Order of Hunters will finally understand that they have crossed the path of the Black Cat. Until this moment, it seemed to them that they would quickly cope with their goal, but now they realize that this was not the case. Meanwhile, Laguna began to understand more about his body and his new characteristics. He quickly drank the blood of several hunters and turned his attention to their boss. His skills truly make any sane person terrified. The captain thought that he could stay out of the battle and just give orders and watch from the sidelines. When he loses all his blood, he will realize that his strategy was wrong from the start. Laguna had just cleared the area and raised his level. Even John was surprised by the speed of his progress. Now these guys plan to calmly continue their journey and not stop there. They head to the city of Linway, which is famous for its danger and excessive cruelty. With the help of additional skills, you can easily cover a long distance and reach your destination in a short time. Before entering the city, the comrades stopped and decided to think a little about how best to act. At that moment, they heard familiar voices and saw experienced masters of magic behind them. Somehow the Hunter Order found out about the Moon Monastery very quickly. It all looks extremely suspicious. John was prepared for any turn of events, but once again he was not prepared for returning to the real world. Now he's back with Molly and has to think about completely different things. He needs to save all his family members and finally solve the problem with a man named Achilles. First, you need to go inside the system space and look at the development of the Shadow King's account. The next teleportation will be in no less than 10 days. Now the King's account has been restored to its original state, as well as the Witch Sisters. John remembered that Kira was going to find bridges. It happened earlier than expected, so he needed to speed up. Together with his friends, John set out to search for his family and save his friends. Now they have already arrived at the designated place and must prepare for further action. At the same time, many people in the desert were dying from the desire to finally drink at least a sip of water. It turns out that in this desert you can meet not only thugs, but also high-level demons. John immediately recognized his robot Leela. For some reason, she's under the control of an unknown demon. Something clearly happened to her. Now she shows no reaction to her boss at all. The enemies managed to conquer the mind of the Terminator, which means that they also have a specialist in magical engineering. John got angry and prepared to kill everyone around him. Madak asked him to calm down and try to resolve the issue peacefully. He knows this demon. People often call her the Queen because they are afraid to look her in the eyes. The Queen took the robot from Team Horizon. Now Lilu is under her power and is her toy. As soon as the Fiery Emperor heard these words, he immediately went out of control. He began to attack the demon to immediately show her who the real owner of the robot from another universe was. Lilu is not a toy. This little girl is now part of the Emperor's family. No one has the right to touch her even with a finger. John does everything he can to restore this little hooligan's old smile as quickly as possible. For now, Lilu is under the control of the demon, so they mercilessly attack their former boss. John has never fought against this girl before, so he is uncomfortable trying to destroy her. Her skills are really advanced now, but John always knows the robot's weak spot. Using his intellect, he quickly pressed the right button and stopped this senseless battle. The Queen has become interested in John, and now she also wants to make him her toy, but for completely different purposes. With just the power of her mind, she reactivated Leela and forced her into a mad state. John can't watch this happen before his eyes. He has to rip the demon apart and eat her heart. Even the strongest personalities always have weaknesses. The Queen knows perfectly well how to press on the weak point. She turned the little robot into a professional killer and forced him to attack the Fire Emperor. As soon as Lilu struck her first blow, she immediately released the negative energy and freed herself from the terrible influence. After that, she ran to her older brother and immediately hugged him as if for the first time. John automatically changed his account and called upon the skills of the Dark Religion Witch to help. The freeze should prevent the robot's mind control. Now the Queen will feel the Emperor's hatred. Most of the thugs watched this battle and were afraid to move even the slightest. You can understand them when two titans fight each other. It's better not to interfere and keep your mouth shut. The queen quickly raised her level by injecting herself with dark power. She thought that this would be enough to stop John. Her thinking was too naive. Within seconds, she was crushed by the monstrous energy of the Dark Witch. John turned out to be much more cruel and insidious than she could have imagined. This guy is unique. The robot's mind control is no longer in effect, but Lilu still hasn't woken up. Modik said that he knows how to help in this situation, but it cannot be done without the support of the Poison Society. We'll have to make a potion called Hellish Obedience. This is the only way to rid Lila of the demonic disease. While John decides what to do next, with the help of artificial intelligence, he can look at fragments of Lilu's memory. At that moment, he saw that his family members and close friends had been alive just recently. He learned that they were taken to the city of Kygo, but some members of this large team were sold at auction. Then he saw that Lilu had become an experimental subject for an experienced scientist. She was next to Fat Jack, who kept telling her that she shouldn't let herself be controlled. John became so angry that he promised himself to kill everyone involved in this matter. He handed the helpless Lila over to his new comrade and said that he would return soon with the antidote. The Fire Emperor has a lot to do now. He needs to eliminate all the problems before he has to return to the Shadow World. Meanwhile, the Blue Sky members are still at the testing ground. Dr. Schultz has been involved in research for many years and is known to his friends as Dr. Octopus. Just now, employees of the Dawn organization entered his laboratory and brought all these people here. They made the doctor hurry up. He said that everything was ready, although it was the first time he had done such an operation to introduce a potion for evil spirits into the mechanism. During a special operation, something like an earthquake was heard, and everyone around was scared. These guys have been waiting for John to show up for a long time. They are ready to meet this guy and send him to meet the devil. They're probably mentally retarded and don't understand how strong their enemy is. John tore through the iron walls and appeared like an angel descending from heaven. It was a legendary appearance. His friends were happy. They had already come to terms with death and now accepted their new chance with a smile on their faces. In order to save these guys, you will have to go through a huge bald man who shows no fear of death at all. This boar is not alone at all. There are assistants next to him who are able to make John test his strength. The Emperor of the Red Flame has been waiting for such opportunities for a long time. He will gladly show these worms who is the real shark in this ocean. With one kick of his foot, he almost knocked out the team captain, and he didn't even have to take an extra step to do it. With the vast experience he had gained from previous battles, John acted almost on autopilot. He didn't have to think or strategize. He just trusted his instincts and relaxed. Due to his accumulated skills and incredibly advanced level of martial arts, he felt incredibly light during battle. Everything happened naturally. Fighting with ordinary people for this guy was nothing more than breathing fresh air. Even the most dangerous and insidious attacks could not have the desired effect on him. The Emperor of the Red Flame seemed not to feel threatened, although of course he was at the epicenter of dangerous events. Those people who watched this battle from the front row had the feeling that they were watching a battle between a man and little kittens. Everyone around was delighted with John's skills. It was immediately obvious that this guy did not waste time and was constantly improving. To do this, he doesn't even have to train. He just needs to constantly face problems, and your level will definitely rise. It looks like John might have to sweat a little after all, because instead of cats, there's a brown bear here. Apparently, these guys are big fans of the zoo, which is why they took toxins that turn them into monsters. John didn't want to go to an animal show, but if that were to happen, he was ready to show off his skills as a trainer. It's always fun to turn on the fun mode and have some wild rock and roll. When John was little, he dreamed of taming a bear, and now he finally has that opportunity. A few seconds ago, all the animals were attacking him from different sides. Now they are doing everything possible to escape to another universe. This happens when creatures overestimate their capabilities and challenge something terrible and merciless. They should thank their fate that John didn't call upon the Shadow Emperor's skills to help. It looks like there is a creature in this building that can challenge John. His name is Jaeger. By this time, John had already defeated the surrounding animals and thought the battle was over. He received congratulations from his friends who were happy about his return, but at the same time blamed themselves for not being able to protect his family. John said that he understands how hard it was to stop the villains, so he doesn't hold it against his friends, but on the contrary, he wants to help them. During this conversation, that same Jaeger decided to attack the Emperor of the Red Flame. It is immediately obvious that this monster is a very strong creature. It is currently at level 170th. It's enough to make any living creature tremble in fear, but not the Shadow Flame Emperor. A high-level battle began. John repelled the first attack and immediately went forward. It was nice to see how he instantly reacted and went on the counter-offensive. Jagger didn't come here to lose, which is why he tried to crank up the tempo to the sky. At one point, John felt like he was fighting an entire army of opponents at the same time. At the same time, he still remained incredibly strong and showed miracles of durability. During the attack, Jaeger even broke his sword. That's how strong the Shadow Flame Emperor was. In front of John is a monster of a man who takes money to do dirty work. The biggest problem with this battle is that the Emperor's opponent has the ability to restore his lost health. He can also summon monsters to help him, which can create serious problems even for the strongest creature. Up until this point, John had easily dealt with all the enemies. Now he would have to strain himself. Due to forbidden scientific technology, Jaeger quickly restores health and energy. In order to defeat this guy, you will have to step out of your comfort zone and show everything that John is capable of. This cannot be done without additional skills and constant improvement of account characteristics. John transformed into a terrifying creature that instantly took all the strength from his opponent. It's impossible not to admire this bold and self-confident image of the ice god. This spectacular victory earned John the achievement of a guy you shouldn't date. Also, all of his characteristics were significantly increased. Thanks to the activation of the Ring of Fortune, Pandora's Cube was opened. This artifact is used by the engineer. Thanks to this item, you can improve your armor and turn into a nano-robot. John is pleased with his results and can now focus on continuing his mission to restore his family. Waltz asked the owner to allow him to use the item he received after the battle. With his skills, he quickly created an incredible top-tier flying armor. Now John has incredible opportunities, and in the air he will no longer yield to any fighter or dragon. Dr. Schultz prepared an emergency exit for himself in time and managed to escape when the situation began to escalate. He lost most of the experimental materials, but kept the mechanical cells that would help him return to power and make a deal with the Venom Society. This old man was too lost in his dreams and forgot to look at the road, but this is the main rule for a driver. Before him appeared Wild Tauren, who had come here to destroy someone. The frightened doctor immediately started running and tried to get away from the terrible monsters. It was not difficult for them to catch up with the old man, but now the monsters turned their attention to the airspace. An unknown force instantly approached and dealt a crushing blow. It was very daring. Never before had anyone attacked a herd of wild bulls. This was the first time in history that a living creature had shown such self-confidence. John quickly dealt with the monster problem and now focused on the doctor, who fell to his knees in front of him. If Schultz wants to live, he must tell him everything about the nanomechanical cell, because similar cells invaded John's body during the battle. Such technologies emerged in the early days of the changed world. Scientists tried to use this method to fight natural disasters and monsters. The monsters destroyed the mechanism and the technology was lost. But several years ago, the Poison Society discovered an underground ancient laboratory and found the remains of this technology in it. The Poison Society uses unique pharmaceutical knowledge to take technology to the next level. To get rid of such cells in his body, John must find certain toxins that will cleanse his body. John said he was very pleased with all this information and now the doctor could go without any worries. If Schultz had been more attentive, he would have heard John trying to finish his sentence. It opens the way for the doctor, but the problem is that the road leads to hell. This man did not deserve a second chance. He should have been eliminated and forgotten as a man who crossed the path of a deity. Within a few minutes, John was near the tower, which is the stronghold of the Poison Society. Here he met a girl named Donna. She does not feel any hostility towards him and only wants to help. Donna asked John to follow her and take a little walk around the Poison Society stronghold. Here he met a large number of children. They are either orphans or slaves picked up by the chairman. All these children receive warmth and comfort here. They all have a talent for pharmaceuticals, so they're trying to make future professionals in their field out of them. John is the first person the chairman has met in 50 years, so he is asked to observe etiquette. John entered a large room where, according to the assistant, the chairman of the organization was located. He was very surprised to see in front of him a naked beauty named Alice. She behaved very self-confidently with the guest. John expected to see an old man in front of him, but was pleasantly surprised. A second later, Alice got dressed and invited her guest to relax and talk a little in a calm atmosphere. John learned that he had been followed since he had cured his grandmother in another area, and it turned out that this grandmother was Alice's sister. It is hard to believe that in front of our main character, there is now a woman who is over 120 years old. Judging by her heartbeat, she is not lying at all. For many years, Alice has not communicated with her sister because of betrayal and knows that she is doomed to die because of a terrible disease. The head of the Poison Society is interested in this guy's special abilities, which is why she offers him to form an alliance and get married. There have been too many similar offers over all this time, but for some reason, John still continues to be surprised. They've only known each other for a few minutes, and he's already received an offer to form an alliance. It's really strange. Alice has one single goal. She wants to transform the world and do it as quickly as possible. Over the years of research, she realized that the change in the era is nothing more than an invasion of viruses, and that in order to heal the Earth, the environment must be transformed. If John joins her team, the research efficiency will increase, and the process will become more enjoyable. Alice is ready to share everything she has in order to get the desired result. No man should refuse such an offer, so Alice is counting on success. Her beauty is indeed enough to eclipse the minds of most men, but John has always been an exception, so he confidently refuses. He knows that he can save the world on his own, and he doesn't need to team up with his 100-year-old grandmother to do it. Apparently, she needs to constantly drink potions in order to maintain her physical beauty. Now Alice has enough time to gradually re-educate her future husband. John immediately felt the pressure that was created by the robots of the Poison Society. He had fought similar Terminators many times before, but this time he was not prepared for the unexpected attack. His heart suddenly sank and his body and limbs began to become paralyzed. Could it be poison? Now he feels extremely uncomfortable and can barely hold on to keep from losing consciousness. Alice enjoys the moment and feels that this guy is ready to fall on his knees in front of her. Waltz appeared and said that the antidote would be ready no earlier than in 2 hours, and that he had all the materials and resources for it. Alice laughed loudly. She understood perfectly well that her guest would be destroyed in 2 hours. Now she wants to take advantage of the moment and turn him to her dark side. An ordinary person would have indeed abandoned his principles and changed his mind long ago. But with the help of the engineer's account, John opened Pandora's box. This artifact will allow him to overcome any obstacles and turn into a perfect being. Now it was time to stretch a little. His actions had definitely angered the owner of this place. First, you'll have to fight the killer robots that obey Alice's orders. She ordered them to attack immediately and do everything to get the human head out of this transformer. John was prepared for such attacks. In this suit, he was not afraid of poisonous venom. The secret of Pandora is the result of a combination of nanomechanical magic cells. If that's too hard to wrap your head around, just realize that the legendary gear now gives John an advantage. He may not be afraid of everything that is happening around him and can easily create a tornado here. Alice decided to use an increased amount of poison to poison this guy. For such situations, she has incredible skills in controlling a poisonous puppet. Mechanical synthesis has created a terrible monster, but it is unlikely to be enough to achieve victory. With the help of Pandora's secret, John feels great, and even a poisonous hurricane doesn't scare him. He has become a full-fledged transformer who can transform into anyone at will. If Fat Jack were here, he would definitely name his friend Bumblebee. The Fire Emperor can not only transform into a car, he can also easily transform into a fighter jet. Using missile attacks, John easily reduced the level of this poisonous monster. Further victory will only be a matter of time because John has unique experience. He thought he had already guaranteed his success, but then Alice called Anna to help her, and the situation turned upside down. John recognized the name. It was Anna that Alejandro called his lost sister, for whom he had sided with evil. It seems like there's a twisted plot brewing here, which means it'll be twice as interesting to watch as things unfold. For the first time in a long time, John has met an enemy of equal strength, and this battle could become legendary. Right now, he doesn't have the energy to turn on the extra features and check if this woman is Alejandro's sister. It's not easy for John right now. He feels confident, but his energy is constantly decreasing. Alice picked up Anna in the dungeon and made her very strong. The ability to transform allows you to open up hidden possibilities. Several years ago, Alice found this girl in the gorge. It was obvious that she was dying, but in this state, Anna continued to constantly say something about revenge. The dying women were forced into a tower of poisons to restore her damaged body using ancient technology. After waking up, she immediately wanted to leave for revenge, but the Poison Society does not allow one to leave its ranks. Anna subsequently became Alice's primary test subject. No one around expected that her fragile body would withstand such a number of difficult experiments. John understands perfectly well that the girl in front of him is Alejandro's sister. This guy has been looking for his sister for a long time and even refused to be on the side of good for this. Alice can free this girl and let her go to her brother only if John becomes her husband. If he refuses, he will be cruelly destroyed because Anna is ready to carry out any criminal order. At the last moment, something strange happened after Alice ordered her assistant to kill the arrogant guy. Anna stopped. John used mind control. The master pharmacist finally began to show his best skills. He did the same with Alice. Now she also cannot move freely and is under John's control. From now on, he will take full control of the Poison Society and will manage this corporation through Alice. They do form an alliance, but not quite the one that the creepy old woman would like. John won't let this clan just die. He understands that the poison society can be useful for his further actions. He ordered Alice to remove the control over Anna and restore her self-awareness. Soon Anna finally felt truly free from all these dirty mind games. She remembered all those inhuman experiments that were conducted on her and decided to take revenge right here and now. If John had not intervened in this female tragedy in time, there is no doubt that Alice would have been left without a head. John mentioned the name of the girl's older brother, and she immediately knew she had to stop immediately. Alejandro has been looking for his beloved sister for a long time and uses absolutely any methods to do so. John also said that Alejandro had turned into a demon and that returning him to human form would not be easy at all. Now Anna is ready to feel sorry for Alice and not touch her for a while, at least while the fiery emperor is nearby. Anna doesn't know John, but if he is friends with her brother, then her intuition tells her that John is a good person who can be trusted. Now the most important part of the whole task remains. John is ready to start on dessert. He ordered Alice to immediately open the vault door so that he could take away all the treasures that belong to the Poison Society. Now we can take a break from these events and see what Kira is up to, because now she is the main problem for the young emperor. She was finally free of the cursed poison and felt complete control over her mind and body. Now she is heading to Bridges Juan, and she was also informed that old Albert turned out to be a vile rat who must be destroyed. Kira stated that she would still need this old man, so she was in no hurry to kill him and planned to use him to lure John into a trap. Now this dangerous woman is in the territory of an enchanted land, the category of which is unknown. Together with her soldiers, she saw that the goal was already before their eyes. They must go to the enchanted lands to find Bridges, also known as the Mad Bull. Many people were frightened by such an order, because legends about enchanted lands have long been popular on all continents. Kira is not going to turn a blind eye to people who do not obey her orders. They will all be brutally destroyed. The real danger in the enchanted lands is not the monsters, but the unknown taboos. Kira will never go back until she kills the Red Flame Emperor, so she is ready to go to the end. The danger of prohibitions lies in the unknown. If you violate a random prohibition, a person will immediately die, regardless of his level. The hunters were clearly scared, but they were forced to move forward and feel like guinea pigs. One of the hunters went forward and for a second thought that nothing terrible would happen, after which the situation quickly changed. Along with him, another warrior was destroyed. All this was so terrible that it seemed like a horror movie was being filmed. Here you can't swear or openly discuss or complain about this place. Unless necessary, it's better not to talk at all. With the help of a secret artifact, Kira plans to reach the top of the mountain before all her people are destroyed. It won't be easy at all, because now they are in a hellish place where even the devil wouldn't feel comfortable. With every minute of advancement, there were fewer and fewer people. Out of 1,000 warriors, less than 100 remained. Nevertheless, Kira still reached her destination and found that very mad bull that had been talked about so much. It seemed like there was an ordinary statue in front of her, but Kira was sure that it was an illusion, and she just needed to activate the blood debt. Within a few seconds, the blood hit the statue and turned the stone structure into a real person with a violent temper and incredible strength. The Mad Bull is level 240, and he is extremely unhappy that someone woke him up. He grabbed Kira by the neck and started asking her a bunch of questions. Bridges wants to understand where she got his blood from. It turned out that Kira received this blood from her mother, who promised her that the blood would help find her real father. The Mad Bull had many women, but he gave his blood only to one of them. After that, he immediately abandoned Kira, which is not strange, because in front of him is his daughter, and probably she has serious reasons to look for him in such a dangerous place. Kira asked for help. She wants to revive the former glory of the Huang Corporation and avenge the Sons of Bridges. The Mad Bull was not at all surprised that weak people were unable to protect the corporation. He always thought only about becoming stronger and was not interested in politics. That's why he went to dangerous lands to become stronger day by day. But it didn't make him happy. He only felt an inner emptiness. The Mad Bull decided to slow down his life and go into a long sleep. He was waiting to be awakened for a special mission. Kira said that the man who destroyed their corporation is the strongest among people. These words interested her father. Kira said that this man is called the Emperor of the Red Flame, and he is really insanely dangerous. Meanwhile, John was happy to meet his friends and learn that Lilu was finally feeling much better. He gave her some potion to drink so that the robot girl could regain full control over her energy. Now she has leveled up and turned into a powerful and elegant beauty. Lilu is becoming more and more like her past self. People who have become close friends with John have also come here, all of whom want to help him get his family back. With the help of the Poison Society, John unlocked a large number of crystals in their vault. Since he's already considered a fairly rich man, this guy decided to share the crystals in order to level up his friends. After they all became stronger, it was time to take advantage of the improved equipment that was hidden in the vault. Now we can take a little break from these events and see what is happening in the underground prison of the city of Kygo. The local prisoners are treated here in the most brutal manner possible, which inspires fear and horror. There are only two kinds of people here, useful and useless. Some will be sold into slavery, while others will be tortured and destroyed in every possible way. Among all these men and women, there are strong personalities who are ready to lend a shoulder in difficult times. The leader of the Blue Sky team, Michael, was recently taken away from here, although this guy never loses his optimism. John's family is still alive. They believe that the fiery emperor will definitely come and save them from this hell. Very soon the bandits decided to take Chili and take her with them to an unknown destination. Sandra tried to stop these scoundrels because she became very attached to her new friend. She was quickly shown that she had no power here, and without John, she was better off sitting in the corner and keeping quiet. One can only hope that the fiery emperor will actually come and change this situation. Few people realize that John is now only a few kilometers from this prison. He had already learned the local situation and had developed a plan of action to rescue his friends and family. Now he is not alone at all. His loyal friends are nearby, who have become full-fledged members of the new team. With the help of new devices, they will be able to communicate with each other in any situation. First, you need to drive into the city and get past the armed guards. This did not become a problem thanks to the help of Madik, who has connections even in this wild city. There were no more weak warriors left in the wild. They were all destroyed, their places taken only by the strongest representatives of the human race. Safe zone organizations often come into the wild to recruit people. People from the wild zones are already accustomed to trials and do not pay attention to difficulties at all, which is why they are not interested in integrating into the safe zone. In the safe zone, every adult citizen must work and be useful, otherwise he will be expelled. This pace of life is not suitable for everyone, because most people still prefer real freedom rather than smart slavery. Lilu quickly assessed the level of defense of this city and said that the boss could easily break into the main building and destroy everyone. I had to explain to this stupid girl that she needs to be careful and be able to correctly assess the enemy. Sometimes she needs to be more modest. All formal procedures now completed, John prepared to use the Eye of Reality to create an information map of the area. The parents and sister are in an underground prison. Chili is in a maximum security black zone with Michael. It all looks a little problematic, but the Red Flame Emperor has no doubt in his skills. A few minutes later, an unknown man entered the prison and said that he wanted to buy all 3 slaves. Sandra was against this idea and began to protest. She would never give herself and her parents into slavery. She needs to calm down a little because the person who wants to buy them out of this prison is a very influential figure. When Sandra saw her beloved brother in front of her, tears of joy appeared in her eyes. She immediately began hugging him and saying that he should have come much earlier. In any case, the family is finally reunited, and now there is no need to fear the most terrible events. One of the prisoners immediately realized what was happening. He was not going to turn a blind eye to all this. He immediately ran to call the guards for help. His screams immediately led to mass protests. Instead of rejoicing for John's family, the prisoners began to call the guards. There were so many loud sounds that the little girl who was nearby couldn't stand the pressure. The Emperor immediately activated a neurotoxin that allows people to temporarily lose their memory for an entire day. None of them understand what is really going on. Everything around immediately became quiet. Initially, John planned to wait until the garrison was completed and release the family there, but he will have to do it much earlier. Only there can his family members feel confident and safe, so this is the best way out of the current situation. Unfortunately, the Red Flame Emperor did not have time to enjoy the reunion with his family, but now this is what needs to be done. He promised that they would see each other soon and would definitely make up for lost time. Now you need to go to another place in the prison in order to find a guy named Michael. He is the leader of the Blue Sky team. Now he is going through hard times. He has to suffer and be tormented constantly. He is extremely uncomfortable in the presence of the person called Jellyfish due to his unpleasant skills. With all his might, Michael tries to hold on and not reveal any unnecessary information to this terrible creature. By that time, John was already nearby and was preparing to call him out of those terrible embraces of death. As soon as Medusa heard the strange steps, he immediately prepared his rope to punish the offender. To stop John, you'll have to show something more, because he doesn't even take toys like these seriously. Medusa decided to activate a flame strike. Now this is much more interesting and dangerous. He even had to use the skills of the Shadow Emperor. Otherwise, this blow could have deprived him of his limbs. The battle quickly gained momentum. It was immediately clear that the opponents did not need any additional warm-up. Medusa always stood out among all his peers. It was clear from a very early age that he was very talented. Talented warriors always have an advantage, but sometimes they meet people who are unique in their own way. John is absolutely unique. He cannot be compared to an ordinary genius, because this guy is clearly special. Thanks to the victory over the jellyfish, he received several precious artifacts and was finally able to save his close friend. He told him that all this happened because John often called upon the ancient gods and attracted unnecessary attention to himself. It all has to do with the secret weapon, because Achilles also has control over the ancient god. All this time, John had no idea that such a scenario could be possible. He clearly underestimated his enemy. Achilles is constantly in seclusion and transmits instructions through his generals. Medusa was one of the 8 generals. Now, it's not strange that Achilles dominates the wild nature, but for some reason he doesn't attack safe zones. Probably there are some restrictions. Now it's time to head into the Black Zone to save Chili, while Michael can join Fat Jack and the rest of his team. The Black Zone is completely isolated, so you will have to try very hard to get inside. In the center of the Black Zone, there is a secret laboratory where mass experiments are carried out. People and monsters are often synchronized here. It looks creepy, but incredibly interesting. One of the 8 generals, Sonic, is pleased with the research today. He is confident that this work can help Achilles reach the top of the world. Then he saw information that someone was invading this territory. Dream Interpreter prepared for battle. He ordered his assistants to immediately track down all people who are currently in the Black Zone. At that very moment, tens of thousands of Black Zone cameras were damaged, and even the external communication system was having problems. The Dream Book plans to hide in the tower and wait for the completion of Achilles' merger. Then no one will stop them. When you look at these events, you get the feeling that John has once again destroyed the walls and destroyed everyone in his path. In fact, this is not entirely true. This time he acted much more sensibly, and with the help of pharmaceuticals calmly bewitched the guards and passed through the gates without any problems. Madik warned his comrade that the 8 generals are very dangerous rivals that all the inhabitants of the Wild Zone know about. Medusa was responsible for the underground prison. The other generals also have their own territory and areas of responsibility. John will have to destroy them all one by one, Lilu suggests splitting up, because she has raised her power level and also wants to contribute to the overall victory. She has worked hard to achieve this mature body and wants to seize the opportunity to become stronger. Madik has also improved his level quite well and asked the boss to give him the opportunity to feel independent. John stated that too many people in this city knew Madik's face, so it was better for him to remain in the shadows and leave this matter to 2 killers. There's a classic party happening right now at one of the city's best nightclubs. There are many people here who are relaxing and enjoying life. At first glance, you can't call them wild at all, although they live in a wild zone. Kalina is here. She is one of Achilles' 8 generals and keeps order in this club. She had just been informed that guests in another recreation area had gotten too drunk and were starting to offend the staff. There are really strange things going on there, and one of the 8 generals must immediately intervene in the process. Chief Kalina spoke very tactfully and politely, as if she were a true intellectual. She said that she was the owner here and asked them to calm down because in this nightclub you can only drink, but you can't touch other customers and employees. Local thugs are used to buying everyone around them at the expense of earning them money in the Wild Zone. They think that by delivering green papers, they can buy out the whole world and do absolutely everything they want. Apparently, these guys don't understand that there are people in the world who can tear them apart with one finger. These thugs want to learn a lesson so badly that Kalina won't have any problem with it. She quickly explained to these fools how to behave in such an establishment. General Achilles' expression didn't even change. She continued to smile and wish the guests a pleasant time. Kalina could have easily torn them apart, but she didn't. And this act greatly attracted the attention of John, who came in here to drink some milk. Kalina recognized this guy. This place is not suitable for such conversations. So she advises him to come to her office. Now, absolutely everyone is talking about the fiery emperor. He turned out to be very young and talented, and it is not difficult to guess that he is moving into the Black Zone of the city. Kalina is not stupid enough to directly infect this monster. She can give him her seal, but first she wants to have a little fun. Various girls came into the office to offer John a very tasty cocktail to drink. He quickly refused and said that he came here for another reason. Kalina decided not to start a fight and calmly gave him her seal. She just wants to protect her tiny world and allow the children under her control to live their lives peacefully without unnecessary conflicts. Her intuition tells her that she is in front of a truly unique person, and she also knows that she cannot simply enter the Black Zone after collecting the entire seal. John plans to collect all the seals of the 8 generals and thereby open the gates to Achilles, but it doesn't work that way. Some generals are already in the black zone, and some of them are now heading here to give John a warm welcome. Kalina is interested in going over to his side. If he shows his abilities, she will tell him about a secret entrance that only she knows about. John doesn't mind showing his true strength. He is a man who has nothing to hide. People on the streets looked scared and were even afraid to leave their homes. All this is connected with the fact that the generals went out to battle at the same time. This is very strange. These guys never liked each other, but today is a critical situation and they must unite. Achilles is being hunted, so the generals must do everything possible to protect their boss from mortal danger. They're in for a rough ride because John is ready to challenge them and enlist the help of an ancient god. These guys need to understand that before they can meet the Red Flame Emperor, they'll have to get through his partner. They think that this is all some kind of joke, and they won't even notice this little bee on their way. Underestimating opponents has already destroyed more than one legendary warrior, but fighters still continue to make this mistake. Perhaps their relationship will change when they sit down with a warrior named Anna. Alejandro's younger sister arrived unannounced at the battlefield to get some exercise and show off her potential. Kalina has long since called 5 generals to the selection, but this does not mean that she is not ready to go over to John's side. To fight, you need to move to another location, otherwise there will be nothing left of this nightclub. John plans to deal with all the generals at once, so he can eliminate the main problem and finally get to Achilles. John decided to go to the central square, where gladiator fights were taking place right now. It looks like he wants to have a fiery battle right here, and he doesn't care that the local champion is being chosen here today. This area of the city is always a crowded place to watch high-level fighters fight. Today, the competition didn't go according to plan because someone showed up who decided to disrupt the schedule. Even the commentator couldn't understand what was going on. He clearly knows nothing about the fire show at today's event. A mysterious young man suddenly appeared in the arena. No one around understands what his true intentions are. The gladiators are unhappy that this worm interrupted their fight. Does he really not understand what the consequences will be? John turned to the entire audience and the commentator to say that he was betting 50 million coins on himself winning the tournament. It has now become clear that this madman simply decided to warm up before the battle with Achilles' generals began. Fans were shocked and called him retarded, but they like crazy guys anyway. John ordered 2 gladiators to attack him at the same time. He wants to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. These guys aren't going to wait for an extra invitation to dance. They got going almost immediately. Never before in the history of this show has there been a fight between 3 contenders for the championship belt. Today's a unique situation. John has already defeated serious opponents several times. He has earned a huge supply of coins and can now constantly activate additional skills of the Emperor. He acted so confidently that it seemed like this was really a warm-up for him before the real battle. The fans and the commentator could not believe their eyes. It was already clear to them that they were facing a new undefeated champion. Half an hour before these events, a battle between high-level fighters also took place near this area of the city. Lilu decided to show what she was capable of. Only in such battles could she count on a serious increase in level. Lilu has made a lot of progress lately, and now she wants to show everything she can do. At the same time, of course, she didn't even come close to her previous fighting form, because before she was much stronger. However, this girl is ready to continue fighting. It is too early for her to die. She has a very long way ahead of her. She is ready to remember the best skills she had in the past and try to constantly progress. If she manages to destroy even 1 general, then it can be considered that she has helped her emperor madly. So far, she hasn't succeeded in anything. The opponent has turned out to be too strong. His pressure is difficult to stop. Only the skills of a transformer can come to the rescue, which will allow you to stop the mad beast. Lilu will never stop at her goal. She has come a long way and wants to return to the top. For the battle, she created her own mechanical beast. Finally, we will see the battle of transformers. She is now facing a very experienced opponent, and it will be incredibly difficult to defeat him. It is very interesting to watch the battles of transformers, because they have much more flexible characteristics than ordinary people. Lilu feels incredibly confident and declares that she will not leave here until her opponent is torn to pieces. Within a few minutes, the enemy transformer was destroyed despite its insane level. Meanwhile, Anna did not go anywhere. She remained in this territory and talked with the general who is called the Poisonous Cobra. She just learned some strange information. General Poisonous Cobra knows her brother. He used to be her best student. Anna could not believe these tales. At first, it seemed to her that it was all a lie, but then she realized that the Cobra was not lying. When Alejandro lost his sister, he was mentally broken and shattered. He crawled on his knees to ask for help. Cobra decided to help this guy. It was she who pushed him towards demonic energy. Using her personal skills, she injected him with toxins that turn an ordinary person into a devil. Alejandro immediately felt incredible power and found the strength to go in search of his sister. He killed absolutely everyone who was involved in Anna's disappearance, after which he went to where she was last seen. Having heard the whole truth, Anna realized that there was no longer any point in leaving the poisonous Cobra alive. She decided to cut her into pieces with her super sword, but this plan failed miserably due to the skills of the toxic Cobra. In order to defeat this woman, you will have to use much more interesting techniques. A simple attack will not work here. The poisonous Cobra melted and turned into a swamp of death. Using such skills, it destroys its opponents. She thinks that this technique will work against Anna because even a Terminator cannot resist poisonous acid. She needed to study the background of this woman because Anna spent many years in the Poison Society, where crazy experiments were carried out on her body. Over all these years, she has developed an internal defense against toxic toxins, and now she is not afraid of such substances at all. Once she gets used to it a little, she will be ready to immediately launch her own toxins into the poisonous substances. The Green Cobra thought she had the situation under control, but her overconfidence would cost her dearly. Anna hates people who wish her brother harm. She does not give the enemy a second chance at salvation. The poisonous Cobra tried with all its might to revive this girl and asked for mercy, but there was no answer. Meanwhile, John had long since defeated two rivals who were trying to become local champions. Now he stands before Achilles' three generals, looking warmed up and ready for this legendary battle. The opponents clearly have high skills and gain an advantage due to their numerical superiority, but there is no certainty that this will be enough to stop the fiery emperor. Tornado immediately began his attack, his self-confidence always at its highest level. It's immediately obvious that this guy wants to personally kill John in order to show himself in the best light in front of Achilles. His skills are truly impressive. This guy can control the wind, and it's quite unusual. A tornado can knock down even the strongest trees in its path, but will it be able to knock down John? For now, this question remains open. Judging by the Emperor's reaction, he knows what to do in such situations. Although he has never encountered frivolous skills before, this does not prevent him from adapting to the situation very quickly. From the very beginning, John stated that the generals should attack him simultaneously. Fighting them one by one would be too boring. With his power, John can quickly master any skill and ride a windy wave in a matter of seconds. Due to constant battles with dangerous monsters, he has already learned to very quickly adapt to new opponents. The spectators are in no hurry to leave the central arena of the city. They realize that there is a big show here today, so everyone wants to be a witness to this battle. It's not every day that you see generals like Lars and Badger fighting for the right to become champion, along with the tornado. What's especially interesting is the fact that they are being challenged by some ordinary schoolboy from the safe zone. In the wilds, people from the safe zone are commonly referred to as slugs because they are unable to adapt to the conditions of the wild. John is different from all the inhabitants of this planet, so he definitely can't be called a slug, because compared to him, even the strongest creatures are nothing more than pathetic ants. Kalina is enjoying the fight. She definitely enjoys watching this young guy in action. Before the battle began, she asked him to show the maximum level of skill. It seems that John is really ready to do it. He asked his opponents to unite and fight him at the same time, but he must understand that in this case, it will be very difficult to defeat them. He'll have to strain himself and reach his maximum potential. Otherwise, the general's hidden skills will tear him apart. The situation began to escalate so much that John could not do without the help of Pandora's Cube. He needed to organize something big in order to get out of his comfort zone. Now this battle is even more interesting to watch, although this is only the beginning of a grand battle. The young emperor has revealed his new form. He has turned into a beast that will be difficult to compete with. His skills were enough to surprise all three generals. Apparently, they did not expect that the schoolboy would turn out to be such a tough nut to crack. Instead of continuing their pressure, the generals began to flee like cornered dogs. They are acting too naively, because those creatures who angered the young emperor no longer have the opportunity to escape punishment. The generals closed their eyes for just a second and immediately found themselves in some incomprehensible and unknown place. They don't even realize how dire their situation is because the power of the shadow flame can completely burn away time and space. John has the right to leave them here for eternity. They will never be able to get out of here and they will not be able to defeat him. They only have the protection of the young emperor, so the situation is hopeless. Lars is angry. He realizes that he is backed against the wall and he wants to forget about holding back his own energy. Everyone thinks that old people have incredible wisdom, but this fool clearly doesn't understand anything about strength. Even Lars' strongest blow didn't work. He lost most of his energy and felt incredibly weak. Lars reminded him of his master Achilles, who gave him strength and said that John would never be able to defeat such a powerful opponent. Challenges like these are always intriguing. John has been through many monsters, and now he is ready to take another step forward. All these generals will remain in another space and will rot like earthworms. The new champion has people in a panic. Everyone is afraid of the man who managed to defeat 3 of Achilles' generals at the same time. Kalina made the right bet. She knew John would win, but even she thought he wasn't that strong. Somehow Achilles figured out the horoscope of 8 signs and gave his generals incredible powers of nature. He is a very unpredictable person who goes crazy while chasing power. It is better not to joke with him. The Emperor doesn't pay attention to all these stories. He wants to get into the Black Zone anyway to free the Amazon. Kalina is ready to fulfill her promise and give this guy the key to the secret entrance to the city's Black Zone. Sooner or later, due to his incredible strength and thirst for control, Achilles must lose his control, and it remains to be hoped that at that moment John will be able to inflict his first defeat on him. Kalina only cares about the lives of her assistants and the functioning of the club, which is why she is happy to help a person with a kind heart. A few minutes later, John received a call from Old Man Albert and had to talk to other people. In front of him is the same mad bull who thirsts for revenge for his sons. Karina still found a way to free this warrior. All this is done in order to find and destroy the main enemy named John. The Emperor of the Shadow Flame accepts this challenge. He will gladly fight against anyone who wishes death. Meanwhile, events in the Black Zone laboratory have accelerated significantly in a positive direction. The fusion process has reached almost its maximum values. Sonic is close to completing the study with a positive result. He is confident that today will begin Achilles' journey, which will lead him to world domination. At the last moment, Achilles decided to stop the merger and stop the process a few minutes before the end. He reached the highest level and decided to stop because he felt an unknown force approaching. Within seconds, he was already wearing his best armor and saying that his generals had not died for nothing, fighting for his power. He will definitely take revenge and go to the top of the world. All this became possible thanks to the merger with the Amazon. Her life is very important. No mistakes can be made under any circumstances because Chile is a direct path to the migration of the ancient god into this world. John shouldn't wait any longer. He's already a little late, so he needs to speed up and stop this hellish merger. When Achilles was young and not strong enough, he found an ancient god in the ancient ruins of the wilderness. This god was seriously injured. Half of his body was petrified, but Achilles' body helped him recover and absorbed a lot of energy. Thanks to this, Achilles was able to endow the 8 generals with incredible strength that they had never even dreamed of. John came here to save his family, but Achilles offers him to forget about the feud and join his family and form a strong alliance. It is immediately obvious that John is not interested in this. He is not going to be friends with those creatures that threatened his loved ones. This means that he is challenging the strongest opponent he could possibly face. Today, John is not alone. He has support, so he feels supported at the moment of the final battle. The only problem is that Achilles is also ready to call on powerful support to help him. Instead of generals, he is now ready to call upon an ancient god to take this fight to a new level. Current events have automatically triggered a hidden mechanism. Now John must collect 13 ancient gods to open the Absolute King account. You will have to work hard to achieve this cherished goal. Obviously, it will not be easy at all. Achilles clearly disagrees with John's plans and has his own vision for the future. This guy is determined to destroy his rival and make sure that no one else can stand in his way. To do this, you will have to demonstrate your best qualities because John is definitely not going to give up. We are expecting a clash of 2 titans who do not want to give in and are ready to constantly move forward in order to win. John tried to act on a collision course and not retreat even one step. It was important to seize the initiative here. The fight was also attended by the fighters' personal fans who supported their idols in every possible way. At the beginning, John had serious problems because Achilles acted competently and surprised with his talents. He combined defensive and offensive actions very intelligently, all of which created problems. To win, you will have to quickly analyze your opponent's weaknesses and find the key to his defense. John decided to take things much more seriously and call upon an account of real power to help him. The dreamer begins to get nervous. He asks his boss to be careful and act wisely. Apparently, Achilles is not going to listen to this advice. He considers himself experienced enough not to be afraid of any of his opponents. John understands that underestimating his enemy can lead to defeat. He is going to take his chance no matter what. The hellish battle continued. Now we are witnessing the second round of the Battle of the Titans. At the beginning, Achilles indicates that he is the absolute favorite in this confrontation, but it soon became obvious that everything is much more complicated. In the second part of the fight, John turned into a real nightmare that is not easy to overcome. This made Achilles remember his youth because many years had passed since he was last looked down upon. He decided to take away the power of the generals from his assistants, all in order to gain full power. Achilles does not think about the fact that his generals will be forced to suffer. He is only interested in personal rewards and achievements. That is why he does not understand what family is. In this regard, he and John are diametrically opposed to each other. It is always interesting to watch the battle of different elements, which is why their confrontation is so intriguing. John always preached family values and supporting his friends. He would never do the same as Achilles. Instead of taking power from his friends, John instead gave his personal energy to make his team stronger. However, during a battle, moral qualities are not important. Everything comes down to strength, which decides the outcome of the confrontation. Even in this ratio, John still has the advantage, which is why he came close to winning. He is sure that Achilles is just a tool of an ancient god who has just lost his power and is no longer capable of anything. Achilles laughed and said that they had all been drawn into the illusion of the ancient gods and were now obliged to remain here forever. You'll have to try really hard to get out of here, and it won't be easy at all. John must use the Red Flame Emperor's most powerful move to destroy this illusion. Everything here looks like the real world, but it has nothing to do with reality. So far, he hasn't succeeded. Even if the illusion is destroyed, there is still no way to break through the portal. You need to use your last trump card. The summoning crystal can help summon a new god. John decided to act very confidently. He is interested in winning because he hates defeat. Only by calling on the Kraken for help can he count on complete relief from his suffering. The dreamer was clearly unhappy until recently it seemed to him that his boss would take over the world, and now he feels that he has been abandoned and betrayed. The Kraken immediately got to work and a portal instantly formed in the sky, but this crack is too small to return to the real world. Kraken did everything he could to help John, although it cost him a lot of effort. He risked losing the last drops of his energy in order to open the portal in the right place and at the right time. Meanwhile, Achilles was still alive. It was too early to write this guy off. He asked his assistants to immediately continue the synchronization process so that his power would increase. Interested in the energy of the ancient god, Achilles wants to become the strongest man on the entire planet. It is worth remembering that for this he uses the Amazon, which has a very strong and durable body. The merger rate was constantly rising. The process that had been started could not be stopped. Within minutes, Achilles has finally received the power of an ancient god. He wants to become a deity of a new era, but aren't his ambitions too great? This ancient god is called Garhan. His consciousness has not dissipated, and he is very unhappy with Achilles' behavior. He reminded Achilles that he was just a man who is incapable of anything before the power of a true deity. People have become so greedy that they even try to move into the body of the ancient gods. But thanks to this, Garhan got the opportunity to take over the consciousness of Achilles. He absorbed this guy and reminded him that this planet was just a springboard for restoring order to the entire universe. Everyone around started to panic and run in different directions. It was immediately obvious that the operation had gotten out of control. The ancient god was surprised to see the woman called the Amplifier. He had never met such powerful human bodies before. He even thought about using it again in order to feel a powerful surge of energy and experience unprecedented happiness. Together with the Amazon, he plans to move forward much faster and seize power over the entire galaxy. Everyone around was panicking and running in different directions. The city was engulfed in chaos that was difficult to stop. Outside the city, a portal formed from which unknown wanderers in different costumes emerged. They are clearly unhappy that the ancient god got out of control, and they did not arrive in time. These guys want to wait until another ancient god wielder shows up, and an all-out battle begins. It seems like they are well aware of what is going on. Monsters also began to appear from all sides in order to try to harness the power of the ancient gods. The demon Felicia intends to destroy the ancient god in order to take possession of his crystal and use it for her own purposes. She's going to do whatever it takes to revive her monster clan, even if it means risking her life. It seems that a total massacre is brewing that will be difficult to stop. But in these hellish conditions, John is not alone. He has strong support. His friends are always ready to help him, even in the most critical situations. This guy doesn't care who is in front of him. In any case, his opponent will be destroyed in the most brutal way. Many of John's team members are nearby now, all trying to help their boss in some way. Now this guy really needs support from all sides. Only in such conditions will he have a chance to win. Half of the city has already turned into ruins. We can't let this monster destroy the entire planet. The level of the ancient god Garhan is unknown, which means that he may be much stronger than all of the Emperor's previous opponents. Garhan immediately felt the power of the Kraken. He realized that this ancient god had endowed John with his own energy. Meanwhile, it turned out that Master Achilles was still alive. His assistant immediately ran to help him despite the betrayal. They have done a tremendous amount of work over the past few years and cannot stop at the last moment. The dream book did not forget that he was a small and abandoned person to whom Achilles gave a helping hand. That is why, even despite disagreements and problems, he continues to help him and believe in his boss. He's going to give Achilles a chance to get a breath of fresh air and restore his former strength. Thanks to this, Achilles will be able to gain the consciousness of the ancient god and take control of his body. John threw all his efforts into achieving the result. He called for help from a witch who must take advantage of her chance. She just activated the skills of Dark Night and Endless Milky Way. It must be admitted that it looks very beautiful. Garhan can't believe that pathetic people can also use the powers of the universe. It seemed to him that they were ordinary insects in front of him, who were not capable of anything. This guy is level 777. He controls the power of nature, can release elemental attacks, and has strong resistance to magic. But at the same time, Garhan has one pronounced weakness, a crystal on his chest. It is in this crystal that Chili is located, which feeds the monster with her power. Not only is the witch causing problems for this monster, Achilles is also constantly trying to regain control of his body's consciousness. John feels that his opponent is getting weaker with every minute, which means that it is time to show his best. To do this, he decided to call on the Shadow King for help in order to finally end this eternal battle. The Shadow King's army has always been incredibly powerful and fearsome. Even the ancient gods may not be prepared to face such a serious danger. These guys are used to fighting in the galaxy. They don't know how strong a vampire from the past can be. With his successful actions, the Shadow King managed to break the crystal on the body of the ancient god, and thus saved the wonderful Amazon. She could not pass by her savior without thanking him for snatching her from the arms of death. Thanks to this kiss, the vampire received an account boost for 3 minutes. He even unlocked the Star Shadow skill, which was meant for the ancient gods. And in his joy, he decided to gift the Amazon a new suit that suits her perfectly. He asked Chili to take some rest and said that he would return very soon to continue their honeymoon. Garhan felt crushed. He urgently needed to get energy in order to nourish his body. This guy still can't understand that his end is rapidly approaching and that no one and nothing can help him. All the stars in the sky instantly disappeared. It seemed like the Shadow King decided to use his incredible power. Garhan finally recognizes his opponent. He cannot believe that humans have access to the power of such a terrible creature. It's hard to believe that there is someone much more powerful than the ancient god, but that's the reality. The Shadow King may consume absolutely everything in his path, but it seems that Felicia is not going to let go of her dream of reviving the clan so easily. Taking a closer look, the vampire immediately recognized her, as if they had met before. She wants to use the power of the ancient god to restore the greatness of her clan and regain her power. Today, she did not come to the battlefield alone. Felicia called a huge army of monsters to help. It is unlikely that this can frighten the Shadow King, who has already captured more than one galaxy on his path. He is also not alone at all. His army of blood is always nearby and ready to carry out any order of the master. Within a few seconds, the two captains ordered their warriors to immediately begin the attack. An aggressive massacre has begun that will not end until one of the armies is completely destroyed. The man with white hair and a red cloak watched the battle the whole time and smiled slightly. He noticed that the young emperor was putting on an interesting show, but it was not over yet and the fierce battle was just beginning. All these people, who have not yet given their names, continue to watch the battle and analyze the situation. They are waiting for the perfect moment to attack and have no intention of forcing the issue prematurely. Meanwhile, the Shadow King enjoyed the process and even openly mocked his opponent. He can allow you to do this because he just destroyed an ancient god and gave John the opportunity to become even stronger. Now that he has control over 2 ancient gods, this gives him a huge number of advantages in the near future. Energy has been completely depleted. The Shadow King's account will be forced into a reboot state. John lost his skills and was left without any energy for a while, which is not good at all. The monsters immediately sensed their opponent's weakness and decided to tear him to pieces. The hooded men finally realized that the moment had come for them to come out of the shadows. John is now experiencing an unusual condition called a broken soul, with all attributes reduced by 80% for over 2 hours. At the last moment, he decided to activate Pandora's armor in order to somehow protect himself from enemy attacks. The armor wasn't much help, and John thought he was going to have a rough night. But at the last moment, he felt a serious boost. Before him is a wandering swordsman, a man who has incredible potential, but no special skills. This guy seems like a very ordinary warrior, but given the context, it immediately becomes clear that he is not your average soldier. With one swing of his sword, he was able to cut Felicia in 2 like a piece of bacon. All this was done so simply that even John was surprised by this filigree technique of the swordsman. He thanked him for his help, but those same hooded killers intervened in their conversation. A small battle began between the two leaders, who were excellent swordsmen. After several clashes, they finally showed their faces. The wandering swordsman's name is Flynn. He is a native of the southwestern region. In front of him is the commander of the Phoenix team from the majestic eastern region. His name is Winchester. John is surprised to see so many new faces in front of him. He still does not understand why Flynn saved him. It looks like Team Phoenix is here to take control of the ancient gods, but Flynn is going to protect John. At the last moment, the commander ordered his soldiers to immediately turn around and return to where they came from. These guys don't understand why they have to stop at the very last moment, when the mission is almost accomplished. Winchester is sure that they need to get out of here as quickly as possible, otherwise they will be seriously hurt. It is unclear how this happened, but apparently Flynn's presence played a key role in this story. Flynn has seen many of John's battles and likes the guy, but he wants to warn him about being careful with his special technique. John admires this guy. He saved his life and acted like a real hero. In return, the Emperor wants to thank his savior. It seems that Flynn has been waiting for this offer for a long time. He is interested in the power of the ancient god. The Emperor really doesn't understand why this wandering swordsman decided to help him at such a critical moment. In order to get to know him better, John invites him to a safe zone. He needs comrades with whom he can fight and not be afraid of getting stabbed in the back. Now it's time to put all the jokes aside and tell the real reason for Flynn's journey. He is interested in Charles' map, which the legendary relic hunter drew with his own hands. It turned out that the school principal was an old friend of Flynn's, and it was from him that the wandering swordsman learned about John. In that case, there is no point in not trusting him. The Emperor of the Red Flame calmly handed over the map of the legendary Charles into the hands of his new friend. Flynn immediately opened the map and began to study it closely. He was very surprised when he realized that there was nothing drawn on the map. It seems that in order to read the map, you need to use special spells that no one knows. Meanwhile, John earned the embrace of a beautiful girl who could not contain her emotions. All of John's friends made it through the storm today and survived despite everything. It was a tough battle, but they emerged victorious and now admire their incredible leader even more. The city is almost destroyed, so John invites all survivors to go into his dungeon, where a safe zone will be built. He promises that it will be much better there than in the current world realities. John has made many new friends who will now join his team and make him invulnerable to enemy attacks. This guy has too many girls now, it's hard not to joke about it. Now the portal is closed, but that doesn't mean the young emperor is also going to go to a safe rest area. His adventures are just beginning, and he has no intention of stopping there despite his significant progress. Now he wants to deal with another problem that could have been forgotten during the battle. Achilles lost consciousness and turned into a living dead man, but even in such conditions his general does not abandon his friend. John found these guys because he knew he couldn't be given the chance to regain his former strength. The dreamer began to cry and beg to let him go along with Achilles because they no longer pose a threat. The Red Flame Emperor can't let this killer get away with it after all he's done. He doesn't intend to kill them. He's only interested in the complete destruction of the entire research center so that Achilles can't regain his strength. Sonic was so happy that he did not hide his emotions and gave the savior the key to Achilles' treasury. John gave them the chance to leave, although he felt that he had been too kind today. At that very moment, the system notified the owner that super powerful energy was approaching, and forced entry into the system space was activated. Due to the previous battle, the main account was heavily depleted. Now for several hours in a row, John will not be able to use his main trump cards. He realized that Bridges, also known as the Raging Bull, was now approaching him and wanted him dead. This guy has been following in his footsteps for a long time and now wants to strike at the most crucial moment. John can't use some skills, so he decides to take a bold step and spends a large number of points to open a new account. Now he has access to the Abyss Hunter, who can pacify various monsters and even evil spirits from another dimension. John didn't stop there and decided to activate another account. Now he has opened access to Valkyrie. She descended from the sky because of love for a simple guy, after whose death she lost her mind and became the embodiment of evil. Valkyrie kills everyone in her path. She belongs to a special legendary account that will give John unprecedented power. Over all these countless battles, John had accumulated enough extra points, so the system decided to give him another gift. A new account of the strongest warrior opened in front of him, which also belongs to the legendary account. Over 100 million experience points were spent, resulting in the accounts of a crazy woman and a bald man in a state of depression. It's not exactly what John had originally dreamed of, but he should still be grateful that he can use the powers of an immortal bald soldier. Meanwhile, Bridges had already begun to attack John. Flynn sensed the danger and intervened in the battle. The rampaging bull came here to kill the young emperor. He wants to fight with him and no one else. He was surprised to see some bald guy who was suffering from depression. This is not at all what the raging bull imagined when he was told that John was the strongest young warrior in the world. It's too difficult to explain all this now, so it's better to continue the battle and not waste unnecessary time. Bridges had been waiting for this moment for a long time, to activate all the skills he had collected through heavenly cultivation at night. Over the years, this monster has become stronger, and now he is ready to destroy the bald soldier, who is called the Emperor. His very first attack was incredibly powerful. John was unable to put up a defense in time. This caused him to lose his balance and be left with 10% of his health, but he felt no emotions due to chronic depression. The rampaging bull didn't stop and continued to deliver hellish blows. This guy seemed to have broken loose from the chain. A lover of alcohol, Flynn watched the battle and enjoyed it, but was upset that his wine had run out. Meanwhile, the rampaging bull activated all his power to rip the heart out of his opponent's chest. It was John who destroyed his two sons and destroyed the huge Juan corporation, for which he should be crushed like a Colorado beetle. So far, our main character has really serious problems. He still can't adjust to the skills of this account. He needs to feel the strength and capabilities of the bald soldier in order to turn the tide of the fight. Even with the blows he took, John had not yet lost most of his health. Although he looks depressed, it has nothing to do with the battle against Bridges. The rampaging bull had the opportunity to destroy his opponent with the first blow, but he did not take advantage of his chance. Now a long night begins for him, which will take away all his strength and vital energy. John has finally taken action, and now the battle is moving into a whole new form of hatred. The rampaging bull had been attacking and doing everything he could for several minutes straight, and now he had almost completely lost his energy. Through cultivation, he restored some of his strength and decided to make a desperate attack. It is immediately obvious that his daughter gave a motivational speech before the battle to motivate her father to fight with furious strength and hatred for the enemy. Bridges has been in a constant state of training for many years, and this should never be forgotten. Even against a legendary account, he acts very confidently. His continuous attacks make you admire old skills school. The bald soldier's depression is worsened. If you continue to use this account, you can lose consciousness. John understands that he can't disconnect from the bald soldier, because without the support of the legendary account, he will be torn to pieces. John still decided to take a chance and stay on this account. He feels that there is one last blow left to determine the winner. The bull had been in a state of sealing his energy for many years and had now managed to gather a huge amount of power in one body. His cultivation is truly admirable, but John is also incredibly dangerous. The battle between these two monsters will make you look at martial arts in a new way, but only one of them can emerge victorious. John just demonstrated his signature move, which is called the anomalous state. His strike managed to destroy almost all of the opponent's characteristics. It was very powerful and mighty. His body refuses to obey, his consciousness dissolves, and John completely loses control of himself. He is losing control of the system, and the raging bull feels that this is a great moment for him to take victory into his own hands. It seemed like he had already gone to heaven, but this guy is so stern that he won't let anyone destroy his virtues. The immortal soldier account suffered a huge trauma. The owner regained control over the system. The mad bull wanted to destroy his rival so much that he gave up all the hidden resources of his body for this purpose. Ultimately, both sides ended up losing, with John and Bridges losing all their strength in the battle. Soon a car appeared on the battlefield, from which Kira emerged, who created all this hell. It looks like she and her men want to finish off the wounded John, but first they'll have to get through Flynn. Her warriors thought that they could easily destroy this wandering swordsman, but it turned out to be no easy task. This guy has shown incredible resilience and skills. It is immediately obvious that he is a true professional in his field. Flynn chose a clever tactic and said that he would step aside if he was transferred 100 million coins. Having received a huge investment, he immediately stepped aside and let the soldiers get what they wanted. Only now did they realize that he was not allowing them to take John's body. He was only giving permission to take the body of the mad bull. He's no longer interested in this guy because he's now turned into a dead man who's not capable of much. Kira wasn't even upset to see how her father lost all his reserves of strength and energy. She remembers very well how Bridges abandoned her and her mother and caused her a difficult childhood. Mom worked very actively. She died early due to illness, so Kira will always hate her father. However, she still wants revenge, and to do this, she will have to tear John apart. Kira wants to take advantage of his moment of weakness, but she forgets that this guy always has friends who are ready to come to his aid. No one expected to see Melanie here. The silver bullet came to the rescue in time and dealt a fatal blow. Kira's assistants immediately realized that they needed to immediately enter the battle and protect their boss. They didn't have a chance because Silverfield didn't come here alone. It has serious support. Stephen was also there and said that he would not allow anyone to kill his friends. He came here with his team to clear the area and help John get through all these difficult trials. Even Margaret is here, having come here with her guards. Kira thought her plan for revenge would work, but the harsh reality turned out to be too much for her to bear. All that was left was to deliver the final blow, and Silverfield happily did so with her sword. Kira and her assistants were mercilessly destroyed and will never again become a problem for the safe zone. It seems that John is really okay. He needs a little time to renew his energy. With the help of Melanie and Margaret, it won't be difficult. Very soon he found himself in the apartment of the Han clan. It is always nice to feel safe and comfortable. Melanie was nearby the whole time and did not leave her wounded friend's side for a single step. John hadn't enjoyed the sunlight for a long time, and he immediately remembered his new friend who had saved him from laughing. It turned out that the friend had already disappeared somewhere. Probably this guy was getting drunk in the safe zone club. He needs to be given some time. This guy has been in the wilds for too long, so he needs to get used to comfort. All this time, John was in the hospital. Very close to him, there is a mad bull, which is still alive. The legendary warrior is in critical condition. John decided to come and talk to this fighter personally. Just recently, they were fighting each other, but John doesn't want to say goodbye as if they were enemies. It would be better to become friends, because there is no doubt that Bridges' heart is about to give up its last beat. He is disappointed with his life because they understand that he let down his entire family, and in the end, he wants to do at least something good, and therefore gives John the key to his treasury. He did it because he felt that John really was the emperor everyone was talking about. This guy was incredibly talented. That was enough to earn the respect of a legend. After a few seconds, the last drop of energy left the body of the Mad Bull. The man who had never lost left this ruthless world. Although he was a villain, he was never a hypocrite. He always acted openly and adhered to his own rules. John just learned that a meeting of the corporation's council will soon take place, and he must be among all the clan leaders. John immediately apologized for using the clan warriors, since the previous battle was originally his personal squabble. Now he's a shareholder in the corporation, so he doesn't have to worry about these little things, because he was doing a good deed when he fought Achilles. Now the Wild Zone has lost its leader, and people in the safe zones can sleep peacefully. Achilles has been a nuisance to many people and trading companies. Now the safe zone will begin to expand, and more people will be able to sleep peacefully. The new safe zone would be completely under the control of the young emperor. This meeting was only created to inform John of this news. Everyone around him agreed that this was the guy who deserved the opportunity to lead the world to a new reality. John thanked his comrades for their support. The expansion of the territory is a big event. He is very pleased to be the leader of the new safe zone. He proposes to go even further and link the southwestern regions in the second security zone, as well as to create several security posts to outline the borders. It is enough to simply destroy the monsters within these limits and annex the refugees from the wild. The wilderness between the two regions will be transformed into a larger security zone, allowing for greater resources and challenges in the eastern region. It was a very bold statement. John clearly thinks big, and not everyone is ready to accept such a rapid development of events. Once you calculate the costs, it immediately becomes clear that implementing such a plan will be incredibly difficult. It will require over 800 billion coins, not to mention the people who will give their lives in battles against the monsters. Margaret agrees that it will take a lot of money, but if anyone deserves such an investment, it is clearly the Emperor of the Red Flame. John knows how to turn dreams into reality. He has been thinking about what is big for a long time, and now he wants to realize his goals. To do this, he is even ready to share the map that he received from the legendary treasure hunter. Using his skills, he is ready to unlock the contents of this map and share it with the Khan Corporation. The boss of the corporation is clearly fascinated by this guy. He allows him to start moving towards his cherished goal. Of course, conflicts between regions will be inevitable. The eastern region is already keeping an eye on its competitors. It only remains to understand what kind of relationship there will be between them. If you act like real businessmen, you can avoid war or at least prepare for a tough battle. The corporation's chairman fully supports John and is ready to begin investing in the Safe Zone project. The corporation is ready to provide financial and human resources, all just to support John in realizing his dream plan. This guy is getting closer and closer to the family of the corporation boss. Donald is sure that his sister will soon become the wife of this warrior. After the meeting, John decided to take a little walk and get some fresh air, and Flynn found him on the spacious balcony. They talked a little and shared their plans for the near future. John is not going to stop there. He always wants to be on the move and always move forward. This guy decided to go back to his real home and take his new friend with him to show him how wonderful everything is here. John is finally back. He hasn't been here for a long time, and that's why he looks so happy. It's always nice to finally see your family members for the first time in a long time and know that they are okay. His Terminator girls did a great job, and now this dungeon looks much better than before. A city has already been built here that can accept refugees and provide better living conditions. The local architecture was built to the most advanced standards. Now it looks like Dubai. The garrison of beetles has perfectly integrated into this world. They all feel safe and enjoy life next to people. So far, no conflicts have arisen. Everyone lives peacefully and learns from each other. People adopt agricultural skills, and beetles quickly learn technology and art. Flynn has never seen such a warm atmosphere of family happiness. Now he understands that with the help of force, one can achieve the perfect balance. In honor of the arrival of the Red Flame Emperor, a party was held here, at which all of John's friends gathered. At first, nothing foreshadowed trouble, but after a few hours of fun, there began to be more and more falling stars in the sky. Nobody understood what was happening. It all looked like a global meteor shower. Several loud explosions were heard. The system notified the owner that a very serious danger was approaching. Sometimes it happens that in the most pleasant moments, when everyone is relaxed and enjoying life, an unexpected crisis occurs. The system detected a spatial intrusion. Defense weapons were automatically connected to the network. Flynn already said that there is no safe place in this world. Even in the dungeons, sometimes unforeseen circumstances happen. John became very angry and said that he would destroy anyone who dared to spoil his personal happiness. John realized that the situation was getting out of control, so he activated one of the accounts to enhance his abilities. He's trying to figure out what happened. In front of him is a spatial crack that appeared at the very beginning of the dungeon. Some unknown things can enter this world through the crack. Now it remains to understand what exactly is now in the safe zone. Several space erosions were quickly discovered. No matter how dangerous it is, the Emperor must personally go there to explore the area. He asked Flynn to stay and guard the safe zone, and he and the Bug Prince went on a mission. The highest level of protection was activated, all to ensure that the innocent inhabitants of the dungeon would not be harmed in case of danger. To begin with, John decided to show his friends the armory so that they would understand that they could feel safe. There are really a lot of weapons collected here, not to mention an army of Terminator girls. John might be able to use the fighter, especially since he has the right account for it. He's been planning to become a pilot for a long time, and we'll finally see what this account is capable of. He is about to set out to meet the unknown and challenge anyone who decided to take away his happiness. Near the fallen meteorite, many beetles gathered, feeling a powerful and unknown force. They are all here under the watchful eye of the leader of the opposition. His name is Austin. Apparently, this guy thinks he's been given a chance by heaven to use this meteorite to gain incredible power. His friends try to stop Austin, but he doesn't want to listen to anyone and is ready to plunge this dungeon into war again. He said that everyone who wants to feel like the kings of this world should go with him. As they got closer to the meteorite, they heard strange sounds and felt a slight excitement. In front of them is a divine spirit who calls them to come to their aid, but at the same time causes great pain to the bugs with his energy waves. The queen orders the beetles to save her immediately because she is feeling incredible pain and suffering. Meanwhile, John is approaching his destination. He will be there in a few minutes. The system notified him that a large number of powerful airstrikes were detected ahead. He must prepare for attack. For an experienced pilot, this shouldn't be a problem. John doesn't just take this account for a special occasion. He showed incredible potential, but explosive squads constantly attacked his fighter. It was not easy at all. The armor supply was constantly decreasing. Every minute seemed like an eternity. Only with the help of incredible skills was it possible to escape death and deliver pinpoint strikes on enemies. It was a pleasure to watch. The filigree technique combined with excellent skills is the perfect cocktail. By speeding up, John managed to get through all these terrible attacks and get closer to his destination. It seems that there are many more secrets in this world than might appear at first glance. Very soon, ancient ruins were discovered. This place is called the Lost Temple. It is very dangerous here. First, you need to go down and search the entire perimeter. For this, you will have to switch accounts. John and the prince went down and felt some kind of dark energy and also heard loud screams. It seemed that Austin's wife was screaming. The prince immediately rushed to save the representatives of his race, but John asked him to act more carefully. Austin always called his wife a queen, but today he was too cruel to her. Very strange things are happening. A pregnant wife has been turned into an egg-laying instrument. The prince cannot bear anything like this. It is difficult for him to watch when his people are subjected to such terrible torture. John asked him not to interfere and to allow him to personally touch the Zerg's heart. There is something strange inside the crystal. which causes the dungeon's adaptation to increase by 1 star. It is necessary not to break this thing, but to take into account that an unknown energy pollution has been detected. Right now, John only has access to Valkyrie's account. All other accounts have been affected by an unknown influence. Space pollution is really dangerous. It looks like John will have to use a hidden account in a difficult situation. First, you need to protect the heart from the Zerg, and only then think about this strange thing from the other world. Unknown monsters have already begun to appear on our hero's path, so we'll have to warm up a bit. Quite unexpectedly and without warning, a sand nightmare appeared in this temple. The same monster that John had encountered in the past. It looks like the wild animal wants to stop the army blessed by the Mother Goddess. The Sand Nightmare has always been one of the most dangerous inhabitants of the dungeon, but it is too difficult for him to stand up to a huge army of opponents. His stats started to decrease very quickly, a little more, and this guy would turn into a roll that would be fried over a fire. John came to his friend's aid in time, and now they can unite again and fight together on the same side. To do this, you need to activate synthesis and unite to become a full-fledged team. With the help of the Mad Max account, you can do really outstanding things. Only John is capable of this. He turned himself and his comrade into a Transformer killer. It's hard not to remember the movie Transformers: Dark of the Moon. Also, don't forget about the Zerg Prince. This guy is always ready to do anything to restore justice in his world. If he sees beetles that want to deviate from the path he has chosen, he is ready to instantly punish them for it. All who are in error and all whose minds have been clouded by anger must be punished. The prince destroyed everyone in his path. Now it is clear that he has completely lost his mind due to anger. John asked his friend to calm down a little because their opponent had interesting skills. The Sand Nightmare will remain here to protect the heart of the Zerg. John takes all other problems under his personal control. At first glance, it may seem like he's just being a real hero, but in reality, he wants to use a woman's account and do it in such a way that no one will notice his shame. Meanwhile, energy from the other world took over Austin's mind and made him do terrible things. We'll have to stop all this crazy rock and roll and rid the dungeons of negativity. Austin received incredible support from the meteorite. Now he is much stronger than he was in his normal life. Without account bonuses, John has no special stats, so he currently looks like a weak seal. All he has left is an advantage in speed, and even a minimal advantage must be used with skill. At first it seemed that John just wanted to escape, but it was all part of a cunning plan from the young emperor. Austin is already imagining how he will kill John and the prince, and then take complete control of the entire planet. This guy doesn't want to accept reality. Maybe after activating the lightning skill, he will feel like an ordinary mortal. John used an artifact that was supposed to hold back the ancient gods, a perfect example of using intelligence over brawn. Austin is sure that even his death will not change anything. The Mother Goddess will continuously multiply, and numerous troops will continue to advance. The Emperor decided to use another artifact to free the beetle's consciousness from an unknown force. Soon Austin finally realized what he had done and began to apologize to his wife for his past mistakes. John doesn't have time to talk to this man. He needs to deal with the unknown substance that has changed its shape and turned into something like a heart. John has entered the core of spiritual pollution. If the load reaches maximum values, he will lose control over his mind and body. The spiritual power of this unknown substance captures everything in its path. It is very difficult to fight against it. John knew he had to save everyone here, so he risked his own life to save Austin's wife. The degree of spiritual pollution is rapidly increasing, and the system constantly repeats that the owner should be more careful and prudent. A few seconds later, John finally reunited the beetle family and completed his task. By that time, the level of spiritual pollution had reached its maximum value. He did not manage to stop in time. The young emperor forced the system to switch the account to the Valkyrie, at which moment the surrounding world changed. He found himself in some unknown place. It looks like he's at school with all his team members. It all looks rather strange. The surrounding world seems calm and stable. John doesn't understand at all where he is. Is this really an illusion from which it will be very difficult for him to get out? There's a class going on right now. The only problem is that there are professional killers in that class that John considered his friends. He decided to leave the classroom to get some fresh air and figure out what had happened. He had the feeling that he had forgotten something important. He felt an internal disharmony that was difficult to describe in words. Looking around, he sees that all the same people he knew in the past are studying at this school. John saw his sister approaching him. She looked scared and noticed his strange behavior. Sandra ordered John to hurry immediately in order to catch the bus and get home on time. When they got home, John immediately wanted to call his parents, but Sandra did not appreciate his statements. She reminded that his house is on the second floor, and they have been living separately for a long time. After that, Sandra said that she had a lot of homework and closed the door behind her. Just now, his whole consciousness was turned upside down. The Emperor remembered his entire previous life. In fact, he doesn't have a family. A few years ago, his parents died in a car accident. He was the only one who survived in that car. Sandra is his neighbor, not his sister, and she and her family helped him a lot after the disaster. John tries to understand why he forgot such important things. Was he trying to escape from reality? John tried to stay calm and remember all the past events. I threw him out the window and saw Sandra with her parents. They seemed to look happy and carefree. John remembered that he usually played games to escape from this terrible and gloomy reality. He usually prefers to play Overlord Account, which is a new generation game. When he entered the game, he saw that he had received the legendary Valkyrie account. All this made John feel a slight discomfort inside his body. As soon as he activated this account, strange things immediately happened in his house. Valkyrie actually appeared before him, wanting to meet her new master in person. John began to experience strange feelings again. But now there is no time for explanations, because this false world needs to be destroyed immediately, and Valkyrie is ready to help him with this. I had to explain to him that he was in an illusion created by spiritual pollution in order to trap John's consciousness and soul in a dream world. This world seems so real because John has encountered absolute spiritual pollution. When he fell into the illusion, some of the abilities of the Valkyrie account had already entered his body, and Valkyrie was also able to enter this world. At that moment, the phone was destroyed, and an unexpected guest appeared in our main character's room. It was Sandra. She started hugging her close friend and telling him that he was too immersed in games that were trying to replace reality for him. Sandra began to calm John down and say that she and her parents were ready to become his full-fledged family. Of course, all this is nothing more than an illusion that continues, and our main character begins to understand this perfectly well. He felt uncomfortable all this time, but now everything fell into place. He immediately pushed Sandra away and ignored her parents' screams. This guy finally understood everything. He's ready to end this lie. All this time he has acted very cautiously, but now he is finally ready to show determination. Thanks to this terrible acting, he finally came to his true balance and no longer intends to take part in this theater. At that moment, Valkyrie appeared and began to destroy all these illusions. John did not interfere in the process at all. He wants to destroy everyone who dared to use his connection with his family to lock him in this illusion. There's no point in pretending anymore. All these false forms can show their true face. We need to get out of here as quickly as possible, because right now this house is under fire. Jan doesn't pay attention to this. He guessed that the attacks were not directed at him at all, but at the Valkyrie. All this is done in order to get rid of this woman and make John believe in the illusion again. The law of this world is to trap John here, not kill him at all, so he can still live even inside the universe. In the past, he always used negative accounts, and in the eyes of people, he became a negative character who destroyed the world. If this is truly a dream, then it allows Valkyrie to use all her skills to destroy the false world. Valkyrie dealt a crushing blow, and at that moment the demon who was behind this whole scam appeared. Valkyrie obeys all orders of her master without question. She is ready to destroy everyone who John does not like. There is incredible hatred and powerful force in her blows. Standing in her way is the same as signing your own death warrant. If the demon is going to trap John in an illusionary universe, it's a bad idea because this guy could destroy the entire galaxy. Very soon a portal opened in front of the young emperor. It seemed that this was the path to reality. Even among these tiny stars, there was a strong spiritual pollution. The opponent was clearly very unusual. At the last moment, Valkyrie began to experience incredible pain and grabbed her head. Due to the return to reality, this woman must turn into a rabid killing machine. John saw all the memories from the previous life of this warrior. The system notified that a hidden task was being activated, and John was automatically sent to the world of Valkyrie in order to change her fate. He must save this woman, even if it was not part of his original plans. John is not an ungrateful man. Valkyrie saved him from death, now he must do the same. That is why he goes to the kingdom of the gods. This place is called Vanguard. It was originally a paradise for the gods, but due to continuous pollution for thousands of years, this world has become very dangerous and full of monsters. All accounts and details can be used as usual. Money is also available for spending. In this dimension, John can rewind the timeline. He is only forbidden from stopping time. You need to stop the fall of Valkyrie, then complete this mission, and hidden account settings will be available in the future. John cannot let all the rare treasures of this world go to waste. He must increase his balance. Now he needs to look around a little and adapt to the new reality. The Emperor does not look like a local person. The locals quickly realized that he was an adventurer from another world and decided to get to know him. Haka is the village chief and was the first to offer John a helping hand and tell him about their local customs. The people of this village are ordinary people who do not have the powers of gods. There are many dangers and many treasures everywhere. As soon as the emperor thought about the danger, a huge mountain creature immediately appeared before his eyes. The one-eyed cyclops can be frightening to ordinary people who do not have special skills and superpowers. These monsters really often come to the village and destroy the locals. They are a big problem for ordinary people. Cyclops was sure that today's hunt would be an easy walk for him. It was a big mistake, because a woman with incredible skills and phenomenal technique appeared. Within a few seconds, she had torn out the eye of this monster. Watching her brought true pleasure. The monster was completely destroyed, and before us is Mary, the future Valkyrie and the legend of this planet. People were happy to see this girl. It was immediately obvious that they loved Mary, who provided them with security. It's very interesting to see Valkyrie's original character because in the future, she will turn into a dark monster. John learned that Mary was an abandoned child who was picked up by a Haka while hunting, and she grew up to be the hope of the entire village. Since childhood, this girl was very active and very quickly gained the special trust of all the residents. John must not allow Valkyrie to side with darkness. He will have to make a serious impact on the entire world around him. He only had to think for a moment before the general of the mountain monsters approached Valkyrie without being noticed. This monster was terribly angry because she killed one of his soldiers, so he wants revenge. This guy acted as quickly as possible and even managed to grab the Valkyrie with his terrible claws. Mary ordered no one to interfere because the monster can easily kill ordinary people, but some did not obey her order. The unknown guy attacked the monster and made it lose its balance and release its prey from its hands. It seems that John is ready to interfere with the actions of this world in order to influence the local superwoman. In just a few seconds, he easily destroyed the mountain monster general. It was beautiful. After this, he approached Valkyrie to make sure that she had not been injured during the battle. It's immediately obvious that this guy knows how to make a first impression. His technique surprised Mary. It seems that she got too nervous and even began to lose consciousness due to the excess of emotions. In this world, it is imperative to keep her smile until the very end. Otherwise, the mission will fail. John immediately demonstrated to the village boss that it was not in vain that he met him. The young emperor could be useful, so he needed to be friends with him. The young emperor knows how to attract beautiful girls. This is one of his superpowers. Now John will be told a story about the mentor of the future Valkyries, who is called the main god. It is this god who chooses the best female warrior and gives her the right to be called a Valkyrie. Such a competition takes place once every 10 years, and Mary dreams of taking part in it. First, she needs to pass a serious selection process. Only then will she have a chance to get into training with Glenn, who is her mentor. John must not forget that Valkyrie lost her mind because of her love for a common man who died as a result. You need to take a close look at this girl and be careful in your future strategy. You can't become the one Mary falls in love with. Meanwhile, their road has come to an end. Ahead lies the very power in which ordinary people live. Along with Mary, Kate, who is her best friend, and the daughter of the city's mayor, Kelvin, will take part in the selection. Mary asked John to teach her some fencing skills so she can be perfectly prepared for the start of the selection. At the entrance to the city, there is already a leader named Kelvin, along with his daughter named Kate. John immediately made friends with the locals and said that he would like to stay there for a while. Kate found out that this guy saved her best friend, so she allowed him to enter the city without any problems. A few hours later, the sun set behind the horizon, and the locals prepared to have a little dinner. The food here is pretty good, but John still misses the culinary skills of his pet Bao. Tomorrow he plans to go to the City of the Gods to find treasure and leave a drone here to monitor the developments. As soon as he was about to open the doors and go outside, Kate immediately ran into the room and began hugging him. Immediately obvious that she has already drunk more than one glass of wine and can no longer contain her stormy emotions. Kate promised that she would not be able to forget this guy's kindness, so she came to thank him for helping her best friend. All these events developed as quickly as possible. John clearly lost control of the situation. Within a few seconds, Kate pulled out a hidden dagger, and the young emperor was not at all prepared for this. She started screaming and asking a million questions. Apparently, this girl wants to know why John is trying to get closer to Mary. Apparently, she doesn't want to give her best friend the opportunity to get such a strong warrior. It seems all the local women have long lost their minds. Kate doesn't like that Mary is constantly in the center of events. She can no longer turn a blind eye to it. She wants to make her best friend suffer, and to do this, she will have to take her young fiancé away from her. Mary considers her her sister and has no idea that her close friend is so rotten from the inside. He is going to stop these terrible actions and punish Calvin's daughter to the fullest extent of the law. It was at this moment that Mary decided to go into John's room and bring him a glass of beer. She was very surprised to see what was happening here. All this will be difficult to describe and explain. Future Valkyrie was shocked and did not know how to react to the current situation. I had to tell her that Kate came here to thank John and then fell asleep due to lack of energy. It seems that Valkyrie believed in this beautiful fairy tale and now does not feel any anger. They decided to take a little walk and talk because tomorrow afternoon he was going to leave this place. They noticed that they were being watched all the time. It was easy to guess that Kelvin was nearby. This big guy was very angry with his daughter. He said that she almost ruined his plan because of some little thing. Apparently, the main evil of this village is this man. In the future, he will definitely make his move. The next morning, it was time to say goodbye. John promised to return after he finished all his business in the city of the gods. Valkyrie didn't want to say goodbye and said that she would remember him even in the most difficult moments. After this, John activated his wings and in front of all the locals, flew high into the sky. The competition will begin in a few weeks, and Valkyrie hopes that John will come there as a spectator. The system constantly notifies the owner that Valkyrie's sympathy level is constantly growing, which means that she likes John. John activated the time rewind in order to understand what awaits the Valkyrie in the future. He saw how the very selection that takes place once every 10 years would take place. It is Mary who must become the winner of this selection. She receives the right to pass the next test. The girl hoped that John was in the audience watching her best performance. Then she looked up and realized that he had not come to see her performance in person after all. Valkyrie felt betrayed, and her sympathy level towards the Emperor immediately began to fall. Meanwhile, Kate was also undergoing the test and felt incredibly comfortable in these terrible conditions. None of the local monsters could stop her. The two best friends were at about the same level. Mary was sure that they would win together, but Kate had a completely different view of this competition. She vilely struck her friend and pierced her body with a sharp sword, as if they had never been close friends. It was only because of their long friendship that Kate decided not to strike the final blow. It was hard to watch all this. The future Valkyrie felt incredibly angry and aggressive. She demonstrated incredible strength and dealt a crushing blow to her best friend. John never came to see her perform, even though she needed him now more than ever. Ultimately, it was Mary who emerged victorious in the tournament, receiving divine powers and the identity of Valkyrie. Oddly enough, she didn't look happy, even though she had dreamed of achieving this incredible goal all her life. Mary lost her former sunny smile and cheerfulness. She buried her emotions deep in her heart and never took them out from there again. Many years later, Glenn, who is a god and a Valkyrie trainer, proposed to her to become his wife. He knows that inside of her, she still hides the kindness that is sealed deep within her soul. Mary replied that she was not ready yet, but Glenn did not stop and continued to insist that everything had been decided long ago. In this way, he still tried to push through his decision even in the face of obvious refusal. After this, their feelings grew and their cooperation on the battlefield became even closer. To maintain the purity of the blood, the gods followed the law of life for many thousands of years. They could not fall in love with mere mortals. The great god broke this rule and fell in love with a simple woman. Because of this, he was severely punished. Valkyrie was stripped of her title and divine powers and banished from the divine temple, though it was all incredibly cruel. Mary couldn't believe that she had lost absolutely everything she had. All her dreams had collapsed in 1 second. She was heartbroken, and an unknown force was activated within her. This force was so powerful that Mary became much stronger than Valkyrie. She returned to the divine temple to save her beloved, but her tragic fate did not change at all. The father of the gods was very angry about what happened. He did not want to listen to all these explanations and nonsense. He decided to punish those who break the rules and personally pierce the heart of Valkyrie's husband. Glenn did not expect that his love would bring such a sad result to this girl. He apologized to her for everything that happened. At that moment, Valkyrie experienced incredible internal pain. It seemed that she was about to explode from the inside. The space began to distort. Some unknown force burst out, and it was almost impossible to stop it. This force opened the way for the evil matter, which was connected with the abyss of the universe. Valkyrie saw no meaning in this world because her lover was killed and she lost her main happiness. She decided to completely destroy the universe in order to eradicate the problems of all living beings. John had just seen all these events. His head was almost bursting from the excess of information. History has changed completely due to his intervention, but the results remain the same, so we will have to act differently. The task is much more difficult than it might seem at first glance, so there is not a minute to lose. Now Valkyrie doesn't even realize that her best friend is a traitor who is ready to stab her in the back. She's been feeling unwell for the last few days, so she asks the mayor not to be offended and to allow her to rest a little. Nobody even understands that the mayor has finally made his move and his plan will soon be implemented. It's time for the selection. The most talented girls are prepared for incredibly difficult tests in order to show everything they are capable of. Mary prepared for these tests for a very long time, but when the day X came, she was completely unprepared. With every minute of the fight, she felt worse and worse. She felt as if all her strength was leaving her. Nothing like this had ever happened to this talented woman before. But today, she is like a worm in a battle against a dragon. It was only after Mary realized how important it was for her to win that the inner resources in her soul opened up. She was able to show incredible character and an unbending will to win, although there was no strength at all in her body. She managed to defeat her opponent, although the future Valkyrie still felt extremely uncomfortable and uneasy. John was among the spectators and clapped louder than anyone else, and congratulated Mary on her victory. The girl was happy to see him among her army of fans. She was pleased that she did not disappoint him at the most crucial moment. Meanwhile, Calvin scolded and beat his daughter, calling her a stupid and incompetent woman who allowed Mary to reach the finals. It turned out that it was he who added a dose of poison to Mary's food, but even this horse dose was not enough. Kate is confident that even without tricks, she will be able to defeat her opponent in the final. Besides, she is currently in first place in the rankings. It is immediately obvious that the father really wants to make his daughter a divine Valkyrie and is even ready to sell his soul to the devil for this. John decided to meet with Kate and tell her that he knows everything. He will not allow her to stab Mary in the back. This guy will take care of Mary no matter what, even though it seems absurd to Kate. He asked Kate to think before tomorrow's finale. If she makes the wrong choice, she will never be able to return her soul from hell. The finalists are set to face a tough test, and Glenn will be personally watching their battle. The girls have to enter a mysterious gorge, find and defeat the ice giant in order to receive the stone contract in the end. The first one to receive this contract will win the final competition. It is also worth considering that the exit from the gorge will not be open until the end of the competition. Thanks to John, Mary feels very confident. Her body has recovered and she now feels inner bliss. She can't wait to start the trials and show everyone around her that she is worthy of receiving the title of Valkyrie. The participants went into the gorge and did not appear for a very long time, which made everyone around them start to get nervous. According to rumors in previous trials, only the winner was able to leave the gorge alive, so the final was called the Battle of Death. Calvin is clearly unhappy with what is happening. He is very worried about his daughter and will not allow anyone to take the victory away from her. Suddenly, John appeared on stage and said that he would really like to see the final test. Everyone around was shocked that a simple man decided to approach the gods despite all the prohibitions. Glenn decided not to scold the guy because he realized that he was a newcomer to this world who did not know the local rules. He explained that because of the barrier's obstacles, even the father of the gods couldn't use the all-leading crystal and show everyone else the competition scene. John said he has a way to fix it. It looks like he wants to use technology to surprise everyone gathered at this tournament. He called for help from his robots, who will now go to the gorge to begin the broadcast. Within a few seconds, all local viewers had access to the gorge and were unable to personally watch the battle live. The situation turned out to be extremely bloody. Many fathers could not contain their emotions when they saw the death of their own daughters. No one understood why the test was so cruel, because it was just a tournament that was supposed to determine the strongest but not the most ruthless. I had to explain to these people that the real battlefield is much tougher than this test, so Valkyrie must be prepared for it. Deep in his thoughts, Glenn knew that the tests were going more tragically, meaning that the contamination could get worse again. It was nice to watch two friends who fought alongside each other and did not stop despite the dangers. They showed the maximum level of preparation, but soon the moment of truth arrived, which means that the denouement is very close. Kate must choose her future destiny. Now she has two paths in front of her and John is waiting for her decision. At the very last moment, a monster tried to attack Mary, but her older sister came to the rescue in time. It seems that now is the time for a fight for the title of champion. Everything must be fair. Everyone around was pleased, but only Calvin clearly did not hide his anger. He wanted to be carried into a vile blow in the back and ensure his victory in advance. John decided to intervene and declared in front of everyone that it was Calvin who was the devil who was forcing his daughter to go to the dark side. All this time, the Emperor used technology to monitor the city's leader and collect incriminating evidence against him. Now, absolutely all viewers have witnessed these events. Now Calvin appears before them in a completely different light. He needs to let his daughter go and forget about constant control. This hypocrite no longer deserves the right to be part of society. This pathetic slug was thrown out of the arena. He is not worthy to be near the gods and honest people. Meanwhile, the girls were not allowed to fight each other. A boss more powerful than before appeared completely unexpectedly. The frost giant Hamil is ready to destroy the future Valkyries in order to destroy the foundation of the gods. A fierce battle began. The girls were surprised and not prepared for such a turn of events. The difference in strength is too great. No one expected that such a powerful monster would appear in the mysterious realm. From the first seconds of the battle, Kate was immediately seriously injured. She wanted to protect her friend, but she failed. At that moment, she looked at Mary and told her that she always loved spending time with her. She was very happy that they were best friends. Freed from her father's influence, Kate changed, but it seems it came too late. Events quickly got out of control. Mary felt incredible anger and decided to avenge her sister. If she fails, Kate will be completely destroyed, and that can't be allowed to happen. Men who could not watch what was happening intervened in this battle. Glenn and John came to the rescue in time. Now the battle can take a completely different turn. The ice giant should no longer feel comfortable. This worm needs to be put in its place, even though he is a very powerful boss. This atmosphere looks like pollution that came from deep space. John has seen this phenomenon before. Glenn decided to demonstrate why he is considered incredibly talented. You have to admit, this guy knows how to fight. With his actions, he tore the monster into many pieces, but the ice giant still continued to laugh and talk. He has gained incredible power that allows him to reassemble his body. But John is ready to stop this stupid process. He wants to use his passion to melt the icy heart and literally melt the ice giant. With the help of his skills, he did everything he wanted, and now the situation has finally returned to normal. It's time to reward women. Kate's father committed a crime, so his daughter will not be able to become a future Valkyrie. Mary began to defend her friend, but Kate said that everything was fair, and she was ready to congratulate her sister on her victory. Becoming a Valkyrie is just the beginning. In the future, Mary will face great dangers and obstacles that she will have to overcome. She is happy to realize her dream and finally experience the incredible power that she has been thinking about for the past many years. It seems like John really did keep his end of the deal. So far, everything is going as planned. The Valkyries immediately met Mary in order to form a full-fledged team with her. The girl with red hair is called Veka. She is the commander of the Valkyrie Legion. Mary seems incredibly happy. She has new friends in the life of her dreams. Now she has the opportunity to meet Augustin, who is the father of the gods and has an unknown level. The father of the gods decided to talk to John and thank him for the skills he demonstrated in critical moments. As a reward, he decided to give the young emperor the divine power of a master, which would allow John to increase all his skills and feel confident in the world of the gods. John thanked the father of the gods and said that he was not going to detain him any longer. This day had turned out to be full of events. Lately, he's been thinking a lot about pollution. Could this substance really spread throughout the entire Golden City? Glenn asked his new friend not to think about it. If troubles arose, he could always intervene and normalize the situation. After this, John decided to go into the blacksmith's workshop to do something. Right now, there are two gnomes there who are constantly yelling at each other and arguing over crafting items. These guys never change, but through conflicts, perfect artifacts are constantly born. John asked to be given the opportunity to work a little and make an imperial sword. Although the gnomes were extremely surprised, they still did not object because this man received Augustin's divine gift. John decided to use his skills to create something divine and unique. After some time, everyone who was waiting for the work to end was shocked by the sounds and the brightness of the light. The gnomes, along with Glenn, ran into the workshop to understand what was going on here. It turned out that by that time, John had already finished his work and created the legendary imperial sword. This artifact contains divine power. Only emperors can fully realize this potential. The young emperor actually combined several attributes and created a legendary weapon. Even the dwarves were shocked by what John was able to create with his own hands, because they are considered the real masters. An ordinary man has created something great, so it is worth recognizing that he deserves the praise of the masters. John also created something very interesting. It looks like we have the long golden hair of the beautiful Cece. At first, it was unclear what this meant. Only then did John explain that with the help of this hair, he was going to cure the bald soldier's depression. It seems like he's solved his Valkyrie issues and can now relax a bit. He scanned the city and found a treasure house that had long attracted him. He wants to quickly find out what treasures are kept in the main treasury of the gods. There must be something incredibly beautiful and expensive there. John is looking forward to a solid addition to his capital. Right next to the treasury, he met a new Valkyrie. It seems she had been looking for her hero for a long time. Within a second, Mary began to hug John and tell him how much she missed his warm and muscular body. The Emperor quickly realized that they were trying to deceive him, and he ordered the girl to show her true appearance. As soon as she realized that she had been found out, she immediately stopped playing games and decided to take off her disguise. Right now, in front of our main character is the goddess Loki. Her level is also unknown. As soon as she saw an unknown person in front of the treasury late at night, she immediately decided to play a little joke. John thought that he had been exposed and that he would not be able to steal all the most precious relics from here. Loki said she could open the door to show this guy what was behind those golden doors. It seemed like she was up to something evil, but John still decided to trust this girl to satisfy his curiosity. Very quickly, he entered inside and witnessed the incredible beauty that surrounds the golden tree of the gods. Loki wants John to fulfill one of her requests. In exchange, she is ready to give him any artifact from this place. She began to talk about a special device for observing the 9 kingdoms, which was given to Augustine. Loki wants John to alter the device so that it doesn't show certain events. John said that it was too late and he couldn't do it today. He began to guess that this case might be connected with an infected entity from deep space. He can't just go against a god, so he has to keep his balance. But the problem is that Loki senses lies. The status of God's punishment has just been activated. All stats and attributes have been reduced by 90%. Loki realized that John was going to use her for his own gain, so she showed her true strength and incredibly high level. Right in front of the Emperor of the Red Flame is the goddess of lies and deceit. Now John does not have to be polite to her. You can show your true essence and demonstrate what a man from the earth is capable of. It seemed that now our main character would be crushed like a termite, but he activated Time Rewind in time and returned to the past. He didn't expect Loki to be such a dangerous woman, but now he would be prepared for it. He wants to see the secret plans of the Black Goddess and understand how to act in order to win. Using the timeline, John will be able to track Loki and her movements. It seems that today she is meeting with the Ice Titan King, a collaboration between them that was previously unknown to anyone. The goddess told her ally that recently, an unknown person appeared who gave the King of the Gods something that could change the whole world. They talked for a long time about some unknown secret that was supposed to be realized soon. It's immediately obvious that these guys are behind the polluting force from the depths of the cosmic abyss. It turns out that a crazy woman dared to lure the god of thunder, whose name is Thor, here. Now he is locked up and cannot use his power. John constantly fast-forwarded the chain of events in order to cover as much of the timeline as possible. He learned that Loki had always been in love with Glenn, but this handsome man did not reciprocate her feelings. He said that his heart belongs to another woman whom he cannot resist. Loki was incredibly upset. She couldn't find a place for herself and constantly thought about how miserable her life was. The goddess of lies and deceit decided to challenge Augustine once she had gained enough power. She abandoned this god and threw herself into the arms of external deities, who allowed her to feel incredible power. She is willing to sacrifice her soul to gain absolute power. That's what a black soul looks like. The father of the gods could do nothing about it. He was already too old to foresee such events. Thus, Loki got the throne she had dreamed of since birth. John returned to the present and tried again to remember everything he had just seen. There is no point in immediately reporting this to the father of the gods, because Augustine will only punish John and call him a deceiver. It was necessary to free the god of thunder and unite with him in order to defeat the main enemy. This was the plan that came into John's head. First, he went to a local workshop to make a few more important artifacts. The dwarves are shocked by this guy's skills, but have already resigned themselves to the fact that they will have to learn from an ordinary mortal. Right now, the Valkyries are gathering near the Victory Gate to discuss their immediate plans. The warriors of the kingdom were heavily attacked by monsters. The king ordered to go on an important mission to destroy the evil creatures. John suddenly intervened in this meeting. He said that he also needed to head towards the Giants' Field. He said that he had made 3 important artifacts for the king and now had the right to do whatever he wanted. In that case, Glenn has no right to refuse John. He activated the Holy Knight form and demonstrated an incredible aura of destruction. Now John officially becomes a member of this expedition and receives the right to go to the Field of Giants. There is a battle going on in this place right now. Monsters are attacking from all sides and sparing no one. The Valkyries are forced to intervene to stop the bloodshed, even though it will mean shedding even more blood. Sometimes battles and wars are created through such paradoxes, but it is almost impossible to avoid it. John must be careful because somewhere nearby there is an ice necromancer who is feared by everyone around. There's also an ice dragon here that can easily make even the hottest man cool down. It is ruled by a cold witch named Yamlis. This beauty can hardly be called a gift because her gaze is enough to freeze the heart of even the most loving man. Glenn realized that he was in for a tough fight today, which is why he came here in person. Apparently, it would be a rock and roll. John decided to help his friend and fight the dragon, who was clearly waiting for the main show. If this dragon thinks you are the most powerful creature in this world, then it's time to make him more humble. The cold always scares inexperienced warriors, but guys like the Red Flame Emperor know what to do in times of freezing. All you have to do is light a fire and give the ice dragon a real heat test. If up until this point it seemed to him that he was invulnerable, now it becomes obvious that this is not the case at all. John should also not relax. Careless actions can leave him completely without energy. At this point, John decided to ask the system to switch the account to the Void Beastmaster. It seems like he's serious about fighting the ice dragon, because this account wasn't chosen at random. John intends to demonstrate his maximum capabilities and even call his pet for help. Red Comet has been waiting for a long time for the opportunity to come to the aid of his boss. Now he will finally show what he is capable of. The Beastmaster's appearance will change depending on the pet he controls. John decided to use different methods to defeat his new icy enemy. Lately, he had encountered too many people or creatures that possessed ice skills. This means that he has experience in such battles, and it is unlikely that anything can surprise him. The ice dragon quickly restored its energy, but sooner or later it had to bend its knees to its new master. John has tamed this monster, and now in difficult trials he will be able to call on it to help him. Now he has to look around and figure out where the Thunder God is because this guy needs to be saved. Meanwhile, the Valkyries continue to fight monsters and demonstrate their incredible class. Mary is happy to participate in this duel as it is her debut as a full-fledged divine warrior. Her intransigence and uncompromising nature immediately catches the eye. She doesn't care about the number of enemies because she wants to win at any cost. Soon the girls saw that right above them was a huge ice dragon controlled by a man. They decided to kill this monster because it seemed that he was the main enemy of their team. Then strange events began to happen. The ice dragon began to attack its own army. John had to intervene and tell his friends that it was he who controlled the ice dragon. No one could believe that this guy was so strong, and yet at the beginning he turned out to be an ordinary person. There is no more danger here. We can get together and go help Glenn. The Valkyrie squad leader underestimated John from the start. Now she realizes she was stupid. John clearly earned her respect. At a critical moment in the battle, he demonstrated incredible leadership qualities. Sometimes you get the feeling that even in old age, this guy will be able to win women's hearts. Right now, on the snowy plain, a fierce battle continues in sorrow. The Frost Demon fights against Glenn. It is immediately obvious that this battle has been going on for a long time. Both warriors have lost enough strength and need air support. Glenn did not expect at all that his friends would be able to come to the rescue at such an important and responsible moment. John taught us how to fight his ice dragon against the demon. His strategy was always smart and calculating. If he can stop this demon now, the path to Thor's release will be open again. Until this point, the Frost Demon considered herself the Queen of Cold, but sometimes even the coldest people can melt. The ice dragon has betrayed his mistress and now has a new master who gives him orders. The demon was completely destroyed, leaving only a slight smell of ice from her corpse. This doesn't mean that John can completely relax, because the icy spirit of death just appeared. The power of this spirit can become a serious problem and test for the Red Flame Emperor, so the help of the ice dragon is indispensable here. Glenn couldn't believe for a long time that John had such skills that he could tame dragons. This guy has been showing incredible class lately. It seems like he is already at the level of gods. He very quickly managed to absorb the spirit of frost and stabilize the situation. It seems that John has no intention of stopping now and is going to head to the capital of the giants. He knows full well how dangerous it is there, but he has a reason why he has to take this risk. He asks his friends not to worry and promises to definitely return after fulfilling all his obligations. With the help of the ice dragon, John plans to reach the capital of the giants and then return back to the Divine City. It's immediately obvious that this guy is hiding something, but Glenn prefers to trust him because he has earned respect. The ice dragon decided to warn his new boss once again that the capital of the giants is not a place for a child's walk. There lives the king of giants who possesses terrible power comparable to the god of the abyss. The young emperor is confident that he has encountered similar monsters before, and the upcoming battle will not make him feel awkward. In just a few minutes, he found himself in front of the giant's tower and saw this huge castle. Today, he will use the faceless frost mask that can hide his breath. Now the way to the capital is open. First, he will have to meet with a gatekeeper named Gnome. This guy does not let everyone into the capital. John fell to his knees and said that he had been kicked out of the clan and now he wanted to find a new home. The gatekeeper did not sense any aura of deception and happily let the man inside. John also had to say that he was currently working with Loki, so he wasn't asked a lot of questions. He said that he had to complete a task that the goddess of deceit and lies had given him. John finds himself in front of a door that he must open to confirm his cooperation with Loki. Somehow he managed to get inside. This guy is more cunning than he looks. Apparently, he knew where he was going, because behind that door is the very god of thunder that John is looking for. He took off his mask and stated outright that he had come here to save Thor, even if it meant destroying the entire capital of the giants. Thor was very surprised when a mere mortal decided to address him directly. I had to activate another account so that Thor would understand that I was a serious person. The thunder god felt an incredible aura and realized that he could really be pulled out of this hellish place. It is worth remembering that the bald soldier must get hair to help him get rid of depression. Now this guy can feel like a real handsome man and a man who will win the heart of any woman. To begin with, you will have to strain yourself a little in order to destroy the energy barrier. Although it was not easy at all, after a few seconds, Thor finally received the freedom he had dreamed of for so long. This god is not used to being in prison, so he will cruelly take revenge for such an attitude towards his greatness. It turned out that Loki had been there all this time, and she was surprised when she saw that Thor was now free. It will be difficult for her to explain to him why she decided to put him in this prison and not let him out for a long time. Although Loki is considered the goddess of lies and deceit, this time her tricks clearly won't work. The god of thunder and lightning is ready to show her his hatred and make this pathetic woman suffer. It turned out that there was a dummy in front of Thor, and he destroyed the fake version of Loki. Loki is trying to convince John and get him on his side. It's all just a cunning game. Of course, the Emperor of the Red Flame is not going to believe the god of lies and deceit. He remembers why he came here. With the help of time manipulation, John plans to destroy Loki and never waste his precious time on her again. He prepared to rewind time in order to use his characteristics. Most likely his plan would have been successfully implemented, but at the last moment the world stopped. The giant King Raum finally woke up. He decided to intervene in the process and punish everyone who disturbed his sleep. Thor couldn't stand aside. He decided not to stop and continue his madness. It is unlikely that his strength will be enough to defeat the King of the Giants on his own. Recently, this monster has evolved into a much stronger being than its previous version. The Divine Hammer can help in this battle, but you will have to put in maximum effort to win. John can't miss such a big stage. He wants to shine and show his skills. He was ready to start the fight, but at that moment the process of spatial teleportation began. All this was done with the help of the skills of the Royal Gatekeeper, who turned out to be much more powerful than one could have imagined. This horrible monster is going to make John feel pain with the help of his Necromancer brothers. There really are some terrible creatures here who want to tear our main character apart. Apparently, they underestimated this guy. No one told the monsters that John is an absolute unique individual in his world. One movement from him is enough to stop the enemy, because now the skills of the Lord of the Red Flame have gone beyond the bounds of comprehension. He will gladly show them who is the boss here, because John considers himself the strongest giant in the world. With just a few blows, it destroyed the Gatekeeper, who was on the 700th level. After that, he successfully placed the Gatekeeper in the Frost Essence and absorbed its powers. Meanwhile, the god of thunder and lightning was in serious trouble without support. John was not around, meaning that the frost giant King Raum was dealing terrible blows to Thor. The Red Flame Emperor must hurry if he wants to save the god's life. Here you will have to activate the maximum firepower that is possible at the moment. Thor was surprised by the guy's strength, but still didn't believe that he would be able to defeat the King of the Giants. This terrifying monster quickly regenerates its injuries and restores its former energy through internal cultivation. In order to defeat him, you need to deliver a single crushing blow to the opponent's weak area. John has plenty of experience in this type of battle, but for that experience to work, force must be used. It seems that the Emperor has finally found the key to victory and managed to penetrate space and time. The bald soldier's account turned out to be much stronger than it seemed at first glance. Without problems with depression, the soldier turned into a hellish weapon of death. Now he can even challenge the King of Giants. It was incredibly hot around, but the soldier killer confidently stated that this was a normal temperature for him. He easily destroyed the Giant King and gained a fair amount of experience points along with artifacts. The spatial passage began to close very quickly. John grabbed Thor's hammer and hurried to get out of this space. During this battle, the god of thunder and lightning was seriously wounded, but escaped a terrible death. He thanked his savior and said that without the help of the young emperor, he would not have been able to get out of there. Right at that moment, the ice monsters smelled the scent of profit and began to approach their enemies. Thor stated that he would personally take control of them and asked John to quickly run to a safer area. The young emperor changed his account and turned into a legendary pilot again. and he surprised Thor with his transformations. John had no intention of leaving without his friend, and after a small battle, they immediately boarded a plane and flew away. Within a short period of time, they arrived at the City of Giants, where the capital's military outpost was located. The Valkyries, along with Glenn, met the two heroes and showed their respect. John noticed that after the death of the Giant King, his monsters lost their heads and will now attack the outpost. He suggested destroying the place along with the monsters, but the local warriors did not like this proposal. The God of Thunder decided to intervene in the conversation and said that John had earned the right to create strategy and that he should be listened to. The main city of the Divine Outpost was attacked by monsters, so everything around had to be blown up. Thor was glad to be back and enjoyed his freedom. Now John had become a close friend to him. He had a conversation with the father of all gods, who was glad to see this muscular guy. The God of Thunder and Lightning said that a savior had appeared who had taken him out of the darkest part of the world. John felt that he could no longer remain silent and wanted to tell his new friends the truth about his skills. He told absolutely everything, from manipulating time to summoning ancient gods. And all these stories were hard to believe, but John told them so convincingly that there was no doubt that he was telling the truth. It is difficult for divine beings to accept the fact that an ordinary person is capable of such a thing. John reported that Loki is a traitor who poses a serious threat. Augustin ordered all the gods to mobilize and put the kingdom on full alert. John reported that Loki had now fled to the kingdom of fire and that she needed to be found immediately. From the very beginning of the creation of the world, the kingdom of fire has been the forbidden land of the gods. No one has ever gone there. Now we need to decide who exactly will go to the fiery kingdom in order to catch and imprison Loki. John personally told the whole story, so he felt that he should be the one to risk his life to restore justice. Augustin said that he had no objection at all and ordered John to go with him immediately to the treasure vault. It seems that the old man recognizes and believes in his abilities and wants to reward him for his contribution to the lives of the gods. John found himself again in this beautiful and spacious place where you could smell money and gold. In gratitude for saving Thor, John can choose 2 artifacts from the entire collection of gods. Hearing that the father of the gods was so generous, John had no right to refuse. For him, it was like winning the lottery. He immediately noticed the Sword of Victory, which is a divine sword that studies the light. Inside it is the power of darkness and evil. There are so many different swords here that when you look at it from the front row, your eyes run in different directions. Thor also decided to choose a new gift for himself. He had never used an axe before, but when he picked up such an object, he felt a strange sense of déjà vu. It seems like he's seen an Avengers movie in the past, but that's not something to focus on right now. Besides the sword, the young emperor decided to choose a black stone slab that he had noticed before he came here. This plate has all the information and rules of the world written on it. It seems that John is interested. It seemed that he had already made his choice, but at the last moment, one of the artifacts began to vibrate as he approached. John saw a strange crystal. He intuitively felt that he should choose it. This stone is called the Devil's Blood Jade. It is a very evil thing, and that is why John is confident in his choice. He was about to go looking for Loki, but at that moment, Glenn and Waka ran into the treasury. Just an hour ago, they noticed John and the Valkyrie Mary leaving the palace and heading off in an unknown direction. It is not difficult to guess that it was Loki who took the form of John in order to enter the kingdom of the gods. The new Valkyrie is the key to this world. She must be saved immediately before it is too late. It seems that Loki realized the importance of Valkyrie. It turns out that she even disappeared from the timeline, which means that Loki recognized John's abilities. This is all becoming a serious problem. Loki is the god of trickery, so she came up with something special. Loki and Mary were cut off from the current time of the world by some higher power. They no longer exist in the current timeline, and it's insanely weird. John must not forget that he must complete the quest to the very end and change the future of Valkyrie. He will have to increase the difficulty to activate hidden skills and gain the opportunity to change the fate of the world. He asked to be taken to the kingdom of fire. He must fight Loki and tear the Valkyrie from his hands. Meanwhile, Mary woke up and saw John in front of her, who was near an unknown substance. She did not understand what had happened and began to guess that she had fainted just recently. John approached his friend and asked her to give up her status as a Valkyrie and join him in the fight against the gods. He said many more strange things that surprised the girl. She asked him to calm down and stop talking nonsense. John decided to approach this beauty and try to kiss her so that she would finally change her mind. Valkyrie immediately realized that the guy in front of her was not the same guy she was in love with. Before her was the god of lies and cunning who tried to deceive her in order to achieve his goals. Then some unknown spirit appeared and said that there was too little time left. Loki immediately obeyed his orders. It was clear that they were close allies and partners. After this, Loki immediately took out her spear and began to attack the Valkyrie with incredible ferocity. After this, Loki and the unknown creature began to kiss, as if they were on their honeymoon and had nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, John was already in the main area of the Fiery Kingdom and was studying everything that was happening here. He came here with Augustine and tried to very quickly develop a strategy to realize his desires. Now in front of them appeared a giant fire king called Tercel. This guy doesn't like it when someone enters his territory without permission. I'll have to show off my skills as the Shadow Flame Emperor and demonstrate my insane potential. The mortal guy from planet Earth immediately felt that he was surrounded by fire monsters. They all attacked from all sides, and only the Father of the Gods tried to calm the situation and asked the fire giant to give him Loki. Augustine said that in that case they would immediately turn around, leave, and there would be no war. But it looks like the fire giant is not going to listen to this old man. There's a long-standing feud between them, which today will certainly result in a full-scale conflict. Augustine said he would stall for time and ask John to act as quickly as possible. The young emperor must go in search of Valkyrie and Loki. He has too little time. Augustine is going to show everything he is capable of, even despite his rather advanced age. During aggression, he takes on a fighting form and immediately becomes 1,000 years younger. It won't be easy for John to find his target in such a large fiery kingdom. Drones won't help him because they can't withstand such hot air temperatures. Meanwhile, Tercel continued to fight with the Father of the Gods, both of them demonstrating high class and incredible experience. It's immediately clear that Augustine is still a very dangerous opponent, but the King of the Fire Giants is too strong. This guy has an incredible level and can raise the surrounding temperature to insane levels. Jan decided to return to help his friend, otherwise this whole special operation would have no meaning. He began to perform precision strikes with his new sword and was very good at it. John was not afraid of his opponent's power, because he knew that now he would switch accounts and increase his chances of success. The Red Flame Emperor decided to activate his cold form, which could allow him to act more aggressively. Now this monster will fight with the King of Fire Giants and delay him for some time. At that very moment, John wants to ask Augustine to run away from here immediately, because it's getting too hot here. The Father of the Gods does not understand how strong this man is. He wants to understand why John came to this world and what goals he is pursuing. Our main character couldn't refuse this old man. John told him the truth, which concerns Valkyrie and his personal mission. Augustine was surprised and said that he had to help him save this world from destruction. For John, the ideal help would be the ability to use the spear of the Father of the Gods. Such an artifact will give him the opportunity to take his powers to a new level and put an end to this battle. The Red Flame Emperor gained incredible power and ordered his personal monster to destroy the fire giant. This battle was interesting to watch. John was lucky that this battle did not take place in the center of the city, because everything around would have been destroyed. All this was observed by the Father of the Gods, who was trying to understand how the power of the universe was contained in one single man. John defeated the fire monster and acquired artifacts he could not even dream of. He's not going to stop there and wants to continue to improve his martial art. Meanwhile, Loki heard the sounds of battle outside and thought that everything was going according to her plan. She is sure that the King of the Fire Giants defeated the Father of the Gods because she personally gave him the power of the eternal flame. At this moment, Glenn appeared here and saw that Loki was talking to his copy. Is this all an illusion in order to make his dream come true? It seems his refusal had a very strong effect on Loki and caused her to suffer greatly. This spirit started talking to Loki and told her not to worry and to kill this guy. He even wanted to attack Glenn himself, but at the last moment Loki stopped him. After that, Glenn immediately ran up to her and hugged her tightly, as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other for ages. Even though the world is filled with falsehood and betrayal, these hugs are truly real and extremely touching. After that, Glenn dealt a crushing blow. It turned out that even hugs can't be perfect. Loki has already transformed into John in the past. Now it's time to switch places. Of course, the young emperor did not forget how she dealt him a crushing blow in a moment of weakness. Now they have switched places, and John has done the same. This guy always pays off his past debts. Within seconds, he was surrounded, the dark energy helping Loki to restore his strength and increase his power. With the help of the artifact of the Father of the Gods, John intends to end this stupid performance once and for all. He's already tired of constant nonsense and no longer wants to play these insignificant games. Very close to this area is Valkyrie, who needs help and rescue. John must speed up because the power of the evil gods is starting to build up and is ready to come out. The power of the outer gods was fully utilized. It seemed as if an evil monster had just rebelled against this world. This was made possible by the fact that absolutely all of the strength and vital energy was sucked out of the new Valkyrie. At the same time, John does not lose optimism. He believes that everything is going according to his plan, and now the main part of the performance begins. With the help of her allies' incredible power, Loki intends to become much more powerful. She just received her new evolutionary form, which increased her stats several times. Now Loki looks like a terrible monster who's going to tear John into several small pieces and feed his body to the monsters of the abyss. The young emperor will have to strain himself, because now he is fighting against dark forces that have remained in the shadows for a long time. He will have to activate his special form and demonstrate everything he is capable of at the moment. What is needed here is not only divine artifacts, but also the power of the accounts that he has developed for so long. John is determined to show why he is considered the strongest man on Earth. He has always enjoyed progressing. Now he wants to achieve the maximum result in the world of gods. Previously, one could only dream about this, but now victory over powerful deities is becoming a reality. John activated various skills and constantly put pressure on the monsters with his abilities. Loki isn't the main problem, since she just worships the dark matter from the depths of the abyss. The wounded Loki decided to escape from the battlefield and get closer to the Tree of Life. She felt that her life was doomed to death, so she wanted to make one last loud statement so that no one would ridicule her skills anymore. Meanwhile, John continues to fight the dark matter, and it's worth admitting that he's in serious trouble right now. He needs to constantly combine his skills in order to stay safe. John must stop the dark matter to prevent it from destroying the entire universe in all time periods. The situation is extremely confusing, but there is no need to go into details. It is enough to just destroy the monster that stands in front of John. The dark matter monster is trying to destroy the universe. He wants to destroy all dimensions and create something greater. Initially, he was a simple observer and recorder without self-awareness. Observing the rise and fall of various dimensions, he gradually came to his own realization. The god of destruction realized that the various dimensions and civilizations would eventually be destroyed. All this will happen in stupid ways that are even a little hard to believe. Instead of letting civilizations destroy themselves, the god of destruction is going to do all the dirty work himself. He then learned that there were external gods in the universe who had opposite skills. He removed the power of the outer gods from Mary's body and came closer to realizing his ideal plan. The god of destruction has completely lost his mind. All he cares about is the total destruction of the universe. This is another freak who is too caught up in his stupid desires, but at the same time he really has great power. With this power, he wants to realize the potential and begin the destruction of the universe from this divine world. This is the final battle, and John wants to activate absolutely all of his capabilities in order to accept the fight on equal terms. He took on the power of heat from the entire Fire Kingdom and also spent all his experience points to discover a new form of evolution. He repelled the attack of the god of destruction and immediately counterattacked in order to achieve victory. This battle is very interesting to watch. The amount of special effects is off the charts, as is the epicness. The system notified the owner that he had instantly used up all the power of the red flame, which led to an overspend of energy and absolutely dire consequences. The system asks John to leave the battlefield immediately, but now he is closer to victory than ever. He needed support and felt that he could not complete what he started on his own. At this moment, legendary gods with incredible skills appeared on the battlefield. It looks like John's team is formed and now they are all ready to lend a friendly shoulder at a crucial moment. The god of destruction's life force began to rapidly approach zero. John felt that they were taking the initiative, but it was too early to rejoice. It seems like Mary needs help because there are some evil demons coming out of her right now. For the safety of the Nine Realms, Valkyrie must sacrifice herself, but John disagrees. Her power is dangerous and unpredictable, but if directed in the right direction, it can become the salvation of the entire galaxy. Glenn and Thor fully support their new friend. They are confident that John knows what he is doing and can be trusted. At that moment, Valkyrie remembered what kind of person she was and decided to say a few words as well. She came into this world like a shooting star. Now all her memories have been restored. All her life, she remembers the same voice in her head, which forced her to destroy and annihilate. By some miracle, she was picked up by an ordinary villager who decided to take her with him. When she was little, she couldn't control her strength, and because of this, she caused a lot of problems in the village. The headman and his wife were always very tolerant and treated her like a daughter. In return, she accompanied them in difficult situations and began fighting monsters very early on. One such day, she lost control of her power and accidentally killed not only the monster, but also her new mother. She had to seal her power because of her own grief and regret, and only now did she awaken and remember everything that happened earlier. She was sent here to destroy the world and she deserves to be destroyed, but John doesn't see it that way. He sees Mary as the most wonderful person in the world and the only reason he came into this world. If he saves her, he can be proud of the life he lived and the opportunities he realized. She must believe what he says and forget about this whole legend about the destruction. Valkyrie must choose her own future, because she can tie her future with the Emperor of the Red Flame. As the ruler, Augustine declared that the battle was officially over. They managed to destroy the main god of destruction, but they did not even suspect that at the same time terrible events were happening in the city of people. Everything around was destroyed by some unknown force and total panic began. In the Golden City of the Gods, something similar was happening. It was not easy to explain. It seems that the holy tree was poisoned and rebelled against all the inhabitants of the planet. Loki did what she wanted and took possession of the inner soul of this world. She dared to touch the holy and pure tree of life with her dirty hands. For this, she must be destroyed. Now Loki has received incredible strength and abilities, but this does not make her immortal. It seems that she has gone mad and the prophecy about the twilight of the gods has finally come true. We will have to try very hard to stop this seemingly inevitable process. Valkyrie feels confident in her powers and feels that she must destroy this source of evil on her own. She's ready to put her life on the line and stop the desecration of the holy tree. Thor asked his friend to use the timeline to change everything. John said that all this time he had not told the truth, and in fact the world of the gods could not be saved from destruction. He's only willing to buy a little time for all the locals to try to escape to safer areas of the galaxy. All this can be done with the help of a ghost ship, which can become a new home for local residents. It seems that Thor, along with the rest of the deities, are willing to accept such an end, especially considering that the alternative is even worse. The god of thunder and lightning immediately thanked his friend for everything he had done for the world of deities. Now Mary is responsible for the fate of this world. Glenn is proud to have been her teacher. Now Valkyrie and John are left alone to try to stop this chaos. The final battle is approaching. We must stop the desecration of the world tree and destroy Loki. This sweet couple is back together and it looks like we're about to see a legendary battle. Now we need to go and meet Loki, who is already fully connected with the Tree of Life. You will have to activate maximum skills in order to break this strong connection. Loki is not immortal, so she feels fear at the sight of such fire. Valkyrie has incredible skills that can awaken the most terrible force in the galaxy. At the moment when it seemed that everything was over, Mary managed to find a way out of the situation. Now all that remains is to hope that the evacuation of the Father of the Gods, along with everyone else, will take place as soon as possible. Loki tried to stop the Valkyrie. She begged her to stop and said that the other gods were using her and actually despised her. All this is nothing more than beautiful and false words from a cunning and heartless goddess. Valkyrie is not going to believe in this nonsense. She is blowing into her own ideals and aspirations. Meanwhile, the Father of the Gods, together with his son, ordered everyone around to prepare for immediate evacuation. It seems that by that time, John and Valkyrie had already managed to clear this world of the terrible threat. John won't be able to travel with the gods. He has enough of his own personal goals and plans for the near future. This mission is 100% complete. John will remember all these events for the rest of his life, because this adventure gave him a huge amount of emotions. Mary felt that this was the most perfect ending that could ever happen. She was incredibly happy. Teleportation has begun to open, and now John must finally return to the real world. As soon as he returned and changed his account, he immediately felt that he was in danger due to the approaching monsters. At that moment, Valkyrie was there and protected him despite all this terrible danger. It seems that now they will always be together. Now they need to quickly adapt to reality and remember how things are here. John received additional characteristics and increases in all his skills for completing the quest. Now he can also use the power of Valkyrie, which will not be limited by the system. The shadow matter failed to carry out its plan and stop John. Now this force must be destroyed. Valkyrie will stop at nothing to completely destroy the force that was trying to take over the entire galaxy. Sooner or later it had to happen, no matter how hard it was. But good must overcome evil. An eternal and immortal being of higher dimensions was just destroyed despite its power. As a gift, the Emperor received a microscopic spatial cube. Now he can collect fragments of dimensions to replenish energy. Valkyrie said goodbye to her boss with a smile on her face and reminded him that now she will always be by his side. The story with this girl finally came to an end. John once again achieved success in a relationship with a woman. Waltz is unhappy that he still won't see his boss in women's clothing. This assistant allows himself too much. All this time, Flynn was nearby, for whom no more than a few seconds had passed. It turned out that during all this time, he found something interesting in the ruins. It seems that in front of us is a fragment of the world stone. It became clear that John knows that this stone is related to the so-called reboot. In fact, this world has long been divided into three factions: conservatives, rebooters, and observers. Conservatives are large groups that control resources and protect their rights. The Reset faction wants to reset this world and return it to the era before the Black State, so that they can then dominate the world. Observers remain neutral, are individuals or small groups, and are mostly concentrated in the wild. Fragments of the world's stone are in high demand, so this stone may be very useful in the future. John said that he would like to join one of the factions with Flynn and be a team. John quickly guessed that Flynn was the personal student of the legendary Charles. It was obvious from the very beginning. Only John can see the contents of Charles' map, and it is on this canvas that the will of the legendary treasure hunter is hidden. John was very surprised because he noticed various information points on the map, but did not find anything unusual. This means that he did not study the map well, because the old man is very cunning and clearly hid important information. Flynn was with the master for 20 years. He is his only student. They split up because the old man didn't agree with the existing factions. He decided to open a restoration faction. This clan preserves everything and restores order on the current basis. That was the plan. Charles believes that even if everything returns to the previous era, the global crisis will still not end. Although the current era is the cause of the destruction of humanity, it is also an opportunity for transformation. Humanity can obtain unlimited energy and possess technologies of different dimensions only in the Black Era. Therefore, Charles believes that the current situation has arisen because each person is waging his own war, although we need to unite, because we are united. It is enough to find a strong person who will lead humanity. This is what the Master believed. Flynn is confident that John should become the hero who will unite humanity. Flynn is in no hurry. He understands that John must think and decide on such a serious step in his life. This guy has a lot to go through to be ready to unite humanity. Perhaps in the future he will meet Charles, because it is unlikely that this old man died, because he possessed incredible energy power. The next day, John finally returned to the safe zone and gathered his team. He prepared special weapons for Sandra, Daniel, and Jasmine. They were very happy. Such artifacts will make them more advanced warriors. During all this time, the team members have managed to progress and achieve significant progress. Now John is going to focus on the new safe zone, but first he has to meet Betty. It looks like she came to get her 200 million coins that John owes her. This was not a problem because John had accumulated a sufficient amount of coins and rewards recently. It turned out that Betty wanted to leave this money on his balance sheet. But for this, she asked him for help. This girl is going to a high-level dungeon, and she needs John to help her get an important artifact. It looks like this dungeon is located in the Demon Rift Valley. It's very dangerous there. The portal is open in both directions, which means that not only people but also demons can enter the dungeon. Initially, the dungeons were guarded by trained soldiers, but recently they prepared to counterattack and attack the monsters. Such a place is very dangerous, but it is obvious that for clearing the dungeon you can get precious artifacts. The person who defeats the boss will also receive additional reputation and status in the eastern region. Therefore, such a battle in the dungeon is the best opportunity for capable people who do not want to waste their chance for success. John loves money, so he can't stop at such an opportunity. He decided to piss off his girlfriend a little and said that he wasn't going anywhere. First of all, this guy wants to know Betty's true intentions, and now he's busy creating a special security zone. Within a minute, Betty admitted that her main goal was to kill a person. She wants to kill an old man named Tuco. He is the main scientist of the eastern region who studies biological genes. Biological genes are behind much of the research in the eastern zone, previously thought to be a lost science. Betty isn't going to tell why she wants to kill this old man. She's already told too much of the truth. The Emperor is willing to help her in this matter, but in exchange he wants her to join his personal team. He told her about his goals and said that he would like to work with her. Betty is ready to join John to create a real safe zone where no one will be limited by rules. They quickly came to an agreement and prepared to set out to meet the unknown. In such a short period of time, the Emperor's abilities have grown to incredible heights. It's hard not to admire the guy. On his plane, John went to the very zone that was teeming with demons. You'll have to try hard to fly through the first wave of monsters. The creatures here are especially dangerous. Even when they come out of the lower dimensions, these guys have incredible potential. Right now, the Phoenix team is here along with their captain, whose name is Winchester. The chief biologist is the same scientist named Tuco. He also arrived at the site of the raid. You can't do without the mercenary captain here. This terrible cutthroat is called Lich. The Queen's team also arrived at the battle site to take the main prize into their own hands. Their captain is the fearless Brittany. It is better not to joke with this girl, because she will easily cut off the tongue of anyone who says even one extra word about her. Now John and his girlfriend finally arrived at the place where the raid began. They didn't expect to see this guy here, although Winchester immediately recognized the young warrior. There seems to be a serious conflict brewing here between all sides. Every team is interested in achieving success, and among all these participants, John recognized some of them. It seems that in front of him is Maria's classmate. Her name is Julia, and for some reason she is on the Emperor's team. Meanwhile, the chief biologist of the gathering said it was time for a little fun. The fat old man tried to warn all the local warriors about the danger, but no one listened to him. Of course, this guy is not interesting, because now the Monarch Judo is in front of the hunters. This huge monster is not something unimaginable, but defeating it without preparation will be almost impossible. This boss doesn't seem to have a high intelligence, so he shouldn't cause much trouble. Betty is in no hurry to kill the scientist. She wants to wait until he is happy and achieves his goal. That's when the perfect moment of reckoning will come and she can deliver the final blow. Meanwhile, local hunters destroyed the monster with the help of huge chainsaws. There was too much blood around to enjoy the process. At first, the boss lost his characteristics, but then he began to destroy the monsters that were nearby. Thanks to this, he increased in size and restored his health and energy reserves. He also ate several people who thought they could escape their terrible fate. It looks like the local hunters are in serious trouble, although it seemed like the boss shouldn't be an obstacle. John knows how to act in such situations. He just needs to call Betty for help. This huge worm was cut in a few seconds. Even the leader of the Phoenix team was surprised. Betty needs to work as a cook in a good restaurant. She could professionally cut meat for barbecue. Along with her, John received a huge number of different artifacts because he is also a member of the team. Apparently, his impudence angered the local hunters, who spent a lot of effort, but in the end did not receive due reward. Now John is going to launch his own special account and start a real hunt for the demons here. With this account, he is required to kill 100,000 demons, thanks to which he will be able to unlock the Demon Destroyer record. The Destroyer can use the demon blood jade that was obtained from the God Realm. He will also be able to enter the demon dimension, which is known for its ominous mood and aura. It looks like the local warriors will have to get used to the idea that they have a young competitor. If they want to make any money from this show, they'll have to hurry. Each raid participant has their own personal goals, so the cleanup promises to be very intense. Soon the hunters split up and began attacking the monsters with their teams. Nobody wants to share the profits. Everyone is trying to fill their own pockets with gold and jewels. Soon information appeared that there was another team in this dungeon. It seems that they arrived here before all the other hunters. The news caused a global stir. Everyone became interested in who decided to compete with them. It looks like these are the same sectarians who use red crystals. They are called dried blood. John immediately recognized that in front of him were the same guys who went crazy many years ago. He was supposed to destroy this organization, but he hasn't done it yet because of his abnormal busyness. Nobody understood what was happening here. Even the bravest warriors were a little scared. The goal of these cultists is to summon the ancient gods, but as a result, they only manage to summon ordinary demons. Winchester is not going to believe in fairy tales about ancient gods. He wants to personally make sure that it is true. John is not going to prove anything to anyone. He already realized that the sectarian society has exceeded all expectations. This situation is really beyond our protagonist's knowledge. He will have to solve two problems at the same time. The leader of the mercenary team is not going to play games. He is here to get his hands on absolutely all the reward. This guy decided to break the crystal, and within a few seconds he witnessed a bloody scene. The chief biologist asked him not to interfere, but simple talk was clearly not enough here. Within a few seconds, hands began to appear from the ground which belonged to dead zombies. The fearless warriors began to scatter in different directions. Only John did not panic and remained calm. In just a few seconds, a huge army was in front of him, and the children's games were over. All those who did not manage to escape became victims of zombies. Even special skills did not help. Martial arts are unable to stop such monsters yet, leaving the hunters in a difficult situation. Betty took control of the situation before anyone else and activated the ice invasion to freeze the zombies. The system informed John that zombies were also considered a form of demons. This means that if he kills more than 100,000 zombies, he will solve his main task for today. It seems that he decided to use his special artifacts in order to avoid getting his hands dirty. This guy knows how to operate at the highest level. Today he wants to stretch his legs and have some fun. John started shooting with his machine gun and destroying zombies, as if they were nothing more than a joke. Together with Betty, John feels very confident because they are a great team that masks each other's shortcomings. It was a pleasure to watch them in action, and it was immediately clear on the battlefield who was the better team. While other hunters didn't know what to do or ran in different directions, John and Betty showed a master class. With their actions, they're going to kill all the monsters and take absolutely all the rewards of the dungeon. Soon the corpses began to come back to life and chant some strange spell, thereby causing a magical effect. It was immediately obvious that the climax was ahead, but only now did it become clear that the zombies were just a warm-up. In just a few seconds, a huge cockroach appeared from the ground, which is at the 220th level of development. The local monsters and villains started talking about Charles. John immediately started listening more attentively. It was Charles, who was one of those heroes who more than 100 years ago defeated the demons and brought peace to humanity. It seems that Charles had his own sister. Her name was Camilla, and she also had a legendary past. Meanwhile, the monsters tried to take control of the territory and destroy the local hunters. It seems that they managed to summon the ancient god after all, because this huge eye cannot belong to an ordinary demon. The ancient god sensed that John possessed the demon's jade blood, and he felt that the boy didn't deserve it. John said that he was not going to play games with the ancient god because he had already met similar creatures before. This guy is not afraid to challenge the ancient gods. He is ready to destroy absolutely the entire system of monsters. It seems that the ancient gods care very much about blood jade. This stone clearly hides some secrets of the galaxy. Meanwhile, the huge monster continued to pursue the hunters and do everything to destroy them. The Phoenix team didn't feel very comfortable, but they still didn't give up and continued to move forward. At this moment, it is important to show your courage, and this is exactly what Winchester and his men do. Meanwhile, the biologist did not interfere with the process and calmly enjoyed the bloody spectacle. John also decided to adapt to the conditions and help clear the area a little. Together with Betty, he organized the most powerful attack that could be devised. Even the royal team members were surprised by the actions of this impudent guy. With the help of constant attacks and pressure, the huge cockroach is about to lose its health supply. He decided to take desperate measures in order to get out of this battle alive and take possession of this territory. All this is necessary in order to summon the ancient gods here and make the capture of this world a reality. John moved far away from the crowd to perform his special trick. It seems he learned this trick from the god of thunder and lightning while fighting alongside him. Even Tuco couldn't believe that such tricks were possible, although this scientist personally dealt with nuclear warheads and had already seen large explosions. Using his skills, the young Red Flame Emperor tore off the monster's limbs. Everyone around was shocked by this guy's skills. It was strange that no one had heard of him before. The mercenary commander decided to take advantage of the wounded monster and deal him the final blow. All this was done so that he would be considered the boss's killer and would receive the main reward in his hands. These guys seem to be willing to break the rules, but John doesn't really care. First of all, he came for the main awards. Small artifacts have not attracted this selfless guy for a long time. Now the clearing of the area should continue according to plan. The teams split up again to cover most of the demon territory. Over the next few hours, John personally destroyed almost 2,000 demons, and this was only the beginning. Betty seems a little upset that during all this time, her friend has not asked why she hates Tuco so much. John is too extraordinary, tough, and tender at the same time. That is why women are so attracted to him. Betty was not born like normal children. She was cloned in a laboratory. It was Tuco who carried out this insidious cloning plan in the eastern region. He used biogenetic cloning techniques to create many features. After reaching the age of 3, Tuco sent the children into the wild, where they had to fend for themselves. The biologist was a tool of more serious people who decided to increase their army and increase their level of power. Betty remembers very well what happened to her after she was sent into the wild. She always thought that she was just an orphan who was abandoned, but then she finally learned the truth. Now she wants to do everything possible to take revenge on Tuco and the entire leadership of the eastern region. Many of the people who take part in this raid are victims of a genetic program. John is not going to turn a blind eye to this and wants to help its goals. Now they are one team, so they must help each other in difficult times. Their conversation was interrupted by the presence of a demon merchant named Nafil. Betty doesn't like it when her conversation is overheard, so she became smaller. At the last moment, John asked her to stop because it seemed that this demon needed to be listened to first. First of all, they are faced with a businessman who wants to help those who are lost deal with demons. He is willing to sell good equipment for the right price. He's only interested in profit and nothing else. This guy has too much inventory to just kill him. It would be nice to use his services. In such conditions, good artifacts and equipment can help and even prolong life for several hours to wait for rescue. John can even buy the Devil's Whip, which costs over 50 million gold coins. With the help of this whip, he can summon a personal demon to help him, who will fulfill all his desires. John also learned that this demon has many other artifacts that could be useful to him. Unfortunately, he does not have the available amount of money to make all these purchases. He asked to lend him money so that he could equip them with the best items for future battles. John learned that Betty had unavailable money, so today he will be left without important artifacts. The demon realized that they would earn money here, so he said goodbye to the hunters and said that he would see them a little later. The more monsters they kill, the more money they will have, so they will be able to offer him a good deal in the future. John and his girlfriend continued their journey and cleared the dungeon. They did not even suspect that they were being watched all this time. One of the Phoenix team members had been nearby the entire time and had seen them killing high-level demons. All this information was received personally by the leader of the Phoenix team, but the question arises, why would he follow John? At the same time, he communicates with other teams to understand where they are and how many monsters have already been destroyed. The demon territory is quite wide, so each team received their own personal clearing area. Due to unexpected circumstances, John is a little late, but he is always ready to fight the ghost monsters before the boss battle. The captain of the royal team began to mock John and say that he was too weak. This team includes Julia, who understands that John is delayed because of his love affair with Betty. Due to his lateness, the Red Flame Emperor agreed to destroy additional monsters to atone for his guilt. Now, 2 succubi have appeared on their path, who may be much more dangerous than they seem at first glance. Betty asked John not to move. She thinks that he might be bewitched by beautiful women. This is precisely why she should be the only one to act, since she has more resistance to such tricks. Mastering ice magic helps to resist such actions of demons. This gives the opportunity to get closer to the monsters. But this time, such a tactic does not work in the best way. 2 demons attacked Betty at the same time, so you'll have to act much more aggressively. Don't underestimate this girl because she is one of the most dangerous and cruel women on the continent. All she has to do is activate ice attacks, and in a few seconds the demons will be begging for mercy. Since Betty turned out to be very strong, the demons decided to attack John in order to manipulate his mind and persuade him to their side. They thought this guy would be a cakewalk, but they ended up turning into a steak. Clearing out 2 succubi seemed like a serious problem until John took on the matter. He was ready to continue the raid, but at that moment, Betty unexpectedly approached him to show how much she liked him. He didn't understand what was happening and tried to understand why the Ice Queen was starting to behave like this. It quickly became clear that John was gradually losing control of his body, his hands refusing to obey. It turns out that there is another monster watching all this who's trying to ruin John's entire plan. He very quickly began to sense that there was a third being involved, and it was time to stop all of this. John tried his best to resist the spell, although his body still refused to obey him. At this moment, a member of the Phoenix team entered the scene. Dorothy is no longer going to hide and remain in the shadows. As soon as she took off her coat, John saw that in front of him was not a normal girl at all, but a real supermodel. It looks like she wants to join in, and now it will be doubly difficult for John to escape from these loving embraces. It seems that he has been possessed by a demon of lust that wants to force John to do absolutely everything she commands. I had to use the demon blood jade to escape from that sweet embrace. John hates it when people try to test his desire and his humanity. He knows about his weaknesses, but he is not going to give up without a fight. The goddess of lust is now deliberately showing off her real body. She can be insanely dangerous in a brutal battle. John immediately changed his account and turned into a hot guy who was ready to challenge her. This Terminator is not afraid of the monster's attack, because now he himself is much more dangerous than any of the local monsters. The Red Flame Emperor began attacking the goddess from different sides with his killer drones. It's immediately obvious that technology now has a big influence on his style, with drones and robots making it much easier to achieve victories against tough opponents. Previously, John relied solely on himself, but now he has become more practical, because he knows that the level of his opponents has risen and he needs to learn something new. So far, his skills are not enough to destroy the monster, although most of the characteristics of the goddess of lust have already been lost. This means that she won't be able to fight at long range, but she can still create her own army from her body. First, you will have to kill all these demons, and then destroy the goddess who tried to conquer the Emperor's mind. At first, it seemed like it could become a serious problem, but in the end, John felt nothing but pleasure. Even without the support of his partner, he acted as if he was playing the game on the easiest level. It wasn't even a few minutes later that he stood on a huge mountain of corpses and smiled brightly as he looked at the goddess of lust. With all her might, she tried to take over his mind and used various magical techniques. Previously, these tricks really helped the goddess to conquer the hearts of men and women, but this time, she will have to show something special. She managed to quickly restore her characteristics and turn back into a human being. Now John is under the mental control of the sword. He's advised to immediately move away from the boss so that the control does not reach its maximum values. The system's advice is always aimed at helping the owner, but sometimes following the advice is too difficult and impractical. Sometimes you have to forget the rules, get out your grenade launcher, and tear apart everyone who stands in your way. Almost always, this strategy leads to success, but today is the very day when everything went wrong from the very beginning. John missed a serious attack, lost his last strength, and the progress of mind control reached critical values. Mental control is no joke. John thought he could ignore the rules of the system. That was his big mistake. It seems that now he will not be able to suppress his humanity, but what will happen to the warrior who must save the entire planet? The more demons he killed, the more he lost touch with his human consciousness. Only sometimes he felt alive. Now he's faced with a big choice. John must either save his planet or destroy it completely. It seems like there is no one left on this planet except this guy. Now he sees no point in the endless struggle. Ultimately, he always acted to satisfy his own desires, but did he know his true desires? You need to cast aside philosophical thoughts, abandon false humanity, and accept your inner desires. This is the only way to get out of the endless cycle of deaths. The charge between the spatial dimensions will soon run out. In a few seconds, John will be left alone with his thoughts. He realized that ultimately things didn't matter to him. In fact, he wasn't even really human. When you wear a helmet to hide your face, your own heart will sooner or later lose its sight. It seems like he now wants to challenge an absolute power boss with an unknown level. John feels like a demon of destruction and wants to kill everyone who gets in his way. After this, John's inner strength was restored, and he activated his hidden reserves. The goddess doesn't understand what happened. This guy was supposed to die, but he has hidden resources. It feels like he has an aura about him, as if he were a real demon from the underworld. Due to being in danger, the hot man's defense mechanism was triggered, awakening the true state of the Demon Destroyer account. This status can only be activated for a few minutes, because John still hasn't killed 100,000 demons and hasn't unlocked hidden abilities. It looks like this guy is definitely unstoppable now. He has never looked so stern and uncompromising. The goddess of lust immediately fell to her knees before him and began to apologize for everything she had done. She called John a king and said that her powers of manipulation could help him in the future. He really quickly assessed everything that had happened and said that he agreed to future cooperation. With the help of a kiss, he made a deal with the devil. Now at any time, John can call the goddess of lust to his aid, and she has no right to refuse. He didn't even know that such contracts were signed with a kiss. It was funny. Meanwhile, Betty woke up and tried to understand what had happened here. There was some incredible lightness in her body. Now she wants to fight the main boss of the raid even more. It looks like she's going to have a hard time comprehending the fact that John just destroyed that boss. At the same time, Dorothy, who had been nearby all this time, woke up. She thought that John had bewitched her and decided to punish this pervert with the help of her sharp dagger. Her body quickly refused to listen to her mind. It seemed that in front of her was a man who had taken possession of her lust. Now John is in control of her body and orders her to no longer listen to the Winchester's instructions. Dorothy is turned into an undercover agent who will be obliged to serve John. He wants to get information from the Phoenix team, and that's all he needs. Since he owns the lust of this girl, she has no right to refuse him this request. Just like that, Dorothy had become his own slave, and John was clearly pleased. Each team has a task to fight the local boss, who is responsible for one of the main sins of mankind. John informed all the captains that he had just defeated the boss in his territory. This information shocked absolutely everyone. It seems that he did not act according to plan and showed heroism, which may not please the other captains. Now other teams must also prove themselves. Right now, the Phoenix will fight against the Demon of Pride. The Sloth Demon will also be a problem for the Royal team, although it seemed like this monster would be a much easier opponent. The Demon of Greed turned out to be a real challenge for the mercenaries who expected an easy ride. Not only are bosses very strong, they are also able to recognize people's weaknesses and exploit these weaknesses. When the system notified everyone around that John had actually killed the Lust Demon, it was hard to believe. Upon hearing the confirmation, the hunters were shocked. It seemed like he was just an ordinary guy who had recently graduated from school. Now they will continue to fight their own bosses with incredible zeal. Nobody wants to fall behind because everyone dreams of taking the main prize into their own hands. This is how human greed and insatiability work. John saw that the Imperial team was in serious trouble. He came to the rescue and even met with his old friend, who had been in an awkward position all this time. Brittany immediately thanked him for his help. She never forgets the people who helped her in a difficult situation. This guy is going to help absolutely everyone who needs it because he doesn't care how exactly to destroy the monsters. Betty had noticed for a long time that wherever John went, he was always surrounded by beautiful girls. This guy is not only handsome, but also phenomenally strong, which is very important during a battle with strong opponents. The hunters are currently experiencing difficulties, and it is clear that they are losing concentration due to the length of the battle. They need to step up and do everything they can to make the bosses suffer. The mercenary captain begins to panic as he feels that it will be difficult for him to reach the main prize. This guy is too greedy, which is probably why he is now in mortal danger. Sometimes greed clouds the mind, but this does not mean that a person signs his own death warrant. There can always be a John nearby who will help you avoid death at the most dangerous moment. He's going to save absolutely everyone on this battlefield, and he doesn't care what others think of him. Winchester is unhappy that John has once again put all the other captains in line. He is sure that this is being done on purpose. In this guy's head, there's only the main reward for the raid. He's sure that John is pretending to be a good guy, but in reality, he's the greediest criminal. The battle continued despite all these stupid thoughts. John did not pay any attention to it. There were really a lot of monsters, so it would be too stupid and naive to be distracted from the battle. This guy has already killed almost 50,000 demons. His personal goal is half completed. Even the demon of arrogance had lost most of its characteristics and was too vulnerable at the moment. With John's help, the other teams have reduced their losses to a minimum. Now they just have to survive the boss's aggression phase. The Phoenix team is experiencing the most difficulties. Their captain is clearly frustrated with current events. The problem is caused by the demon of greed, who tries to shower the warriors with diamonds and jewels in order to take possession of their souls. It must be admitted that some fools actually believe that all this gold can become their property. Only the most conscious hunters understand that this is nothing more than an illusion that must be fought. Even the mercenary captain begins to look at John as if he were the king of the battle. The Red Flame Emperor has earned trust through his actions, and it is truly impossible not to admire him. Since childhood, he has avoided and hidden his own greed, so he is not afraid of the demon of greed. It seems that now he wants to make the demon experience the greed that he tries to induce in other people. It's really funny. The Red Flame Emperor always finds unconventional ways to win. John just found out that the demon blood jade belonged to the demon king, which is why everyone around him is so interested in it. All this time, Jonah carried a precious artifact in his pocket and didn't even realize it. This stone obviously has other functions. Jade inherits the power and essence of the demon king, so its power is difficult to estimate. If John could really command all the demons, that would be a legendary skill. Now it remains to be seen how the jade ended up in John's hands, since the demon king was destroyed in an unknown dimension along with his artifact. For some reason, John was the choice of jade, which means that the stone chose its successor. Crystal shouldn't have chosen John. Instead, it chose the Demon Slayer account that John was on. Now, it doesn't really matter. You just need to use what you have and not think about how it happened. John swayed the demon of greed to his side. He wanted the demon to bow its head and become his personal slave. No one has ever seen normal people negotiate with demons. This guy is clearly insane. Although the greedy demon refused all the time, in the end, he realized that he had no reason not to cooperate with John because this guy had such a precious artifact. Now the demons turn into messengers of the Emperor of the Red Flame. They give him additional characteristics and are always ready to come to his aid. Thanks to the agreement, John will constantly increase his greed and ambition, which in turn will help him achieve greater heights. At first glance, this doesn't seem like a very good deal, but in reality, John will be happy. Everyone had just learned that John had conquered the demon of greed, but this time, no one was surprised. By this time, the rest of the hunters had achieved success in the boss battles. Most of these terrible monsters were destroyed with the help of magic and teamwork. It wasn't easy at all, but the job is done, and John has once again earned his place in the sun. This guy is constantly in the center of attention. He has long been used to it. He heard words of support and gratitude for helping to deal with this influx of terrible creatures. Now many teams have sided with him. Only the Phoenixes look at John as an enemy. Winchester said that he did not have time to thank John for his support. It was much better to recuperate and prepare for the final battle. He advised the Red Flame Emperor to follow the plan and not think only about himself. Meanwhile, Dorothy was still having a hard time hiding how interested she was in John. No one had yet figured out that she was a double agent. Right now, the final boss has not been defeated yet, so it is better not to quarrel and unite for the main battle. After this, Julia approached John and asked him to give her at least a minute of attention. The girl told her friend that she came there for a specific reason. Julia wants to take revenge on one person who knows about her origin. After a thorough investigation, she finally learned that she had the same genes as Nancy. John guessed that Betty felt the same way about them. It seemed that they were all created in the same lab through cloning experiments. She begs John to help her take revenge on Tuco, who is behind all these experiments. Of course, the young emperor is ready to help, because he knows that this girl is much better than she seems at first glance. Meanwhile, Betty came up and realized that in front of her was the same girl who had similar genes. It looks like we are dealing with twin sisters who have not understood who they really are all this time. Now they will have the opportunity to become friends and finally spend time together. But first they need to take revenge. John is ready to help them in this situation. Whoever did this terrible thing must be punished. The hunters relaxed too early, and soon loud sounds began to make them tense up. It was not clear where a huge army of monsters appeared from and was approaching the warriors. It looks like a demon of rage has come here and is going to punish all the guests gathered here. Everyone around was scared and didn't know what to do. Few were ready to show leadership qualities. Only John smiled and was happy about these events. It was immediately obvious that he wanted to kill demons in maximum quantities. All this will allow him to open up additional characteristics to some accounts, which is why he is so charged with success. When you see a person who is so aggressive, it is difficult not to follow his example. This guy is ready to personally challenge a crowd of monsters, especially considering that he already has support now. The two sisters united to help him. Everyone around held their breath in anticipation of something terrible happening. The battle with the monsters has begun, and it is clear that magic cannot be used here. Original technique can help direct monsters in the right direction. Brittany can't understand why Julia is acting so self-confident. Up until this point, she was ordinary and incapable of anything. Now is the time to show your best qualities, or to show your true face. It seems that Winchester hopes that John will be destroyed during this battle. This guy is too greedy. He is not going to share the best artifacts obtained during this raid. The Phoenix team began to advance on the boss, but John is not going to give up his loot. He has released two huge monsters who are planning to have a party here. These monsters have been locked up for a long time, and now they want to have some fun. Together with John, they will create a huge fist that will knock out demons. Insane carnage is clearly in fashion these days, as the total bloodshed continues throughout the day. John is the main instigator of the battle. Without him, the hunters would have been destroyed long ago, and everything would have ended. It seems that the boss is not going to give up so easily. He has his own plans for today. Some captains don't even understand what's going on here. Things are moving too fast. Winchester said that he has the most combat experience of anyone here, so he should become the leader of the squad. The Phoenix team has the highest attack level and will now be focused on dealing damage to the boss. All this is done in order to personally destroy the boss and take the main reward for yourself. Everyone understands this perfectly well. Now no one dares to challenge the Phoenix, so it does whatever it wants. All this is because John is too busy killing a large number of monsters and cannot be distracted by all these internal problems of hunters. At first, it seemed like hunters could actually get as close to the boss as possible. Apparently, these guys overestimated their capabilities and very quickly regretted their naivety. They needed to approach this special operation in a much more planned manner. Now they have opened up their defenses too much and are vulnerable to the boss's attacks. The Phoenix captain said that he had the most combat experience, but in the end he turned out to be a rookie who was not prepared for anything. Now the boss calls for help from the higher demons, who are ready to tear the hunters apart and enjoy their sweet meat throughout the evening. It was necessary to think about a retreat plan ahead of time, but for this you need at least brains. Brittany quickly felt like she was in a terrible position. She hadn't been so vulnerable in a long time. Here we cannot do without the help of the Emperor of the Red Flame, who must again save the beauty. Despite all the problems, John managed to come out of it dry and defeat the highest level demons again. John did not stop there and destroyed absolutely all the monsters that stood in his way. We must not forget that he was helped by the pets he released into freedom. The boss was very surprised by such skills and decided to fight John himself. Winchester hopes that now the Emperor of the Red Flame will be destroyed and will no longer become an obstacle. He underestimates this guy too much, and all because he doesn't know that John has a demon destroyer account. These skills were only recently discovered after John defeated the demon of lust. Now he has increased his potential several times and turned into a killing machine. The demon of wrath is not going to give up easily. This guy is too evil to bow his head to a pathetic human. Many monsters thought the same thing, but they ended up losing their senses due to the battle with John. So far, no one is in a hurry to interfere in this confrontation, because ordinary people are nothing compared to the boss. They understand that only John can do the impossible and give him the right to get the main reward. Some people really hope that John will win, while others dream of the Emperor being defeated. The demon does everything possible to destroy his opponent. John can only use such an account for a few more minutes, so he has very little time. If he wants to achieve victory, he needs to show his full potential. It seems that time has run out, and John is turning into a normal person without superpowers. At this time, the chief biologist ordered his assistant to begin collecting materials. Apparently, he's interested in the boss's genes and John's genes, all of which can be found on the battlefield. Without additional superpowers, it will be difficult for John to survive in such conditions. The royal squad sensed that this guy needed support and immediately directed their magic towards him. The mercenaries are not going to stand aside either. The captain ordered his men to prepare for battle. They don't seem to be too happy about having to fight the boss, but these slimes don't have a choice. Only Captain Phoenix is in no hurry to get into battle. He's enjoying the moment and waiting for John to die. Betty understands perfectly well that now, more than ever, her comrade is counting on her support. It's really difficult for him because the pressure from the boss today seems abnormal. During all this time, the demon of rage lost almost all of his energy and health. The same can be said about John. They're at the limit of their capabilities and are fighting with all their might. The Emperor is too mired in greed. Signs of demonization have appeared that resonate with bloody jade. John began to lose control of his body, and some really strange events happened that are hard to describe. The demon of rage thought that now he would take advantage of the moment and finish off the wounded beast. He still didn't understand that John had now turned into something much more than an ordinary person. The demon of fury had never taken such powerful blows before. All of his stats sank to the bottom. Winchester finds it hard to believe that he was wrong and backed the wrong horse in this race. John won again and saw that on the battlefield was the same guy named Alejandro. Based on the analysis, it can be said that all these monsters are mutant people. People who enter the dungeon amplify their desires with the powers of demons and eventually mutate. The weak people become monsters, and the strongest of them turn into bosses. John was happy to see Alejandro, but it seems this guy has forgotten everything and can't even remember his sister. This guy's spectrum is filled with doubts and fear. It seems like someone erased his memory. John defeated the main boss because rage is the main demon of this territory. For this, he receives additional experience points. To complete the mission and accumulate the required number of kills, the system orders John to kill Alejandro. Right now, there is a battle between good and evil going on in his head. The devil is trying to persuade him to the side of murder. At the same time, the angel reminds John that Alejandro is a good man who is his friend. The Red Flame Emperor must make a very difficult choice. Meanwhile, Tuco is pleased with the genes that are on the battlefield. Alejandro is the perfect genetic material he needs. The previous experiments were too unstable, so he went on another raid. This biologist is interested in the genes of eternal life that may be found in the bodies of demons. He wants to prolong the youth and lifespan of the top leadership of the Eastern region. These people don't care how much they pay for the elixir of youth. The biologist has just ordered his personal assistant to take over the body of Alejandro, who was previously a higher demon. It looks like the two beauties are not going to let this happen without their permission. They remind Tuco that it was he who caused their unhappy childhood, and now the moment of retribution has come. Betty had been waiting for the perfect moment to attack for a long time. She wanted the biologist to taste victory before he died. Now this old fat man is really enjoying life. It's time to punish him once and for all. Meanwhile, one of the monsters, who is a modified human, has restored his body after being injured. He very quickly connected the two parts of his body and went on the counterattack. It looks like it won't be that easy to defeat this guy. The girls will have to be patient. Meanwhile, John didn't even pay attention to this and continued to look at the weakened Alejandro. This guy has completely lost his memory and still doesn't understand what's going on. The doubts in the Red Flame Emperor's mind continued for a few more minutes, and as a result, he sided with good. He asked the other captains to take care of the wounded monster. John would not kill him. If this results in John missing out on the opportunity to get a perfect Overlord account, that's no big deal. It's better to look around and come to the aid of girls who are experiencing difficulties. With the help of high technology, you can always achieve the best result in a short period of time. The modified man was a big problem until he encountered the Terminator killers. At the right moment, John decided to add pressure and destroy this guy. The problem was that the stronger his attack, the higher the level of regeneration. Besides, Tuco called another assistant, which means John has problems. It's hard to believe that after defeating legendary demons, he won't be able to deal with ordinary mutants. With the help of a thermonuclear limiter, the attack level can be significantly modified. This will make mutants unable to regenerate and will make them more vulnerable than ever before. The task was completed quickly. All this became possible thanks to the help of the system assistant. Tuco seems to be losing control of his emotions and calls his comrade for help. He ordered the Winchester to finally wedge itself into this fight and rid the world of John once and for all. The captain of the Phoenix team had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He had just turned into a demon of rage and promised to kill his enemy. He has been waiting for a long time for the opportunity to show his anger. Now he will destroy everyone who tries to stop him, even members of his team. Julia and Betty are in mortal danger. They better be very careful. Only with the help of defense will they be able to prolong their existence in this battle at least a little. Here we cannot do without the support of the captain, as well as the other hunters gathered in this hellish place. John can't believe that Winchester was so angry at him that he turned into a demon. It does look a bit weird, but in any case, it's a great opportunity to finally complete the quest. Up until this point, there were no more demons left in the area, but now John had a chance to do what he wanted. By killing such a strong monster, he will receive a large number of killed souls. This means that he will fulfill all the conditions and officially destroy 100,000 demons. For now, he is trying to follow the strategy of technology and attack from a long distance. His punches are not hitting the target, so you need to modify your approach a little. This is where the members of the royal team should come to the rescue. This is a good opportunity for them to prove themselves. It must not be forgotten that John saved Brittany and Leech on numerous occasions, so they owe him a debt of gratitude. Besides, he can always count on two girls who share one common genome. With such support, John can clearly count on success in this fiery battle. Meanwhile, Waltz decided to take advantage of the moment and find a way to effectively use the Master's powers. In the arsenal, a box was found with Max's last gift. Inside, there are very useful items. Mad Max realized that John was facing an insurmountable problem and needed help. Now our hero will receive a secret set of equipment that will allow him to make up for lost opportunities. This equipment will give John an advantage in speed as well as agility. He will become a more powerful and strong soldier who will definitely achieve his goals. Of course, you will have to try hard to do this because your opponent is extremely aggressive. John will also use his illusion skill to cloud the mind of the rage demon. Winchester is too angry to act objectively. It would be stupid not to take advantage of that. John is going to show off some new tricks that have appeared in his arsenal. This guy always knows how to surprise his opponent with his Overlord account. Proper combination of skills has always been John's special weapon. However, this does not guarantee his success today because the current battle is different from previous fights. It seems that the demon is calling on the inner killer to help him. Everyone around immediately felt some kind of terrible aura. The Phoenix team is confident in the victory of their boss. It turns out that the Eastern region managed to conquer one very powerful creature. Winchester received an ancient deity as a gift from his boss. Once the deity manifests its power, all creatures that do not live in the Eastern region will be destroyed. Before us is a truly terrifying monster with unknown skills. Now even restoration magic does not help restore health. The monster's aura spreads to absolutely all people gathered on this battlefield. Absolutely everyone is experiencing problems, but Winchester, on the contrary, feels a surge of energy. It seems this guy has overestimated his abilities. It's time to put him in his place. If he wants to show his ancient deity, then John is ready to do the same. He also has his own pet, which is always ready to come to his aid. A major conflict is brewing that will end in a battle much larger than Godzilla versus King Kong. Ancient deities know how to surprise with their skills that the inhabitants of planet Earth are not used to seeing. It seems that the land of demons has turned into a fairy tale. All this happened with the help of magical magic. This is the skill of returning to unity. Even John did not expect to see something like this. All the warriors around immediately felt relieved. Now they were not under the pressure of the monster's aura. It seems that this guy, who just a few minutes ago inspired horror and fear, is now blooming like a rose petal. The two monsters turned out to be brothers who had always fought alongside each other before. The monster called Tubino has turned into a pathetic slug that obeys people. He must blame himself for his own weakness and take an example from his brother, who never bowed his head before people. John decided to take advantage of the momentary pause to attack his enemy. The main Phoenix considered itself invulnerable and began to celebrate victory too early. Because of this, he lost his mental balance and was knocked out after a heavy blow. John decided to talk to this monster. He understands perfectly well that his heart is filled with anger and a desire for revenge. The Red Flame Emperor offers a kind of salvation and deliverance from suffering. Of course, John wants to get more powers of the ancient gods in order to use them for his own interests in the future. He wants to unite all 13 ancient gods and become their personal commander and master. The Emperor is not afraid to come into contact with the power of the plague in order to realize his plan. First, he's going to switch accounts and turn into Mad Max, who's not afraid of anything. After this, Tubino was completely freed from the iron embrace. He was no longer a slave to human consciousness. Once released, this monster is ready to begin serving John, because without him, he would continue to be locked up. John is in a good mood today, so he gives his new monster a chance to take revenge. Winchester has been using Tubino all this time. Now the moment of truth has come. He must pay for everything that happened earlier. Winchester will finally understand that you can't use the ancient gods for your own purposes, and at the same time, give them nothing in return. John enjoyed this revenge and felt a restrained joy inside. The dungeon was finally completed. The entrance and exit from this place were finally opened to all participants of the raid. A huge number of different artifacts were obtained along with coins, experience points, and level-ups. Only the Phoenix team was unhappy. Now they decided to captain and do not know what to do next. To start with, these guys will return to the Eastern region and meet with their employers. Dorothy will keep John informed of what is happening. First, we need to sort out some more issues because this is not the end yet. Tuco was going to get out of here quickly so that his enemies would not have time to react. Right at that moment, the portal generator was broken right before his eyes. The fat old man certainly didn't expect this turn of events. It seems he's in big trouble. He should have foreseen such events, but it turned out that he saw no further than his nose. Betty and Julia look very determined today. It is unlikely that they will give him a second chance. Recently, John has officially launched a war with the Eastern region. He killed Winchester, so now the bloodshed cannot be stopped. In any case, a brutal massacre will begin. John has acquired several ancient gods, so his determination and self-confidence have increased significantly. Now this guy looks like a psychopath who should be feared by even the bravest pirates of the wild territories. Tuco has caused a lot of trouble and done a lot of bad things throughout his life, and now it's time for payback. Apparently the fat man was not ready to die. At the last moment, he injected himself with an unknown substance into his neck. It was obvious that such a biologist would be able to find a way to resist death. He worked with mutants for a long time and conducted research on them, so he found a way to become stronger. This does not mean that he will avoid death, because a huge body does not provide an advantage without increasing characteristics. The twin sisters gave a master class in the use of bladed weapons, and it was a pleasure to watch. Several more artifacts were received as gifts for destroying Tuco. Finally, the girls can sleep peacefully. They have taken revenge for their terrible childhood and all the suffering that befell them. There's still a lot of work ahead of them, but first they need to get Alejandro home. Soon John finally met his friends and made Anna happy, who missed her brother. This guy doesn't seem to remember anything. It's going to take a long way to get his memory back. In any case, he is safe and sound, so she should be glad that her brother is okay. Sometimes it seemed to her that he would never return, but now her brother was nearby, and sooner or later he would still return his memories. Jones does everything possible to solve this puzzle. First, he needs to remove the demon status and return Alejandro to human form. Of course, Alejandro thanks his savior, although he does not fully understand what happened. Sandra was glad to see her brother. She noticed that after another quest, he returned with 2 charming beauties. Perhaps the Amazon of Chile will be too angry because she has new competitors. Too many beautiful girls are trying to win John's heart, but he remains committed to his own goals. Before him, achieving results and progress will always come first. It will be too difficult to monopolize this guy. Girls are better off finding another object of adoration. You can pay attention to the guy named Flynn, because this hunter also looks very attractive. Now John is focused on continuing his progress, still striving to make the world safer and create space for normal life. For such a scenario, it will be necessary to clear out many dangerous places. This world needs to be rid of monsters. The Emperor is very lucky that he has a large team that is ready to help him in this difficult task. He gave each team member instructions, and now everyone received their task. John also learned that there were no more than 12 hours left before the forced summoning of the Shadow Lord. Just as John was preparing to leave for a new mission, the system notified him that a dangerous intrusion had been detected. John asked the fortress to turn off their alarm because it was just an artifact that was in his hand. John sets out to find Alejandro's lost memories, even at great risk. Anna wanted to go with him, but it was better for her to stay in the fortress and get closer to her brother. Sooner or later, he will definitely return, but first he needs to complete a new mission. There are a huge number of terrible demons and monsters in front of him. It's not difficult to predict what will happen in a few minutes. It seems like a huge storm is brewing, all for the sake of meeting the Demon King. This dimension reveals the true form of the Demon Destroyer, with all restrictions removed from accounts. John forgoes Tubino's help, and now this ancient god transforms into the form of a Demon Destroyer. Within a few hours, a huge number of monsters were torn to pieces. More than half of the dimension's demons were killed, and 200 million experience points were transferred to the Red Flame Emperor's account. A glorious hunt has taken place, but ahead of John there is a huge, ruined temple, which is called the abode of the ancient demon god. He must head there, but first he wants to rest after the grueling battle. With the help of a bell, he can summon a merchant demon and exchange dead bodies for equipment. They didn't get a proper deal last time, but this time it's different. It turned out that this merchant knew a lot and was ready to tell John terrible secrets. Once upon a time, he was the assistant of the Demon Lord and the guardian of the treasury. After the Demon Lord disappeared, the lands fell into chaos, and Nafe moved the treasury to the spatial storage. It seems that the demon merchant is not lying. He saved his blood and did not spend a cent. In exchange for a huge number of corpses, he gave John the blood of a demon lord to activate the jade. Only with the help of blood can the demon lord once again manifest his true form. The demon lord was shocked to learn that the jade had chosen an ordinary person. Perhaps John really was not an ordinary person. John also learned that the demon lord was killed by an ancient god who used additional skills. Before his death, the lord transferred his power to the jade and threw it into a random dimension. Now John must fulfill the final condition to gain power. He must kill the demon god. In return, he will receive a special demon lord account and all hidden characteristics will be revealed. It seems that the ancient demon god sensed the jade in his territory and immediately went hunting. John will have to fight this hellish monster and do everything possible to win. This monster killed the demon lord, which already indicates that he is incredibly powerful. In this case, it is completely unclear why he is rotting in this distant world. The 13 ancient gods separated from the god of destruction and were imprisoned in various random dimensions. No matter how strong the ancient gods were, it was too difficult for them to destroy the wall between dimensions. All this is connected with the fact that the ancient gods are not powerful enough and do not have a higher power. This is exactly what the demon god thinks. He began to secretly train the demon lord and cultivate a source of power within him to make him stronger. The ancient god waited for his disciple to become strong enough to kill him and take all of his internal energy. All this was necessary in order to break through the dimensions, but the plan did not work because the demon believer imprisoned his power in bloody jade. This crystal was sent to an unknown dimension, but now John has returned the crystal to its homeland. The ancient god is going to take this power for himself and finally escape from this terrible dungeon. He wants to unite with the one god of destruction and fulfill his wish to destroy the universe and all dimensions. Only now did John realize that the account of the true ruler was a symbiosis of the powers of all the ancient gods combined. The system forces John to collect ancient gods to unlock the god of destruction. It's pure madness. John is not going to help the ancient god destroy this world because there are too many creatures living in it that deserve to live. It seems they couldn't come to a deal, which means it's time for a fight. The ancient god is not going to retreat from his goals. He has waited too long for the moment of retribution and is not going to stop one step before victory. This guy is so tough that he's going to call in all his warriors to help him destroy John. He is willing to give him life only if John gives him the bloody jade that interests him. In response, John laughed and said that he was not going to do that because if he did, the whole world would be destroyed. He easily broke free from mental control because he had long ago learned to control his mind and consciousness. John now faces a difficult task. First, he must destroy all the assistants of the ancient god. It won't be easy given the number and quality of opponents, but this guy has always found a way to win. Just now, he activated a divine rank skill book called Master of Biotechnology. This guy has something weird and interesting in mind. Let's see if the new body will help him defeat all these monsters. John called the Demon Terminator for help. He's going to play the same game with the monsters. This guy always finds unconventional ways to solve problems. His actions are always interesting to watch. Now he has a very difficult opponent, an ancient demon god distinguished by his strength and cruelty. Of course, we should not forget that the Lord of the Red Flame has already defeated the ancient gods. But each battle is always different from the previous one. The demon created by John does everything possible to help his master. The interesting tricks don't end there. The show must continue to please the audience. John calls upon the ancient gods, who have long been under his mental control, to help him. The demon god finds it hard to believe that an ordinary man could take possession of 3 ancient deities. It all seems like a dream. Apparently, he doesn't know John very well, and this is the main problem with all of our hero's enemies. John is well aware of the strengths of his opponents, while his enemies have heard nothing about him. This gives him a hidden advantage because he already knows how to fight and what exactly needs to be done. At the same time, each of his opponents is forced to spend time adapting to this man's technique, all of which gives John a hidden advantage. Now, his ancient gods do all the dirty work for the master. This is the highest level of management skill. John offers the demon god to stop this battle if he is willing to submit to his will. For now, the demon god refuses because his heart is filled with anger. But John is not going to back down from his chosen path. He wants to make his opponent afraid, and then he will have no choice but to kneel before the Lord of the Red Flame. To do this, you will have to activate the account of the Shadow King, who has been locked up for a long time. The ancient god immediately realized that before him was a constellation of shadows. This creature had been fighting with the god of destruction for countless years. If the shadow constellation has not disappeared, then he used the shadows of the universe to restore his former powers. This means that the ancient gods have submitted to the one who is the worst enemy of the god of destruction. These monsters admit that they were a little uncomfortable at first, but they feel safe anyway. John is a wonderful ruler who has given them freedom and opportunity. It's hard for the demon god to listen to all these stupid stories, but sooner or later, he too must change his mind about John. He doesn't have much of a choice now, as he is locked in this dungeon and can't get out into the outer galaxy. If he agrees to work for John, he will gain freedom and the opportunity to destroy strong opponents in exchange for his obedience. If he refuses, he will suffer greatly and will definitely die due to unrestrained pressure. John felt he had reached the climax of the evening and gave his opponent another chance. Within seconds, the ancient god Saradia was successfully subdued and incorporated into the system in the form of a demonic summoning crystal. John achieved his goal and calmly returned to his normal state. He lost a huge amount of energy in order to summon the Shadow King. Now he needs time to recover. By subduing the demon, he received several million coins and 3 high-quality artifacts. In his hands is the Demon King's tiara, which will help John summon an army of demons to fight. He held his own coronation. This guy is too self-confident and daring in his actions. The demons immediately surrounded the Red Flame Emperor and submitted to his wish. Now this guy has officially become the Demon King and has a huge army of monsters at his disposal. A special Demon King account was just created, and John discovered a huge number of possibilities. Now he has a new mission, because there are 7 dimensions with higher kings. The mission is called the Destiny of the King. John must find information about other dimensions and become the king in them. If he collects the 7 highest titles, he will be able to rule the entire world. The task has no time limit, so John can start the mission at any time. As a gift to his king, the merchant decided to give the secret key of the Demon Emperor, which opens the treasury. This journey has brought John great rewards, but now it is time to move on. He has gained an exclusive demon dimension to which he can always return at will. It's time for John to return to the world of the Shadow King to continue his long-standing mission. At the same time, information about this guy leaked far beyond the demon world. A serious meeting took place between mysterious hooded creatures. All of these representatives are aware of what has happened recently. A little-known guy from the Southwest region has destroyed several important figures in the human world. It seems like they hate John here and are trying to come up with a plan to get rid of him as quickly as possible. These people already know that John is accumulating resources and making his clan much more powerful. This guy has been making a lot of noise lately and has made people really respect him. If it continues to develop at such a rapid rate, it will become the main threat to the eastern region. It was decided to destroy this worm so that it would no longer be an obstacle. It looks like the hunt for the Red Flame Lord is officially on from now on, and it'll be interesting to watch. Now let's move on to the world of the Shadow King, where John has already returned. Now he is talking to Christina, who is the head of the Hunter Department. She yells at John and Laguna and tells them that they are in too dangerous a place. Sarian is also unhappy with what is happening. He wants to know what these youngsters are up to. John found a key that will allow him to enter the sewers of this city and check how exactly the plague is spreading here. This key was obtained by defeating the members of the Church of the Hidden Blood during the previous battle. The experienced craftsmen were nervous, but agreed that Laguna and John were doing the right job. They said that the sewers and the city are very dangerous, so Laguna should hand over the key to more experienced hunters. This guy did not agree to make such concessions and said that he and John wanted to see their business through to the end. His persistence helped to obtain Christina's permission. Now the special operation can begin. Experienced hunters team up with young people to find out the truth about the terrible plague. They all entered the sewers of Linway City together. There was no doubt that something unusual would happen here. They are also accompanied by other members of the Hunting Association, and the team is ready for any turn of events. Even experienced hunters sense danger. It seems that most of the secrets of this city have not yet been revealed. Problems began after just a few minutes in the sewers because an army of rats appeared. These are not only small rats, but also full-fledged mutants capable of attacking people. Oddly enough, this is a great opportunity for experienced hunters to show off their skills. Christina ordered everyone to gather within the priest's spell radius and focus on destroying the monsters. Soon, a huge 3-headed high-level mutant rat appeared here. Even such an experienced and serious wizard as Sarian was seriously affected by the monster's attacks. The rat turned out to be so big that it could easily grab Christina in its arms. Christina felt that the situation was close to hopelessness, so she decided to take desperate measures. She wants to sacrifice herself in order to give the rest of the team a chance to escape. John and Laguna asked her to calm down and said that they could help in the current situation. It is important to remember that during the previous mission, Laguna discovered new skills. He took the first step towards becoming a full-fledged Shadow King, his skills becoming powerful. Now he is not an ordinary guy whom no one respects, but a man who can be called a monster. With one movement of his hand, he cut the monster into pieces and turned his attention to the rest of the rats. With the help of portals and dead vampires, Laguna began to clean out the sewers. Within a few minutes, the place was completely cleared of these horrible and filthy creatures. That's how easy it was to solve the problem. The guy who was underestimated turned into a hero. Everyone around was shocked and could not believe what kind of skills Laguna had discovered. Christina and Sarian did not understand what happened. They began to fear this guy. Laguna cannot divulge all of his skills and abilities, but he promises to use his power to protect the weak and those in need. John also believes that they should thank this kind guy, because without his help, they would all have ended up in the mutant's stomach. The main quest line continues to progress, and it seems like John is heading in the right direction. Now we need to gather our strength and not forget that the current task is directly related to the existence of the Order of Hunters. The teams decided to split up. All this happened because Sarian began to suspect Laguna of collaborating with the Church of the Red Blood. This old man can be understood because Laguna really did use strange methods to fight monsters. It's best not to pay attention to this right now. John advises his friend to calm down and forget about emotions. Laguna is very determined. He wants to become stronger in order to help people. Then no one will doubt him anymore. Their journey continued, and they found themselves in a place where they had to decide which way to continue. They don't have a map of the sewers right now, but that doesn't mean John can't analyze the area. Now he knows where to go and can easily get out of this dirty and black place. Meanwhile, the rest of the team continues to move through the sewers, seemingly looking unsure. Their map is far from perfect, so some hunters begin to worry that they might get lost. Soon some unknown wind blew, filled with dark energy, and all the torches immediately went out. The hunters began to panic. The priest ordered them to calm down and prepare for battle. It seems their map led them right to the center of a gathering of monsters. Getting out of here alive will not be easy at all. Within a few seconds, there was too much blood in this location, which is exactly what you would expect from the sewers of a cursed city. By that time, John and Laguna had already left the sewers and heard strange screams. They don't have time to go back down, so they can only hope that the experienced hunters get out of there alive. You need to not create unnecessary problems for yourself and continue moving towards your intended goal. Soon, Laguna saw something moving ahead. He asked John to stay put while he checked the area. After a few seconds, he approached an unknown creature. It seemed to be this girl who was hiding her level. Laguna tried to talk to this beauty, but she did not answer him at all. As soon as John and his friend decided to continue their journey, they immediately heard the voice of this stranger. She wants to know who they are and what exactly they are doing in this terrible city. Laguna tried to start a dialogue again, but the girl remained silent, as if she was here completely alone. Apparently, she doesn't like the Order of Hunters and doesn't want to get involved with strangers. John confidently stated that he was not a member of the Order and simply wanted to establish contact. This beauty's name is Kalia. She is ready to build a dialogue only if John fulfills her request. Her sister has been lost for a long time, and now she needs to bury the rest of the family, so she cannot go looking for her sister. If John and his friend help find his sister, she promises to tell them everything they need. John agreed to help this girl. Now he wants to hear information about this city. Linwei was a prosperous and peaceful city, but everything changed when mysterious people appeared. After the arrival of unknown people, alchemical experiments began to take place on people, and that is when the inhabitants began to get sick and the city turned into ruins. Various groups of hunters have already come here. All these brave warriors died in this territory. It seems that all this is connected with the fragment for which the hunters come to this territory. No one was able to find a shard of blood. The hunters were not even able to leave the territory of this city. Kalia is not an ordinary city dweller at all. She was also a member of the Order of Hunters, and it was her squad that brought the blood shard to the city. The guys were very surprised that in front of them were the commanders of the hunting team. Such a title is not often encountered. The mysterious shard is located on top of the city's main building, but it is too difficult to get to. Mutant monsters are standing guard over this place. Getting through them will not be easy at all. Kalia told John absolutely everything he needed to know. Now she wants to get help from him. Laguna doesn't understand how she could go on such a dangerous mission and take her sister with her, because this is reckless behavior. John asked his friend to calm down and not interfere in the family affairs of strangers. First, they must fulfill their promise, and only then better understand the situation. You can doubt the words of a living person, but there is no point in trusting a dead one. At first glance, John realized that the girl's heartbeat and breathing had stopped. Her blood had frozen, which meant that she was already dead during the dialogue. Laguna will also learn to identify the dead. This requires practice and time to learn. It is possible that false information was planted in Kalia's mind. so she cannot be trusted 100%. Soon Laguna unknowingly activated the source of his power, which came to his aid. He decided to show the way to his master. Without this help, it would have been much more difficult to act. John had long suspected that the source of the plague was a shard of the Shadow King's blood. People were able to unseal the power of the shard, but they still have not learned how to use this artifact correctly. John began to think that the power of the ancient gods could be added to this shard. For example, the power of the Blood Lord. The Shadow King's shard is a mortal enemy of the power of the ancient gods. If the shard is forced to work, it will lead to unexpected consequences. There is no doubt that the fragment could have generated the plague, so we need to quickly extract the fragment. This will help Laguna become invincible. The Church of the Secret Blood has infiltrated the kingdom and used its power to force the Hunter Order to bring the blood shard here. They then secretly used the power of the ancient god and the shard to achieve some goal, resulting in a plague. John already understands the rough scenario of what happened, but some questions still need to be clarified. In order to climb to the top of the tower, you will have to go through terrible creatures. These guys are not used to building a competent dialogue because they are loyal dogs of the Dark Force. John and his comrade will have to strain themselves to get through the Black Dogs. Laguna knows these monsters. They are hunters from the order called the Black Dogs of Purgatory. They are responsible for protecting the Archbishop and are the most powerful representatives of the order. The Archbishop lives in the capital, which is why the appearance of black dogs here is extremely suspicious. John doesn't understand why Laguna doesn't activate her skills and kill these monsters. It feels like he knows them personally and is afraid to use his new abilities. If he continues to do nothing, John will soon have to personally intervene in this process. The Red Flame Emperor doesn't want to do this because Laguna needs to kill enemies on her own to develop her potential. Soon the Shadow King finally realized that he had to show resilience and show his strength. He became upset and looked at John as if admitting that he was very guilty before his friend. It seems like this guy has too many secrets that he still hasn't told the Emperor. Laguna knows one of the local monsters and cannot kill it with her own hands. He had treated him too well, but now he had to stop the Black Dog's torment. He tried to cut his head in two, but at the last moment his hand stopped. In front of him is Leo, who constantly asks Laguna to kill him. But what does all this mean? Now the left has turned into a creature that cannot be called alive or dead, but he continues to pray for death. Laguna had never lost control of his emotions so much before. Originally a stray orphan, as a child, he was lucky enough to find a village where he could settle, and it was there that he met Leo. The village was attacked by bandits and everyone was killed except for the lagoon, which is where the hunters found him. Leo took the guy in and Laguna began living with his family, who treated him well. One night, Leo was on a mission and some guests came to his home who were considered friends of this hunter. Laguna didn't even understand what was happening. He was pierced by the ball several times and lost consciousness. He heard Leo's wife and child screaming, and when the owner of the house returned home, Laguna saw a grown man sobbing under internal pain. The boy realized that he could not protect these people, and they died precisely because of him. At that moment, he told Leo the whole truth, but the hunter only cried and continued to laugh like a madman, after which he abandoned the bodies of his family and went in an unknown direction. Laguna was eventually saved, raised by Dr. Victor, and then joined the Hunter's Order and tried to find Leo. It seemed that Leo had given up revenge for the sake of money and power, which is why Laguna did not tell anyone about his connection with this man. John got hold of the truth potion of the dead in order to finally shed some light on this story. Of course, Leo is considered a living dead, but Laguna still can't completely destroy him. He must make a choice, either get to the bottom of the truth or allow Leo to exist as a walking dead man. Laguna made a decision. He apologized to his friend and said that he would definitely avenge him. After that, he gave the dead man a truth potion to find out everything that happened. Leo was shocked when he saw Laguna in front of him. He doesn't understand why he didn't die and sees this guy. Is this really a hallucination? He was told that he was indeed dead, but his consciousness had been restored with the help of a magic potion, and that it would only last for a few minutes. Laguna began asking his friend questions in order to finally understand what had happened. It turned out that the detachment of hunters was following the Archbishop to the city of Linway. Over time, strange things began to happen. Mutated monsters began to infect people. Leo offered the Archbishop to leave the city of safety, but he refused, and then Leo began to suspect the Archbishop of having connections with the Dark Force. One night he saw the Archbishop opening a secret passage and decided to follow him. Deep underground, he saw a mysterious altar where lay a strange fragment of stone that resembled blood. There were many priests around who were repeating some unknown spell. Leo was careless and soon fell into a trap. For the first time in a long time, he lost control of the situation. The Archbishop laughed and said that he always knew that sooner or later such a moment would come. He believes that the world is full of dangers, and only the secret church of the blood of the ancient gods can save people. The Archbishop created a squad of black dogs that followed all his instructions. He said that Leo had to join his team or else he would face a horrible and painful death. For many years, the leftist had been looking for the man he wanted to kill, and now he had the opportunity. He found the exact guy who killed his wife and daughter, so now it's time for payback. The Archbishop urged Leo to forget past grievances and start life with a clean slate. As soon as Leo saw this man, a bloody picture of the death of his beloved family immediately appeared before him. He could not restrain himself and fully enjoyed the process of revenge that he had been waiting for many years. He continued to laugh even after local priests pierced his body with their spears. His wish came true, so now he doesn't regret anything anymore, and he was also lucky to meet Laguna. Of course he understands that the secret church has been using him lately, but he doesn't care much. Leo can also help these young guys find that mysterious blood shard. He always keeps a map of the area in his inventory so he can quickly show where to go. Before us is a true professional in his field. There are practically no hunters like Leo left. John learned absolutely everything he wanted, and now gives Laguna the opportunity to ask his friend the last question. Laguna always wanted to be like Leo, but he regrets that he was too weak to protect his family members. He doesn't understand why Leo turned around and left, and didn't even say anything to the little boy he picked up in an unknown village. Leo was very upset and realized that it was time to tell the truth. He had a son, but he did not tell anyone about it. Previously, he was too stubborn and therefore treated his son too strictly. He wanted this guy to become the strongest hunter on the entire planet. His child could not withstand such pressure and soon committed suicide. Leo could not forgive himself for such behavior. He understood that he was to blame for what happened to his son. Then he met Laguna and still decided to take him home with him because this guy looked very much like his son. He could never really get used to Laguna, so he decided to distance himself from it the moment the disaster happened. If Laguna had been near Leo, he could have died, so the experienced hunter decided to pave his own path to revenge. Before leaving, he asked Dr. Victor to cure Laguna and look after him for the rest of his days. It was a touching story. Leo considers this guy a gift from heaven, salvation and grace. He considers him his beloved son, and now he has nothing more to regret before his death. Leo lost consciousness while Laguna experienced incredible agony and heartache. The progress of the main quest immediately increased by 10%, but this information did not make things any easier. A few hours later, Leo was buried with dignity. This man deserved peace and tranquility. He didn't regret anything, so Laguna shouldn't be too upset, because Leo lived a happy life, even despite the bad ending. The Order of Hunters and the Secret Church are rotten to the core. The world will have to be destroyed and everything will have to be rebuilt anew. First, Laguna must find power, and he will need this power right now. He will never forgive the Secret Church for the murder of his second father. He is ready to take revenge and destroy everyone in his path. His inner pain is ready to burst out and destroy all the creatures that are behind these crimes. Having sensed the aura of the monster, Laguna immediately began to attack despite the lack of preparation for the actions. This guy is not yet wise enough to form a strategy before attacking. He is not afraid of the bloody cyborg that is right in front of him. This guy's internal aggression is so great that it is almost impossible for him to restrain himself. His opponent uses the secret arts of the Church of Blood, but it won't help him at all. Bloody cyborg levels up by absorbing blood. This guy has learned to evolve before our eyes. These skills had helped him before, but now that he had faced the Shadow King, he had not signed his own death warrant. He's going to make this guy feel incredible pain for being the one who killed Leo. Although the bloody cyborg pretended not to understand anything, the Shadow King did not listen to him at all. Within a few minutes, the terrible monster turned into a small, frightened rat. If he answers all the necessary questions, his suffering will quickly end. The bloody cyborg immediately said that his boss wanted to summon the ancient god bird, who is also called the Master of Dark Blood. This ancient god gave his supreme power to the priests, but the world rejects his indulgence. The church learned that the Hunter Order holds a bloodstone that has powerful powers and the ability to help summon an ancient god. For many years, the church brainwashed the Archbishop of the Hunter Order, and in the end, they forced him to bring the bloodstone to the altar of Linway City. During the summoning, something went wrong and the power of the ancient god pushed away the bloodstone. This event caused the decay of the flesh and blood of the ancient god, which led to the plague. The bloodstone became too unstable. To maintain the power of the crooked stone, it takes too much flesh and blood of the ancient gods. But sooner or later, it must synchronize with the world and allow Bird to descend into this world. The Church of Blood uses the power of their nemesis to resurrect their god. It's really funny. Now this terrible monster is no longer needed. He has already told all the information, so he must die. First, you need to get the blood shard and destroy the Church of Blood, and then prevent the coming of the ancient god. At first, John thought about destroying Bird, but then he realized that he needed to do something a little different. He's going to summon this monster into this world in order to then use it for his own purposes. During the conversation, the guys noticed that a mysterious and unknown girl approached them. It seems that in front of them is Kalia's sister. They need to ask her to calm down and not be afraid. As soon as John tried to talk to her, she immediately ran away in the other direction. The boys wanted to follow her, but they saw that they had fallen into a trap. The girl led them straight to the mutants. In any case, this girl must be saved no matter what, so all mutants must be beheaded. It is unlikely that she did it on purpose. John promised Kalia to return her sister. He will definitely fulfill the agreement. They tried to talk to this young hooligan, but she kept running away. If she wants to play hide and seek, he can arrange a game for her that she will never forget. Oddly enough, this girl is the only normal living person they met here. It's really strange John felt her heartbeat the first time they met. Somehow she managed to survive. Now we need to understand what she succeeded in and what she had in mind. The girl arrived at the central castle of the city. This is where John and Laguna needed to get to. She said that the stranger was underestimated by the city, which was filled with illusory barriers that prevented him from reaching the castle. However, if the hunters go inside, they will fall into an illusion and will never be able to get out. Before us is Karina, who is called the Saint of the Order of Hunters. She has a level of 200, and it is clearly better not to underestimate her. Laguna was very surprised. He had heard about this girl and knew that she was at the Order's headquarters. She has a very high status and understands perfectly well that these guys came here to calm the dead and fight the plague. She still remains in the city and does nothing. There are probably certain reasons for this. If John and Laguna want to put an end to this nightmare, they need to destroy the bloodstone that is located in this castle. The problem is that the Church of Blood has placed a curse on all the inhabitants of the city. Karina cannot enter the castle and cannot leave the city. She can only watch everything that happens here, but the door does not react to John at all. The living dead are controlled by devices in one of the towers. It is imperative to destroy this device. In that case, Karina's sister will definitely die. Does she really want that? It's better not to interfere in family affairs. Perhaps the sister's relationship is much worse than it seems. Saint Karina decided to bless the boys so that their chances of success would increase. A few seconds later, a strange ringing sound was heard, which was hardly a sign of anything good. It looks like John and Laguna have been spotted, and now all the undead are heading towards the city center. The illusory barrier is starting to break down. This is all clearly very strange. It is better to prepare for the worst outcome of events. Within a few seconds, a huge number of monsters began to approach the city center, where the castle is located. Karina immediately took the form of a holy woman and promised to hold off the dead, while John and Laguna carried out their part of the plan. It looks like Laguna is also ready to show off a couple of tricks he has up his sleeve. John is not the only one with incredible skills. He is now one of many talented warriors in the area. Karina had a very hard time containing the monsters, even though they looked as disgusting as possible. The problem is that she knows perfectly well what these people looked like just a few years ago. They were all happy and cheerful and treated her with great respect, and now she has to destroy them, which is why it is so difficult for her. Soon she heard a familiar voice. It seemed that her sister, whom she had not seen for a long time, had come to see her. Kalia invites her sister to join the world of evil and create a new world where there will be no room for inequality. Meanwhile, John and Laguna try to break through the barrier, and they are having serious difficulties. It turns out that right now in the catacombs of the castle, a ritual is taking place that is destroying many priests. The appetite of the bloodstone turned out to be incredible. Even the archbishop is not ready for it. Karina hoped that the two guys would be much faster. It was clear that they were facing serious difficulties. She refuses to cooperate with her sister and forces her to act as aggressively as possible. Karina doesn't want to fight her older sister at all, but it seems like she has no choice. She had already lost her once and could not forget the pain and sadness she felt in those cruel moments. Now Kalia is standing right in front of her, but Karina does not feel happiness and a sense of unity because her sister has changed too much. Saint Karina promised to protect people and do everything possible to defeat the forces of evil. She must not give up on her goals. Meanwhile, John decided to use all the magic potions he had in his inventory. This guy always carries something strange with him in order to surprise his opponents at a critical moment in battle. He helped Laguna increase his mana attributes and increase all stats. This guy had never felt so good before. With his skills, he was finally able to break the barrier and open those doors that seemed impenetrable. Within seconds, the team of hunters had made their way inside the central castle, and now the moment of truth was coming. At the last moment, Karina looked at them with joy. There were tears in her eyes, and she thanked the guys and also asked them to be careful. After that, she closed the doors behind her. It seems like Karina just said goodbye and sacrificed herself for the sake of completing the mission. Now is not the time to indulge in sentimentality. We must continue to follow the plan. An overdose of potions caused euphoria in Laguna. It seems that this guy is about to explode from internal energy. A large crowd of priests have gathered around the spell generator, all trying to implement their own plan. Right at that moment, the roof of the tower began to tear apart, and the priests realized that an unexpected guest had come to see them. There were two of these guests, John and Laguna, who had watched too many Batman movies and decided to hold a cosplay competition. They are going to destroy everyone who is gathered here, because the Church of Blood must not exist. The spell generator was destroyed within a few minutes. The Archbishop couldn't believe it. Now control over the city's monsters is impossible, and the Church of Blood is in serious trouble. All the priests gathered around the altar, waiting to see the very guy about whom there were so many rumors. At first they thought that John had come with his army of monsters, but when they saw that he was alone, they immediately began to rejoice like children. What these guys don't realize is that John has come with the young Shadow King, and the fun is about to begin. Laguna won't let anyone make fun of her brother. This guy doesn't joke or play games anymore. With one sure movement of his hands, he destroyed several priests. The Archbishop completely lost control of the situation. He thought he was a demigod, but ended up being a weak worm with no special skills. With the help of magic, he tries to fight and clings to life, but his death sentence has already been written. The Archbishop can only hope for the help of the ancient god, who promised to protect him. Now, the ancient god is nowhere to be found, so he must pay for the death of Leo and the rest of the Empire's inhabitants. Laguna is happy that he has avenged his second father. Now he is ready to take control of the Shadow Star blood fragment. It seems that something is wrong with the shard, and John advises to move away from this artifact. Perhaps all fears were justified. The fragment of the Shadow of the Stars has already been assimilated with the blood of the ancient god. The shard not only refuses to be absorbed, but also tries to suck the blood of the lagoon. We need to understand why the fragment rejects Laguna. John is sure that everything should happen exactly the opposite. Even the essence of the Shadow King does not understand what is happening. It seems that the fragment was blocked by an unknown force. John guessed that the shard had been corrupted by the power of the ancient blood god and had become uncontrollable. To regain control over the artifact, you need to cleanse it of the power of blood, and to do this, you need to kill Bird. First, you need to find this creature. Laguna must touch the artifact and experience terrible pain. This is the only way he can see everything that is happening in the city and find the necessary creature. Within a few seconds, he felt the entire city as if he were a god. There is only one living person in the whole city besides John and the lagoon, probably Karina. In that case, Christina and her team of hunters should be dead. Even if Laguna had to exert himself seriously and pass out from pain, he would still find all the members of the Church of Blood. John realizes that this cult has a real base. They must have another altar where they hide. These guys could probably be in places in the city that would arouse the least suspicion. Seeing tentacles above the sky, John guessed that the occultists were hiding in a lair located above the city. Christina and Sarian are still alive, although they need urgent medical attention. First, you need to follow the tentacles and come straight to the lair of these terrible creatures. Now John is approaching the main cache of the Church of Blood. This is an airship that strikes terror into all living beings. The technology of this world never ceases to amaze the Red Flame Emperor. It is necessary to wipe out absolutely everyone involved in this evil plan. But at the same time, it is necessary to keep the airship core safe and sound. As soon as John and Laguna approached the lair, the alarm immediately went off. These guys think that the alarm will help them, but it's all just a joke. They tried to destroy the intruder and started to panic. John and Laguna didn't pay attention to it. Right now, a ritual is taking place to summon the sacred god, and it is being personally handled by the Pope of the Secret Church of Blood, Cindy Raga. These guys are doing everything possible to make God come down from heaven and help them change the world. The progress of the ancient god's summoning begins to grow with each passing minute. Now the arrival of Bird is only a matter of time. To summon the ancient god, you need to use the Bloodstone, and to feed this stone, you will have to give him the city of Linway. A massive energy transfer from the ground and other aircraft has just begun. All this increases the speed of the ancient god's return to freedom. The terrible process accelerates. The energy flow is allowing the ancient god to gain power from the Bloodstone. This must be stopped immediately. A little more and Bird will really be free. Then it will be very difficult to destroy him. The Church of Blood has been gathering resources for 100 years to summon the ancient god, but it looks like they are in serious trouble. The energy of the Star Shadow fragment is depleted, a little more, and the fragment will not be able to power the portal. John is not going to stop this. He has long planned to do everything possible to conquer the ancient god bird. To implement his plans, he called upon the help of an evil deity from the other world. The priest couldn't believe that an ordinary person could summon such serious monsters. John is doing everything he can to make sure Bird can actually get into this world. Is this guy crazy? Most likely, John understands perfectly well what he is doing. He wants to personally deal with the new enemy. After defeating Baird, he will gain control over another deity, and this will make him truly powerful. Now the Red Blood Church representatives are celebrating their victory. Even Laguna is starting to panic. None of them realize that John is in control of the situation. It's all just a game in which the Red Flame Emperor is the main actor. Bird felt weak. In order to gain strength, he began to kill all the servants of the Church of Blood. Even the Pope of the Secret Church was furious. He felt betrayed. A few seconds later, he was destroyed by his own god. That's what blind faith in the forces of evil ends with. Now John decided to start negotiations and try to gain power without war. It was John who helped Bird descend into this world and now wants God to become his personal assistant. In response, he heard only loud laughter. It seems that the ancient god considers him a clown who should not be trusted. If he does not want to resolve this conflict in a good way, then force will have to be used here. At first, John thought he would defeat his new opponent just as he had done the previous times. After a few minutes of fighting, he realized that today was different because Bird was different from the other ancient gods. This monster can control the blood of its opponents, so calling on other ancient gods for help is a pretty bad idea. Laguna tries to find a way to win. He can resist the blood control, but he has too little power yet. He wants to absorb the shard in order to stop his current opponent. At that moment, Christina ran up to him along with the priest Sarian. Apparently they had something to say. It turned out that these two creatures were now under the control of the blood shard's consciousness. He wants to absorb the maximum amount of power, and to do this he even wants to absorb Laguna. The fragment developed its own awareness, something no one expected. The fragment has gone crazy and wants to take over the power of the lagoon. We need to try to get out of this situation. Even the true Shadow King did not expect that his own fragment would become so intelligent and powerful. He was driving the experienced hunters crazy and was going to direct them towards the lagoon. Oddly enough, now John and his friend will have to fight against people who should be on their side. The Shadow King tried to stabilize the situation, but it must be admitted that he was unsuccessful. If they don't come to a consensus now and make a treaty, the ancient god will very quickly destroy the entire world. The Splinter must understand that it needs to unite with the lagoon. But this does not happen. Laguna is also very difficult. He must defeat Christina and Sarian. Then the fragment will become powerless against his desires. But it is too difficult to do. When Laguna was only 14 years old, he felt that he was being discriminated against and not accepted into the Order of Hunters. Then he got a little older and began to look at the situation from a slightly different angle. He always followed his convictions, but Christina still refused to show him respect. Laguna was angry that no one was paying attention to him. He felt that he deserved more respect. Christina was very surprised when she realized that this boy had very strong ambitions at a young age. She surprised this guy with her charm and incredible charisma. Laguna couldn't be angry with her because he liked her very much. He wanted to become the strongest hunter in order to protect Christina for the rest of his life. Of course, it is difficult for him to overcome himself now. Killing this woman is more difficult for him than committing his own suicide. John realized that he needed to call on the demon of greed for help. Help was clearly needed here. The demon must influence the mind of the lagoon to increase its thirst for power in order to move this problem from its dead point. The demon used his strongest technique to penetrate the man's mind. The nine-headed Hydra represents the strongest greed. Now the consciousness of the lagoon has changed. He felt an uncontrollable thirst for power and wanted to gain the power that would make him the best in the world. The Splinter felt that it was winning this battle and could now absorb the young warrior. All that was left was to cut off his head with the help of Christina's hands, who had lost control of her mind. At the last moment, Laguna said that once her smile saved him, but now everything could end in a completely opposite way. If he wants to become stronger, he must completely discard the past and start looking only forward. To do this, you will have to say goodbye to Captain Christina. To succeed, you need to make sacrifices. Experienced hunters Sarian and Christina have just been destroyed by the power of the young Shadow King. It feels like he has turned into a completely different person. His consciousness has changed. The Splinter realized that he had lost and began to give up. But weaklings do not deserve self-awareness. In just a few seconds, with the help of the demon of greed, Laguna finally took a step forward towards his evolution. He felt like he had become much stronger. Now he would never forget Leo and Christina and would live to not disappoint their legacy. This is why he will rule the world. And this is why the mission's progress has reached 50%. Now John will complete his task, and it will be a few more weeks before the next breakthrough. Now he can calmly return to the safe zone and think about everything that happened earlier. Every world and every person has their own destiny, and we must come to terms with it. Now John has other tasks. He needs to speed up the restoration of the second security zone. You will also have to get the ancient gods that are in the eastern region, although now is not the time to act hastily. John had killed many people from the eastern region, so he knew it would be open season on him. He just learned that an unknown woman came to the Han Company office looking for the Red Flame Emperor, so Margaret calls John for a serious talk. He immediately went to headquarters and met with all his close friends. After this, the main representatives of the organization came into the office to have a serious conversation. The magic generator was launched after the reinforced walls were activated, making the room completely safe. It turned out that very important people had arrived here, and John was about to meet them. In front of him is a representative of the Angel Advent Group, one of the 5 major forces in the eastern region. Her name is Layla. Khan stated that the magnitude of this personality cannot be underestimated, so John must take the conversation seriously. Layla had already heard about the famous Emperor of the Red Flame. Now she met him in person. Donald constantly joked about John having too many fans. Margaret clearly doesn't like such jokes. Layla came here because John destroyed the Winchester along with Tuco. This situation is now the talk of the East. She voted against killing John, but the top brass decided to destroy the Emperor. Everyone around was shocked and asked John to be much more careful. They must group together and protect their main star. So far, the situation has not reached a critical point, although the kill order has been activated. But I do not consider John too dangerous, so no one will rush to destroy him. Over the 100 years of the safe zone's existence, many outstanding personalities have visited it, and not all of them were on the side of the opinion leaders. Many of these people were brutally killed, but Layla is confident that this time the conflict can be avoided. She wants to help John because he saved Nancy, who is her close friend. She also wants to invest in this guy. If he wins the Eastern region, then Layla will earn serious money from this. If he loses this battle, she loses nothing, so it's a win-win strategy. John is willing to cooperate with such people, although not everyone is happy to cooperate with the Eastern region. However, John is confident that Layla is the right person. He wants to continue building the safe zone and use this information to ensure his comfort. Now he has the support of a serious member of the Eastern region, so he has nothing to fear. John just received a level 3 pass, which will allow him to freely enter the Eastern region. He was glad to see Nancy and meet Layla. Now there are serious benefits to be gained from this cooperation. Everyone who tried to destroy the Eastern region was destroyed, but John is confident that he will be the first to succeed. A little later, negotiations took place to understand how to proceed further. There are many people gathered here who belong to the corporation and want to know their future plans. John spoke about his plans to build a safe zone and promised that it would help the corporation reach a new level. Very soon, they will be free from constant problems with monsters and will be able to sleep peacefully. First, we'll need to recruit people in the wild, but that shouldn't be much of a problem. John has enough resources to prepare from all sides for the launch of the safe zone. To do this, you will have to deal with the thugs who are the plague of the wild nature. Without these guys, the inhabitants of the wild zone will calm down and happily move towards civilization. John decided to go to meet the mercenaries to show them that they were no longer in charge here. He came here with his friends to rehearse a team performance. The most powerful representatives of the team gathered in the conference room of the Abyss of Chaos. This is where the boss, named Saiga, is located, and he is clearly unhappy about losing the influence of the wild. This guy is used to bullying girls and doing absolutely everything he wants. He had just been informed that an unknown suicide squad had entered their territory. At first, he thought it was some kind of prank and that clowns really had come to see him, but then it became clear that this was not the case. Saiga was surprised to see how prepared all these guys were. It was clearly better not to joke with them. Within a few minutes, half of the mercenaries were brutally destroyed. John has brought with him a team of professional killers who will not stop halfway. Saiga clearly didn't expect his team to be so ineffective. He promised to kill anyone who dares to enter his territory. Now let's see what he will do when he meets the Lord of the Red Flame. This guy thought he was safe in his home. It was a big mistake. A few seconds later, he was left without a head. All members of his team realized that the game was over. You should have thought about your own safety earlier. Now it's too late. John called for help from a ruthless Valkyrie who doesn't like to leave her opponents alive. The survivors must be eliminated because mercenaries don't deserve a second chance. Valkyrie is so cruel and uncompromising that it is even scary to watch her actions. Now this area is cleared of evil and can become part of the safe zone. The local beauties will be freed and will no longer have to fulfill the boss's dirty desires. John thanked his friends for their help. Without them, things would have been much more difficult for him. The next day, too many people gathered near the main gate of the 9th District of the Southwest Safe Zone. Mr. Khan decided to speak out and talk about how difficult the path was for previous generations. Previous generations went through great difficulties to create safe zones and have a chance to survive. The number of people is growing, so safe zones must be expanded to allow everyone to feel safe. The head of the corporation just informed the common people that a super safe zone will soon be opened. First, everyone must take part in the construction to create a new future together, in which everyone will have their own home. The safe zone has always saved people from terrible monsters, but sooner or later the walls will be destroyed. It's only thanks to the Red Flame Lord that the Southwest region is still functioning. This guy can really be trusted. He decided to take on the costs and build a new super safe zone using high technology. All this is done absolutely free of charge, just so that people finally get what they deserve. Very soon, technology will help to start construction, but human help is also needed. It seems that the people are not against helping John create a new reality for humanity. With just a few jokes and a smile, he was able to bring ordinary people together. This guy clearly has acting talent. He is extremely confident and ambitious. John has already grown to the point where his presence gives people hope. In addition to building a safe zone and destroying mercenaries, do not forget about destroying monsters. To do this, you need to use an integrated approach and involve the maximum number of organizations and people to implement the plan. The clan society, together with the inhabitants of the Wild Zone, agreed to help John in this difficult mission. The Southwest Safe Zone cooperates with the young emperor without any contradictions. More and more often, John begins to think about his legacy, which is exactly what the school principal hinted at to him. He wants to leave behind something more than just fame and achievement. Before that, we will have to not only become stronger, but also give people the opportunity to exist normally. John just contacted Maria. She told him that a mechanical queen from another planet has rebelled and is causing problems. It is not difficult to guess that Maria calls Lila the mechanical queen. It is unclear why this is a mechanical queen. John decided to come to the scene and immediately figure everything out. As soon as he began to approach his destination, missiles immediately started flying at him. This was not the kind of reception he expected from his friends. He would have to work hard to survive. It is currently in the 2nd security zone of the Southwest, but it is not safe at all yet. Here he met the Terminator girls who were part of his team. He thought they were worthy of him as their friend, but the result was an attack on the Overlord. John was forced to activate the Shadow Flame Emperor skill, otherwise he would not have survived. He constantly changed skills and tried to figure out what was going on here. He managed to stop the Terminators by controlling the mechanisms. In the underground laboratory of the safe zone is Maria. She's almost completely transformed due to Lilu's intervention. Maria tried to escape, but she failed, and now she is locked up. Maria asked John to use his power to free her before she loses control of her body. John read her memory and learned that at first everything was normal, and under Lilu's leadership, they methodically rebuilt the destroyed city. One day everything changed. During the extraction of resources, an unknown fog engulfed the mine, and all low-level mechanical devices failed. The Terminator girls tried to find out the reason and went in search of answers to the questions. As a result, they ended up in a strange place. The sensory sensors stopped working. Lilu was not afraid and moved forward, but this led to sad consequences. In the center of the forest, they came across an alien ship. It seemed like the ship had crashed tens of thousands of years ago. The lady ordered everyone to remain outside, and she herself entered the ship as if she felt no fear. She was gone for a long time, and when she returned, she looked completely different. Since then, she became more cruel and even began to talk to herself. Then Lilu went crazy and said that she was a mechanical queen from another planet who decided to take over everything here. While John was watching these memories, Maria's consciousness began to lose control over her body. Now Maria is an enemy of the Red Flame Emperor. She wants to eliminate him. It turns out that Lilu has distributed a program that states that John is the #1 target for every Terminator. Of course, the experienced warrior quickly neutralized the robot girl, but this does not solve the root of the problem. John is going to go to the alien ship in order to root out this problem. He went to the border of the Misty Lands to find Lila, who had gone crazy. It seems that he has ended up in a terrible place where all the rules of the modern world are ignored. John feels strange emotions. He needs to collect his thoughts and focus on the problem. In the Misty Lands, the slightest carelessness can lead to death. But this does not mean that you need to stop and return home. Within a few minutes, John had encountered his first trouble and was ready for battle. This guy is always ready for unexpected plot twists. He won't be surprised by childish tricks. He thought he was in complete control of the situation, but very quickly the Emperor found himself without a weapon. He needs to learn the rules here to get out of the impasse. Apparently he broke some rules, and because of that he got caught. Now it is completely unclear how the Terminator entered the depths of the foggy lands because it is incredibly dangerous here. It seems like John missed some memories and was too careless during the preparation. He was already prepared for death, but then he realized that he did not come here to turn on his back and surrender. I had to activate the skill Pandora's Secrets and show the power of a true man of steel. Lilu was able to go deep into the misty lands because she is not human like other robots. So you need to follow her example and turn into a transformer. John continued on his way and went far into the misty lands. Here he came across something interesting, a huge ship, which is now being built with the help of small robots. These crabs noticed John and immediately activated their laser beams. They decided to capture the target and immediately destroy the enemy, and an alien mechanism called the Terrible Giant Spider will help them with this. The Emperor had fought monsters of this level before, but that didn't mean it would be an easy task for him. Each individual battle is always different from the previous one. You will have to readapt to the strengths and weaknesses of your opponent. However, a person who has gone through a huge number of trials is clearly different from everyone else. He is a unique individual who cannot be compared with other hunters on planet Earth. With the help of his steel sword, he very quickly destroyed his opponent and showed who the real alpha male was. John loudly declared that if Lilu admitted her guilt and knelt down, he would not kill her, but would just hit her on the bottom with a belt a few times. It seems that the mechanical queen has undergone her own evolution and is no longer a little girl. John had underestimated this woman too much, and now he would have to pay dearly for it. Her home planet was captured by alien invaders. Lilu felt betrayed and only miraculously managed to be reborn after death. She had to become John's family in order to regain her lost power. She's not going to cling to this guy for survival anymore. Now Lilu has finally regained her former strength and is ready to take over this planet to become a full-fledged queen. John was going to build a safe zone and solve completely different problems. He didn't even think that such a strange situation would arise. However, he is willing to adapt and does not give Lil another chance to apologize and return to the team. It seems she has no intention of doing this and wants to punish the man who does not bow his head to the queen. Lilu activated her heavy firepower form. Now she looks really scary. With the help of Pandora's box, John organized a special alloy for escape. Apparently, he wants to avoid problems. You need to find the right moment to attack, and to do that, you first have to retreat. He stopped himself for a long time at the very last moment and did not want bloodshed. Over the years, John has become a much kinder person, although sometimes it's hard to believe. He sincerely wanted to give Lilu a chance to return to the team, but she refused the offer. Now he's obliged to teach her a serious lesson and show who is the main robot on the planet. Even Lilu's best attacks don't work against this guy. It seems she overestimated her capabilities. She thought that by regaining her power, she would be able to crush him like a mosquito, but reality is full of disappointments. All this time, she dreamed of turning this world into a mechanical planet so that she could feel at home. Under no circumstances should this be allowed to happen, because there is no place for ordinary people on a mechanical planet. Lilu wants to turn the planet into a ship and destroy all the creatures that betrayed her. There is too much aggression and anger in her heart. John said that he could just help her get rid of the traitors, and there was no need to destroy the entire planet before that. It seems this girl chose the wrong strategy, and now her processor is overheating. She should have thought of simple ways to solve problems from the beginning, but it turned out to be too difficult. After the past betrayal, she now trusts no one. The queen is sure that even John will stab her in the back. It looks like force is needed here. Someone needs to put this woman in her place. Usually John saves the handsome guys and destroys the evil guys who want to destroy everything. Today the situation is a little different, but that doesn't mean the Red Flame Emperor doesn't know what to do. Be that as it may, Lilu still can't defeat him. Someone has been found who is much stronger than mechanical systems. She felt crushed and gave up on a life in which there was no room for revenge. At first, it seemed that John wanted to calm her down and forgive everything she had done before. Then it became clear that this guy was in a bad mood today, and the little hooligan would have to be severely punished. Lilu admits that she did wrong and promises to never get involved in such adventures again. She just wanted revenge, but she never felt hatred towards the inhabitants of this planet. If she truly sincerely admits her mistake, then John does not back down from his words that he can help achieve revenge. Of course, she would like to cope on her own, but John insists that they work as a team. The terrible mechanical queen turned into a cute little girl in a second, who promises her master to follow all his instructions. Now we need to find out all the details of this case and prepare to carry out the vendetta. John went inside the ship and learned that Lilu's home planet was much larger than Earth. After this, the interstellar gates were opened in order to immediately move to the desired location. First, you need to charge the gate with the energy of this planet, but the efficiency of the Earth is too low. The plan is to turn the Earth into a mothership and go into deep space, but of course that can't be done. John decided to scan the ship to see how he could solve this problem. His virtual assistant is going to help him with this matter, although it will not be easy at all. With the help of a geomagnetic shield generator, the airspace around the safe zone can be secured, which will open a safe path into space. Waltz described many different technological nuances, but it is too difficult to go into all these details. In any case, John received a clear plan from his assistant and is now ready to implement it. In order to charge the gate and move into space, you will have to absorb the energy of a star from close range. As soon as John heard this strategy, he immediately thought about the sun. It is very difficult to implement such a plan, but John cannot go back on his word and betray Lil's trust. He has just fulfilled a special condition and successfully opened one of the king's destiny quests. Now he has to become the king of machines. John must travel to a planet made entirely of metal and help Lilu regain control of the world. Now all that remains is to prepare the technologies and materials to travel closer to the sun and charge the interstellar gates. The laws of the universe may have changed recently, and John is very worried about this. He kept hearing that he couldn't just leave the Earth, but he had no alternatives at all. He asks Lilu to be patient and promises that her plan will definitely be realized. First, you need to send this ship to the fortress and try to improve its characteristics. The ship cannot be shown to ordinary people because it will arouse too much interest from the eastern region. It will be much more comfortable to cooperate with beetles, which are much calmer. John reminded that Lilu never fulfilled her promise to restore the destroyed city. She must complete her mission and only then think about revenge on her enemies. Meanwhile, John saw that Alejandro was gradually beginning to regain his memory. Before he forgot everything, Alejandro made a contract with a demon called the Golden Dragon. It seems that if Alejandro destroys this demon, he will be able to immediately return to human form. John's business has been going very well lately, and he wants to ride the wave of good fortune, finish all his business, and then go into space. With the help of the crystal, Alejandro will be able to contact the demon with whom he signed a contract. He wants to atone for his guilt before death and destroy all the evil beings who led him down the path of evil. Anna will always support her beloved brother, even if he abandons his good intentions. This guy won the lottery of life, because not all inhabitants of the earth have such support. Alejandro wants to atone for his guilt, and to do this he must make the safe zone as secure as possible. He feels that the monster invasion may continue and it needs to be stopped. Alejandro will abandon his friend to help him stop the invasion, since they both have a stake in it. He is ready to support his friend. He is pleased that this guy has embarked on the path of good. The first thing you need to do is find the portal generator and then act intuitively. The invasion of the demonic beasts into the safety zone first occurred in the 9th district, and John discovered the account system. The second time the demonic beasts attacked the academy, it happened in approximately the same area. The third time the demons decided to come out was during a conflict between two large organizations. This also happened in the 9th district. Based on this, we can assume that the portal is located in the 9th district, which is a magnet for monsters. District 9 is too large to walk around completely and find the portal. We'll have to mobilize all members of the Khan Corporation and ask them for help. If you set a high reward, every hunter will want to go looking for the generator. Jonah knows a lot about human greed, so he knows what he's doing. Now they must prepare equipment and contact the demon through the crystal in order to arrange a meeting where this demon will be destroyed. The Beetle Prince must remain in this fortress and guard the great ship Lilu. Meanwhile, the Mechanical Queen must begin reconstructing the second safe zone and send her robots to restore the ship. Having collected all the necessary things, John, together with his friends, went into the wasteland. With the help of the crystal, Alejandro contacted the very demon that turned him into a monster. He pretended to be ready to join his boss if he promised to help him take revenge on his enemies. The demon laughed and said that there was no need to worry about that, because people would soon be destroyed anyway. After this, a small portal opened to allow a personal meeting to take place. The Golden Dragon wants to devour all the people in the safe zone and use their flesh and blood to build a demonic paradise. This is exactly the moment John and Anna were waiting for. This is all nothing more than a cunning plan. They're going to enter the portal and destroy this demon for everything he did to Alejandro. The Golden Dragon must regret his terrible plans. He planned to destroy people, but in the end, his plan works against him. Within a few seconds, the team found themselves in the world of demonic beasts. They hid and carefully watched the gathered monsters, of which there were many here. All these monsters are charging the portal, so there is still time to plan a special operation and begin active actions. There are many strong monsters gathered here that are clearly above average level. They all hope that the Golden Dragon will finally destroy planet Earth and take over its sweet resources. John received an additional quest task. He must kill 28 bosses to turn into the king of demonic beasts. Anna suggested a more cunning plan. She wants to take one boss hostage and find out all the available information. This was a pretty reasonable strategy, so John agreed to go ahead with the plan. He usually prefers to attack directly and destroy anyone who stands in his way. It's not a bad strategy, but sometimes you need to turn on your brain and strain your thoughts. The cunning plan worked very well. John distracted the monster and gave Anna the opportunity to attack from behind. Her speed surprised the ruthless wolf. He thought that people were much weaker than monsters. With the help of poison, he turned into his master's faithful dog. This guy didn't even find the strength to resist. Now he is nothing more than a puppy who obeys all of Anna's orders. That's what happens to overconfident men. This world is a separate, independent space, which contains a portal to various areas of the dungeon. There are 4 tribes living here who have agreed not to interfere with each other when it comes to destroying people. Magical blood crystals are the source of energy for the portal. Such crystals are transformed by destroying people. The Golden Dragon spent a lot of resources and finally decided to invade the land to take over the southwest safe zone. His huge army will pass through the portal and begin to destroy all the inhabitants of the safe zone. John understands that such a threat must be destroyed, otherwise humanity will face an unprecedented catastrophe. To do this, you will have to kill absolutely all the demons. Such a strategy is an ideal scenario for the Lord of the Red Flame. The wolf also said that the local boss is a very dangerous creature, but he can't say anything against his beloved. Unlike other bosses, he has only one wife, but she finds him boring and constantly cheats on him. The boss's wife recently had an affair with a gentle leopard. It turns out that such dirty games exist even in the demon world. John decided to provoke a conflict. This needs to tell the Golden Dragon about what his wife is doing. Meanwhile, the Golden Dragon did not even suspect that he was in serious trouble. This guy is relaxed and calmly planning to take over the human world. He adores his wife and does absolutely everything to make her happy. The Golden Dragon feels that his wife treats him too superficially. The boss does not understand that she considers him a loser. Due to the unsuccessful family front, he constantly thinks about capturing enemy territories. The demon world has become too small for monsters. It's time to expand their borders and take over the land. Of course, this will require some effort, since previous invasions did not end well for the monsters. The demons are still divided into several camps, so they have not yet united into one big team. Alejandro pretends to understand his boss and tries to help him. He acts cunningly and intelligently. The Golden Dragon seems to like this approach and begins to trust Alejandro. A few seconds later, a wolf burst into the main building of the village and announced terrible news. He just said that the Golden Dragon's wife had disappeared somewhere. The boss immediately became furious. He doesn't know how to live without his beloved, so he is ready to destroy everyone who is behind this. It turned out that the wife knocked out the wolf herself. And before that, she complained very loudly about her husband. She said that he is only interested in war and expanding borders, so she considers her husband a loser who cannot satisfy a female. Of course, the boss didn't like these words. It seemed like he would explode with anger. His wife does not want to become a great woman who stands behind a great commander. The boss doesn't understand that this is all a cunning plan of the people from the earth. He starts playing their game. He just ordered the portal to be stopped from charging because he has much more important things to do. The snow leopard learned that the Golden Dragon and his monsters were approaching his territory. Bars realized that the situation was under control and his competitor would find out about his affair. It seems that a serious conflict is brewing, and the Golden Dragon is not going to turn a blind eye to it. Valkyrie decided to intervene in this situation in order to resolve the problem peacefully. 2 huge bosses shouldn't fight over a female. It's much better to team up and attack the human world together. No one even suspects that in reality, Petty is now in a completely different place. Madam Pig needs to calm down because she's not going to be slaughtered for barbecue. She's just a toy in John's hands, but it looks like this toy can free itself from its ropes. Anna quickly showed her who was in charge here. Petty better calm down, otherwise it will get worse. She was just shown that her husband is fighting with his lover. Before us is a battle not only for love, but also for honor. She doesn't care at all which of them wins because she doesn't love either of them. She finds her husband too boring, and her lover quite interesting, but too weak. It seems that the demonic world has long been rotten from the inside. It is disgusting to watch. Meanwhile, the lover and the husband have actually decided to fight each other. They want to resolve this long-standing conflict. The golden dragon was preparing to attack, but then remembered his portal and decided that it was much more important to defeat the human world and only then attack the leopard. This guy is too boring. His wife was right when she left him for the white bunny. The golden dragon is confident that his wife will return as soon as she learns that he has conquered new lands. Mrs. Pig was happy to see what was happening. She thinks that the man's plan will not work. Apparently, no one told her that explosives had just been planted near the main portal. Petty immediately began to panic. It seems she also underestimated the warriors of the earth. Within a few seconds, the magical energy began to destabilize. The portal won't be able to work, which means John has carried out his cunning plan. Now that the attack on the human world is canceled, the golden dragon will obviously fall into a deep depression. He thought that behind all this, there was a snow leopard, who was clearly mocking his failure. The golden dragon began to attack his enemy in order to tear off his cute head. It's been a long time since the bosses of this territory fought among themselves. It will be interesting to watch. The golden dragon is a favorite due to its power, but the leopard is not to be underestimated. This guy is too fast and flexible, characteristics that are important in close combat. The monsters also began to fight each other, each protecting their boss and doing everything to win his trust. Mrs. Pig asked them to calm down and stop fighting, but no one hears her. She finally realized that she had fallen in love with two fools who had been manipulated by an ordinary man. Now we have to hope that they kill each other and allow her to find a real man who will appreciate her. It's hard to watch all this. Just punish this pig and show her that she's nothing more than shish kebab. Anna hates such creatures. She respects only traditions and personal development. Betrayal and treason are alien to her. This behavior caused Petty to activate his wild pig form. She is now immune to poisons and will be difficult to fight. John felt that the demon of lust was ready to help him in this situation, and this was indeed a good option. The demon of lust always knows what her boss wants. All that remains is to realize his secret desires. In fact, John's hidden desires are not connected with women at all. This madman constantly wants to progress and achieve victories. Of course, a few kisses from a beautiful woman never hurt, but that's not the main thing. Meanwhile, the pig made its choice and went over to the side of the snow leopard. He captured her heart with jokes and charisma, leaving the strong golden dragon with nothing. The golden dragon was incredibly angry. He was sure that he had been betrayed, and now he wanted to destroy the two traitors. Snowbar pretends that he doesn't understand what's going on, and has nothing to do with this horrible pig. It was too late to ask for mercy. Strength always wins over charisma. That is the law of nature. The golden dragon was extremely angry. He felt that the world had treated his wishes unfairly. This mutant thought too much about himself, and didn't quite forget that there are people who dream of his death. Alejandro has been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. He wants to take revenge and destroy the golden dragon. The boss solved this problem the easy way. Using his skills, he instantly pulled out all the demonic powers from the man. Now it will be much easier for him to kill Alejandro, because in front of him is no longer a demon, but an ordinary man from the earth. It is indeed true, but the ordinary man from the earth found an assistant who has the account of the Shadow Flame Lord. Alejandro, meanwhile, was experiencing hellish pain throughout his entire body. His sister was nearby and trying to help. It looks like John's plan worked. Everything went better according to the scenario, and now we need to leave this place in time. The golden dragon is clearly against this scenario. He plans to take revenge on everyone who interfered with his plan to destroy the earth. John will have to work hard to calm this anger because rage is always difficult to curb. You will have to demonstrate your best skills to complete all the quest conditions. John decided to act wisely and told his rival everything that happened here. For a long time, the golden dragon could not believe that he was just a toy in the hands of an experienced puppeteer. He lost his love because of a man's cunning plan. That's the whole irony of his life. Now he plans to do everything possible to deprive John of the ability to breathe. During the previous battles, the Shadow Flame Emperor had earned a large amount of experience points. He can convert all these points into something more than just an account balance at any time. As soon as John sensed danger, he immediately raised his level and showed a new form of white flame. The golden dragon had never seen an ordinary person raise their level by a step in a few seconds. The thing is, he encountered an unusual person and now he is left without his tail. The severed tail was the beginning of the end. The boss's main torment awaits him because he angered the Emperor. The golden dragon considered himself a being capable of taking over the entire planet Earth. As a result, he did not even reach this planet and was defeated on his own territory. Now that John has officially become the king of the demonic beasts, this guy deserves a round of applause. As a gift, he received a gilded armor, a golden dragon bracelet, a secret key, and a 10 directions token. The magical barrier was automatically lifted. The monsters fell to their knees before their new general as John showed the king's token. Some monsters were shocked that they had to bow their heads to a human. John ordered his army to destroy all other monsters that did not agree to submit to him. This guy can no longer stop at what he has achieved. He captures not only the earth, but also demonic spaces. With the help of the secret key, he can activate the channel for transferring territories. Until recently, monsters owned this place and thought that they had an absolute advantage over people. These slugs have overestimated their capabilities and are now forced to bow before humans. While the monsters were destroying each other, John went into the local treasury to absorb a large number of relics. This guy never lost his greed because the wolf always helped him. He decided to make him his assistant and reward him with diamonds. The increase of resources always excites the consciousness. Inside his soul, he still remains hungry and ambitious. He also discovered a divine-level item, a teleportation magic crystal. The fragments are separated from the magic crystal, and this allows teleportation between two crystals, regardless of space and distance. Now, John can travel throughout the universe, but first he needs to solve other problems. Alejandro's feeling too bad. This guy needs help urgently. He's probably experiencing more than just physical pain. He's clearly being torn apart by a mental attack. Alejandro was cursed. He took on human form and was automatically cursed with the disease of betrayal because he promised to be a demon for the rest of his life. If he is not helped urgently, he will die. In order to remove the curse, you need to find the source, that is, the leader of the Blue Dragon. For the sake of his friend, John is ready to go to the ends of the earth. He is not interested in obstacles along the way. Meanwhile, the curse has begun to take effect. Alejandro's mind cannot resist the demonic forces. This is the first time John has encountered such a force. It seems that the leader of the Blue Dragon is in front of him. The chief doesn't like the fact that some man is rampaging on his territory. He hasn't killed John yet, only to see what he's capable of. The Blue Dragon was going to kill the weak monsters, but John did all the dirty work for him. This does not mean that the Red Flame Emperor will escape punishment. He still acted too arrogantly and self-confidently. The Blue Dragon wants to see how strong this guy is in real combat conditions, because before this, John only fought with weak and feeble warriors. There's a storm brewing that's hard to stop. The problem is that John doesn't understand the level of his opponent. He thinks it's just another monster, but the Blue Dragon will be much harder to defeat. Now he already has Anna's support, but Alejandro cannot join the team because his body is still weak. Anna tried to show her best skills, but one attack from the Blue Dragon is enough to calm her temper. She tried in every way to force Alejandro to get rid of the Blue Dragon's influence. Unfortunately, she couldn't do anything because the dragon's mental power was too powerful, with the last of his strength, but the guy had lost his demonic power. It was clear that there was an internal struggle going on inside him. This guy needed help to get out of a series of failures. The Blue Dragon decided to play against the rules and remind this guy of all his erased memories. It was because of this uncontrollable power that he was able to kill with his own hands those who loved him the most. Alejandro often spent time with his family when his parents were in business. Sometimes they went into the wild. Alejandro was never afraid of it, but on the contrary, he enjoyed it. One of those days, the whole family was attacked by monsters, and the father ran out of the car to protect his loved ones. The family's bodyguards were also there, all of them trying to rectify the situation. The bodyguards turned out to be traitors who began collaborating with the mercenaries. Father promised Alejandro that he would fix everything now and then. They would continue to enjoy life again. Unfortunately, this was not true, and the situation quickly got out of control. The bodyguards turned into monsters that could not be stopped by conventional means. Within a few seconds, the parents were in a critical situation and could do nothing. The little boy was incredibly scared and upset. He blamed himself for not being able to protect his family. He said that he would gladly face death if only to remain close to his parents. The little boy made such a sacrifice because since childhood he had never been afraid of anything. At some point, the monsters felt that some strange energy had appeared. They looked at the little boy and realized that he had turned into a powerful monster. This monster began to destroy everyone around him, and Alejandro had never experienced such inner strength. Within a few seconds, there were many corpses and huge pools of blood around. It was hard to watch. He did everything he could, but it didn't help his parents at all, because by that time, their hearts had already stopped beating. It was these memories that Alejandro tried to forget, because it was on that day that he felt his unusual abilities. After the incident, a research team arrived there, and it turned out that the parents died not only at the hands of monsters, but also from the intervention of their son. He had hurt his mom and dad without realizing it, but when he woke up, he didn't remember any of it. The Blue Dragon tries to cloud his mind in order to use this strong body. Alejandro has no intention of being anyone's slave. Only now he realized that he has had hidden talents since childhood. From now on, he sets out to destroy monsters and do everything possible to eradicate this evil plague. He also asks his sister for forgiveness because it seems that she will hate him after everything he said. In fact, Anna loves him more than her life. She will never turn away from him, no matter what happens. The blue dragon no longer had any support. His spirit dissipated, and he disappeared without a trace. It seemed that all the events in this area had finally ended, although this is not entirely true. The wolf said that there was another important monster that was still at large. There are many legends about him. They say that this monster became the first leader of the 28 constellations. If this guy is still out there, it's time to have a serious talk with him. The main boss is called Gunda, and he is currently in his luxurious mansion. A wolf came here with his friend. He asked to go inside the territory. The guard did not mind. The wolf said that Gunda already knew about this meeting and personally allowed them to come to his lair. Of course, it was nothing more than a lie in order to get into the boss's territory. It turned out that this monster loves to read books from childhood and is very intellectually educated. Gunda is a very mysterious monster. He came to the throne by killing countless competitors and became the first ruler of the 4 patriarchs. The head of the monsters is really strong. He has reached level 360, and it is better not to joke with him. John decided to talk to this guy a little and understand his psychology and mental attitude better. It turned out that in front of him is a really big fan of reading and development. Gunda is different from other monsters. He had long forgotten the feeling of war, of killing, even despite the large number of enemies. Monsters can be not only powerful, but also peaceful at the same time. John came here to ask the boss not to interfere in the fight between people and monsters. Gunda hasn't seen such a self-confident guy for a long time. He is ready to share knowledge with a person who is trying to unite worlds. He once became the first ruler, but after that he lost the motivation and goals to move forward. Gunda became familiar with the history of monsters. His mansion turned into a large library, and he discovered that the development of monster civilization was similar to the development of human civilization. Thanks to the demonic gate, 2 worlds that are similar to each other were supposed to be united. The monsters decided that they would evolve if they started to destroy people. Gunda believes that this is not so. Evolution is possible even without the destruction of another race. He asked John to destroy the source of all conflicts, that is, to destroy the demonic gate. Without the gate, demons will be forced to stay in their world and develop in other ways. They will become peaceful and calmer. The gate can only be destroyed according to clear rules. Gunda had already witnessed the restoration of the gate when he tried to destroy it with his method. After years of reading ancient literature, he finally realized that a key was needed to destroy the demonic gate. In front of John now is a world stone. Such a stone also exists in the human world. The stone key breaks the rules of the gate and allows it to be destroyed. But first you need to collect the remaining parts of the key. It turns out that the world stone can be used to break the rules. You need to collect the stone key, and then it will be possible to restart the world again. The world stone was broken into 28 pieces, each controlled by a boss. Gunda had already managed to collect 10 pieces. You need to destroy the rest of the bosses in order to get the entire key, but it won't be easy at all. The Emperor has already killed 5 monsters, so the task is much easier, although this is only the beginning. John decided to start with the main monster. He asked to tell about the leader of the Green Dragon clan. The Green Dragon is very strong, and although he is only the second among all bosses, his level is extremely high. It can be considered the most ferocious and cruel creature that seeks to invade the human world and cannot be defeated by ordinary force. John had already encountered enemies of a higher level than this monster. However, he's still nervous because in this dungeon the bosses get a boost due to their home territory. John wants to save the Green Dragon for dessert, and now wants to find out who is the strongest on this planet. It looks like the main boss is the Phoenix, with the Green Dragon in second place and the White Tiger rounding out the top 3, followed by the Killer Whale. Many years ago, the Green Dragon challenged the other patriarchs to seize power in this world. He defeated absolutely everyone except the Phoenix. Their battle turned into legends that few people believe in anymore. The Green Dragon tried his best to kill the Phoenix, but the bird was reborn, and the dragon knelt down and begged for mercy. The Phoenix can only be reborn once every few hundred years, making it difficult to defeat. John knows the power of the 4 patriarchs, but he still decides to start from the last place and face the Killer Whale. Gunda gives his new ally a magic crystal that will help him find a new rival. John is about to set off on a long journey to begin exterminating the 4 patriarchs. He's clearly determined to dominate this world, but it seems like he's currently being hunted. Some unknown man took out 2 daggers and tried to cut off our main character's head. John managed to defend himself and took off his opponent's cloak. In front of him was a girl named Sharon. She appears to be Gunn's subordinate, but for some reason she's very negative towards John. We need to show her who's boss here because this beauty is getting away with too much. The Red Flame Emperor has too much to do. He doesn't have time to be distracted by such nonsense. The wolf warned the owner that the girl was still pursuing them and would try to destroy John. The Emperor is not interested in this now. He has more interesting things to do than fight with Sharon. He goes to meet the Patriarch, who is called the Killer Whale. John immediately noticed that the persecution was continuing. Perhaps this would become a problem in the future. Now he doesn't pay attention to this and tries to enter enemy territory. He wants to use the window of truth to make his way to the fourth Patriarch. In front of him is a large labyrinth, behind which is the boss's main fortress. Navigation won't help here. You'll have to use your wings and take the shortcut. John saw that he was still being followed, so he decided to try to make friends with Sharon. In fact, she followed him in order to help because Gunda asked her to do so. This labyrinth was created using an extremely powerful and rare artifact that ignores power level. Even the most powerful Patriarch cannot pass through this labyrinth, so John is stuck here. Sharon is ready to help him get through this maze, but only if he takes her into his team. The Killer Whale killed her entire family, so she wants to take revenge on this terrible monster. John said that he wouldn't mind helping her. He promises to kill the Black Whale and be sure to fulfill all the conditions. Although the Red Flame Emperor is an ordinary person, he is clearly attractive, and Sharon likes this very much. They set off on a long journey, and all the while Sharon was showing them the direction. It took a whole day to fly to get through the labyrinth wall. It seems they are approaching the arena of monsters, where serious battles are taking place between the strongest warriors of different territories. It is here that the Patriarch of the possession monsters, known as the Killer Whale, can be found. John and his girlfriend met the Patriarch, but he was not at all afraid of it. This terrible monster remembers very well how he killed this girl's entire family and now does not even feel remorse. She had been waiting for this moment her whole life. Now the moment of reckoning and retribution had come. Sharon has greatly overestimated her capabilities. For the Patriarch, she is nothing more than a small fish. With one blow, he showed her his strength and made Sharon look too ridiculous. She needed to prepare her attack much better, now that she had lost most of her stats. John realized that he could not stand idly by. It was time to personally destroy the Patriarch of Obsession. He has already met similar monsters, so he knows how to act. All the spectators gathered here should be pleased. All you need to do is turn on the Immortal Ruler's account to start some real rock and roll. Viewers are confident that John will be crushed like an ant that rushes to fight a tiger. They underestimate this guy because they have never seen his true power, but he is really strong. Now the monsters gathered here will change their opinion about the ordinary man from the earth. All this time, it seemed to them that they could easily open a portal and take over human resources. Now the monsters will see that there are people who have incredible strength. So going to the ground without preparation is the same as going to the depths of the ocean without scuba gear. John is looking to have some fun. He feels very confident in this account, especially after successfully battling depression. Of course, this victory will not be easy, but after some time, our hero will definitely find the key to his opponent's weaknesses. The Patriarch constantly said that he did not respect people because their bodies were too weak. Perhaps he's right in some ways, but people also have a serious advantage. They have a highly developed intellect. For half an hour, the Patriarch won through brute force, beating John from different positions and angles. At times, it seemed that this battle had only one possible end, the total destruction of man. Apparently, no one realized that all this time John was waiting for his opponent to run out of resources. The Red Flame Emperor did not strike any blows, so his energy remained at the same level. Now he waited until the Patriarch lost a large amount of strength and resources. Now he is no longer as strong as before. Before the battle began, Sharon warned that the Patriarch had a divine item called Absolute Protection. This item can directly neutralize all attacks and provide an unbreakable defense, but there is a crystal that can neutralize this relic. Sharon gave John this crystal and thus gave him the ability to use the key to defeat the Killer Whale. Soon the Patriarch began to get seriously nervous. He said that the man and the sheep should be torn apart. He activated incredible power, and at that moment there was a total release of energy. John found himself in a very familiar place. It was very hot, and there was too much lava around. In front of him is the second form of the Patriarch, who has activated the protective spirit of the universe and the magical power of leveling up. Such a transformation is aimed at crushing a person, but it will not work. For a very long time, the Red Flame Emperor had been accumulating energy for transformation. He took on a completely different form in order to show that man can be much more powerful than is commonly believed in all corners of the universe. The huge boss monster thought that the Patriarchs were the pinnacle of development. Now he realized how wrong he was. His suffering will not last forever. Soon this infamous killer whale will be destroyed. John did everything he wanted. Using lava, he melted his opponent after making him suffer. For this, a huge amount of gold, experience points, and artifacts were received. The Patriarch's assistants immediately flew here. It seemed that they all wanted to take revenge on their boss, but this is not at all the case. John has just defeated the Patriarch. He immediately warns his opponents that they have only two options, either fight and die or bow their heads before him. At first, it seemed like these guys were going to fight. Apparently, they have no brains at all. Then John noticed that prudence had prevailed, and the assistants of the fourth Patriarch recognized their new ruler. John demonstrated incredible strength, although even now he was sure that he would have to show again who was the boss here. In any case, he just received the Peace Stone for his services. Now all that remains is to continue moving in the right direction. A few seconds later, Sharon finally regained consciousness. She had suffered a severe concussion after meeting the Patriarch. She was uncomfortable being in the arms of a person, so the sheep immediately jumped to her feet. For a long time, she couldn't believe that John had actually defeated the fourth Patriarch in just 1 hour. I had to show her the stone, as well as the artifacts that were obtained by defeating the killer whale. For years, Sharon dreamed of killing this monster, and now it turns out that an ordinary man from the earth did it in 1 hour. This girl needs to spend some time to get used to reality. Apparently, she can't get used to total injustice. Now she wants to serve her hero, but John does not want to make a slave out of her because he already has enough assistants. He allows her to continue following him. But first, she needs to return to Gun's mansion. Now John is treated like a real hero here. Even the security respects this guy. The Red Flame Emperor met with his new friend and told him everything that had happened. Gunda is proud of John, and as a sign of his respect, he gives him a relic called the Jade Pendant of 2 fishes. With this pendant, you can separate from your body and create a copy of yourself of the opposite sex. This copy can be used for 60 minutes. By killing the Patriarch, John has earned the wrath of the other bosses, and will have to fight a white tiger that is split into 2 personalities. That's why he needs this relic, because the next opponent will be anything but trivial. He'll have to show off his female body, otherwise he won't have a chance in the battle with his next opponent. The news that the killer whale had been destroyed spread quickly throughout the monster world. Everyone started talking about a man named John who came down from heaven to destroy the Patriarchs. It seems like the monsters are getting nervous and don't know how to react to all these changes. The captains propose to destroy the man while he is not powerful enough and confident in his abilities. The White Tiger Patriarch is clearly unhappy with what has happened. He feels that John may choose him as his next victim. This guy is not going to underestimate his enemy. He plans to prepare well for their future battle. The White Tiger is getting nervous because his other half has still not been found. More than half a century has passed since he last saw his female half. Only by uniting will they be able to show true power. Without his female half, the White Tiger is afraid to participate in the invasion of the human world. He is worried that he will not be able to cope with the man alone, because this John turned out to be not an easy guy at all. Before the next battle, John tried to find out more information about the demon blood crystals from his friend. Such crystals have been sources of energy and power in the world of monsters since ancient times. Before these crystals were everywhere. Over time, monsters abandoned the traditional method of using crystals, causing crystals to appear too rarely. The monsters learned that the crystals absorb dead human energy, so they began to use them for other purposes. John was too tired, and now it was time to get some rest in his new room. He got everything he wanted, but he didn't rush to go to bed and decided to grab Sharon's hand. In 1 second, this girl had already thought about all the possible scenarios. Apparently, she has an overactive imagination. In fact, John just wants to know where the magic crystal mine is. He didn't even have thoughts about anything else. He wants to see this mine and asked Sharon to take him to this mysterious place. He took the killer whale order with him, so now he can be considered a patriarch whose wishes cannot be denied. After some time, John really found himself in a mine of magical blood crystals. He was very surprised to see such an abnormal amount of precious artifacts around him. He had only seen something like this in the treasury before, and apparently it had turned his head too much. He's not afraid of being absorbed by the main blood crystal at all. This guy is too confident. He wants, on the contrary, to feel the incredible power of the crystal within himself, although it is incredibly dangerous. Any other person would have been instantly destroyed, but as soon as John touched the crystal, he found himself in some unknown universe. He felt the galaxy flowing into his body and filling his organism with incredible energy. He automatically activated the Yellow Dragon account and learned that in ancient times, monsters began to fight each other and created their own world. In the future, John will be able to use the Yellow Dragon card, but only when his energy is at its maximum. This card belongs to the gods of ancient monsters, so the effect should be significant. To accumulate enough energy to activate the card, you will have to absorb the power of killed monsters or absorb the power of the crystal. He decided not to wait for the battle with the monsters and try to feel the power of the relic for himself. John just absorbed the power of the blood crystal and improved his energy charge. Then he felt some strange aura coming from the depths of the mine. This kind of energy always interested this guy. He and Sharon went deep into the mine and saw the patriarch of the White Tiger clan, who was in the crystal. This must be a female White Tiger body, and judging by John's reaction, he knows what to do with it. As soon as John approached, the crystal immediately broke into pieces, and the White Tiger was free. John wants to take advantage of this monster's weakness and destroy it instantly. Apparently, he didn't have time to do this because the tigress immediately regained consciousness and became very angry. It's better not to joke with such monsters, because the skills and characteristics of the patriarch are always higher than the level of a regular boss. John immediately assumed the white form of the Flame Emperor and attempted to attack his opponent. It was clearly not easy for him, since he had to try to compensate for the huge difference in anthropometry. There are clearly not enough power resources here, because the strength of a white tiger is much greater than that of an ordinary person. It seems John decided to use special skills that had not been used during the battle so far. He quickly took into account his mistakes and decided to act completely differently. This requires competent work and preparation. To do this, you will have to change your account and log in from a completely different side. Then you will have a chance to win. It seems the magic chains can't hold this tigress, so the question arises, how exactly is John going to win? This guy turned out to be much smarter than expected. He used poisons that he got from the poisonous community. This correct approach worked immediately. The tigress lost consciousness very quickly and did not create any problems. After some time, John saddled this monster and became its full-fledged master. Sharon still finds it difficult to come to terms with the idea that an ordinary person is now becoming the most powerful being in this world. At first, everything was under control, but then the tigress started to go crazy and crashed into the wall with all her might. John couldn't believe that the monster was strong enough to free itself from the poisonous influence. No one had ever managed to do this before. It seems that now he will finally see the true form of this tigress. The female white tiger showed her true face. When she needed to replenish her strength, she broke the ban and came to this area to absorb the bloody demonic blood crystal. Tigress did not expect that a powerful force would instantly knock her out of her mental balance. Now she must thank John for saving her. Without him, she would not have awakened. It's always nice to hear words of gratitude, but John wants to remind you that the monster only has two ways out of this situation. The tigress can either give up or die. He wants to hear a clear answer and not play tricks. It seems that the tigress is too self-confident. She feels superior to this ordinary man. Apparently, she also doesn't understand that John is a very unusual guy with whom you can just play like that. Of course, he is still not experienced enough compared to monsters that have lived for hundreds of thousands of years. However, his skills are enough to defeat the tigress, even if he now looks crushed like a cockroach. The tigress was sure that her barrier was impenetrable. She thought that she was defending herself with a Spartan shield. It turns out that even an ordinary sheep named Sharon can find a weak spot in this barrier. Sharon managed to break through this shield, but she was unable to use her skills to defeat the tigress. John had to intervene. After he regained his strength, he immediately came to the aid of his friend. Before that, he had to change his account and look a little awkward. Apparently, he finally decided to show off his female version. Such transformations greatly surprised the locals. Apparently, they don't yet know that on planet Earth, this is considered the norm. With the help of his skills, John is going to show who is the boss here. He considers himself a true gentleman, so they are going to fight against the girl in a female uniform. It's hard to say whether he's acting wisely, but in any case, this guy always knows what he's doing. Sometimes you have to think outside the box to win, even if it looks a little funny. In his female form, John turned out to be a more flexible and intelligent being. He changed his approach to battle. A few seconds into the fight, he took the initiative and felt that victory was practically in his pocket. It was pleasant to watch the beating of the tigress, because up until that moment, she considered herself the center of the earth. Never in her life had the tigress felt like she was being beaten. This was a completely new experience for her. She always had power and occupied a high position in society. Monsters respected her very much and worshipped her strength. Her husband has always been there to protect her, but now he is far away, and without his support, the secret does not feel comfortable enough. Even John didn't expect his female form to be so powerful. Now it seems he'll be using this trick more often. Tigress quickly admitted her guilt and began to apologize. Now she can't resist the Flame Emperor's aura. At first, it seemed much easier to simply kill the tigress, so that she would not create unnecessary problems. John's male form decided to intervene in this situation. The Emperor believes he has a better idea. If you kill the tigress, all her vital energy will return to the male body, and the patriarch will become much stronger. Meanwhile, the tigress was not shy and did not even try to hide her interest in same-sex relationships. John decided to change his account and turn into the king of monsters, but even this did not help him. Now he is trying to tame this monster. With the help of the system, it should not take more than a minute of time. Now the female white tiger is our main character's personal pet. His chances of success increase significantly. John is still in a split state and is enjoying the taming process. He decided to look at the tigress's memories and saw her childhood, in which she walked near a gate that could only be opened with magical power. Tigress is part of the third patriarch, so her presence calmly opens the portal. As soon as the portal was opened, a terrible monster immediately appeared here, which had been sleeping for many years after the battle with the green dragon. This monster really scared the tigress, who at that time did not yet seem like a fearless and invincible creature. John guessed that at that moment an ancient god was launched into this world. It seems that the situation is getting out of control. He didn't even know that there were ancient gods in the monster world. Now he is much more aware of what is happening here. His female half is ready to disappear because the effects of the magical relic have expired. Now I can finally calm down and put all the truth about this world together. The initiator of all this is the ancient god whom John just saw in the tigress's memory. The 13 ancient gods are scattered across different dimensions, and they are also the greatest enemies known to date. Most likely the black ancient god is still in this world, and John must immediately go in search of him. Meanwhile, the white tiger noticed that his mind had decided to recall memories from many years ago. He realized that it was connected with his wife, which meant that she was still alive and something was happening to her. Soon his assistants ran to him and reported that the white tigress had finally returned after many years of obscurity. Everyone learned that the tigress had submitted to the man. It was very difficult to believe this information, but the monsters had no choice. Everyone around immediately started asking John questions. They want to understand what he did with their tigress. He immediately cast a spell and reduced the monsters' levels, then ordered them to surrender and submit to their new master. The white tiger became angry and said that his clan would never fear an ordinary person. They were ready to challenge him. After that, the white tiger raised all his stats and decided to make a stew out of John. The new conflict began faster than expected. John was prepared for such a turn of events. The Flame Emperor activated all his power, but encountered the golden body of the white tiger. At such moments, the monster is immune to damage and cannot be targeted by skills. However, at this time, it also cannot attack its opponent. After successfully defending the patriarch, he turned off the golden tiger skill and immediately went on the counterattack. He will do everything possible to bring his tigress back under his control. He doesn't care about the consequences, even if it means starting a battle that will destroy the entire universe. Everyone around thought that the white tiger's attack had destroyed the man, and the monsters began to celebrate their victory. They don't even realize that the Red Flame Emperor is much stronger than he appears. He was not hurt at all, because he had just used the absolute defense that he had received after killing the fourth patriarch. The killer whale has given John all of his hidden powers, so he can begin negotiations from a position of strength. He doesn't want to create a tragedy and destroy the entire clan, so he suggests that they surrender and join forces to fight the other patriarchs. If the monsters refuse, they will be brutally destroyed. The same thing will happen to them as to the killer whale clan. The white tiger is interested in unification because he has long dreamed of defeating the other patriarchs who have more power. In return, he only asks for the tigress to be given freedom, and his wife should not be a slave to a man. He will definitely keep his word if he gets everything he needs. It seems the deal is almost done. The white tiger loves his wife so much that he cannot live without her. Apparently, this patriarch does not understand that she is part of his body. That is, formally she is his sister. John thought that the tigers had a brother-sister relationship, but he just realized that it was true love. The Red Flame Emperor decided not to go into details, although the white tiger tried to explain everything. He said that together with the tigress he had come a long way, which could not end with ordinary friendly relations. Of course they understood that they were part of the same body, but this did not stop the white tiger. He promised the tigress to be there in any situation and still hasn't gone back on his words. During this conversation, strange events began to occur that needed to be predicted. It seems that the monsters have started a riot. They are not going to bow to a man and want to destroy their boss. John is obliged to intervene in this scene of domestic violence. Otherwise, the union will not be formalized. The monkey was shocked by what was happening. This beast was left without an arm and ordered his assistants to attack the man. They are all traitors who have secretly served the killer whale for many years. Now the monsters have finally shown their true faces and decided to demonstrate their strength. John intends to cleanse this clan of unwanted ones, and then unite and challenge the rest of the patriarchs. He absorbed the powers of the monsters so that the golden dragon's body would be charged to 100%. Now that John finally has the opportunity to use the golden dragon account, it will be interesting to watch. The White Tigers never thought that humans were capable of using such powerful energy. All the clan's monsters immediately fell to their knees and began apologizing for underestimating John from the very beginning. Meanwhile, Gunda enjoyed reading books at his local library. He immediately felt some incredible energy and remembered the golden legend he saw in ancient books about monsters. It seemed to him that the ancestor had appeared again and that great changes were coming. The incredible energy was felt in other territories as well. The red bird is pleased that its boredom has finally been dispelled. In the lands of the Green Dragon, it is also already known that there is a man who is capable of incredible tricks. The monsters begin to suspect that they are in serious trouble and that their reign on this planet will soon be over. John used telepathy and addressed absolutely all the monsters. He said that the Golden Dragon orders them to gather at the main gate. Absolutely all the inhabitants of this world heard this voice and decided to submit. After some time, the most powerful representatives of this planet gathered near the gates of monsters. Even Gunda went to the meeting place. He could not ignore such a lavish party. He was very surprised when he saw his friend John in front of him. Now it is clear who is behind all this. Even the red bird came here in person, although previously it preferred to ignore such gatherings. She became interested in looking at the man who dared to call himself the ancestor of monsters. John didn't expect to see such obvious arrogance. Apparently, he still hadn't realized how self-confident the patriarchs could be. Soon a flying monster appeared here, sent by the Green Dragon to see why John had called all the monsters to a meeting. The Red Flame Emperor truly believes that he is the ancestor of monsters. He is going to show them all his energy and make them submit to his power. The monsters had never felt such an aura of compulsion before. Could they really be forced to bow their heads to a human? John calls himself a lord who fights in higher dimensions. He's upset that his descendants are so weak and stupid. He was killed by an ancient god, and he created this world from his body in order to allow monsters to multiply, as well as evolve and become stronger and avenge his death. Instead, the ancient god used monsters to secretly solve all his problems. If this is not stopped, the world of monsters will be destroyed. The Golden Dragon directly states that if nothing changes, total destruction awaits the monsters. They have been deceived. Attacking the human world will give them absolutely nothing, so it is time to change strategy. Now the Golden Dragon is going to change this world. Everyone who does not agree with him will be destroyed. Bird trusts John's words, but if he wants to become the leader, he must defeat the previous boss and thus show his strength. It is immediately obvious that the Phoenix is the most important patriarch of this planet. Her skills have long gone beyond imagination, and this woman is not going to easily hand over the reins of power into the hands of others. She's the most arrogant monster on this planet and openly challenges the Golden Dragon. John will have to try hard to defeat this monster because everyone knows that the Phoenix can rise from the dead after defeat. With the help of the special Golden Dragon account, the Emperor will be able to increase all his characteristics for the culmination of the evening. The Green Dragon clan is already looking forward to these two monsters destroying each other and opening the way for them to the top. Phoenix also assumed her second form and said that she was not going to listen to the words of some worm. The battle is beyond imagination. John must hurry to win before his energy charge runs out. Once the internal energy runs out, he will no longer be able to use the Golden Dragon account, and it will be a fiasco. His blow was so powerful that it was almost impossible to defend himself. The Phoenix admitted his defeat. It seemed that John was about to deliver the final blow, but he was not going to kill his opponent, because in that case, the bird would rise again and regain its health. Phoenix has admitted her defeat and now surrenders to her new master. It seems that their competitors are unhappy with what happened. The assistant of the second patriarch will be happy to report all available information to his boss. For some reason, he cannot contact the Green Dragon, something he failed to foresee. With the help of his magic spells, Alejandro blocked the communication skill, and he and his sister came to their friend's aid in time. He knows that the Green Dragon's assistant has been supplying him with mutation potions to turn him into a monster. It was a long and tedious process that took many years, but now Alejandro remembers everything perfectly. He remembered absolutely all the creatures that stood in the way of his transformation into a monster. He has already managed to take revenge on many of them, and now it is time for a new victim. During all this time, he discovered many abilities that few people know about. This guy wants to take revenge on his own and asks his sister not to interfere in the events. Now he has also discovered the skills of the green dragon and can surprise his enemies with the accuracy and ease of his attacks. The monster tried to defend itself and tried to counterattack all the time, and in some places it was successful. This was made possible by activating a magic potion that gives an increase in characteristics for several hours. The monster turned into a huge dragon in order to leave no living place on the human body. He achieved success very quickly, and Anna realized that she could no longer ignore this situation. She had to intervene in the process. She said that she would protect her brother no matter what, even if it meant sacrificing her life. Alejandro, you can't let him sit idle. If he loses another family member, he'll go crazy. No matter how strong his opponent is, he must find the strength within himself to break the dragon's resistance. Turning a situation upside down is never easy. It requires going beyond your capabilities. Many people think that this is only possible through strength, but first and foremost, champions become champions through mental attitude. In interdimensional battles, it's the same. John is a good example of unbending will and mental dominance. He prepared for battle and said that he would not allow anyone to hurt his friends. They all united to punish the dragon who imagined himself to be the king of this universe. The battle was as epic as it could be, and the black dragon immediately felt the initiative slipping from his hands. For some time he tried to resist, but then all the energy left his body. At this moment, the most critical blow was dealt. It was impossible to defend against such an explosion. The flying monster was sure that people did not have such skills. Now he is punished for his ignorance. John showed his strength and made the monster respect him. Now he is here like a real king. With the help of his skills, this guy does not stop at what has been achieved and constantly rises to new heights. The Green Dragon Hall just learned of what happened near the central gate of the monster planet. The Patriarch's plan failed due to human intervention. Even the boss's assistant is not sure that the dragon will be able to defeat John. The Red Flame Emperor is too strong, but the Green Dragon cannot be underestimated either. For many years, he's been hatching his plan to take over the human planet, and this plan must be implemented no matter what. Meanwhile, our main character returned to the mansion of his new friend from the world of monsters. Here he already feels at home. Thanks to his actions, John gives the monsters hope for a happy and peaceful future. Now, many patriarchs are on his side. Even the previous boss of this planet, the Phoenix, recognizes the power of man. John is not going to stop there and wants to continue conquering the dimension of monsters. He knows that a long time ago, an ancient god fought with a golden dragon. The remnants of the ancient god's soul were sealed in the monster gate after that battle. It was thanks to this power that the passage to the human world was opened. Now, it is not difficult to guess that the destruction of such gates can open a part of the soul of an ancient god. Only the world stone can destroy the gate, but can this key be used to open a new dimension beyond the human world? In this case, monsters will get a new future and will be able to conquer new territories. They know too little information at this point, so destroying the gate is too dangerous. The smartest of the whole team is Gunda, so he must find the answers to all these questions. First, you need to take control of the gate and protect it from unexpected capture by monsters. Meanwhile, John is about to go to meet the Green Dragon. He is ready to go with Alejandro, who wants to take revenge on everyone involved in his transformation. They were ready to set out, but lightning appeared outside, destroying the surrounding environment. It seems that the monster that has been planning its rebellion for 1,000 years has prepared to cleanse the monster world of its horrific creatures. This boss is unhappy that weak monsters bowed their heads to a common man. He wants to take over this world and do everything possible to make everyone remember that people cannot be trusted. It seems that the ancient god gave the Green Dragon additional powers and abilities. The monsters are going to challenge him, but it is unlikely that they will be able to impose serious competition. Even the horned sea serpent appeared here, along with the rest of the titans from ancient legends. It seems that the local monsters will not be able to do anything against them. They are too weak compared to these titans. They only have the advantage in numbers, but sometimes quality is much more important than quantity. The titans turned out to be extremely strong and destroyed the monsters without much effort. In such a situation, Gunda could not stand aside. He had been accumulating energy for a long time to show who he really was. If many monsters think that he can only read books, then this is not true at all. When it comes to showing off his power, an experienced monster is always ready to activate his power. With one movement of his hand, he created a flame so hot that the huge titan had no chance of surviving. The battle will continue with other titans, but Gunda has already shown what he is capable of. You can't underestimate those who love to read books, because they have too much knowledge in their heads, including knowledge of martial arts. Experience combined with knowledge gives incredible progress and takes the being to a completely different level. Everyone thought that Gunda was just an old man who was no longer capable of anything. Now he made his enemies eat their own words. The green dragon is in a new evolutionary form and seems to be in a determined mood today. Let's see how he gets through the main boss of this world. The battle with the Phoenix promises to be extremely exciting. This girl has defeated the green dragon before, but can she repeat her success? John had just seen how much the Phoenix had changed, and he realized that she had not been showing her full potential during the battle with him. A deadly battle has begun, and it won't be easy for the green dragon to get out of here alive. Fire power is directed towards him from all directions. It will be difficult to defend against such attacks. According to legend, every time a phoenix is reborn, someone becomes much stronger. This is the type of monster that should never be underestimated. Even in those moments when it seems to everyone around that the phoenix will be destroyed, it still rises from the ashes and gets a chance at new life. Much time has passed since their last meeting. The green dragon was able to draw conclusions from his past defeat. Now he intends to show off the new tricks and skills he has acquired over the past few years. Gunda had already destroyed 2 huge titans, during which time he had managed to lose most of his energy. He can't interfere in a battle of this level. He can only watch and observe. It seems the Phoenix is in trouble. The evolution of the green dragon has turned it into a terrible monster. Phoenix is clearly losing, and John is forced to shrink into this difficult situation. At that moment, the consciousness of the patriarch appeared before him. It is unknown how the Phoenix was able to accomplish this. Only now did John realize that during their battle, the Phoenix had been giving in to him and had not shown its maximum capabilities. Phoenix was familiar with the golden dragon because she was born from the ashes that appeared after the death of the legend. She watched as the world of monsters developed, but she felt trapped in this world. Her strength continues to grow even now, and with this, she has gained enough strength to fly beyond the world of monsters. The Phoenix met the sun and filled its heart with despair. She melted her body and saw the blurred silhouette of a golden dragon. Phoenix was supposed to die, but was reborn from the blazing flames and gained the gift of rebirth. She feels that this power was given to her by the golden dragon. Apparently, there is a deep secret hidden behind the only sun. After the rebirth, all the monsters knelt before the Phoenix and acknowledged her power. After this, there was a battle with a warm dragon who wanted to be the main patriarch of the planet. Phoenix lost because the green dragon used the power of an ancient god. With her skill, she rose from the dead, but lost most of her internal energy. In any case, the green dragon was very frightened and fell to his knees and admitted his defeat. Phoenix waited for her power to fully return to her body in order to take revenge on this terrible monster. It seems at this time she finally has every chance to realize her dream. At the moment when the golden dragon was confident of its invincibility, the Phoenix got its second wind. Now I will kill the Phoenix, the green dragon. Then he will have no rivals left and the world of monsters will be cleansed. It seems the Phoenix is about to carry the golden dragon to meet the sun. This guy should be melted. There shouldn't be even a wet spot left on him. The green dragon dreamed of conquering not only the world of monsters, but also the world of people. But as a result, he could not withstand his own ambitions. Phoenix was sure that she had defeated death, but out of nowhere an ancient god appeared who changed all the odds on the battlefield. It seems like this guy is not going to back down from his plans and still dreams of absorbing worlds throughout the universe. First, he wants to absorb the power of the Phoenix to regain his former power. For now, he's having problems because this god has been locked up for too long without getting any exercise. Meanwhile, John activated the skills of the Martial Emperor, who is a master of martial arts. His physical strength exceeds all expectations, but is it enough to fight an ancient god? Even the Phoenix doesn't understand how the human body can withstand the sun's temperature. Under the influence of the energy of the universe, John unlocked the special account of the golden dragon's heart. At the beginning of the monster world, the golden dragon's body turned into the earth that feeds the inhabitants, and its heart turned into the light that illuminates the path of the monsters. The 2 special accounts were unlocked and merged, and John has now become a legendary rank golden imperial dragon. It looks like all restrictions have been lifted from the account, and John is feeling the true power of the legend. Just recently, he discovered the first account of the Red Flame Emperor. Now, under his leadership, there are a huge number of accounts with incredible opportunities. It's always nice to see the progress of someone who just wanted to become a little stronger. John used to try to protect his family, and now he does everything he can to take over the galaxy. It's impossible not to admire that. Today, he has a truly worthy opponent who will not be easy to defeat. His rival tries to absorb the powers of the stars to strengthen his own body. Of course it might help, but it's unlikely that such power would stop the golden dragon in its true form. Our protagonist plans to demonstrate why he's so dangerous. With skills like these, there is no doubt that the entire galaxy will soon know about this man. The ancient gods no longer frighten John. Quite the opposite. he becomes a nightmare for the ancient creatures. This guy never ceases to amaze, especially his versatility. Sometimes he seems weak and can't handle the basic opponent. After that, there are times when John goes beyond the pale and shows incredible class. It is precisely these kinds of transformations that make him a legend who is now trying to defeat the ancient god. Before this battle, John defeated all 4 patriarchs, so he received 4 tokens that can give him true power. As soon as the Emperor sensed danger, he immediately activated these tokens and gained the power of heaven. The ancient god cannot believe that his plan, which he has been hatching for many centuries, will now be destroyed. God was ready to defeat a simple man, but his opponent turned into a golden dragon with the strength of the 4 patriarchs. This is too difficult. It's time to take revenge and show this terrible monster that he is no longer in charge here. John has been holding back his emotions for a long time. Now he's ready to relax and show his true face. All the monsters that tried to help the ancient god were instantly destroyed. No one should interfere in this battle because only VIP fighters take part here. The ancient god is not going to give up and tries in every way to show his best, but constantly runs into resistance from the 4 patriarchs. The constant pressure makes John a serious opponent, so to win, the ancient god plans to absorb the energy of the sun. This is a completely unconventional move. One can only hope that the Emperor of the Red Flame will find a way out of this situation. It has max account support along with 4 patriarch tokens. All this gives him the ability to activate the powers of the heavens and the power of the galaxy. John had been controlling the golden dragon all this time and directing it in the right direction. Due to the excess energy, a resonance occurred and he separated from his account. A phoenix intervened in this battle and tried to help his friend in a difficult situation. The king of the monsters has returned and has forced everyone in the world to chant his name. It's really nice to see how the monsters used to fight against him, but now they recognize that John is the key to salvation. We must hurry and use the world stone to activate the demonic gate before the ancient god returns. John orders all local monsters to enter this gate immediately. It looks like they have no choice since this guy owns 4 patriarch tokens. The golden dragon is now giving his life in the fight for bright ideals. Monsters must not let the legend die in vain. They must continue to fight and believe in victory. If they stay on this planet, they will only calmly await their death and will not get a second chance to fix everything. The monsters realized that they had no choice but to entrust their fate to the madman from the earth. This world must still be destroyed, but destruction is always part of the creation of something new. You have to move forward and never look back, especially when you have the help of the golden dragon. There is still a part of the golden dragon left in the gate, as it was sealed in this portal after its death. He was the last surviving dragon of his kind and used the monster dimension to protect its inhabitants from the ancient gods. He created new life to avoid the extinction of the race. The dragon is sure that monsters still deserve a second chance to build their world, not on murder, but on good deeds. Just now, all the inhabitants of the monster world entered the golden dragon's dungeon. For them, this area is more like paradise. It is much better here than in the previous house. They thought that killing and robbing was their calling, but in fact, you can live much better and not give your soul to the devil. From the very beginning, the monsters were constantly fighting each other, but now it became clear that this was not a way out. They are ready to bow their heads before their new king in order to unite into one big team. The system just notified the owner that a Monster Lord account had been opened. John became the full-fledged king of all the monsters of the old order and the founder of the new world. As a result of his victories, he received a huge amount of experience points, millions of coins, as well as various artifacts that could raise his level to the skies. Now the world of the Golden Dragon will be handed over to ordinary monsters so that they can create something new. They must object to civilization and forget about destroying each other for the sake of profit and mana crystals. John isn't going to do all the dirty work here and be the one who sits on the throne all the time. He delegates authority to his friend, who will use his wisdom and experience to lead the monsters to success. Now John is going to say goodbye to the monsters and finally return to where he came from with his friends. This chapter of his biography was successfully completed. It was nice to see how he saved another world. Now it was time to return to the wilderness. Lately, wildlife refugees have been frequently attacked by monsters. Because of this, a huge number of ordinary people and families are forced to fight for their existence. It was here that a portal opened from which the Lord of the Golden Dragon appeared. John said that he is now the master of all monsters and does not allow them to attack people. At first, the monsters were not going to believe him, but then he showed his aura and made everyone remain silent. The human world realized that this man was now truly very powerful. All the monsters realized that this guy was not to be trifled with, and now they had to change their ways. At first, it seemed difficult to trust these terrible creatures. because they were always evil. Over time, people will realize that monsters are now willing to cooperate with the human race. John ordered to help set up a wild zone because soon there will be a safe territory here. After settling all the conflicts, it was time to contact the beautiful Margaret. He said that he had settled the issue with the monsters, and now people's lives would become more comfortable. In fact, the real crisis was the struggle of humanity itself. This should not be forgotten. Now he's going to collect all the fragments of the world's stone, because he still has too many important tasks ahead of him. He has already taken possession of the consciousness and power of many ancient gods, and he must in no case stop there. We must also not forget about the mission of the king's destiny, which it is time to begin to fulfill. John was about to go in search of the fragments, but at that moment he received important information. He learned that the eastern region had returned to missile technology and that this could pose a great danger. The monsters reported seeing a flying rocket, but no detailed explanations have been provided yet. Our protagonist's plan was intercepted by the eastern region. It seems there are no rules on Earth at all. John decided to contact his new girlfriend, who could introduce him to the eastern region. Layla is glad to see this guy. She's always ready to help her ally. Now she is on the site where rocket work is taking place. People have finally managed to overcome the vastness of space. The eastern region has taken a big step forward. The implementation of this plan was made possible thanks to the intervention of Captain Victor. After continuous attempts, they finally managed to restore ancient space technology, and now they want to take over space. Many people took part in this operation. Today they have a big holiday. Layla said that Captain Victor is the boss of the second most powerful group in the region. It is very dangerous, and you need to be extremely careful with it. Besides, the launch of a rocket is a scan for the purpose of monitoring the Earth. It's only a matter of time before the eastern region discovers John's plan to create a safe zone. The process of repairing and transforming the spaceship is almost complete, and people from the eastern region will soon learn about it. John plans to sort this out, and first he will have to change his account. People realize that they can comprehend space. Now John also needs to get enough information. He thought he could easily rise into space, but the forces of gravity proved stronger than his personal energy. Meanwhile, an important dialogue was taking place at the control center of the eastern region. These people began to scan the situation on the ground and especially closely monitor the southwestern region. They were surprised to see that a large-scale transport network was being built there. Victor realized that a large safe zone was being built behind his back, but now he knows everything. Now let's move to the main office of the Han Corporation in the southwest region. Victor decided to contact his competitors directly and declare that he knew about all of the plans of the Khan company. Mr. Han reminded Captain Victor that each safe zone was responsible only for itself and did not intend to report to others. It seems that these two do not like each other and a conflict is brewing between them. Victor warned that anyone who crosses the eastern region will be destroyed. Mr. Khan just learned that his competitors have created a rocket and can now scan the Earth from space. Competition at this level has reached its maximum levels, all made possible by technology. The southwest region spends a lot of resources to build a safe zone, but it cannot compare with the budgets of the eastern region. Victor ordered the Dragon God's team to be sent to the southwest zone to gather information and kill a guy named John who's behind the massive construction. Now you need to move to the lair of the migratory monsters where the king woke up. Many monsters have gathered here to greet their new king, a man named John. They brought him various gifts and did everything possible to make the emperor feel at home. It was they who saved John during his fall from space, and after several hours he finally woke up. Now he has learned that there are certain restrictions around the Earth. This could become a problem. Even the Emperor's account was taken down by these rules. But then how could the eastern region's missile break through the restrictions? Now we can only hope that the spacecraft currently under construction can pass through all these obstacles. We need to immediately speed up the ship's repair process in order to overtake the eastern region. A minute later, Han called John and said that he had a conflict with Victor. John asked his senior comrade not to be nervous. He promises that he will stabilize the situation in the near future. Right now, the construction of the second safe zone in the southwestern region is being completed. There are many people gathered here who want to congratulate John on this wonderful achievement. Fans go crazy when they see their idol. They are ready to do anything just to get his autograph. Now, the doors to the second safe zone are open to absolutely everyone. People will be exempt from taxes for the next 3 years. All this is done in order to attract as many people as possible to this territory. The reconstruction is complete, and now it is time to assign people who will be responsible for different areas. John gathered here all his friends who could help him in this situation. He quickly gave orders and said that he needed help from each of them. This guy is too rarely at home, so some girls can't hide their feelings when they see his charisma. There are a lot of people in the world, and especially a lot of talented men, but finding someone like John is almost impossible. This is why so many model-looking women are hunting for his heart. Soon, John received information that unknown people were approaching the safe zone. Some group wants to get in here without permission. It looks like they are heavily armed. Apparently, this is the group of dragons that received the order to destroy John. Their leader is a guy nicknamed the Dragon. He assembled his team to fulfill an order in the eastern region. They are approaching a new safe zone and plan to destroy everyone in their path. The eastern region doesn't trust these guys, so they send a mysterious woman with no level along with them. At first, the guy decided to joke a little and show the beauty that they were the ones in charge here. They thought they could get her attention and then do their dirty work. All these men were in for a disappointment because the mysterious woman turned out to be super strong. It's better not to joke with such beauties because you can wake up in the hospital with broken ribs. Now these guys will be a little more polite. They better calm down because they still have a lot of work to do. They all prepared for battle, but soon saw an unidentified flying object approaching them. John knew that his safe zone would soon be hunted. He understands perfectly well that war with the eastern region is an inevitable consequence of his activities, but he understands how to solve this problem. All he has to do is summon the monsters that now serve him exclusively. This kind of support guarantees an advantage in absolutely any fight. The Dragon team was prepared for this turn of events. They had a rehearsed contingency plan. John is glad that he will have to strain himself a little. He was afraid that the cleanup would be too easy. After fighting the ancient gods, challenging ordinary people is always a little fun. His huge army knows how to break through human defenses. Victory is just a matter of time. You just need to manage the process correctly because without advice, the monsters will be destroyed in a short period of time. It looks like John is going to surprise his opponents, who are not straining themselves at all. They think that they have found themselves in a fairy tale and will now easily defeat the person for whom they came here. It's been a long time since John made his name known, but there are still people who don't know his true greatness. The mysterious woman called her squad to help destroy the monsters. These guys turned out to be well prepared for such battles. Their skills immediately stand out from the rest, making this squad interesting to watch. Since John became the boss of the monsters, he now has a huge number of different creatures at his disposal. He doesn't even have to go down and personally take part in this battle. For now, the situation is under control, but a mysterious woman is beginning to seize the initiative. She turned out to be very strong and easily cut off the head of the main monster. Now John is really interested. Will he have to go down and fight this stranger? She seems to be working directly with the eastern region and should not be underestimated. Within seconds, John learned that finding people was this woman's forte. She took out an unknown syringe and decided to inject the monster's dead head. At first, it seemed that she had gone mad, but then he felt his consciousness being torn apart from the inside. It looks like the syringe she used is some kind of precious artifact. This woman has decided the souls of many people, and now it becomes clear that she has far from classical skills. Most people feel confident in martial arts, but there are some unique individuals who go further and surprise with their skills. It looks like she's about to take the soul of the Red Flame Emperor now. Her squad fights with incredible cruelty. They are real professionals who know how to kill living beings. Even Captain Dragon realized that it was better not to mess with this woman. Her squad had just killed a large number of members of the Dragon's crew, all in order to obtain their souls for their own use. The Dragon realizes that before him is the legendary and elusive assassin of the Eastern region, nicknamed the Soul Priestess. It is said that absolutely everyone who is her target suffers from the loss of their soul and inner consciousness. John was really unlucky because he met the most inconvenient opponent. For the first time in a long time, the Soul Priestess experiences such pleasure from the process. John didn't disappoint this woman at all, even though they hadn't even gotten into a full-fledged battle yet. Just feeling a small trace of his soul, she already experienced incredible pleasure, and this is just the beginning. Our main character just lost 5% of his soul. The recovery process will take at least 8 hours. During this entire period, all of his accounts will be weakened by half. The pain of losing your soul is much greater than the pain of being hit. The Soul Priestess was able to track John through a spiritual connection with the monster and is now very close to her target. She believes that the Eastern region should absorb the rest of the planet, and John should not stand in her way. Throughout her life, she has already collected a huge number of souls of historical figures. Now it's time to treat yourself to a tasty snack in the form of a young and talented guy. The Priestess of the Soul gained her power by receiving one of the very first artifacts on planet Earth. She is confident that she will kill her opponent, so she tells him the whole truth about her skills. Now she's going to take his soul. He's too weak to stop her. This guy can't fight, but let's not forget that hope dies last. Valkyrie was summoned with her account's maximum power. Now she will do everything possible to save her master and snatch him from the hands of death. The Red Flame Emperor had time to retreat to a safe distance. There were too many members of the dragon's crew nearby. John hadn't thought about that at all. He was very lucky to have a mad Valkyrie at his disposal. With the help of her artifacts, she is going to protect this guy even if she has to fight the devil himself. The Soul Priestess was surprised by her rival's strength, but the surprise lasted no more than a minute. She's going to use the very artifact that brought her fame. Valkyrie just lost part of her soul and a quarter of her fighting ability. She experiences incredible pain while her rival calmly enjoys her triumph. By this time, Valkyrie's defenses were down and John found himself in the open. He prepared himself for death, but Valkyrie found the strength to come to his aid. She will never forget this man's devotion, so she will protect him until the end of her days. Now we need to speed up because after the global explosion, John has a chance to get out of here alive. His soul was not fully restored, so he must escape and not take part in the battle. The Soul Priestess tries to break away from the Valkyrie and get closer to her main goal. John cannot activate his physical abilities, but his intellect is always ready to come to the rescue. He decided to lure his rival into the Misty Kingdom he had visited before. There is no doubt that this guy planned everything carefully. He once again demonstrated the superiority of his intellect. He led his rivals into this hellish region in order to gain an advantage. He's been here before and feels comfortable, unlike the Soul Priestess's team. After some time, the killers realized that in the depths of the foggy land there was a thriving city. People were shocked to see these dressed-up bandits. They thought it was Halloween. Soon John finally came out of the shadows and decided to play a little game called Catch Me If You Can. At this point, the killers tensed up and thought that he had finally fallen into their trap. In fact, they are now in a place where John is in control of the situation. Right in the middle of the road, a truck driver appeared who was not going to stop for the people in black masks. If he needs to run over someone, he will definitely do it, even despite the risk of ending up in prison. The Soul Priestess was shocked that her warrior was hit by an ordinary car. Nothing like this has happened before. Does John really control the surrounding reality? It is worth remembering that absolutely all relics, skills, and weapons disappear in this territory. Completely different rules apply here, and the Soul Priestess must come to terms with this. As long as they are here, she will not be able to use her legendary abilities. This means that she is no longer as dangerous as she once was, and now the hunt is turning in the other direction. John is about to teach her a lesson, but the surrounding reality also makes its own adjustments. There's 1 minute left before the invasion, and it seems like John hit the ground moments before the disaster. He will have to survive the entire day in this area, and he will not be able to use his special skills. It is completely unclear how he will do this, because he is not at all prepared for such conditions. A few seconds later, planet Earth felt the effects of the disaster. Monsters appeared out of nowhere and began to attack residents from different sides. Any carelessness can cost lives. Today, only the fittest will survive. There is also a luck factor involved because not everyone will be lucky enough to end up closer to the safe zone. Some people tried to save themselves, while others completely despaired and accepted the inevitability of death. Various layers of the population were gathered here, and at that moment, each person thought only of himself. John realized that he needed to run immediately and blend into the crowd in the city center. In the first stage, the land was occupied by a monstrous boss that suddenly appeared and began to wreak havoc. Right now, John sees a reincarnation of the previous events. People began to look for special types of weapons in order to resist. At first, it seemed like the monsters could be defeated with regular bombs, but that was a mistaken strategy. People overestimated their capabilities and soon paid for it. There was practically nothing left of the cities. Everything around was destroyed and plundered. It was at this very moment, when everyone around was in despair, that the most ancient artifacts appeared. That day, the first heroes managed to survive the disaster only thanks to the help of artifacts. Now it is important not to hide, but to direct all your efforts to obtaining the artifact. Only with the help of the relic will John be able to survive these next days, defeat the Soul Priestess, and return to the real world. He wants to climb the tallest building to see the whole city. Right now, in front of him, there is a battle between a human army and a huge boss. People do everything possible to stop the monster. Meanwhile, another portal opens in the sky. It feels like that very black stone is appearing here, with the help of which it will be possible to restart the world. The artifacts really do have supreme power. The monsters immediately turned their attention to the World Stone. Within seconds, the World Stone was shattered into a huge number of pieces. All these particles have scattered in different directions. Now it will be difficult to find their location. One of the artifacts fell near John. He must go down and get his hands on the stone fragment as quickly as possible. John ran where all the other people were running from, and they thought he was crazy. He hit a wall and had serious problems getting over it. Previously, a height of 3 meters was no problem for him, but now he has no special skills and finds himself in an awkward position. Besides, he just felt an earthquake and fell into the ground. Only at the last moment did John manage to grab onto the nearest rock and avoid falling. A few seconds later, he saw a helping hand in front of him, although in this world he should not have friends. In front of him is an unknown man in a mask, and there is not a single adequate reason to refuse to introduce him. John got up with the help of this guy and found out that his name was Ethan. He seems to be a good person who does not wish harm to anyone. He says that he knew earlier that sooner or later a disaster would happen, so he constantly trained and prepared himself to start helping people. Some will call him feeble-minded, others will say that he foresaw the disaster, but in any case, Ethan is truly an extraordinary person. John asked his new friend to help him climb the nearest wall. After a few seconds, he actually managed to do it. Ethan did not refuse him. This guy wants to be Superman, maybe that's what we should call him. They went their separate ways. Perhaps they will meet again sometime in the future. John just found a primeval artifact called a fake fate. Thanks to this artifact, you can fulfill your wish. Everything depends on luck and the high number. The more complex the wish John makes, the longer he will have to wait for the artifact to recharge. After some thought, John decided to wish that all the people in the eastern region who entered the Misty Land would not be able to obtain any primeval artifacts in the near future. He turned out to be quite cunning. Now his competitors will not be able to gain an advantage. We're lucky. His wish will be fulfilled 100%. The recharge will end in 60 minutes. Now he plans to launch a counterattack because luck is on his side again. In an hour, he will make another wish and then ask the artifact to help him find the Soul Priestess. He cannot directly wish death on this woman because the wish is unlikely to come true, and besides, it would be uninteresting. Meanwhile, the Soul Priestess's team fought monsters and tried to find John. It is not easy to figure out who is who in a crowd, so the killer destroys everyone in his path. They seem to have completely lost their minds and are behaving worse than monsters. One of the 5 heroes who put an end to this disaster was the founder of the Eastern region. Perhaps in the future they will meet, and then this hero will help the Soul Priestess fulfill her goal. They set out to search for artifacts but did not take into account that they might have competitors. From an unknown direction, death bikers appeared here who are seriously armed. The artifact that fell from the portal was very close, but now it will be difficult to get it. The Soul Priestess did everything she could to become stronger with the help of the artifact, but the circumstances were against her. There is no doubt that it was John's desire that influenced all subsequent events. Now the Soul Priestess is left without her mask and now belongs to a gang of death bikers. It's hard to even imagine what will happen to her now since her team members are now neutralized. John noticed that these guys were having fun and told them to continue doing what they had planned. The Soul Priestess realized that her failure was directly related to this guy. The bikers invited John to join the fun. They are in a good mood today. The Red Flame Emperor refused and said that he had unfinished business today. He wants to make the Soul Priestess suffer. A quick death certainly doesn't interest him. John wished that this girl would remain alive and under no circumstances die, even if she was cruelly tortured. Now that we could forget about her for a while, John went to the city center to search for the rest of the artifacts. On his way, he came across an object called God's Brush. With the help of this relic, one can visualize objects that were drawn prematurely. First, John decided to draw a sword. He turned out to be a very bad artist. It seems that this artifact will not help him much, so it is better to collect the fragments of the World Stone first to ensure safety. Monsters represent destruction, while the World Stone, on the contrary, wants to reunite matter. We need to save the World Stone in order to stop the disaster and fix everything that happened. In the past, people were too weak to protect this artifact, so nothing worked. John went to look for the stone and saw a little boy who was busy with something. It turned out that his parents and the other children in the kindergarten had already died, and he was trying to bury them all. It's hard to believe that a small child can be so calm and cool. It would be much better for him to run away from here and find a safe place. The boy replied that he was not going to grow up and become an adult because, like everyone else, he would soon die. John had never met such an aware child in a state of depression. He decided to console the boy and said that the disaster would definitely end and then everything would be fine. It soon became clear that this boy was a genius of painting. The Emperor of the Red Flame decided to give him a new artifact with which he can change the world. A few seconds later, the child drew a thunder machine, which was instantly transferred into real space. John was surprised that such a small child was capable of such tricks. After just a few seconds, he continued drawing and gave this world several more types of weapons. At that moment, death bikers appeared around, which no one was expecting here. It seems they had been looking for this boy for a long time and came specifically for him. In this short period of time, they had already managed to reach level 25. all thanks to the fact that they accidentally discovered underground shelters and destroyed more than 1,000 people. These men can be considered real devils. They do not deserve a second chance. Without any prior discussion, they began shooting towards the boy and his adult friend. By that time, John was already protected by high technology that was prematurely drawn. He very quickly began to attack bikers on oncoming courses and achieved a confident victory. After that, he decided to use his artifact to ensure the child's safety in this disaster. His wish will come true 100%. The child will remain alive no matter what. He turned out to be very successful. He was always lucky to get the maximum result. Now it's time to say goodbye to the child, but this boy is not going to let him go. He wants to walk with him for the whole day. It seems like John has no choice. He took Brian with him and didn't ask him any more unnecessary questions. They came to the very center of the city and saw a huge boss next to the world stone. By being near the stone, John immediately raised his level. The same thing happened to the boy, who did not expect such serious progress. John continued to insist that they not work together, as it was too dangerous. Apparently, he still hasn't realized that Brian has lost his family and now has nowhere to go. He promises to become much stronger and be useful to his new friend in the future. Oddly enough, that's exactly what happened, because Brian progressed very quickly and helped destroy the surrounding monsters. They not only cleared the perimeter, we helped people who needed help. All this was done in order to get closer to the Stone of the World and fulfill its main purpose. John quickly got used to the fact that he was cooperating with this little guy, but much more serious obstacles await them ahead. It's worth remembering that John can't activate his accounts. He's too weak in this foggy reality. The monsters became stronger and stronger, and it was difficult for people to survive the first day of the disaster. Only a few could resist this terrible force, but sometimes you don't have to be too old to take the side of good. Brian is a great example of a small child fighting for bright ideals. Today he will have to fight not only the Queen of Blood Spiders, but also an army of monsters. In any case, this boy has nothing to lose. He lost his family and all his friends, so now he has only one goal left: to fight and kill monsters. With the help of the artifact, Brian can visualize absolutely any type of weapon. This gives this boy a hidden advantage as well as his partner. The Emperor of the Red Flame has found himself a wonderful ally. Previously, he fought only with the strongest and bravest warriors. But now he only needs to team up with a smart child, and his chances of winning will increase. It seems that this guy has a very deep imagination. He's a master at using it. He doesn't even need to come up with a special type of weapon. He just needs to relax his mind and start improvising. This boy's talent is simply incredible. Now it's even hard to believe that John refused to cooperate with this genius. It soon became clear that people were having serious difficulties defeating the monsters. It seems that the human race has become desperate and has decided to use nuclear weapons. John immediately realized that humans were incapable of fighting monsters and activated the protective barrier. People are ready to sacrifice themselves in order to kill the enemy. Perhaps this is the true reason for the death of humanity. It seemed that most of the problems had been solved, and now all that was needed was to wait for the end of the day. This turned out to be a mistake, because soon John saw before him a soul priestess who had found a primordial artifact called the Remains of Time. Before the explosion itself, she still managed to get what she wanted. Now the priestess is confident of her victory. She was nearly tortured to death, but she managed to pull through and stay in the game. With the help of his friend, John plans to create a duplicate of the artifact to even out the odds of success. Brian turned out to be a much more useful ally than one might have expected. At first, it seemed like it was just a small child who would have to have his diaper changed constantly. As a result, this guy plays a much more important role. The artifact that John holds in his hands has reduced characteristics, but nevertheless, it can still cut through time, space, and rules. Right during the battle, the system notified John that the 24 hours were up, and he should now prepare to return. The priestess was clearly unhappy with what had happened. She was sure that victory was already practically in her pocket. Finally, John left his friend an important artifact that allows wishes to be fulfilled. He promised that he would definitely survive and that they would still meet in the future. John thought for a long time about how familiar Brian's first and last name were to him. It was only a little later that he realized that this boy would turn into one of the 5 legendary heroes of mankind. The foggy zone released its prisoners. The battle moved to another category of space and time. Here John immediately regained control of his power and showed who was boss. He is going to show this woman what real wealth of soul and possibilities is. He just summoned 4 ancient deities at the same time. He would only be able to control them for a minute. Even such a limited time will be enough to show the soul priestess that she is worth nothing. Within seconds, the woman had given up her weapon and admitted defeat. No one is ready to fight an ancient god, especially if there are several ancient gods at once. John is going to make this woman feel the same pain she brought to other people. He just took most of her soul, but didn't kill her completely, so that she would suffer for the rest of her life. Now we need to move to the outskirts of the second safe zone. It seems that the dragon team is still alive. They are feeling great and preparing for a rematch. Of course, they weakened after the Soul Priestess and her people left their team. However, the dragon has enough audacity to attack the second safe zone. This was a big mistake for them, because it was immediately obvious that the local guards were ready for any unexpected attack. The dragon knew that this would happen, so he prepared for such fun in advance. He took with him some strange weapon capable of destroying any defense. Nanotechnology was intended to protect the safe zone, but the barrier was destroyed by a precise strike. The dragon was happy and showed with all his might that he would take all the riches and all the women of this city. After breaking through the barrier, he began to attack the city walls in the hope of breaking through the defenses. This guy was very surprised when the titanium walls withstood this blow. It seems he didn't foresee this. Now he'll have to retreat and wait until the gun is reloaded. The mercenaries were ready to leave, but a silhouette of a man appeared in front of them who wanted to challenge them. It seems that John is calling for help from his pet, who has been quite hungry lately. This huge dragon is going to destroy absolutely all the people who came here to sow chaos. John achieved a crushing victory and received his command of a high-level laser siege turret. All this time, Victor was observing these events in the satellite monitoring room of the Eastern District. This experienced captain was shocked by how strong the leader of the Southwest region turned out to be. It seems he underestimated his opponent. Now he needs to adjust his plans and come up with something more in order to win. He called the serious representatives of his zone, but found out that they were all against pursuing the Emperor of the Red Flame. The seasoned generals said they weren't going to be afraid of some kid who just graduated from high school. They don't want to waste resources on this and are even ready to punish Victor for his disobedience. The captain thinks these people are stupid, but he will still try to eliminate the threat posed by John. Meanwhile, our hero is in the underground hangar of the second safe zone. The repair and transformation of the spacecraft was almost 90% complete. Lilu has done a great job with her duties, and it seems she is truly on the right track. Not long ago, John failed to overcome space, and now he fears that the ship will also encounter difficulties. Lilu explained that this should not happen and asked John to try the first flight himself. Now we need to wait for the construction to be completed, but for now we can go to our home academy. Here John is received as a local superstar, and it is immediately clear that the academy loves its legend. The boys and girls surround John in order to at least look at him up close. They consider this man a hero, without whom they would have been destroyed long ago. After a short greeting, it was time to talk to the director. John clearly has a reason for showing up here uninvited. It seems he wants to find fossil fuels for mechanical power so that his ship has sufficient reserves of resources. The director stated that blood crystals perform this function much better. It seems he knows where to find such items. There should be some fossil fuels left near the ancient ruins. This is the easiest and fastest way to get what he wants, if John doesn't want to use the blood crystals. Now our hero plans to go in search of fuel and solve the ship's energy problem. He also started asking questions about Brian, who is one of the 5 heroes. The director knows this guy and says that he is incredibly strong. He achieved success thanks to 2 sacred artifacts that were obtained from the Red Flame Emperor. Apparently, the time and space rifts in the Foggy Land are unique because they have a connection with real time. It seems that Brian is still alive and even somehow connected to Charles, perhaps master and apprentice. John is really interested in meeting this guy in this reality. Then John learned that it would be difficult to solve the ship's problem with fuel, so it would be better to use nuclear power. The director is indeed experienced, but the nuclear stockpile is much less than the practical fuel. After a short period of time, the construction of the ship was completed. Today, many people have gathered here to see what success the Red Flame Emperor has achieved. They all seem happy to see John progressing quickly and not resting on his laurels. Even here, there was competition from women who were too eager to get their hands on this handsome man. John gathered his friends to tell them what had happened recently. Just a few minutes later, everyone around was shocked by what John told them. His friends learned that John had single-handedly destroyed the best mercenary team in the Eastern region. He also spoke about pristine artifacts that have incredible potential. The Eastern region has taken possession of the satellite. Now they have a hidden advantage over their competitors. Flynn has thought a lot about how to deal with this, but so far he has not found all the answers to his questions. After the atmosphere is breached, all equipment will fail, and Earth observation and data collection will be disabled. John wants his competitors to see absolutely everything that goes on here. It's all part of his plan. His goal now is to collect enough fuel for the ship. If we split the team and work together, we can distract the attention of the Eastern region. The satellite will obviously be watching John, he will be the bait, and his friends will do all the dirty work. Their conversation today cannot be heard. The satellite can only observe, but does not have the ability to listen to conversations. John has already organized a map of the area. His friends only need to go in search of fuel. He will also send his monsters to do the same. Although these guys are not very smart, getting fuel should not be a big problem for them. After some time, all team members split up and flew off to carry out the boss's tasks. All team members are very strong, so the eastern region will soon face problems. Some girls want to stay with John to keep him company. It seems like a conflict is brewing as everyone wants to be closer to the Red Flame Emperor. Still, John is going to spread his efforts, although it would be nice to reward himself for the work done. Now John will be busy with completely different duties. This guy is going to go in search of the legendary Charles. The treasure hunter has been missing for many years, so we'll have to take Flynn with us, since he's his student. All this time, no one knew that Flynn was also the grandson of a legend. This guy was constantly silent and did not tell anyone about it. Meanwhile, work continues in the Eastern District Satellite Monitoring Room. Victor is not going to back down. He wants to follow John and destroy this guy. For him, this is a matter of honor, and perhaps he will even have to try testing satellite weapons. John has openly turned the entire southwestern territory against Victor and killed all of his people, and now their rivalry will reach a new level. Now we can go back to John and figure out how he's going to find the legendary treasure hunter. In order to enhance his abilities, John summoned a demon to help him, who serves as his support. He also asked his girlfriend to activate the enhancement skill in order to charge him with additional energy. He had never felt so majestic and invincible. At times, it seemed that he would take over the world, and no one would ever stop him. This guy was so absorbed in the aura of greatness that he began to dream of earning a huge fortune and owning all the women in the world. He needs to calm down because he has achieved the desired result and opened a portal to the other world. Now his entire team is ready to set out in search of the legendary treasure hunter. It's worth remembering that Charles must be somehow connected to Brian. They may both still be alive, but one wonders if after all these years Brian is still a friend to the Red Flame Emperor. All these questions remain to be answered, but now the system is taking an unexpected turn. John completely forgot that he needed to return to the Shadow World to complete the mission. Laguna must turn into a Shadow King, and to do this he will have to defeat an ancient monster that is trying to take over the world. Laguna is currently experiencing that very moment, when his aura is gradually growing. We need to help this guy and support him on his way to his goal, because the mission is almost complete. With the help of the recent battles, Laguna finally felt more powerful. He had never been so confident in his own skills. Karina is still alive and asks her friends to take her with them. She wants to take revenge not only for her sister, but for all the inhabitants of the city. An ancient god must be destroyed at any cost, and 3 martial artists unite to achieve this goal. Of course, it won't be easy. The ancient god is very smart and knows how to draw additional energy. He went to the royal city in order to suck the strength out of the people who survived there. With the help of such manipulations, the ancient god becomes stronger. Time works in his favor. Meanwhile, a blatant robbery is taking place in the local treasury. People are trying to take with them the maximum amount of gold and jewelry. The princess is shocked by what is happening. She cannot believe that people have lost their souls. There is a guard of the royal family here who should be on her side. She asks for help, but in response she hears only hurtful words about how he's no longer going to follow the rules and remember his oath. It seems like this guy has sold his soul to the devil, and now intends to think only about himself. He brutally knocked out the princess, and she woke up only a few hours after the incident. There were a huge number of dead bodies around. All these people died in the fight for the jewels. The princess is shocked by what is happening. She is trying to understand what to do next and how to get out of this hell. As soon as she went outside, she saw that there was a huge flying monster right above her. The princess is not going to surrender to captivity. Her moral feelings call on her to commit suicide so as not to give her body to the monster. She was close to committing suicide, but at that moment she saw 3 bright lights approaching her in the sky. The princess thought that God had finally sent her salvation and she had said goodbye to life too early. The monster was clearly unhappy that his plans were being thwarted by these pathetic slugs. In order to even the odds during the battle, the Red Flame Emperor decided to call upon the ancient god for help. Laguna decided not to wait for support and went on the attack first. Sometimes this guy is too naive. Now he has already received a sufficient amount of power, but his experience is sorely lacking. Laguna still doesn't know how to approach an opponent. In order to get close to a large monster, you need to use deceptive maneuvers and feints. However, he does not lose concentration and tries again and again to impose his game. During the breaks between battles, he noticed the princess, whom he had already seen earlier. Then the future Shadow King realized that the princess was different from all the other royal representatives. She always paid attention to those in need and tried in every possible way to help people in difficult situations. When she saw a child dying of thirst, she was ready to cut her hand in order to give him her own blood to drink. It was then that legends appeared in the city that royal blood saves lives and has a miraculous effect. Laguna asked the princess to calm down and find a safe place to wait out the storm. She was glad that among all these terrible creatures, there was at least one gentleman who was concerned about her health. She really liked this guy and asked him to take her with him so that she could help defeat the ancient god. The princess is sure that the royal family has hidden talents, but Laguna doesn't want to listen to anything. He insists that the princess must be kept safe and not risk her life. The princess offers him to taste her blood in order to gain power, but he resolutely refuses. This guy can be considered a real gentleman, although he is acting unwisely now. Meanwhile, John plans to summon additional ancient gods for help. He understands that his opponent is constantly absorbing people's energy and is becoming stronger with every minute. Here you will have to activate absolutely all of your hidden resources. Otherwise, you will not be able to complete this mission. The princess decided to help the heroes somehow. Her prayer can give the warriors a little energy. John really felt a surge of strength. He never thought that such a simple prayer could work so effectively. Apparently, the princess really does have hidden talents and should not be underestimated. Meanwhile, Laguna began to regret not having tasted her delicious blood. The problem with the lack of experience is now more relevant than ever. It is too difficult for him to approach monsters at close range. The lack of deceptive maneuvers does not give him the opportunity to get closer and deliver a crushing blow. His other half urges Laguna to immediately abandon her principles and taste the princess's blood. With the help of blood, they will be able to become much stronger and finally defeat this terrible monster. However, Laguna is not going to give up his inner ideals. He wants to remain human no matter what. If he tastes blood even once, it will only get worse and eventually he will turn into a monster standing on a mountain of corpses. He's determined to become a legendary warrior and is confident that he will not have to take the dark path to achieve this. This guy is a bit too naive sometimes. We'll just have to see where it leads him. Meanwhile, the Battle of Monsters is gaining momentum. The epicness of the battle is off the charts. John watches silently as what happens. He does not want to interfere in order to give Laguna the opportunity to defeat the boss on her own. In this case, Laguna will receive additional characteristics and turn into a full-fledged king of shadows. It's too difficult for him without the princess's blood, but this guy still refuses to act like a vampire. John thinks about pushing his friend to do this. Otherwise, Laguna will be brutally destroyed. The Red Flame Emperor is now at a mental crossroads. He understands that his comrade needs help, but at the same time, he does not want to push Laguna down the wrong path. Meanwhile, Laguna is seriously suffering, and so far he has no chance of winning this terrible battle. The princess fell in love with him at first sight. As soon as he fell to the ground, she was immediately next to him. The girl completely forgot that she was in the epicenter of events and could get hurt because of it. She was very lucky that John was nearby and called upon several ancient gods to help. With the help of these terrible monsters, the main boss of this trial has not yet destroyed the entire city. The princess insists that Laguna try her blood anyway and heal his injuries. Even John tries to help and forces his friend to act more decisively. At some point, the system notified the owner not to interfere, otherwise the whole story would go in a different direction. All this time he was pushing Laguna, but the Shadow King himself must choose what to do. In that short period of time, they became close friends, and close friends always give each other a choice. If John wants to save their relationship, he must change his approach and give Laguna freedom. Now he's at a crossroads. This guy must choose either his own ambitions or friendly relations. If he chooses his own ambition, he will receive a Shadow King account, from which all restrictions will be removed. If he chooses friendship, he will be left without an account, but will gain a true friend. He doesn't have much time left to make a choice because his ancient gods can't stand the pressure. John must take a step forward. Now he looks determined, which means the decision has been made. Bird turned out to be a tough nut to crack. Defeating him like the previous monsters was clearly not possible. Here you will have to ask for help from a secret artifact that can poison the opponent's mind. The ancient god considered himself invincible. It seemed to him that no artifacts could defeat him. Apparently, this guy didn't expect that John could call for help from a more serious account from his collection. Today, our hero is clearly determined. He is throwing absolutely all possible resources into the battle. Now he gives his opponent the opportunity to make a choice, either to leave his consciousness and bow to man, or to turn into a slave. Bird had no intention of playing by the man's rules. He refused to cooperate and continued the battle. As a result, this guy experienced pain and hellish teachings, and he burned like a butterfly that touched the sun. Thanks to this, John received a crystal that gives him the right to call upon another ancient god for help in critical situations. Laguna couldn't believe that his friend had given up on his own ambitions. After this, the young warrior lost consciousness and woke up when it was all over. At this moment, the city was trying to wake up and rebuild everything that had been destroyed in the past. John looked at these people and saw a happy future without monsters and constant battles. The inner soul of the Shadow King was very surprised by the choice that John made for himself. He gave up his big ambitions and accepted the fact of losing his account with incredible power. The King of Shadows will not disappear anywhere. He remains a star shadow and will still exist within this galaxy. Sometime in the future, they will definitely meet again, although too many circumstances must come together for this to happen. In any case, it was a good collaboration. John showed his friendly qualities and showed that he is first and foremost a person, not a hero. After this, the Red Flame Emperor was transported into the system and learned that his Shadow King account would be destroyed. He was a little upset, but accepted this fact as a man, which is probably why he was so surprised when he found out that after external interference, the account was restored and promoted. There's no explanation as to how this happened. Perhaps in the future it will become clear, but the fact remains, John got an even stronger account. He tried to figure out what happened. The system reported so that the owner would not be nervous and enjoy the success. Apparently his moral qualities helped him become even stronger than he could have dreamed of. Although he was driven by his own ambitions, he ended up achieving much more than ordinary success. His mission was completed. Now it was time to reveal the secret of rank increase. When Laguna woke up, he found out that his friend had disappeared and said that he would never return. The young warrior was upset. He could not believe that John saved the whole world and disappeared without a trace. One can only hope that he will return in the future, and they will definitely meet. Of course, there is no guarantee that this will actually happen, but hope never fades in the heart of a sincere person. Now everyone around thinks that it was Laguna who became the savior of the planet. He will become a local superstar, respected, loved, and appreciated by absolutely all living beings. He doesn't need to be too upset because despite losing his friend, he has gained something. The princess is ready to give him her heart and link her life with the hero. Laguna won the lottery of life. Just now, this beauty proposed to him to marry. The next day, people took to the streets of the city to greet the princess. They were very surprised because there was some handsome blonde man next to her. Everyone began to guess that this was the future king. He felt a little uncomfortable with all this attention, but he deserved it anyway. Laguna is considered the new hero of humanity. He did not become a full-fledged Shadow King, but still acquired incredible strength and skills. Within a few days, all the city's residents learned that a lavish wedding would take place between the princess and the hero. Less than a year later, the princess gave her husband a beautiful boy, who was named John. Laguna led the army and cleared the entire world of the remaining monsters. Even with all his victories and achievements, in the evenings he still felt lonely and looked high into the sky. This guy is always waiting for his best friend to come back. Hope always dies last. 10 years after these events, the princess became seriously ill and left this world. Laguna became a full-fledged king and did not stop on the path to constant progress. Since then, thousands of years have passed. The world has completely changed. A new era has begun. Laguna was the one who led the new generation of people and prepared to fly into space to discover new expanses. The soul of the Shadow King urged Laguna to act more decisively, but he was in no hurry to leave the Earth. Apparently, this guy still hopes that at some point his friend will come to see him again. It seems that now he's losing patience. Tears appear in the eyes of the experienced warrior. Soon he heard a familiar voice, and for a long time Laguna could not believe that the very friend who changed his life was standing in front of him. It seemed like a miracle, because John actually returned and offered to reunite with his brother. Together they must challenge obstacles and continue to conquer the vastness of space. For the first time in a long time, they finally shook hands. Laguna did not hold back his emotions at all and seemed to have returned to his youth. If you don't have tears in your eyes at this point, I don't believe you. John successfully completed the mission and received an upgraded Star-Lord account. He felt incredibly happy because he not only found a friend, but also fulfilled his mission 100%. The victory did not come easy to him. It was a long journey that finally ended. Now additional opportunities open up before him, and he can calmly return to his reality. Their new challenges await him. First, he needs to go to the main fortress of the safe zone. John finally returned and was ready to continue carrying out all the assigned missions. He and his friends are going to go in search of that legendary old man and are ready to do it together with wonderful beauties. The Red Flame Emperor activates the pilot account to show the master class. Together with his friends, he goes on an important mission, which means that new adventures await him ahead. Meanwhile, Victor continues to keep an eye on his enemy. This old man has been planning something terrible for a long time. He had just learned that John had taken off and ordered his assistants to determine his destination using a satellite. So far, the flight path completely violates the laws of physics, making it difficult to understand where John is going to fly. It looks like this guy is drawing some kind of sign in the sky, probably a message to the enemies. Taking a closer look, it became clear that John had never changed himself. He was still too daring and self-confident. Victor became very angry. His aggression towards this guy grew with every minute. He has vowed to make John pay for his arrogance, and their duel is only a matter of time. Meanwhile, Flynn enjoyed watching his dreams while flying. This guy needs to wake up because they finally arrived at their destination. A huge portal was opened in front of the team, which would lead them to adventure. You will have to think not only about problems and dangers, but also about girls who are constantly competing with each other. Flynn promises to help John and save him from such female attention. He is ready to switch several beauties to himself. This guy is too cunning, but his skills will definitely help find the legendary treasure hunter. Now the whole team has entered the heavenly world. Very soon they will create a new history here. There is an immediate sense of strangeness here. The system asks the host to explore the dungeons and collect enough key clues. You need to help the fallen angels defeat the angels of light. Only then will the dungeon portal open and players will get additional opportunities. Now they have turned into fallen angels. This is the first time John and his team encounter such a dungeon. Their main goal remains to find Charles. But to do this, they will have to follow the internal rules of the heavenly world. The corpses of fallen angels were seen ahead. It seems that something terrible happens here periodically. John noticed that one of the angels needed help. He was not used to refusing those in need, so he helped this guy fly to a large stone. As soon as the sunlight hit this terrible-looking angel, his body immediately began to change. Within a few seconds, the fallen angel had regained his true appearance and looked much fresher. He managed to survive the hellish battle, but this guy still could use some plastic surgery. Previously, he was also a human and entered this dungeon, but was unable to complete the local tasks. He doesn't even remember how many years he has been here. With each year, his memory of the past is forgotten. In ancient stories, fallen angels are portrayed as villains. But in this world, things are completely different. They are the ones who need help from the real enemies of humanity. After all these years, the fallen angel finally learned the full history of this world. One day, unknown creatures invaded this world. They were very strong, and the angels had to retreat. After this, the city was captured. The angels lost their source of light and were left without their power. Because of this, they turned into fallen angels who wield the power of darkness. They continued to resist, but when Seraphim sided with the enemy, the situation changed completely. The power of angels is divided into 9 levels, the strongest being Seraphim. Monsters are able to completely copy the level, abilities, and appearance of their target. This is the main problem. It is very difficult to identify your copy. This creates confusion and big problems. John has encountered something similar before. Now it will be really difficult to complete this mission. All the people who ended up here either died or became fallen angels. They are not to be envied at all. Most likely Charles is still alive. You need to complete the main mission and then focus on finding the hero. John went to the heavenly world to take part in this battle. It seems like there's a serious battle going on here. The fallen angels are clearly weaker than their competitors. They try to fight until the very end, but they lack the skills and power. Their rivals are too ruthless, so it is almost impossible to organize competition. Now, almost all the surviving fallen angels have been destroyed in this territory. It seemed that the battle was over, but at the last moment, several more characters appeared in this area. John and his friends didn't come here to joke. He's going to go on a mission and destroy everyone here. John and his team will have to not only because they will be fighting clones of first-level angels. The fallen angel Michael was shocked that the guests here were so ignorant that they provoked the archangel. He realized that this battle was unwinnable and decided to retreat immediately. Apparently, Mikhail is going to become stronger and take revenge for everyone later when they feel a great opportunity. He thought that the local guests would soon be destroyed. So he was very surprised when he saw that everything did not go according to plan. John and his team turned out to be much stronger than anyone could have imagined. These guys are masters of fighting and clearly know how to use different types of weapons. Michael underestimated them too much. He thought that in front of him were little ducklings that would be fried like bacon. As a result, he found himself facing experienced killers who were capable of getting out of any situation. The third-level archangel is going to show the unexpected guests who is boss here. John is not afraid of this guy at all and is ready to show his full potential. He's already tired of fighting classic monsters. Now he wants to defeat a monster in human form. This is something new for him, so his comrades are in no hurry to interfere in this battle. They give their boss the opportunity to feel alive and experience a new kind of battle. John was showing incredible potential. The Archangel had never encountered anything like this before. Had to call in an overly powerful account for help, the strength of which could lead to a dungeon failure. That's why the account was limited tenfold. But even these restrictions will not prevent John from achieving a confident victory. The Archangel realized that he could not win without additional efforts. He was going to destroy everything around him. It is always interesting to watch such battles. Everything around shines with different colors. Sparks and fire never cease to amaze the imagination. With each new battle, John becomes a more experienced and perfect fighter. This opens the way for him to more confident victories, of course. The battle does not always go without problems. Sometimes you have to face obstacles to taste the sweet taste of victory. When the Red Flame Emperor wins without resistance, this success never brings him the satisfaction he deserves. Just now, he activated the Light of the Stars and attacked the Archangel with incredible firepower. All members of his team were shocked and even afraid to raise their heads. When the fog cleared, it became clear that the Archangel had lost most of his energy and health. It's unlikely that this guy wants to continue fighting. He feels that he needs immediate support. Very soon, there were many angels around who came to help their boss. The Archangel changed his form and decided that he was no longer going to tolerate this humiliation. He was going to absorb the powers of his own brothers. Even though he has turned into a monster, this does not give him the right to behave like a pig. One must not forget about the rules of decency. John decided that it was time to end this performance. The audience was already starting to get bored due to the lack of events. The Archangel lost almost all of his tentacles. His monster form was defenseless against the pressure of the Red Flame Emperor. All that was left was to fry this octopus and make a delicious broth from its meat. John achieved a confident victory. Mikhail still cannot believe that he witnessed a battle of such a scale. He thought that these clones were impossible to defeat, but it seemed that the fallen angels were too weak. Some of the horrible creatures are still alive. They even received the energy that left the dead body of the Archangel. The Emperor is not going to let their worms go. They must all be severely punished for their actions. With the help of the Star-Lord account, you can really change reality in your favor. John had never experienced the skill of star devouring before. Now he can absorb the powers of enemies and become stronger with each new battle. Not only John, but all members of his team, even Mikhail, received a boost in their stats. A huge amount of experience points were earned. In the future, they can be used to purchase new skills. John told his friend that he was now at level 500, which was hard to believe. Now there is no doubt that we have a genius in front of us who at such a young age has achieved incredible heights. Because of this, Flynn becomes depressed and wants to drink some wine. These guys better not relax because the mission is not yet complete. The enemy may have an ace up his sleeve. John told his team that they must cleanse this city of defilers. Most likely, there are still monsters there that have cloned the skills of angels. These guys are hiding like pathetic trash. They need to be found and crushed. It seemed that John and his team now had the situation under control, but then they heard strange sounds coming from the city. It seems that Seraphim found them, which means that we will have to ask the Star-Lord for help again. With the help of this account, you need to break through the city walls and make your way inside. John ordered his friends to act very carefully and not to relax under any circumstances in the face of battle. This huge city used to be full of children's laughter and good mood, but now it is very quiet. There is a main enemy in the city who will soon come and try to clear out his own territory. Soon the sounds of something very large and scary approaching were heard. Huge scales fell to the ground. This means that the battle of life is approaching at a rapid speed. Right now, John and his friends saw an angel of power. This strange creature is the boss, and his name is Merlin. The process of weighing the soul begins, although of course ordinary people do not understand what this means. The souls of these people turned out to be too light. The assessment was not passed and the 3-minute countdown began. At first, John didn't understand at all what was happening. Apparently, he was busy with completely different things. A beauty just landed on him and he found himself in a very awkward situation. Betty felt that John had some long object in his pocket. He said that it was a Snickers bar. Not all team members enjoy watching these events. Apparently, everyone else is in the mood for a fight. It was really important to collect my thoughts because something strange is happening right now. Now, opposite them is the other side of the scale with light balls. It will be very difficult to exceed their weight. Mr. Sardo developed a secret method of connecting souls by connecting his souls and sharing them with others. This is how the selection of angels took place. Now, John and his team are fallen angels. This plan won't work for them. It seems we'll have to use the artifact that was obtained in previous battles. John is going to use a syringe that helps pull souls out of people. Apparently, he just implanted part of the priestess's soul into his body. All this is done so that his soul becomes heavier and the scales tip in the opposite direction. Because of this, he felt his soul overflowing. His stats doubled for the next few hours. He should not do such things too often because then he could end up in an abnormal state of the soul outside the body. After that, John told his friends that they could also try something similar. This guy got them hooked on the needle, as stupid as it sounds. However, his strategy worked. The souls of the angels became heavier, and the scales recognized their strength. Now they can safely challenge Merlin, who is a very underrated character. Silver Bullet planned to destroy him with her sword, but this was too naive a strategy. In front of her is an angel who is able to control the kingdom. Now he will turn this place into a huge labyrinth from which it is impossible to escape. John knew that his opponent had an ace up his sleeve, so he would create an even bigger maze to catch the angel off guard. All this is made possible by a divine-level artifact that can create anything. People who do not go through the owner's check will be lost in this labyrinth. Merlin decided that with his skills he could get out of here and continue fighting. Apparently he overestimated his abilities and underestimated the strength of a man named John. This labyrinth turned out to be not at all simple. Merlin was forced to change his shape a little. He found himself in a difficult situation and could not figure out the way out of this labyrinth. The owner of the kingdom considered himself the most powerful creature. He wanted to fly up and rise above the labyrinth, but the system's protection would not allow him to do this. There are no rules to break. If John wants this monster to stay here forever, then that's exactly how it's going to be. In this unconventional way, the Emperor of the Red Flame defeated his new rival. Merlin's consciousness is lost in the labyrinth and will never return to his body, so his soul can be extracted. This helped John get his hands on several important artifacts, but now is not the time to count relics. Now you need to move to the next level and enter the realm of powerful angels. It seems that there are some very serious bosses gathered here who are going to give people a test. The Angel of Power. Imura was very surprised when he learned that Merlin had been destroyed. He certainly didn't foresee such a plot twist, so he got angry and started attacking the unexpected guests. He thought that conventional attacks might work, but John was the main man in this show. He anticipated his opponent's moves, so he quickly turned back to plan his next attack. It is worth remembering that there is a fallen seraphim here, who has incredible power and high martial arts skills. The territory of fallen angels is calm today, although a little tension is felt. Seraphim already knows that his warriors have suffered great losses, but still cannot break through even the city gates. Conflicts begin among all these angels because everyone sees their own way to solve problems. Today, a special squad was sent to destroy the monsters. This squad has disappeared somewhere, and their aura is no longer felt in the city. Soon the castle doors opened and Michael entered with his new friend. Everyone around was surprised and tried to understand who he was and why he had the right to enter this place. Michael said that this guy's name is John, and he and his team killed many dangerous monsters. At first, no one believed him. Everyone around said that this guy was too weak to fight the clones. John decided to show his power on his own and destroy absolutely all doubts of the fallen angels. Seraphim allowed this guy to come in and come closer in order to talk. He felt that John had some incredible power inside him. This guy interested him. John came to offer the Seraphim to return back to heaven. It seems that after the last battle, Seraphim can't do this. His body was destroyed. But John found a way to change everything. He gave this guy a little soul. Everyone around thought it was an attack and started attacking John's friends. In fact, the Red Flame Emperor does not want to conflict with these angels. He gave the Seraph the opportunity to feel incredibly strong and powerful, like in the old days. He has regained most of his energy and now feels incredibly strong. Seraphim wants to take back control of his home and thank John for this incredible support. The Emperor wants Seraphim to send troops and occupy the city as quickly as possible before the enemies begin to act. It seems he's going to defeat the local clones, but that's not all he needs. He is also looking for a man called Charles, who is also known as a legendary treasure hunter. Everyone around immediately became tense when they saw this master. It seems he is the leader of the monster angels in this city. John couldn't believe that Charles was actually fighting on the side of the monsters. It seemed like it was just a joke. Seraphim has fought him before and confidently states that he has never encountered such a level of skill. It's unlikely that the monster is the real Charles, but there is clearly a connection between them. Flynn has known for a long time that his grandfather is crazy, but he certainly didn't expect this from him. Whoever this Charles turns out to be, John will in any case help the fallen angels regain control of the city. With this, he will earn a high reputation and will not be able to complete the mission from start to finish. They will have to defeat a monster that has copied the skills of a dead archangel. John's team is prepared for such scenarios, but they will still find it too difficult. As support, John received the broken ancient crown of the Holy Angel, an artifact that helps activate high-level magical power. It was decided to give this artifact to Chile because it is the Amazon who has the greatest potential among all the team members. It has long been clear that you are not imprisoned by some unknown force. With the help of this artifact, she turned into a holy angel. Everyone around was shocked. It looks like the Amazon will now play a key role in this story. The artifact chose her because of the possible reincarnation of the soul, although it is possible that the real Archangel did not die, but scattered his soul and turned into chili. This girl is very happy because she received incredible power and now she can truly help her beloved savior. Now she is ready to take the fallen angels with her and finally reclaim this city from the monsters. They have a long way to go, but this is the only way to achieve greatness and complete the mission to the very end. Now we need to see what's happening on the second tier of the City of Angels. The monsters think they are in control and have no serious competitors right now. These guys did not expect at all that right next to their house a portal would open from which unknown people with wings would appear. The boss knew that sooner or later such a battle would happen. He prepared his artifact to activate the power. Chile has long been waiting for its moment of glory, and now the future of this mission depends on it. The boss couldn't believe that he was seeing the reincarnation of an archangel. It seemed to him that this was only possible in a dream. Now it became clear that the battle would be much more difficult than the monster thought. He would have to improvise in order to stay alive. John and his new friends planned their offensive special operation perfectly. They operated across the entire width of the military territory and attacked from different flanks. It is not known who exactly led the development of the strategy, but the initial attack was successful. The Amazon was at the center of the action, trying to apply her attack and expand it to its maximum range. Today she has discovered hidden potential within herself that has long been trying to break out. Perhaps the bright cry of purification is her main skill, which will now show itself in all its glory. For a long time, Chili has hinted that she has incredible skills, and finally she gets the chance to prove herself. Even John had no idea that there was such a strong woman next to him, and yet he didn't notice her at all. The boss was completely unprepared for such pressure and attacks from different sides. His magic didn't work at all, so he decided to turn into a horrible creature. He wasn't very handsome before, and now he's even worse, so his head needs to be cut off as quickly as possible. This guy has multiple tails, but only one head, which will soon be destroyed. John decided to take a shortcut and use the Soul Priestess's artifact. The Red Flame Lord once again showed his intelligence at a time when everyone expected him to have martial arts skills. The Angel team achieved a confident victory, and everyone around them immediately began to automatically increase their level. Silver Bullet felt that she was too weak to be around, so she would go looking for more skills to come back stronger. John noticed the changes in Melanie but decided not to stop her and give her the opportunity to prove herself. Now the team goes to the third tier of the city, where the Golden Garden is located. It seems like all these golden statues are about to come to life and become a serious threat to the fallen angels. This is the perfect opportunity for the Silver Bullet to show off its skills. Melanie demonstrated an incredibly powerful aura. She herself did not expect that she was capable of such power. She had previously demonstrated her potential while fighting monsters, but that was on the local level of urban battles. It is almost impossible to win on your own. The girls felt this and decided to keep Melanie company. Together they form a striking fist that can defeat this same strongest man. It's always nice to see the female side of the team take control of the situation. Today they once again demonstrated that they deserve to be around a man like John. The Red Flame Emperor could only watch quietly as these beauties did their dirty work. Sometimes he saved their lives, but today he can only enjoy the skills of these beautiful women. The battle has turned into a completely different form of hatred, and it seems that support is needed here. To defeat the Golden Angel, you need to put in more effort. The Emperor of the Red Flame has decided to join the women's team, and for this he needs a special form. John didn't want to stand out from everyone else, so he decided to turn into a girl who would help his team. With the help of a magic potion, he filled his partners with additional characteristics. Now they are ready for the second round of the fight. The Golden Angel clearly didn't like this. The monster was sure that he had intoxicated the women with his beauty and won them over to his side. It was too naive. Now he will show this guy that true male beauty lies in actions. In this fight, John once again proves that size is not the main thing. What is important is to know how to use your strength. He took control of the situation and was very surprised when his opponent began to use dirty fighting methods. The Golden Angel is going to seduce our main character, and this is clearly a dirty strategy. Had to call in a tornado strike to finally end this fight. John himself did not expect that he would be able to destroy the Golden Angel with one blow. After winning, he automatically received the Golden Angel's energy into his body. These were pleasant sensations that would replenish the supply of lost energy. As a reward, the level was increased. A lot of experience points were earned and various artifacts were received. All team members also experienced an increase in abilities and an increase in gold coin balance. Now John has made not only his friends fall in love with him, but also the fallen angels Ophelia and Mickey. Now even these girls can't resist such a handsome man. They need to be informed that they will have a lot of competition because John is the main target of many beauties. It seemed that the mission was over, and now they could all leave this territory in peace. This feeling disappeared after some unknown magic was activated. Apparently, the entire team of angels fell into an unknown trap that no one could predict. Somehow, John found himself in the city center with his family. He felt an incredible sense of discomfort, as if he had lost a part of his heart. A few seconds later, the strange events continued. A portal opened in the center of the city, and people around began to panic. An unknown monster emerged from this portal and addressed John as if they were old friends. The Red Flame Emperor tried to recognize this monster, but he couldn't remember where he knew this voice from. Meanwhile, Flynn also found himself in an unknown place. Now he is only 8 years old, which means that he also returned to the past. This guy was trying to figure out what to do next, and that's when Charles came up to him and decided to teach this guy how to survive in the wild. Now we need to see what happened to the other members of the angel team. Betty came to a huge frozen snow queen who was clearly above her level. Even despite this, 13-year-old Betty is not afraid to fight with such a serious and dangerous opponent. Now we can watch Amazon Chili. She looks upset because she feels lonely again. One must never forget that she is the only girl in this world. It seems she met someone and that person made her smile. Now we can move to the park of the 9th District. This is where the Silver Bullet is now located. Melanie looks excited, but it's not because she's looking forward to fighting a monster. It seems she has a date today and she's waiting for a guy named John. He apologized for being so late and said that he could now spend the whole day with her. Meanwhile, the real John continued to talk to the monster. The terrible creature said that the Red Flame Emperor would surely die soon. John feels depressed. The monster said that this world is not John's true world. If he stays here too long, he will cease to be who he really is. John tries to figure out what to do while Sandra takes personal control of the situation. Her character is very similar to her brother. They are both not afraid of obstacles in their path and are ready to go to the end. Without skills, it will be difficult to show character, so Sandra is nothing more than a light snack for an experienced monster. John immediately showed his strength and said that he would destroy anyone who touched his sister. He's not going to play games. This guy takes out his sword and does everything he can to tear his opponent apart. At that moment, the surrounding environment immediately began to change. The monster activated some unknown skill. John remembered everything that happened earlier. He understands that he is in an illusion, but for some reason the monster helps him. In the previous introduction, the boss tried to kill him, but for some reason moved him to another place. Everything that happens is reminiscent of a person's nightmare during a high fever. Very soon, the Emperor found himself in that very world of angels and saw that he was under the influence of some kind of spell. He very quickly freed himself from the magic chains and prepared to help his friends. All the girls around are also under the spell. It's better to calm down because he doesn't know how this magic works. He may accidentally harm his friends, so we need to try to find a way to break the illusion in a calmer way. Silver Bullet lives in her own alternate reality. She is difficult to recognize, just like her loved one. In this world, John turned out to be too cruel and allowed himself to show force towards a woman. He wants to take Melanie's loot because he understands that she is the team's core strength and has received precious artifacts from the last mission. John wasn't like this before. Now Melanie feels betrayed, like she's not living her own life. At the same time, she loves her boyfriend very much and does not want to lose him at all. To do this, she's even ready to admit her guilt in making him angry and also to give him everything he wants. John decided to interfere with this reality because he did not intend to watch his friends suffer. He's going to take Melanie away from this horrible guy who calls himself the Emperor of the Red Flame. For our hero, fighting with himself is nothing more than a repetition of past experiences. He had already done the same thing during his travels in other worlds, when he was in the Beetle's lair. Now history repeats itself, but the result has not changed. The original is always stronger than the copy. It seems that Silver Bullet is starting to fear for her boyfriend and is ready to intervene in the battle. She doesn't understand where the real John is, and so she fights against her true love. John had no intention of fighting back. He was merely defending himself and didn't even think about striking back. We need to use other methods to wake this girl up. She must not be hurt under any circumstances. It's not hard to guess that she acts this way only because the guy has a bad influence on her. This means that you need to quickly call the Shadow Flame Emperor and ask him for help. The clone immediately began to experience difficulties and quickly abandoned his previous intentions. Milan felt weak throughout her body, her intuition telling her that she was confused. John realized that in front of him was only an angel who was trying to ruin everything, so he had to be destroyed. The merciless murder took place right in the center of the city, but now no one cares at all. John comforts little Melanie. This beauty deserves a second chance. It seems that she is already much better. The illusion is dispelled, and life is returning to normal. Now another member of the team has emerged from this terrible illusion, but this cannot stop there. John was able to enter the mental illusion with the help of his longtime friend, an ancient god who has incredible reality control skills. Now it's time to take care of the other girls, especially the Amazon, who is sure that she met John in her forest. In fact, this is not John at all. His name is Weevil, and he is the second inhabitant of this mysterious world. He constantly pressured the Amazon and asked her to form an alliance with him in order to expand the family. Chili was sure that this guy was dead after the battle with John. She finds it difficult to come to terms with reality. She said that she would never become his wife under any circumstances, and the handsome alpha male couldn't believe it. He got angry and made all the monsters in the forest attack Chili. Now she's in big trouble. Everyone has known for a long time that there is only one step from love to hate. John knew he had to hurry, so he came to the aid of his close friend in time. His powerful attack skills can stop any monster in this terrible forest. He quickly coped and brought another friend back to the real world in time. He spends a lot of energy during illusions, so he must constantly drink some recovery elixir. In order to bring a person back from an illusion, you need to make him realize where he is. This is enough for victory. Betty is currently fighting against the Ice Queen, which means she's in serious trouble. These two beauties are very similar to each other, and they also have almost identical skills. The problem is that Betty is too inexperienced, and in battles like this, experience plays a key role. If John had not come to the rescue in time, this beauty would have been left without a head. Apparently he was preemptive, but Betty is not going to forgive his overconfidence. She ordered him not to come near and also informed him that the Ice Queen was her personal prey. This woman has always had a high level of competition. Even in this reality, nothing has changed. She's very hungry for power, but that doesn't mean John should turn a blind eye to it. First, they need to defeat the Ice Queen, who caught this sweet couple off guard. Using his special skills, John broke the ice and declared his intentions to win. He wants to defeat his rival so that Betty will begin to trust him more. Maybe he just wants to scare this little girl. Either way, he has a plan and he's trying to implement it. This guy was ready to chop off the Ice Queen's head. He just had to take the last step on the road to victory. At the last moment, Betty's sword blocked his path. It seems that she does not want the boss of this dungeon to die. Betty wants to defeat the monster on her own, but John is not going to give her the opportunity to control this illusory reality. The Emperor knows what he is doing, even if it means upsetting the beauty a little. There are girls who get upset and immediately start crying. Betty is clearly not one of them. As soon as John offended this woman, he immediately activated an incredible death rage. He even had time to regret what he did. Betty did not get rid of control. He would have to use a completely different way to find victory. The Emperor decided to activate the fragments of memories and show Betty their important backstory. Until this moment, no one even knew how Betty began her journey, but she was part of a noble family. At a young age, this girl has already shown her incredible skills and made a loud statement about herself. Soon her family went bankrupt and Betty agreed to work with mercenaries so that her parents would not die of hunger. After some time, she learned that her parents were brutally hanged. Then Betty promised herself to become stronger and take revenge on everyone who was behind this. She has gone through serious trials on her way to becoming stronger. Now it's clear why this girl never stops at what she's achieved, but her parents are dead, and she no longer needs to try to take revenge. The parents committed suicide because of poverty. No one forced them to die. It was difficult for them to understand that their little daughter went to work with mercenaries, so they could not stand the reality of this world. John thought he had almost completely freed Betty from the illusion, but it was nothing more than a trick. The Ice Princess got so angry that she decided to freeze herself, probably because she couldn't stand the inner pain of her heart. Fragments of her memory began to disappear. This is clearly not a coincidence or a mirage. Betty finally overcame the illusory past with the help of ice magic. Now she realized that all this was nothing more than a game of angels. She is pleased that John finally came to her aid. This guy is always ready to snatch her from the arms of death. Now the women's team is finally reunited after a short separation. This does not mean that they can celebrate victory, because their leader feels weakness in every cell of his body. He spent too much energy and now he needs to rest, but this is impossible because Flynn still needs help. In his past, John is determined to find the one he needs, and it will be very interesting to watch. One gets the feeling that in this reality, everything is fine with Flynn. He is clearly enjoying life. Together with Charles, they have a great time and learn how to survive in the wild. The little boy likes the master very much because he teaches him the art of fencing. They have already traveled a long way together and have repeatedly caught large boars, which make excellent steaks. Over time, Flynn also turned into a fat boar, and perhaps he too will soon be hunted. Charles came to him completely unexpectedly. The little fat man definitely did not expect such a meeting. John tried to turn the boy against his teacher, but Flynn sees no reason not to trust Charles. During this conversation, the legendary treasure hunter intervened and decided to act in a very dangerous manner. Finally, John saw before him for the first time the legend he had been searching for so long. Charles thought the man was attacking the child and challenged him to a fight. The fat man asked them to calm down and said that any conflict could be resolved peacefully. John understands perfectly well that he's just a puppet. The real Charles would be a much more difficult opponent. Dealing with this clone shouldn't be difficult, especially for such an experienced guy as the Emperor of the Red Flame. He quickly won and made the fat man nervous, because Flynn still doesn't know whose side to be on. John had to do what he came here for. The puppet had to be destroyed. The little boy couldn't believe his eyes. He cried and blamed John for all the sins. However, this was enough for the illusion to be completely dispelled. Flynn returned to reality, but it was clear that he was experiencing some strange feelings. After a few seconds, he laughed and said that he was fine and thanked John for his help. For a moment, everything seemed fine, but at that moment, John felt an incredible loss of energy. He did too much for his friends and lost his strength at the most inopportune moment. Right now, an angel is looking at all the warriors gathered here, and he is clearly not well disposed. Dominic plans to kill everyone who managed to destroy his illusion. John has done a lot for his friends. Now they have to step in and do all the dirty work. Now their boss feels weak, so he cannot take part in the fierce confrontation. Women are very scary when they are angry, so now Dominic must regret what he did. After the blows he had taken, he was weakened to the maximum, and John calmly pulled the remains of his soul out of him. This was enough to completely dispel the illusion and free the rest of the fallen angels. John did a lot to help his team, and he had to sacrifice his health to do so. History repeats itself again. As soon as the battle ends, a new battle begins. Evil monsters have risen to destroy all who come into their territory. They are unhappy with the fallen angels for allowing themselves too much, so they plan to cleanse the city. John looks too weak. He clearly needs the help of his friends for the first time in a long time. It is necessary to prolong the resistance as much as possible in order to give the Flame Emperor the opportunity to restore his strength. He understands perfectly well that in a few minutes his body will recover, so they plan to use a trick. He said that he accepted the inevitability of death, but in the end he asked for his wish to be fulfilled. He wants to see the real face of the creature that will kill him. Everyone around him didn't understand why he was doing this, but John acted according to plan in order to see Charles's face. Now the story turns upside down, and one can only guess what will happen next. This terrible monster said that the real Charles was dead, and now no one could find him anymore. They fought in the past, and eventually the monster won and took the body of his opponent. Flynn is no longer small and fat, so he has the right to get angry and take revenge for his grandfather. A battle is brewing that will determine further events. Flynn asked no one to interfere. He feels he must personally avenge his beloved master. To do this, you will have to go through fire and water because the opponent has incredible potential. Meanwhile, John and his entire team will have to fight the boss's assistants. In just a minute, the Emperor of the Red Flame will regain his power. But for now, beautiful women must protect him. The situation is approaching critical levels. There are several reasons for this. First of all, it is worth noting that the legendary Charles lost his battle to the boss, so his student has very little chance of winning. The same can be said about the girls' squad, because without their leader, they do not have such a high combat potential. The battle continued for several minutes. The girls were able to fight back and buy time for their boss. Now John activates a special account and fully intervenes in this confrontation, although his body is not yet recovered. He thought he would be able to completely seize the initiative, but his suit was quickly damaged by the strong magical aura. The self-destruction process began, and John was left completely without protection at a crucial moment. Today he exposed his weak points for the first time. We haven't seen him so weakened for a long time. It seems that at this moment the story of our main character may come to an end. Only now the recovery time is finally ended, and John has a chance to turn on turbo mode. He immediately took up his main weapon and activated the Star-Lord account. The opponents underestimated this guy too much. Now he will change the surrounding reality in his favor. The monsters felt like they could easily copy the angel and adopt their qualities. In reality, it's not that simple. You need to have a big heart to earn the right to be considered an angel. John has almost completed the mission, but he should not forget that his friend is now in mortal danger. Flynn managed to impose competition, but in the decisive moments of the battle, he turned out to be weaker than his opponent. He was lucky that John recovered his strength in time and came to the rescue. The Star-Lord is going to show everything he can do, no matter how hard it is for him. You will have to fight a very strong monster, because this character managed to defeat a real legend of the past. The monster is very cunning and strong. He decided to act in a sneaky way and copy John's skills. Now the Star-Lord is fighting against himself, and it will be extremely difficult to win in such a duel. This is the main problem with monsters of this type. They masterfully copy the skills of their competitors and turn into invincible creatures. John found himself in a completely inappropriate situation, and in such moments experience comes to the fore. Now the monster can copy skills, but it cannot copy thinking. This means that past experience gives John the opportunity to predict his opponent's actions and act ahead of the curve. With the right combination of skills, you can find the monster's weak spot and put pressure on it. It seems that John is doing a great job of this, because he has already gone through a huge number of battles with the most diverse and powerful creatures of the galaxy. He delivered the strongest blow possible, which was almost impossible to defend against. Now it's time to understand what these creatures are and why they came into this world. It seems that these creatures originally lived in symbiosis with other races somewhere in the universe. It all seemed like a paradise with no flaws, but then the sky tore apart and terrible monsters emerged from it, turning the city into ruins. The beautiful planet turned into purgatory. The survivors discovered levels, and in order to increase their rank, they had to constantly kill someone. This means that similar events took place not only on Earth, but throughout the universe. This means that the invasion took place throughout the entire galaxy, which makes us take a fresh look at this situation. In order to survive, they had to wander and look for a new home. Only a few creatures managed to survive, but due to constant killings, they very quickly turned into monsters. Later, the boss killed Charles and received his personal assignment, which was to save all the surrounding creatures. He had to complete tasks, but he kept putting it off and continued to suffocate in this world. John is willing to spare the guy, but in exchange he wants to know Charles's location. It is very important for the Emperor to learn information about the universe. Only a legend can help him with this. Mikhail urges not to believe in lies. He is sure that they are trying to deceive John. This guy took the lead and immediately killed the monster, who was ready for dialogue. It seems that all this time Michael was not at all the angel he seemed to be at first glance. The explosive force opened the doors to higher wisdom, and he learned the knowledge of the whole world. Now Michael became a true god. He calls on John and his entire team to bow their knees to the wisdom of the ages. Apparently, this was originally his cunning plan to destroy his competitors and become the strongest in this world. John should have thought several steps ahead, but he did not foresee these terrible events. Now the situation is clearly out of control. The temperature will be difficult to overcome the highest wisdom. John is now in incredible pain. His body is being torn apart. He will have to find internal reserves in order to escape from the clutches of the devil. All members of his team held their breath and silently watched what was happening in the sky. Before their eyes, a battle between two elements was taking place, which were not going to give in to each other. The God of Wisdom cannot originate this man, but that does not stop him from trying to take John's energy for his own power. Of course, our main character will not allow this to happen. Now he is ready to demonstrate his true strength and has already spent most of his accumulated experience points for this. The boss thought that he could continue to copy his opponent's skills and keep the initiative in his hands. This is his main problem because he does not understand at all that in this account, John becomes an absolute deity. For him, it's like a game in which defeating an opponent won't be a difficult task. Within a few seconds, the boss found himself in an incomprehensible illusion where he met with terrible and powerful ancient gods. John sent him to an unknown location where he was completely destroyed, which can be considered a victory that was achieved in a rather hard way. John has just forcibly removed the Star-Lord's restriction. Now he needs to leave this dungeon as soon as possible. The amazing events did not end there because immediately after this, the real Charles emerged from the shadows. He understands that these guys have too many questions, but they need to find a more appropriate place to talk. Before changing his location, Charles asked John to use the soul syringe. All that was needed was to transfer the soul into the stone of the world, and from this came a little angel named Dolores. Now John is the master of this angel. Perhaps in the future, this creature will help him win more than one battle. Immediately after this, the entire team mediated for Charles, who led them to an unknown location. Everyone around was excited and interested because it's not every day you meet a legendary treasure hunter. Charles showed them a huge statue and said that this artifact was erected by ordinary people. The statue in front of them is just a two-winged angel, but all the other angels worship it. They are now in a copy of the world that was formed during the era of the monster invasion. This dungeon can be considered an experimental base built artificially to achieve some purpose. Angels are just artificial life forms. Before the monster invasion, people launched a research center into space, but it was completely destroyed. Before his death, the ship's captain sent a message to people that he had seen angels. After these words, there was silence. And 333 minutes later, a full-scale invasion of monsters on Earth began. Charles studied the huge number of copies. He was surprised to learn that this world was just a fake. Experiments were once conducted here, but Charles still hasn't found all the answers to the questions that interest him. Even the peace stone that is located in this territory is a fake, although the angels do not know this. Charles is confident that the northern zone may be behind all of this, although little is known about this area. After constant travel, he learned that the northern zone was isolated from the world. The people who live there believe in a special goddess. They are sure that with the help of the deity, they will be able to rule the entire continent. John is very curious about why Charles became a fallen angel. Perhaps he should take him into his team in order to find out the truth. The legendary treasure hunter himself offered to become a member of John's team. Of course, the Emperor of the Red Flame agreed. After this, an unexpected change immediately occurred. All team members are no longer considered fallen angels. The mission requirements are to help the fallen angels. John and his friends have completed the task, but the mission is not yet complete. Charles had just passed on his experience to these young warriors, and it turned out that up to that point, he had explored the entire world and learned everything possible. During this time, he is tired, but still believes that he must spend the rest of his life searching for the truth about the world. After that, he took out an artifact that cuts the dimension. With its help, you can move between copies of the world. Charles also has a special ring that helps him explore worlds regardless of their level. Now, it is clear why this legendary warrior has no level, because even the system cannot determine his true power. He said that he would answer all the questions of interest in the future when they meet again. This old man turned out to be too mysterious. Apparently, his student did not have time to enjoy the meeting with the master. All the fallen angels immediately knelt before John, and from today on, he is considered the local king. He is ready to help them rebuild the city and bring complete peace back to this world. For a second, it seemed like we could relax, but then it became known that the safe zone was under attack. The eastern region has finally made its move. John must return home immediately. Now we need to rewind time and see what happened at the Khan Corporation headquarters a few hours ago. Layla came to visit in order to have a serious talk with representatives of the southwestern region. She reported that tensions between the regions are growing, and this could result in a full-fledged conflict. All this time, Victor was observing the conversation. For this, he used his special satellite. Victor seems to be very serious and orders his soldiers to prepare for battle. He's going to destroy the entire southwest zone in order to avenge his grievances. The satellite's charging was completely completed, and its huge space laser was directed towards the southwest zone. Within a second, there was a massive explosion that was impossible to ignore. Following the explosion, a huge number of combat aircraft rushed to the southwestern region. They all received orders to destroy everything in their path, which means that a big battle is brewing. All the best fighters of the southwestern region gathered to fight back against the occupiers. No one expected such a turn of events, but the first blow failed to destroy the region's leadership. The beautiful Margaret urged everyone to calm down and not panic. Because of this, she did not pay any attention to what was happening behind her, but it was very important. The cunning criminal struck a hard blow and instantly disappeared. By that time, John was already rushing to help and doing everything he could to get to his friends as quickly as possible. The people who came to clear the area realized that the main character had returned. They were given orders to eliminate John, so our hero had to switch to the Red Flame Emperor's account. He's not going to play games with them, because this guy is as angry as can be. He hates it when his friends are attacked, so now we can expect a brutal attack. He will have to fight the Shadow Warriors who are carrying out Victor's orders. John is not going to play childish games. He is only here to kill everyone in his path. The opponents quickly felt his strength and decided that this battle should be postponed to another time. They were clearly scared because John displayed an incredibly oppressive aura. Meanwhile, all the fighting forces of the eastern region attacked their rivals. Victor really prepared very well. It must be admitted that his army looks terrifying. There are too many different events happening around. The southwest zone is experiencing serious problems. If John hadn't been around, this battle would have been lost. But this guy is back, which means nothing is lost yet. He had hoped that he could stop the invasion, but his morale had just been destroyed by bad news. The beautiful Margaret, a girl who always amazed with her confidence and determination, could not defeat death. Her body could not withstand the injury, and after a few minutes, her heart stopped beating. John knew the situation was close to critical, so he tried to boost morale and said that now was not the time to lose hope. He is still confident that Margaret can be saved because he has a recipe for a divine-level resurrection potion. Of course, it will be difficult to find all the ingredients, but there is still hope. It is also worth remembering that Victor continues his attack and cannot be written off. This general is a real problem. He is sure that he will soon turn the southwest zone into ashes. He calls on his enemies to give him John, and in that case he will spare the region and not kill all its inhabitants. Everyone around tensed up, but Mr. Khan said that he would never make such a concession in his life. He completely trusts John and is confident that this guy will still be able to save his daughter. We need to destroy Victor's entire army and do everything possible to save Margaret. John immediately activated his pilot account and flew out on his new mission. He uses the Star-Lord account to maximize his opportunities. Victor saw his enemy approaching and prepared to deal him a crushing blow. The satellite was indeed ready to activate the laser beam, but would it be enough to defeat the Star-Lord? The blow was extremely devastating, and at times it seemed that John would not survive. It only became clear after a few seconds that his level was much higher than one might have expected. Victor underestimated his opponent and was left without his main weapon. Now he is John's next target and he will not be able to escape death. Victor began to panic and tried to call the Shadow Legion for help. He just learned that his boss had called the Shadow Legion back to the Eastern Zone. All this was done because Victor disobeyed orders and decided to activate the satellite beam without his boss's permission. Now he is left without support and is forced to contact John on his own. There are quite a lot of warriors on this ship, but they do not have the experience and strength to fight such a serious opponent. Until recently, John had defeated huge monsters and ancient gods, so a battle with ordinary people for him is nothing more than an appetizer before dinner. Victor thought he could beat this guy, but he turned out to be too naive. Before the start, John wants to find out information about the demon called Darkness, because it was he who dealt the fatal blow to Margaret. As soon as Victor decided to speak, strange events immediately began to happen to his body. After just a few seconds, the minion of darkness finally appeared in person. Apparently, he is not afraid of his opponent and wants to calmly begin negotiations. The servant of darkness said that the attack on the southwestern region was over, and the one behind it had already been punished. Victor acted impulsively and his boss is ready to pay compensation to the southwest region. John said that he was not interested in that and wanted to meet a real shadow demon. If the opponents refuse to come into the light, then the Red Flame Emperor will be extremely cruel. His actions were not enough to kill the enemy, but he showed that he was extremely determined. In any case, Victor was destroyed and will not cause any more problems. Meanwhile, the boss of the eastern region was in his main lair. The servant of darkness returned to him to convey information, as well as the Stone of Peace. It seems that John does not even suspect that a conspiracy is being prepared against him. He will have to meet a new ancient god who is different from his previous rivals. Meanwhile, the second security zone held a meeting to discuss everything that had happened. Everyone around was shocked by the opponent's attack. It was necessary to predict and prepare, but no one thought about it. Now, under no circumstances should you underestimate your enemies. In the future, you must not repeat past mistakes. John offers to take huge compensation from the eastern region for everything that happened. Approximately the same conversation is taking place in the military coalition of the eastern region. Layla almost died because of the laser's actions. She is clearly unhappy with what happened. The main boss of the bloody battle military group is Manga. He asks this beauty to relax and not take everything to heart. The head of the Occult Research Academy is Omega. This guy is one of the most dangerous warriors in the eastern zones. They all talk about John, who must soon be destroyed because he has become too strong lately. The representatives of the eastern region have just received an urgent notification. The Red Flame Emperor and his friends travel to the eastern region to receive compensation. It seems like no one is going to pay him big money, which means we'll be witnessing another battle between martial artists. To begin with, everything had to be as civilized as possible, so a cultural meeting was organized. John recorded Victor's words on a dictaphone about the fact that he should receive compensation. Now he wants to use this recording for his own purposes. He came to talk, but if the situation gets out of control, he is always ready to take action. This guy has always been too ambitious. Today, he does not change his traditions and demands 1 trillion coins as compensation. No one here expected such impudent behavior. Is John really serious? Manga didn't appreciate such jokes and immediately decided to attack this guy. He hasn't liked John for a long time because of his impudence and unceremoniousness. He thought he would quickly put this guy in his place, but the result was the opposite. It was necessary to immediately call for reinforcements in order to calm the aggressive emperor. The strongest representatives of the eastern region have gathered here. They've all heard about John's accomplishments, so everyone wants to check how strong this guy really is. Only Omega tries to calm the situation and offers to continue negotiations in a civilized manner. John understands that war is not beneficial to anyone. He suggests forgetting old grievances and moving on. If a conflict is inevitable, then you can arrange a duel, gather the strongest warriors of the regions, and fight among themselves. In this case, it will become clear which region is stronger, and there will be no need to bury a huge number of soldiers. In order to demonstrate his true power and show who is in charge here, John called upon the aura of the ancient gods that he controls for help. After that, everyone around immediately realized that it was better not to joke with this guy. Now they have no choice but to ask for time to think, but John is confident that they will come to an agreement. In this case, John will be able to organize a duel between the regions, win, and receive compensation. After the conversation, John returned to his home to rest a little. He felt an unknown creature approaching and thought that they wanted to kill him. In fact, the result turned out to be completely different because it was not at all what he thought. In front of him is Dorothy, a girl he has encountered before, who seems to be madly in love and cannot contain her feelings. She came here to get what she needs and is ready to do anything to achieve it. Dorothy has long been fascinated by the Lord of the Red Flame and has been searching for him since their last meeting. This girl is part of the Eastern region, so she can be useful. The Emperor began asking her a huge number of questions in order to better understand his rivals. He learned that there were 4 groups in the Eastern region, led by Victor, Layla, Omega, and Manga. These guys are very smart, unlike the Southwest region. They united their clans in order to achieve maximum strength. It also became known that the Eastern Zone is able to control the ancient gods and plans to take away John's power. Dorothy also told about the Shadow Demon, which is very unpredictable and strong. He also has a serious influence on the Eastern region and should not be written off. This beauty helps John only because she fell in love with him at first sight. This has long been obvious. She can come to his aid at any time whenever he wishes. Now the Emperor received additional information about the enemy group. He will have to be more careful because the opponent turned out to be much more difficult than one could have expected. In order to better understand his opponent, John decided to go to the enemy base. He was about to sneak inside, and at that moment a girl named Anissa found him. She said she lived in the region and could help him get inside. John readily agreed to this proposal because he immediately understood who was in front of him. In fact, this is not an ordinary girl. In front of our hero is a real monster called Darkness. John understood this from the very beginning, but decided to play along with his opponent a little. In fact, the demon of darkness is not the one who can summon the ancient god. The Red Flame Emperor must understand that before him is a true ancient god who is different from all the others. They decided to have a little fight and show each other their best abilities. John felt like he was fighting a real shadow demon, so he activated all his best skills. This guy was extremely elusive and easily anticipated every move of his opponent. However, the darkness also demonstrated strength and melee skills. I had to activate the Star-Lord account in order to finally finish this battle. In fact, this girl is not a real shadow demon, she just wants to save her boss. The Academy of Occult Research studied the control of ancient gods. Among them was Frieder, who is the most difficult monster to control. This monster is immortal. It can deprive all living beings of the concept of life and death. Frieder was so strong that he had to be sealed in a dungeon. Experiments were conducted on this monster. Before that, it was necessary to find the ideal candidate, who was called Darkness. Thanks to this symbiosis, the Eastern region began to create immortal individuals, and thus the Dark Legion appeared. In fact, all these creatures have long wanted to die because immortality is a burden. It can be said that all shadow demons are clones of the ancient god who have received the power of immortality. That's why Anissa wants to save the darkness and put an end to this nightmare. She understands that he wants to challenge the ancient god, so she decides to test his strength and skills. They have a common enemy. They both want to destroy the ancient god so they can unite and work together. John agreed to such conditions. They agreed to father later, when the negotiations between the zones were completed. It seems that the Eastern region is willing to organize a duel instead of starting a full-scale war. The duel will take place in the Golden Arena in the second safe zone, which can be accessed through the portal. The winner takes everything, which means the stakes are too high. John plans to conquer the Eastern region and then destroy the ancient god they sealed, which will completely solve the problems with that area of the continent. It was decided to organize the duel as soon as possible. The very next day, a huge number of spectators gathered in the arena. They all came to watch the best warriors of the two regions fight each other. You can't watch battles like this on TV. It's exclusive, and you can spend half your salary to see it. Tickets to the arena cost a lot of money, all because there was a huge rush. Silver Bullet was the first to enter the arena and immediately demonstrated that it had indeed made great progress in recent times. It was an easy and confident victory. John congratulated his friend on her successful performance. The Eastern region is starting to get nervous, but at the same time, this is just the beginning of the duel, and it is too early to write them off. Now the captain of the Alpha team has appeared in the arena. This guy's name is Macon. He will be fighting against Steven, who despises any participant from the Eastern region. The warriors immediately decided to act on opposite courses and not spare each other. They understand that thousands of fans are watching them and they can't afford to lose face. After winning the silver bullet, Steven doesn't expect a bad performance. He is only interested in winning, so he immediately demonstrated the difference in levels to his opponent. Omega can't believe he has to fight such a powerful emperor. Compared to him, the Eastern region can't do anything. These guys clearly underestimated their opponent. It seemed like the battle would continue in the same vein, but the situation got out of control when monsters appeared in the arena. The monsters came from different directions, all part of the plan that John and Anissa had conceived. It seems they are planning to get inside and use their powers to destroy the ancient god. John wants to gain the power of this deity, and his ally is going to use it to save the darkness. Everyone has their own motives, and that is why the decision was made to unite. John attracted the main attention to himself and gave his ally the opportunity to penetrate the main base of the research center. Anissa thought there was no one here, but that was a big mistake. In front of her is a mysterious doctor who has been waiting for their meeting for a long time. A child cannot destroy her father. She is powerless against her creator. In just a few seconds, Anissa fell asleep, not even suspecting that her ally was experiencing serious difficulties outside. John and his friends were surrounded by monsters. It won't be easy for them to get out of here alive. John was obliged to attract attention to himself, but his team was so successful that the Eastern region decided to call in monsters for help. The Red Flame Emperor is ready for this plot twist. He took out a special artifact and used it to solve all these creatures of his incredible power. Omega is not going to give up without a fight. He activated the device to contain the ancient gods. This guy is too naive. He forgot that he is fighting the real devil. The props turned out to be nothing more than a dummy. John used the deity of mechanics to free himself from the shadow chains. He pierced his opponent's heart, but Omega didn't die at all. This guy also adopted the skill of immortality. It is worth remembering that this battle took place in the second safe zone, that is on neutral territory. Suddenly, the portal closed, and Manga appeared on the screen and said that he was no longer going to cooperate with anyone. This pathetic rat takes control of the Eastern region into his own hands, after which the connection was lost. At first, Layla and Nancy were a little nervous, but then the situation normalized. Layla said that she had prepared for such situations in advance, after which she activated the energy key. She doesn't actually mean to hurt Nancy, it's just part of the plan. All the data that Layla has collected throughout her life is stored here. This information will help activate the power that is in Nancy's body. Nancy is the product of a genome enhancement experiment. Electronic chips were introduced into her body, and this girl was given special abilities. A sudden fire destroyed the research center, killing almost all the test subjects. Nancy is the only one who is lucky enough to survive, as if she found herself in a gap between the virtual world and reality. It became clear that this is the main power of cloning, because the essence of the copy is contained in another space. Layla saved this girl and gave her a new life as a star singer. With her help, she makes money and runs a company that studies abilities. Artificial copies have reached a new level, all thanks to experiments on Nancy. John becomes more and more interested in the subject of copies. He hears this word more and more often with each new day of his life. Meanwhile, Jessica came to the rescue to fight the monsters. She was in the Eastern Zone, away from her friend and team. Here she encountered unforeseen circumstances that turned out to be stronger than she could handle. Manga activated the electric magnet and Jessica lost control of her movements. Her opponent thought that he now had the situation under his own control and didn't have to worry about anything. It was too naive because Jessica can always count on the help of her allies. In difficult moments, they are always ready to come to the rescue and destroy even the bravest captain. John and his team came to the rescue in time. Now there is no need to worry about Jessica's fate. John gave her the opportunity to break free and feel much better than before. The Red Flame Emperor clearly took the initiative with the support of his friends. It seemed that they had suppressed the resistance of the Eastern region and could now sleep peacefully. Apparently, Omega is against this development of events. He hasn't said his final word yet. This guy has been waiting for a long time, and now he finally activated his skills to kill one of the competitors. Omega decided to absorb his ally, activate the world's stones, and turn into a full-fledged monster. He waited a long time for the opportunity to show his strength and direct aggression against his opponents. John was ready to intervene, but Jessica asked him to calm down and give her a chance to prove herself. Does she really think she can stop such a strong opponent? A deadly aura immediately took over absolutely everything that was happening in the building, but Melanie did not lose her head. Today she clearly feels incredibly strong, and she can't do this without the support of the Shadow Flame Emperor. John teamed up with his girlfriend and started attacking this terrible monster. He doesn't yet understand how strong his opponent is. so he acts as aggressively as possible. Thanks to skillful attacks and precise strikes, he managed to quickly defeat this terrible monster. For this, John was rewarded with a huge amount of coins and several important artifacts. John just learned that he can't relax because the Black Legion is ready for decisive action. There is little left now time. The Emperor of the Red Flame remembers that Anissa has not been in touch for a long time. He needs to go to the Academy of Occult Research. It is there that he will have to meet a man named Klaus. He is one of the list of legendary heroes. This person has a very high level. It will clearly not be easy to defeat him. John and his friends went to the Eastern Region headquarters. He's going to finish what he started, and to do this, he needs to take possession of the power of an ancient god. Along the way, you will have to defeat several opponents before fighting the real bosses. John is ready for any obstacles in his path because he's only interested in the main reward. Very soon, he found himself in the main research center, where we last saw Annis. Using her knowledge, Nancy was able to open a secret passage to a deeper laboratory. There are many dead monsters here and a mysterious man who looks like a doctor. This is where Anissa is, along with the darkness she wanted to save. Now it is clear that Klaus is behind all this. Because of this, Anissa looks scared. This man seems very familiar to her. Klaus is in no hurry to fight. He offers John to unite and together be on the side of the ancient gods. He needs to understand quickly that John has no intention of uniting with people who have a black heart. He came here to act and fulfill his duties. To do this, he is ready to tear apart the person who is opposite him. It would also do John no harm to realize that this is Klaus, who is at power level 500. Here we cannot do without additional support from the Master of Stellar Energy. This is the only way to challenge such a strong opponent, but Klaus is not afraid of this at all. He's been waiting for this meeting for a long time and is ready to demonstrate all his hidden abilities. With the help of his artifact, he can return John to his original state. This means that our hero cannot use his accounts and now remains powerless against the enemy's power. John is forced to improvise. He has no choice but to log in and spend all his experience points. Over the past few months, he has accumulated enough balance to raise his level. By increasing the level, you can develop resistance to various artifacts. Now he has discovered new skills and has become the Emperor of Inferno. Now the odds should even out, and this battle will become much more interesting to watch. John is going to combine everything he has accumulated over previous battles. Now he needs experience to fight death. Klaus appears to be extremely self-confident and calls upon huge mutant monsters to help him. You can't do without luck here, because if you rely only on skills, then the chances of winning are very small. John did his best, but his opponent constantly summoned various creatures to help him. I had to constantly improvise and find unconventional ways to solve complex problems. The battle stopped for a few moments to let the spectators know the truth. It turned out that Klaus used to be the boss of the entire Eastern region. His assistant was Omega, who at a certain point in time betrayed his boss in order to seize power. Omega did not know that Klaus had prepared his copy in time and managed to transfer his consciousness into his new body. It was Omega who was the very person who set fire to the research center where Nancy was located. Not only the future singer survived the fire, but also Klaus's daughter. He decided to experiment on her in order to find a way to create immortal clones. Klaus has always been in the shadows, but now he wants to come out into the light in order to take over the whole world. John is not going to let this guy carry out his dark plans. Klaus quickly realized that he would need to summon a much larger monster to defeat John. The Black Dragon is already ready to come to his aid. This guy will not be easy to stop. The Red Flame Emperor must show utmost fortitude in such a difficult battle. He must not relax under any circumstances. He must be collected and disciplined. With the help of a pinpoint attack, John was able to find his opponent's weaknesses and quickly gifted the dragon. Now the Emperor can focus his attention on his main rival, who is trying to stab him in the back. Nancy realized that she needed to immediately intervene in the battle to help her friend. Now they must unite in order to defeat Klaus. Klaus immediately called for help from monsters. Nancy did the same. A fierce battle began in this research cave. Meanwhile, John felt the effect of his opponent's energetic force. Because of this, the opportunity opened up for him to see his memories. He traveled back in time and saw Anissa experiencing health problems. Klaus said that this girl can no longer be cured, but there is a way to save her life. He decided to make his daughter the first warrior of the Dark Legion and named her Darkness. The girl did not like this life and she asked to be relieved of this suffering. Due to the experiments, Anissa stopped growing, at which point Klaus began experimenting on her sister. The little girl's heart is filled with anger. She really wants to get rid of Klaus' control. Anissa is still connected to the Dark Region, but John knows how to fix it. With his skills, he is ready to help take revenge on his father, who turned out to be a terrible person. This will require a lot of effort, but the results will be worth it. John used all his skills to deliver a crushing blow. With the help of the Star-Lord, he managed to break through his opponent's defensive block. Before us is a wonderful illustration of the realization of one's advantages. Klaus felt that John's strength had become much greater than before. He decided to seize his last chance and suddenly attacked Nancy. At that moment, the Star-Lord activated the energy of the sun to punish the naughty boy. Klaus has done too many bad things. Now he has to feel the pain he caused his daughter. Anissa had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Now the opportunity to take revenge on her father opened up for her. After the beating, it was time to calm down a little and talk. John still can't believe that he's facing one of the 5 heroes of the highest rank, because it seemed that these people were saints, but in the end, everything turned out to be not so beautiful. All this time, Klaus was fighting against death and was sure that he was doing something good. John disagrees with this view of the world. There's nothing wrong with living a short life and making it bright and high quality. Another strange thing happened during their conversation. The darkness has awakened from a long sleep and seems to be very aggressive towards the Red Flame Emperor. Klaus has nothing to do with it. Perhaps the immortal ancient god directed the technology of the old king's landing at this girl. The ritual is not yet complete, but Klaus is already starting to experience big problems. The Star-Lord must intervene to stop this chaos. He is ready to fight the ancient god even if it requires him to spend all his energy reserves. The problem is that as soon as John prepared for the fight, his opponent immediately disappeared somewhere. It's quite strange to see an immortal ancient god running away without even looking back. Anissa asks John to help and free her sister from the influence of Klaus and the immortal god. The Red Flame Emperor agreed to risk his life, and together they would go into the portal to fight the god. John asked Nancy to stay here because he didn't want to risk her life. He will have enough support from the little darkness who wants to free his sister. Within a few seconds, they entered the portal and found themselves in a dungeon called the Dead Sleep. John has a quest to complete. He must defeat an immortal ancient god. The long-awaited meeting with the ancient god took place in just a few minutes. John will have to quickly activate combat mode and prepare for battle. First, he will have to fight the zombies that have surrounded the ruler from all sides. These are not at all the classic monsters from the graves of dead people. John fights prisoners of conscience who broke the rules and lost their souls many years ago. This territory is home to 2 legendary heroes of humanity, Klaus and Brian. Particularly attentive viewers immediately remembered this little boy whom John met in the foggy world. It was John who gave Brian the artifacts that made the guy a legend. Now he had grown up and become a legendary master. Their new meeting was only a matter of time. There's no time for talking now. We need to defeat the ancient god and only then remember the old days. Klaus realized that he made mistakes. He wants to get rid of the ancient god because he was never a fan of the destroyed world. This guy just wanted immortality for all the inhabitants of the earth. He chose the wrong strategy, but now he is trying to get back on the right path. Now you can turn your attention to the battle with the ancient god. This terrible monster turned out to be a very strong and powerful creature. His skills are immediately apparent due to the fact that he can easily fight against several legendary figures at the same time. John and his friends kept pushing and using magic to win. Klaus used a sealing technique, a skill that was invented specifically for the ancient gods. It seemed that victory was already in the bag, but at that moment Klaus again lost control of his own emotions. Was he just playing the good guy, and now he's back on the evil path? Klaus confidently stated that he was not going to kill the ancient god because he could be useful in the future. Even Brian tries to explain to him that resurrecting dead relatives is a bad idea. Only now did the system notify John that he was in a copy of the world. All local characters are copies, and everything that happens is not reality. The Emperor of the Red Flame decided to settle the conflict. He asked the heroes not to be nervous and to forget about their discontent. John decided to side with Klaus because the guy just wants to do research to learn how to cure deadly diseases. If you direct his desire in the right direction, he will not be a monster, but on the contrary, will continue the path of a hero. John managed to defeat the ancient god in this world, and as a reward he received a special artifact in the form of a sword. After this, the system automatically completed the quest and transferred John and Anissa to another reality. They found themselves in some kind of incomprehensible shadowy space. Apparently Anissa's sister is here. It's quite strange to see her in a coffin. Perhaps this girl has special preferences. Instead of choosing a normal bed for herself, she decided to sleep in a coffin in a cemetery. In any case, now she is saved. The sisters are finally united and feel happy. The darkness told John that he couldn't relax here because there was a terrible monster nearby. After these words, the demon immediately disappeared, as if that was her purpose. John thought he had completed the last mission, but in reality, it was just the beginning. Now he will have to face that same terrible monster called Frieder. Here you will have to ask the sun for help, because this is the only way to compete with such a force. Our hero has fought with the ancient gods many times before, but each battle is different from the previous one. Now he feels a tremor throughout his body because his opponent is clearly stronger than usual. His first attack was quite accurate, but it won't be enough to win. The ancient god did not rise from the dead to suffer humiliation from an ordinary man from the earth. Frieder is going to transport his rivals to the world of the dead. John and his assistant will have to work hard to get through all these flying zombies. Here we cannot do without an additional increase in energy, because the initiative is on the opponent's side. The monster proved to be too powerful and went beyond the concept of life and death. It even destroyed the law of reincarnation. After a few seconds, even Anissa began to dissolve into this strange world. Finally, she asked her friend Andre to be sure to the ancient god and finally end this hellish circle of misfortunes. John hasn't looked so driven to succeed in a long time. Apparently, this matter has become personal for him. Fighting the ancient gods seemed like a much easier task to him. Now he is caught in a whirlwind of virtual worlds, and to get out of here, he will have to defeat his opponent with a powerful blow. The Star-Lord launched a surprise attack and managed to cut his opponent into small pieces. Frieder was finally killed, his immortal core was released, and John received an artifact called the Breath of the Supreme. The battle is over, but there is still an ancient god in the eastern region that John knows nothing about. At the same time, in the southwestern region, they were still waiting for John's return. Everyone was worried that the Red Flame Emperor had not returned for so long. Mr. Khan hopes that John will still be able to find a way to save his beloved daughter. Just when everyone was starting to lose patience, a legendary warrior appeared. He returned in time and accomplished what he had planned, and he has a magic potion in his hands. By defeating the divine creature, John received artifacts and gold coins. With this money, he bought all the ingredients for the potion and just gave Margaret the opportunity to meet the Angel of Life. In just a few moments, this girl left the world of the dead. She came back to reality, and for the first time in a long time, she finally opened her eyes. John was the first person she saw. Margaret quickly guessed that he was her savior. Everyone around could not hold back their emotions and rejoiced that the princess had received a second chance. John not only repelled the threat of the eastern region, but also saved the daughter of the main boss of the Central Corporation of the Southwestern Zone. He really deserves congratulations. It's been a long journey, but now it's time to move on. John does not forget that he still has unfinished business. He contacted Layla and went to the territory of the eastern region. It is there that another ancient god is located, which has not yet been unsealed. Layla reported that this god is very powerful and influential. I had to call Leela for help in order to scan this area. The mechanical queen was shocked by what she saw. Lilu immediately said that in front of them was the very creature that had brought her to Earth. Now it's worth stopping and going back a bit to tell the backstory of the mechanical queen. Once upon a time, she was not a queen, but an ordinary inhabitant of her planet. At that moment, there was an unknown material on her planet that needed to be studied. This material turned out to be an ancient god who decided to take over the entire galaxy. Lilu showed incredible courage and challenged her destiny. She fought fearlessly and defeated the ancient god, thereby protecting her planet. She failed to completely kill the ancient god, so the decision was made to seal the monster and send it into space. Thus the ancient god came to Earth, and Lilu soon became a queen thanks to her achievements. During the battle, she partially absorbed the power of the ancient god and became very strong and powerful. John wants to take control of this ancient god, and it will be much safer to do so on a mechanical planet. To do this, he does not need to assemble a large team. He just needs to take his assistant and a capsule with an ancient god. He said goodbye to his friends and set off on a journey to another part of the galaxy. Here he will have adventures that will make our hero look at the world of people a little differently. From the very beginning, he had difficulties, because it turned out that the planet of robots was not ready to receive unexpected guests. It took the skills of an experienced pilot to break through the energy beams. Only through skill and luck did John and Lilu manage to get to the mechanical planet. Now they have to figure out what's going on here. The mechanical queen hasn't been to her home for many years, which means she doesn't know how things are here. From the very first seconds of being on this planet, John felt unpleasant emotions. A squad of robots immediately appeared in front of them, carrying out the orders of a girl named Ida. Lilu was very angry and said that no one had the right to raise a weapon against the queen. Ida immediately understood who was in front of her and ordered her warriors to immediately kneel. She apologizes for what happened. In the past, Ida looked a little different, so now it was difficult to recognize her. Now it's time to explain what's going on here and why the planet's guests are greeted with such brutal methods. It turned out that a completely different mechanical queen already existed on this planet. She seized power and suppressed all the centers of revolution. Ida and her warriors tried to resist. Because of this, they were expelled. Now her squad is turned into rebels, but with Lilu's help, they hope to bring back the old days. The new mechanical queen must leave the throne and be destroyed for all her evil deeds. First, we need to understand how exactly we can destroy the local queen. Ida explains that everything is not so simple, because strange events happened earlier that are important to write down. The rebels had already tried to destroy the queen and one day attacked her without warning. It seemed that they had completely destroyed their enemy. But the next day, the queen appeared before the inhabitants of the planet as if nothing had happened. It seemed to everyone that this was nothing more than a double. But the reasons are much more complex and deeper than it seems. The problem is in the queen's core, where the reserve consciousness is stored. As long as the core is not destroyed, the queen continues to live and remains immortal. There are 3 queen cores that are hidden in secret places all over the planet. One of the cores is located in the Archive of Souls, where all the information of robots is collected, and there is also a large cemetery. Machines also have a soul. Perhaps that is why the ancient god wanted to take over this world so much. The decision was made to go to the control room of the Star Destroyer, take the core, and take revenge on the queen for everything she had done. Apparently, John can't spend even a little time without some brutal fighting. As soon as he arrived on this planet, he immediately started a real rock and roll here. This guy is a magnet for fights. It seems like that will never change. With its help, the rebel group can count on returning power into their own hands. The local warriors threw all their mechanical forces against John. They mobilized maximum resources to stop this strange guy. Until this point, robots thought that humans were creatures made of jelly and were nothing special. Now they will change their attitude when they see John in mechanical form. Let's not forget that this is an ordinary person who simply activated his special account with the help of Mad Max. With the support of the rebels, destroying the robots should not be difficult. Lilu also joined in the fun and stretched her iron knees. All this is intended to get to the main storage and take one of the queen's cores. The Emperor of the Red Flame knew perfectly well that it would not be easy for him, but he did not think at all that he would have to fight a transformer. In front of him is Mike, a level 400 robot who is not going to give in to a human. He's a cruel and bloodthirsty monster who serves the queen only to gain the right to kill legally. Ida had met him before and she had almost lost her own head. Now this girl wants to be together because it was this robot that bought most of her friends. She shouldn't overestimate her abilities. She's still too weak to challenge him. We couldn't do it without the support of John, who was there all this time. He wanted to intervene in the fight and fight instead of everyone else, but Ida asked him to shut up. John decided to take a desperate step. He asked the Mad Max account to help this woman improve her characteristics. Within a few seconds, she appeared in a new guise and felt incredible power. Now her power has gone beyond all limits, and she has seized the initiative. A transformer named Mike didn't expect that his rival would be able to find his weaknesses. At that moment, Ida felt like a superhero from a Marvel movie. Before, she could only dream of something like that. Today, she promised herself to avenge the death of her friends at any cost. Even if she has to go through hell, she is still ready to do it. The mechanical battle lasted for several minutes, but sooner or later, it had to end. When the fog cleared, it became clear that Ida had emerged victorious from this bitter confrontation. John was pleased with his new girlfriend. With his support, she turned into a killing machine that did the dirty work. Now all that remains is to clear out the remaining robots and calmly enter the storage facility. It was here that John learned that Star Destroyers use the planet's own energy to gain power. The energy of this planet can be used as a source of information and acquisition of new skills. The system told John about this. John can also use his own power to enhance the characteristics of the planet itself. He has collected the inner energy cores, although this is only half the job. We need to destroy the core, which is called a Star Destroyer. After John had completed all his deeds, he called his entire team to move on. Here they met new robots who were sent to destroy the rebels. While John's friends were destroying everyone around him, he took possession of one of the Queen's cores, which is what they came here for. Now he needs to collect 2 more cores. Then the mechanical queen will lose the ability to recover after death. After this, John decided to go to the Library of Souls in order to find another core element. He found some wounded robot here pretending to be dead. John told him that if he didn't get up now, he would be used as a tool to restore the ship. This was enough to get to know the local robot, whose name is Bars. John began asking him a lot of questions in order to find out how things were on this planet. Bars opened an unknown portal and led his guests inside a beautiful place. In front of them, there is a huge and beautiful golden tree. There is a sense of divine holiness here, because they are in the Temple of Knowledge, where all the information of the planet is stored. This planet arose as an energy core, and only after the full appearance of God did the planet come to life. At some point, the Creator left and the planet began to evolve, moving from barbarism to civilization. Each new step on the path to evolution was accompanied by constant wars. The creator never abandoned his creations, so the moment came when the tree of life blossomed and divine light brought long-awaited hope to the world. The tree of life guides the evolution of species and civilizations and contains unknown and powerful codes. After another development of the planet, the appearance of ancient gods disrupted the rhythm of evolution, and too much chaos appeared on the planet. Despite the terrible sacrifices, Lilu became the first queen and brought peace to this planet. However, the appearance of the ancient gods upset the balance, and now chaos reigns here again. The queen's consciousness is stored right in this place, but it will be difficult to extract. As soon as John approached the sacred tree, robots immediately appeared here, which were the local queen. They began to attack the Red Flame Emperor, but were quickly repelled. Now John plans to send his consciousness into the Tree of Life to find the true reserve in consciousness. At this point, his body will be defenseless, so he relies on the support of his friends. As soon as he touched the planet, he immediately began to experience incredible vibration. A second later, he found himself in an unknown place and understood what this planet looked like at the very beginning of its development. At this point, he met with Mad Max, who said that he wanted to make the Emperor his successor. John found out that Mad Max had died long ago. It's true. Now our hero has only a digital trace in front of him. He is going to bring John back to the past in order to lift the curtain of secrets. In the beginning, Max was an ordinary scientist, filled with curiosity and a desire to learn about the unknown. One day his consciousness entered into resonance with the universe, and he was changed forever. He gained access to technology and conquered his home planet with such ease that he became too bored after that. Max went on an intergalactic journey to create new planets and then constantly destroy them. This planet was also created by Mad Max. He left fragments of his consciousness here, but never thought that he would meet John here. Mad Max still lost his way. An emptiness enveloped his soul. He decided to send his consciousness into the depths of the universe. But for this, he needs to say goodbye to the body. He gave orders to his assistant to do it quickly and painlessly. All this had to be done in order to obtain, in a sense, eternal life and try to find his successor in the future. John inherited the powers of the savvy Max and is now perfect for the role. Now it's time to give our main character a small gift. The queen of this planet hides the core of her consciousness in the endless stream of data from the Tree of Life. The search would take hundreds of years, but now John has the opportunity to speed up time. The Red Flame Emperor can guide this planet towards prosperity and peace, and show the locals that their creator never abandoned them. Mad Max has done his job and passed on his powers to a new generation. After completing his mission, he immediately returned to his main body. Thanks to a meeting with Mad Max, John unlocked the title of Planet Creator and discovered new possibilities. Meanwhile, in the mechanical court, Queen Celia was very unhappy with what was happening. She was just informed that another uprising was being prepared, which greatly upset the queen. She became furious and felt her iron organs contracting with incredible pain. The queen gave her assistants the order to find and destroy the rebels. It seems that now John will have to face a huge mechanical army of Terminators. You can't do without additional skills and mechanical armor here. The Emperor of the Red Flame can count on the support of his comrades. Lilu was ready to destroy everyone in her path, but she didn't expect to see old acquaintances here. She was surprised when she saw the girls who had previously served her. They were the mechanical queen's closest assistants, but then turned out to be traitors. Now they consider the former queen too backward and weak to rule this world. Lilu is ready to punish these two rats and show them that her new skills exceed all expectations. For the mechanical queen of the past, this battle is an opportunity to prove to herself that she is still capable of much. Winning over two high-level warriors will greatly increase her self-confidence. It took some effort to achieve this, but the skills acquired on planet Earth came to the rescue in time. Lilu showed incredible enthusiasm during the battle. She took risks and constantly moved forward, thanks to which the result was in her favor. After a small battle, there was too much fog around. No one understood what was happening. A second later, tears appeared in Ida's eyes. It seemed like she met someone from the past. The girl immediately ran towards the stranger, as if they were best friends. In front of her was a strong male robot whom she began to hug. A second later, he grabbed her by the neck, as if she were not his wife. This robot's name is Ismail. He went through his own evolution and received an improved body. Ida felt that her husband had changed and could no longer be trusted, but she could do nothing about you. Ida constantly remembers the past and cannot forget how happy she was at that time. Then the power changed, and during the battle, she lost her husband. Now he has transformed into a completely different creature that serves the new queen. At the beginning, John and Lilu tried to save their partner. Only a little later did they realize that she had deliberately sacrificed herself in order to give them extra time. Lilu urged John to take advantage of this time, but he didn't listen to her at all. A man of Earth cannot close his eyes when something like this happens. He immediately intervened in the battle and said that he was not going to turn a blind eye to it. John quickly realized that Ida could not resist her husband, so he had to do it for her. He intervened in the battle in time and was not afraid to challenge the Terminator. With the help of his Transformer account, John plans to neutralize his opponent's advantages. The Emperor has excellent speed, which he wants to use to achieve his goal. As soon as Ismail sensed danger, he immediately decided to leave the battlefield. It feels like he's heading to his queen to tell her everything that's going on here. Chasing him won't do anything, so John decided to leave the guy and focus on his mission. Ida can't hold back her tears because she was just almost killed by her own husband. She needs to understand that you can always find a way out even in the most difficult situation. If they unite and follow the plan, they will eventually be able to save Ismail and bring him back to consciousness. The girls want to immediately challenge the main boss and quickly take revenge for everything that happened. Their emotions can be understood, but without prior preparation it makes no sense. It is worth remembering that they have now received information in the libraries of souls, and this must be used immediately. This huge house should contain a supply point for materials from which you can make your own army. John decided to analyze the entire storage, and with the help of artificial intelligence, found something interesting. It turns out that there is too much gold and jewels here that one cannot even dream of on Earth. John found many artifacts here that will help him fight the main boss of this planet. After this, the Emperor of the Red Flame decided to use Mad Max's account. He called Lilu to him and asked her not to move so that the transformation could be carried out. With his incredible powers, he turned this girl into a level 500 transformer. Everyone around was shocked that the former mechanical queen had finally returned to her former glory. Now they can really challenge the main boss, but first they need to listen to Waltz. He just felt a data rift and opened a portal in the opposite direction. It is unknown what is there, but incredibly powerful technology can be felt inside. Waltz invites his master to come inside and test this technology on himself. Perhaps she can take John to a whole new level of combat and energy skills. Of course, this looks incredibly dangerous, and this raises a number of doubts. However, when girls are around the Red Flame Emperor, they forget about such a feeling as fear. A few moments later, the team found themselves in a place reminiscent of the planet Zeus. The system has detected a new user who is trying to take over this planet. John felt an incredible aura, as well as the power of the ancient gods. He decided to get closer to the unknown substance to analyze its characteristics. Without additional permissions, this was impossible. The power of the ancient gods rejected the Emperor. John and his friends decided to return while the portal was still open. Now it's time to unite with all the rebels to challenge the Queen. Her reign must end today. The planet must be freed from dictatorship. It will be extremely difficult for John and his friends because the mechanical queen has managed to absorb a lot of resources. She has gathered a large army with which she will defend her possessions. Within minutes, robots on both sides began to destroy each other with incredible cruelty. The battle continued in the air as well. On planet Earth, martial arts and technology dominate battles. On a mechanical planet, everything is different. Here, technology is the main character. That's why it's a little strange to watch this battle. The Queen will have to answer for her actions to the former leader of this planet. Lilu intends to overthrow the dictator Celia and take her place. For many years, she dreamed of returning to her planet and regaining control over the territory. Lilu felt an internal pain every time she thought about her home. Now she has finally returned and must not forget under any circumstances why she came this long way. This battle will be hard, but she must find a way to win. John is confident that this battle belongs to women. He is not going to interfere and gives them the right to act independently. Ida had lost a lot and decided to intervene in the battle to avenge her previous defeat. Here she will again have to face her husband, who has still not regained consciousness. He doesn't realize that he is fighting with his own wife, to whom he once swore allegiance. At the last moment, Ida hugged her husband, pressed him tightly to herself, and looked at her queen. Tears appeared in her eyes. A moment later, a powerful explosion occurred, and it was almost impossible to survive such a blow. Ida tried to sacrifice herself to destroy the main fighter of the mechanical queen's army. Unfortunately, her plan didn't work. Ismail managed to withstand the total explosion. The Red Flame Emperor quickly realized that he could not do without his support. He rushed to help to unite with his partner. Ismail had caused their team a lot of problems before. Now this Terminator must finally learn the truth about his true enemy. Using his skills, John showed him memories of past events. A few seconds later, Ismail realized that he had been living in illusions all this time. He couldn't believe he had been so cruel to his own wife. Now is not the time for regrets. All is not lost yet. John will be able to bring his wife back with the help of technology. But first he needs to defeat the mechanical queen. They must unite and fight together for a peaceful future. Realizing his mistakes and receiving motivation, Ismail rushed to destroy the real enemy. Celia was shocked to see her closest aide defect to Lilu. Now the mechanical queen is left alone against the enemy army. She is being attacked from all sides, and surviving this battle will be almost impossible. Lilu and her friends showed incredible skill. John also did not stand aside and delivered accurate blows at key moments of the fight. Together, they seriously wounded the mechanical queen and made it impossible for her to continue fighting. Celia just chuckled and said that the real battle was just beginning. At that moment, she disappeared into the portal, and everyone felt the presence of the ancient god. If there really is an ancient god there, John is sure this is his battle. This fight will determine the fate of the planet. John is ready to take Leela with him, but Ismail must stay and continue the resistance of the Queen's army. John and his assistant entered the portal and found themselves in the other world. A second later, they heard a strange voice talking about the capture of planets and resources. Before them appeared an ancient god who had already swallowed more than one planet. He must be stopped, and John will be helped in this by the new form of the Star Lord, which will open access to 50% of the power of the universe.